What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. 5 Mr. Chapter 126 Yamato. After Momosuke was dealt with, only Chiga and Khalifa could be seen in this open space, because Momosuke and the others had all turned into ashes and were now blown away by the wind. Khalifa walked slowly to Kihonhe's side, looking as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Kihonhe thought Khalifa was moved by sympathy and asked, "What's wrong? Do you think my methods are too cruel?" Khalifa waved her hands quickly. How could she think Chian-he was cruel? She wanted to confirm who the person who made Chian-he feel sick when he thought of him in the flower capital was. "No, boss. I want to ask who that disgusting guy you mentioned earlier is. Is he one of those 5 people just now?" "Yes, it's that kid. His name is Momosuke. So it was him?" "That's right, that brat doesn't look like a good guy at first glance." "As expected of my secretary, your judgment of people is as accurate as mine." "Thank you for the compliment, boss." After the two of them had a fight for a while, Kihonhe took Khalifa and left the place, flying towards Onigashima. Ghost Island. As soon as Kihonhe and Khalifa landed, many pirates from the Beast's pirates rushed up and surrounded the two of them. As expected of a member of the 4 emperors, their alertness and combat proficiency were much better than those rabble on the sea. However, in front of Kihonhe, these people were just bigger ants. Kihonhe held Khalifa and stood there without moving. Shinra Tensei erupted, and the terrifying repulsive force instantly swallowed up all the pirates surrounding them. In just a few breaths, countless broken limbs and arms appeared around Kihonhe and Khalifa, making it look like hell on earth. This time Khalifa looked at her boss speechlessly, because this scene was really disgusting. Advertisement Chiga was also helpless. Ever since his Rinnegan had activated 7 Magatama, the surge in pupil power had greatly enhanced the basic capabilities of the Rinnegan. Now, even an ordinary Shinra Tensei can reach the power of the Super Shinra Tensei of Tendo Pain in the Hokage if you are not careful. It would be okay if there are enemies all around, but it would be terrible if there are friendly forces there. It is not good to have too much power, because it is too troublesome to control the power. Kihonhe started to act inwardly again, while Khalifa looked around and said, "Boss, you made such a big fuss, why hasn't Kaido shown up yet?" He shook his head and said calmly, "Don't worry, Kaido is not on this island." "Ah, so what are we here for? I didn't do anything. I just wanted to show it to those 5 old guys so that they wouldn't suspect that I took the op fruit. Am I that kind of person?" "No," Khalifa shook her head helplessly. She knew that Kihonhe had absorbed the op fruit. After all, Kihonhe had used the power of the op fruit to do an X-ray of her inane. Thinking of this, Khalifa looked at Kihonhe with more and more strange eyes, which made Kihonhe feel uncomfortable all over. After coughing twice, Kihonhe took Khalifa's hand and their bodies began to slowly rise. Suddenly, a loud female voice came. "Stop, who destroyed this place like this?" As soon as the words fell, a tall woman holding a black mace appeared below the two of them. The woman was wearing a sleeveless white kimono. She had a pretty face and looked to be about 20 years old. She had long white hair with a gradient color from green to blue at the ends. She also had a pair of red horns on her head like a cow. Strangely, the woman had a pair of shackles on her wrists that looked like specially made ones. Khalifa in the air looked at the woman who suddenly appeared below and said, "Who is this person? He looks so strange, is he some strange race?" Advertisement he was not unfamiliar with the woman below, he said. "Well, see the horns on her head? Her name is Yamato. She's Kaido's daughter, so she's a demon like him." Kaido's daughter. Hearing such explosive news, Khalifa covered her mouth in surprise and looked down at Yamato again with a look of strong curiosity. Yamato below stared with wide eyes at the two people in the air whispering to each other. From the look in the woman's eyes, he could tell that the person they were discussing seemed to be him. Yamato was a straightforward person, and her face immediately turned red when she was talked about like that in front of her. Gripping the mace in my hand tightly, Yamato opened her mouth and a stream of white cold air spurted out of her mouth and wrapped around the mace in her hand. She looked up into the air angrily, and seeing the two men still talking, Yamato couldn't bear it any longer, and swung the cold-wrapped mace in her hand fiercely at Chiga and Khalifa in the air. Mahuan blade. A blade like cold air was shot out and flew towards Chiga and Khalifa in the air at an incredible speed. Yamato pursed his lips tightly, waiting to see the two people in the air turn into ice sculptures. However, Kihonhe simply stretched out his hand and pinched the cold air. With a little force, he pinched the cold air into scattered white smoke, which stunned Yamato below. After crushing Yamato's attack, Chiga looked at her cold palm and sighed. After all, he is Kaido's child. Just based on this attack, it can be seen that Yamato already has the strength to compete with ordinary Shichibukai. According to the trajectory of the original anime, Ace would come here to cause trouble in a few years, but Kaido was not here just like he is now, and he and Yamato had a fight, and the result was evenly matched. However, this incident is unlikely to happen again in the future, because Ace has been instigated by himself to join the revolutionary army. Putting aside his thoughts, Chiga fixed his gaze on Yamato below. This guy lacked a normal childhood, so his mind was a little damaged, so he was affected by Oden's stupid behavior. In addition, she accidentally saw Oden's diary. She, who had lost her freedom since childhood, found spiritual sustenance. She even changed her name to Kazuki Oden. She was truly filial. Looking at Yamato's pair of wise, big eyes below, Kihonhe suddenly felt inexplicably angry, because even that idiot Oden has a brainless fan. Like Yamato, does that idiot deserve it? Chiga felt that she should teach Yamato a lesson. After all, she even sent Ace to join the Revolutionary Army. It shouldn't be difficult for you to understand how stupid Oden is, right? Thinking of this, Kihonhe's eyes became dangerous when he looked at Yamato, and strange purple light flashed in his Rinnegan. Before communicating, a fight was necessary. Yamato below couldn't help but shudder. She tightly grasped the mace in her hand and stared closely at Chiga in the air. Somehow, she now felt like she was about to be beaten by Kaido when she was a child. Chapter 127. My name is Yamato. I am a woman. Falling from the sky with Khalifa. Kihonhe took a look at Yamato's outfit and found that she was really a die-hard fan of Oden. Her dressing style was exactly the same as that idiot. Fortunately, Yamato is good-looking, and the same style of clothes does not affect his appearance when he wears them, while Oden looks stupid in them. Thinking of this, Kihonhe looked at Yamato and smiled, and said, "Should I call you Yamato or Kazuki Oden?" When saying the words, Kazuki Oden, a purple light flashed in Chiga's eyes. Hearing these two names, Yamato's pupils shrank, and he wondered where this person came from. How did he know that he liked to call himself Kazuki Oden, and also knew his real name? But she still firmly called herself Kazuki Oden, so she said loudly, "My name is Kazuki Oden." After saying this, she puffed out her chest proudly, as if this name was very famous. Khalifa behind Chiga sighed helplessly. She knew that the boss didn't like Kazuki Oden, and could even be said to hate him. This Yamato actually dared to call himself Kazuki Oden. It seemed that someone was going to be in trouble. Sure enough, Yamato was proudly declaring herself Kazuki Oden 1 second, and the next second she was punched in the stomach by Chiga, who suddenly appeared in front of her. The shape of Chiga's fist could even be seen from behind her. In this punch, Chiga did not use sublimated armament, but just ordinary armament haki. However, even so, the strength of his armament haki was not something Yamato could withstand. Yamato's face turned purple after receiving the punch. She covered her stomach tightly with both hands and staggered back a few steps. The pain in her stomach made her unable to speak. When the pain eased a little, she raised her head and looked at Kihonhe in shock. Yamato has been beaten by Kaido since she was a child. Apart from anything else, her ability to withstand beatings is definitely among the best. But Chiga's punch just now actually broke her defense directly. How could she not be shocked? Looking at Chiga's face in front of her, which looked younger than her own, Yamato found it hard to believe that someone could be so strong at this age. Even Oden, whom she admired, couldn't do it, right? She endured the severe pain in her stomach and asked, "Who are you?" Kihonhe looked at Yamato, who was grimacing in pain, and said calmly, "Advertisement, Marine Vice Admiral, Zilin." "Marine? Are you here to arrest my father? Just you and that woman?" "I'm too lazy to catch your father now, but I can handle him alone." "You alone are enough." Such arrogant words left Yamato speechless. She admitted that Chiga was very strong, at least much stronger than him, but compared with Kaido, she felt it was still a stretch. After all, her father Kaido was a 4 emperors. Thinking of Kaido's fear, Yamato shook his head and said, "You don't know how terrible he is. If you are alone, you'd better go back. I suggest you call some people and come back." After hearing this, Kihonhe was speechless. This was really a great filial piety. Kaido, you really gave birth to a sweet little girl." Moved by Yamato's filial piety, Chiga's fist glowed with the color of armed color, and she was ready to punch her again as a sign of encouragement. Seeing this, Yamato hurriedly held the mace across her stomach. She knew that with Kihonhe's speed just now, she couldn't dodge it, so she could only use some defensive measures in advance. However, this time Chiga was a little unsportsmanlike. He didn't even think about attacking Yamato's stomach, but instead punched her in the chest. Bang! With a dull sound, Yamato fell to his knees in pain, and the mace in his hand fell to the side. The damage caused by Chiga's punch to Yamato was obviously much greater than the last time, as could be seen from Yamato's pale face. Khalifa at the back subconsciously covered his chest and looked at Kihonhe with horror, thinking that the boss was becoming more and more perverted. He had to tell Ain to be careful when he got back. Kihonhe was completely unaware of Khalifa's thoughts behind him. He stretched out his fist and was still sighing at the feeling of the punch just now. It felt like he hit a large ball of cotton. Just think about Yamato's height. With Kaido's genes, she is about 2 meters 60 tall, and the flesh on her body grows in the right places, and she looks like she has no extra fat at all. Yamato gnashed his teeth and looked at Chiga, who was looking at his fist with a sigh, and said bitterly, "Where did you hid just now?" Chiga glanced at Yamato and said in a surprised tone, "Advertisement, what? Aren't you Kazuki Oden? You're a real man. I see you have such a big chest. How come you can't even take a punch?" After saying that, Chiga ignored Yamato's blushing face and continued to speak. "Or are you just an imposter, and you are actually a woman named Yamato? This is really bad. It is clearly mocking Yamato based on her gender. She is obviously a woman, but she insists on pretending to be Kazuki Oden." Yamato blushed at what Chiga said, and she wanted to refute. Although she was raised as a boy by Kaido since she was a child and she idolized Oden, so she always regarded herself as a man, but she did not forget the fact that she was actually a woman. There's no way, the hardware is there, she can't deny it even if she wants to. But from the look of her, anyone with eyes can tell that she is a girl. You knew it clearly but still hid her, and you still refused to admit that you were the bad guy. But she still remembered clearly how she had just puffed out her chest and called herself Kazuki Oden. How could she say such a rebuttal? Wouldn't it be like slapping herself in the face? Yamato was feeling really bitter now, unable to speak out her pain. She knelt on the ground in silence, not wanting to look at Chiga's smug face again. Chian, he will not let this naive girl go just like that. It is better to straighten out this mindless star-chasing girl as soon as possible. What's more, the Oden she is pursuing is not even a star. It would be more accurate to call him an ape. These two educational punches are meant to wake this girl up and make her face the cruel fact that she is actually a woman. Chiga will not continue to let Yamato kneel there and be her silencer. The first lesson he will teach Yamato is a gender correction class. The educational results have not yet been reflected. How can he give up halfway? The road of education is long and arduous. Thinking of this, Chiga looked again at Yamato's covered chest, the armament color on his fist shining brightly. Yamato seemed to sense something. She looked up suddenly and saw the armament color on Chiga's fist. She was so scared that she trembled and dared not to show off her strength anymore. If she was hit by another punch, the mountain would turn into a basin. Tears welled up in her eyes and she shouted at Chian-he. My name is not Kazuki Oden. My name is Yamato. I'm a girl. Can you please be a gentleman? Chapter 128 Yamato. I will raise your wife. Seeing that Yamato finally stopped being stubborn, succumbing to her tyranny, Chiga nodded in satisfaction and automatically ignored what she said about gentlemanly manners. Gentlemanly? What the hell is that? That word doesn't exist in his vocabulary. I'm Uchiha Jinfu. No, I'm Uchiha Chiga. Do I need to consider gender when I hit someone? No matter if you're Yamato or an auntie, I'll hit you whenever I want, and wherever I want. Yamato looked at Kianhei angrily and shouted, Are you satisfied with this? Humph. If these handcuffs weren't really in the way, I would definitely be able to lose in a more decent way. Chiga was once again left speechless by Yamato, and thought to herself how could Yamato say such useless words with such a look of dissatisfaction. However, the handcuffs mentioned by Yamato still caught Chiga's attention. He was so focused on educating her that he forgot that she was still wearing the explosive handcuffs. I have to mention Kaido's educational method again. As the saying goes, a good son is born under the stick, and he really understands this saying. Kaido not only strictly implemented the true meaning of this sentence, but also went a step further and even used bombs. He is worthy of being called the strict teacher, Kaido. From this point of view, he also deserves the title of strict father. And judging from the later plot, his educational achievements can be said to be extremely remarkable. Yamato is really filial to him. This cannot be blamed on Yamato. After seeing the explosive power of the handcuff bomb, she also said frankly that Kaido really wanted to kill her, so much so that she fought to death in the battle with Kaido. The handcuffs that Yamato wears are not only explosive, but they also probably have some sea stone added to them. Although it doesn't make Yamato completely powerless and unable to use the power of her fruit, it still has some impact on her strength. She seems unable to use full beast transformation. This can be seen from the fact that after her handcuffs were removed, her combat power seemed to double. No wonder she experienced beatings from Kaido since she was a child and ate the devil fruit of the mythical beast species. Later, she only managed to tie with Ace, who was younger than her. It seems that it has a lot to do with the handcuffs. After thinking for a while, Kianhei snapped his fingers and the room space expanded. Advertisement: a transparent semicircular space expanded with Chiga as the center. Seeing this, Yamato hurriedly got up from the ground. She picked up her mace and held it tightly to her chest, as if this could give her a sense of security. However, Chiga obviously didn't intend to attack her when he used the power of the op fruit. He just wanted to remove the handcuffs from this guy and let her see Kaido's exploding, fatherly love. In fact, Kianhei could have crushed the handcuffs with her bare hands without having to worry about the explosion. Because he has the ability of the bomb fruit, he can not only create an explosion, but also control the power of the explosion, and even stop the explosion at the moment it is about to happen. To do this, one must react extremely quickly. After all, the moment of the explosion is very difficult to capture. However, Chiga has a pair of Rinnegan, so this is a piece of cake for him. In other words, whether to explode or not depends entirely on his mood. This can only be regarded as his bad taste. Chiga's eyes were focused on Yamato's handcuffs. With a thought, the handcuffs were directly replaced. Before Yamato could react, the handcuffs were replaced in the air above. As soon as the handcuffs left Yamato, there was a violent explosion, so powerful that it created a mushroom cloud. Kianhei raised his eyebrows. He found that the displacement distance seemed to be too close. Judging from the power, the shockwave generated by the explosion would obviously reach here. The explosion had already happened and even he could no longer control it. However, inside the room, Kianhei had control over the space. He directly moved Khalifa to a safe place. He then looked at Yamato, who was still in a daze, shook his head helplessly, and used his ability to move her to Khalifa's place. Kianhei did not leave. This level of pain could not hurt him. It is said that a real man never looks back. Kianhei chose to face it head on. Yamato, who had been teleported far away, also came to his senses and broke out in a cold sweat. Because after witnessing the power of the handcuffs explosion just now, she was so moved by Kaido's fatherly love that she was completely stunned and was defenseless in the range of the explosion. Although she was no longer close to the explosion range, she was still injured. It was probably because of that man that she was suddenly transferred here. If the handcuffs could be moved without her noticing, then it should be reasonable to move a living person as well. Advertisement: when she looked at Khalifa next to her, she became even more certain. But where is that guy? Thinking of Kianhei, she subconsciously covered her chest and looked around, and saw Kianhei being swallowed by the airwave generated by the explosion in the distance. Seeing this scene, Yamato's pupils shrank. After all, that guy saved her life. Although the 2 punches on her were a bit painful, she really didn't have any bad feelings towards Chiga, because she could feel that Chiga had no intention of killing her. Why didn't he transfer? Could it be that transferring delayed him and that woman? That woman must have a close relationship with him, so Yamato could understand diverting her, but what about himself? Could it be that he has a crush on me? Thinking of this, Yamato's face showed a look of horror. I can only say that as a woman, once she thinks in this way, it becomes more and more outrageous. Kihonhei actually just wanted to show off this time. Just look at Khalifa next to her, her expression is so calm, she knows that this is just the Uchiha clan's occasional addiction to pretending. After following Chiga for all these years, she didn't know much else about the Uchiha clan, but she understood this habit of theirs. They liked to laugh wildly, and the stronger they were, the more obvious the symptoms were. Occasionally, they would show off their strength. I heard that there was a guy named Uchiha Sasuke who was often beaten up because of this. If those melancholy young men of Uchiha knew the image of their clan in Khalifa's mind, Chiga would probably be expelled from the clan. Yamato didn't know this. She looked at Chiga, who had disappeared in the smoke, sighed silently, and said in a heavy tone. Although it's impossible for us to be together, you saved my life after all. Don't worry, I'll take care of your woman. This really shocked Khalifa, who was standing behind him. He thought, what's wrong with this Yamato? He is well taken care of by his boss, why are you here to make trouble? Seeing Yamato turning around and looking at her with a determined face, Khalifa felt a drop of sweat on her forehead. She was ready to shave and escape from this crazy woman. Fortunately, Kihonhei's voice sounded in time, but the tone sounded a little cold. Who did you just say you were going to support? Chapter 129 Life Mentor Kihonhei. Hearing Chiga's voice, Yamato trembled all over. She slowly turned around and was greeted by Chiga's face that looked a little blue. Chian, he is really impressed by this guy. He is so good at showing off that his house is about to be robbed. And you are here to raise Khalifa for me, why don't you go to heaven? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Chiga couldn't help but raise his fist again, scaring Yamato so much that he quickly covered his chest and yelled. You can hit me wherever you want. You saved my life anyway, but don't hit me here. Kihonhei finally didn't do it. After all, Khalifa was right next to him, so he just wanted to maintain his image. Of course, he didn't know that he no longer needed to maintain his image with Khalifa. He glanced at Yamato unhappily and said, I saved your life, and this is how you repay me. Yamato still held his chest tightly and said with his neck stiff. Let's put it this way. You can take my life at any time. I can't beat you anyway, but we can't fight here anymore. Oh, you talk as if I really like fighting. After saying this, not only Yamato, but even Khalifa next to him looked at Chiga seriously and nodded. Chian, he was speechless for a while, and didn't want to dwell on this topic anymore, so he just stretched out a finger and pointed it at Yamato's forehead and said, You guys really admire that idiot Kazuki Oden, right? Hearing that the person she admired was actually called an idiot, Yamato was furious. She didn't even cover her chest. She clenched her fists, which were bigger than sandbags, and yelled at Chiga. Who are you calling an idiot? Oden is a real man. You call a fool a man? Damn it, you don't know anything about his deeds. Only men like him are free. Do you know how he died? Haha, so stupid. What are you talking about? He was willing to be boiled in a cauldron for the sake of his subordinates and the people of Wano Kuni. Oh. No matter what Yamato said, Chiga still had that disdainful expression on her face, which directly broke her defense, but she couldn't beat Chiga, so she could only clench her fists and be furious. Advertisement looking at Yamato, who was going crazy in front of him, Chiga was also amused. Does that damn Oden know that he has a crazy fan like you? In Chiga's opinion, Oden is a complete idiot. Not only is he stupid, but whenever he is mentioned in the anime, from Whitebeard and Roger to Yamato in front of him, everyone praises him. It can be said that they all praise this idiot to death, as if he really has some strong personal charm. Thinking of Oden's stupid actions, Kihonhei couldn't help laughing. Today, he wanted to take advantage of Yamato's youth to let her know how stupid Oden was. He looked at Yamato and asked, Do you know who sent Kazuki Oden back to Wano Kuni? I know, it's the Roger Pirates. You still know this. Then if Kazuki Oden had asked them to go to Wano Kuni with him, with their help, would the things that happened later still have happened? Humph, I know what you want to say. It's written in his diary that he came back to found a country. Wano Kuni doesn't need anyone else's help. Haha, he's ambitious. So he was first blocked by the previous user of the barrier fruit, Kurozumi Semimaru, and then tricked by the previous user of the clone fruit, Kurozumi Higurashi, who turned into his father, Kazuki Sukiyaki. That's because the enemy's abilities are too weird. I would be fooled if I were him. Well, from this point of view, it is understandable that you admire him, but have you ever thought that with Kazuki Sukiyaki's personality, he would agree to let a rubbish like Kurozumi Orochi be the general of Wano Kuni? It's hard to say. Okay, I'll assume that Kazuki Oden is not his father's biological son. Let me ask you, what do you think of the fact that he danced naked for 5 years? That's to protect the people of Wano Kuni. Tisk, that's great, but don't you think 5 years is a lot to do? I remember he was a member of the Whitebeard Pirates before. In 5 years, he never thought of asking Whitebeard for help. I said this from the beginning, Oden doesn't want anyone else to interfere in Wano Kuni's affairs. At this point, Yamato's tone became noticeably weaker, because she also felt that Oden should really ask Whitebeard for help. Because this is not just his problem anymore, the entire Wano Kuni is about to fall into the hands of Kaido and Orochi, and he is still insisting on solving it by himself, which is obviously a bit like saving face and suffering in vain. But she is indeed a die-hard fan of Oden. Although she has been a little shaken in her heart, she still speaks tough. Kihonhei also sees it and continues to criticize Oden. Okay, he's really ambitious. Did he fail again when he went to attack your father? It was that damned Kurozumi Higurashi who transformed into the form of Goten's child again, which caused Oden to be defeated by my father. Amazing, he can do it twice, worthy of him. Advertisement. Did you know that your father actually gave him 3 days to escape from prison, hoping to have another fair fight with him? But what about him? Haha, he just gave up the resistance and was boiled to death. At least he is free. You mean when he was with Roger Pirates? You really have never left home. You know, the so-called age of exploration started by Roger unleashed the nature of so many scumbags and destroyed so many people's homes. Is the freedom you were talking about based on sacrificing the freedom of others? No, I just want to see the outside world. Then go ahead. The shackles that trapped you are gone. What else can stop you? But Kazuki Oden's diary mentioned that someone will come and save this country in a few years. I want to see it with my own eyes. Yamato herself didn't notice that she had added Oden's surname to her address, and it was obvious that her admiration for Kazuki Oden had faded a lot. Chiga knew that the diary mentioned Luffy who went to sea later. This fatalism was enough. He stared at Yamato and asked. So your life is bound by such an illusory prophecy? If you really want to save Wano Kuni, why don't you go there yourself? I am no match for my father, not now, and not in the future. Is this the limit of your ability? Of course not. I want to become stronger, then go out and see the world. You have great talent, and staying here will only waste it. Yamato didn't say anything, but from her expression, she already had a strong desire to go out to sea. However, there was still a problem that bothered her, which was how could she go out to sea? She is a demon fruit power and cannot swim. Kaido did not leave even a boat here. Even if there was a boat, she has no experience at sea and does not even know the way. She is afraid that she will starve to death at sea. Was she going to lose herself again just because she had found the direction of her life? Yamato was very unwilling to accept this. Her brain was working rapidly. Suddenly, she looked up at Kihonhei. How could I have forgotten him? He is so strong and can fly, can't I just follow him? Besides, he was the one who kept urging me to go out to sea. If I asked him to take me away, he would definitely agree. Thinking of this, Yamato looked at Kihonhei excitedly and shouted. I understand. Take me out to sea with you, roll. Chapter 130. Kidnapping Yamato. Kaido arrives in a sea area not far from Guidao. Several giant pirate ships are heading towards Onigashima. They are the Beast's pirates. The sound of the handcuffs exploding just now attracted the attention of all the cadres on the ship. Jin, the strongest and most stable of the 3 disasters, turned around and walked directly to the cabin at the back, where he found Kaido who was drinking. Kaido was holding a gourd of wine in one hand and wiping his mouth with the other. He looked at Jin who came in and asked. What's wrong? Something happened on Ghost Island. What? That Yamato guy again? No, that explosion sounded more like exploding handcuffs. Kaido sobered up after hearing this. He thought, would his idiot son take off the handcuffs in a fit of anger? Those handcuffs were specially made, and even Yamato would most likely not be able to withstand the explosion at such a close distance. Even though Kaido was a bit cruel to Yamato, he was his child after all, and he didn't want his child to die like that, or die so hastily in his hands. Thinking of this, he grabbed the wine gourd and smashed it hard, breaking it into pieces. Kaido himself rushed out of the cabin and turned into a giant green dragon rushing towards the sky. King, who followed behind, was a little worried, so he also used his fruit ability and flew behind Kaido. The other members who stayed on the ship looked at each other in bewilderment. Most of them were Zoan's demon fruit power, and without the ability to fly, they could only stay on the ship. Now something seems to have happened at the base camp, but they can only stare blankly on the boat. It is a really uncomfortable feeling. Jack, the most explosive of the 3 disasters, grabbed the collar of an innocent little brother and shouted at his face with saliva flying. Pull the boat over to me quickly, on the other side, on Ghost Island. Yamato looked at Kihonhei in disbelief. He actually rejected him. Wasn't he the one who encouraged him to go to sea? Chiga looked at Yamato with disdain. This big-breasted and brainless guy actually set his sights on him. He just couldn't stand the fact that even an idiot like Oden had brainless fans. He didn't want to accept his brainless fans. However, he obviously underestimated Yamato's thick skin. Seeing that Chiga rejected her, she made up her mind and rushed to Chiga and hugged her. She rubbed her face hard against Chiga's clothes, and her tears and other things were rubbed on them. She shouted. No, I've decided on you. Either you kill me or take me away today. Hiss. Chiga took a deep breath. She remembered that Ace also wanted to follow her at that time, but he didn't do so after being rejected by her. This Yamato is obviously 6 years older than Ace, so why does he still have the personality of a child? Advertisement looking at Yamato crying more and more sadly in her arms, Chiga suddenly had an idea in her mind. Or take her with you. When this idea came up, he did not reject it, because after thinking about it, he felt that it was actually feasible. Although Yamato has a problematic background like Ace, after visiting Mariajoy, Chiga also felt that the world government seemed to be very afraid of him for some reason and would never turn against him because of such a thing. As long as he didn't say anything, they would turn a blind eye. Besides, Kaido was not the pirate's king after all. As long as Yamato was honest, there was no need to hold her back. Another point is that Yamato is already strong enough and pleasing to the eye to have around, so bringing her along would just mean an extra meal allowance. Thinking of this, Kihonhei had already made up his mind. He reached out and patted Yamato, who was still rubbing against him, and said unhappily, "Okay, stop crying, I promised." Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Yamato, who had been buried in his arms in pain, suddenly raised his head and performed a Sichuan opera face changing for Chiga on the spot. Yeah, Chian, he was really shocked by how quickly this guy changed his expression. As a girl, can't you be more reserved? Just when Chian he was about to punch the guy in his arms, a deafening roar came from the sky. Who dares to cause trouble on my territory? Yamato's body trembled violently. She was very familiar with this voice. It was her father Kaido. Thinking of his terrifying strength, her eyes that were full of joy just now suddenly dimmed again. She looked up at Kihonhei with regret, although she didn't see anything unusual on Kihonhei's face, as if she didn't hear the roar just now. This did not give her any sense of security. She didn't want Kihonhei to die at her father's hands. Yamato stood up from Chiga's arms and said in a depressed tone, "My father is back. You should leave now. It seems I am destined to stay here forever." This was said as if Kihonhei had come to meet her privately and now was caught by the parents. Seeing Yamato's frustrated expression, he suddenly felt like a disappointed man. He raised his hand and gave Yamato a slap. He didn't care about Yamato's aggrieved look and said unhappily, "I remember telling you that I'm enough to deal with your father, right? But you don't know how terrifying he is. You can fly. It's not too late to leave now. Take your woman and leave quickly. I'll hold him back." "Why aren't you talking? Don't worry, you don't have to worry about me. He is my father after all. He wouldn't beat me to death, would he? I was just beaten half to death. If you still have any conscience, remember to come back to me." Advertisement Chian he was too lazy to argue with this guy. He opened the door space and said to Khalifa, "Khalifa, take this guy in. I'll let you out after I'm done with my business." "Okay boss, be careful." Khalifa didn't waste any words and walked straight to Yamato to pull her hand, but Yamato couldn't move it at all. She was determined to get Chiga to leave here quickly. Seeing this, Kihonhei grabbed Yamato's clothes on her chest and threw her into the door space. Khalifa also shaved and flashed in very tacitly. After Khalifa entered, the door space was closed directly. Yamato struggled to get up in the door space, walked quickly to the green space wall, hit it hard, and shouted loudly, "Let me out. At least let me face it with you." Khalifa walked over to her, reached out and patted her shoulder, and gently comforted her. "You have to trust the boss. If he says it's okay, it's definitely okay." Yamato actually quieted down after hearing Khalifa's gentle voice. She turned her head and stared blankly at Khalifa, who had a loving face, not knowing what to say for a moment. Khalifa also treated Yamato as a child. Although the child looked almost twice as big as her, Yamato's mentality was no different from that of a child to her. Seeing Yamato calm down, Khalifa reached out and hugged Yamato, patting her back gently and said softly, "You were lucky to have met the boss, now leave everything to him." Yamato lay obediently in Khalifa's arms, his nose moving slightly, and asked softly, "May I have your name, Caliph?" After knowing Khalifa's name, Yamato said, and said nothing more. Chian he outside didn't know that a touching scene of loving mother and filial son was being played out in his door space. He stared at the vague snake-like black shadow in the sky not far away, snorted coldly, and suddenly a dazzling golden light burst out from his body. Enshrouded in golden light, Kihonhei's pair of Rinnegan had turned into dazzling gold. 4 sturdy arms grew from his shoulders and neck, tearing his shirt apart. Countless golden inscriptions covered his skin. The most terrifying thing is his size. Under the cover of golden light, Chiga's height has reached the 800-meter mark, and he looks more oppressive than the dragon like Kaido. This change is exactly the ability brought by the Shira fruit of the mythical beast species, the law of heaven and earth. At this moment, this fruit has obviously awakened. Kaido also arrived above Onigashima at the right time. Looking at the golden giant below, he was completely stunned. Isn't this the young marine from last time? Last time he summoned a purple giant, but this time he turned himself into an even more exaggerated-looking golden giant? Chapter 131 Shira vs Azure Dragon in the door space. Yamato looked at Chiga, whose body had turned into a Shira, with a dull look on her face. Even though there was a space wall between them, she could still feel the strong sense of oppression. Khalifa looked proud and said to Yamato, "This is the boss's ability, the human fruit, mythical beast, Ashura form." She judged this from the 4 arms that grew from Kihonhei's back. The reason why it looks so exaggerated is that the boss's power is really too strong. This is the legendary awakening state of devil fruit. Yamato also understood this. After all, Kaido was able to awaken the mythical beast species, and Yamato herself was also a user of the mythical beast species. Her fruit was the dog fruit, big mouth true god form. This is also an extremely powerful mythical beast devil fruit. Her own talent is not low, but she still failed to awaken it. Now Kihonhei, who was younger than her, could do it so easily. This made her feel powerless in terms of talent for the first time. It seems that what Khalifa said is true. He may really not be afraid of his father Kaido, because the person who can develop the mythical beasts to the awakened state is definitely qualified to say this. Outside the door space, the 4 arms behind Kihonhei made a clicking sound, and the 4 wrists transformed into 4 black cannon barrels, all aimed at Kaido in the sky. Ashura's attack. Buzz. Terrifying energy gathered, and 4 thick beams of light were emitted from the barrel behind Kihonhei, blasting towards Kaido. Facing the incoming attack, Kaido's huge dragon eyes widened. It's not like he had never seen lasers before. The yellow monkey liked to play with them, but these 4 lasers, which were almost as thick as his neck after transforming into a dragon, really opened his eyes. Moreover, the speed of the laser was too fast, and his current body was so huge that he could only choose to use his dragon body to withstand Kianhei's attack. As Kaido's thoughts turned rapidly, advertisement. 4 Shira attacks struck his dragon body at the same time, directly shattering the green dragon scales and leaving 4 charred circular burns on the exposed flesh. An aroma of barbecue spread. Kaido felt pain, and his huge body twisted in the sky, then dived directly towards Chiga on the ground. Seeing Kaido falling rapidly, Kianhei jumped up and left 2 huge footprints on the ground. Before Kaido hit the ground, Chiga grabbed Kaido, and the other 5 arms followed closely, grabbing Kaido's body together. The 6 arms suddenly exerted force, and Kianhei slammed Kaido to the ground. Boom! With a loud bang, Kaido's huge dragon body left a terrifying gully on the ground, and the ground was filled with smoke for a while. He looked at the large cloud of smoke below with an expressionless face and was about to rush down when suddenly. Captain! With a roar, Jin rushed over. At this moment, he was in a state of complete bestiality, transformed into a pitch-black pterosaur. In this state, his size was not small, but it was not enough in front of the Shira like Chihei. Chihei looked at him like a sparrow. Kianhei stretched out a hand and slapped the flying Jin. Facing Kianhei's huge hand that covered the sky, Jin's pupils shrank. He wondered what kind of monster this was, but his body dodged very quickly. The pteranodon form greatly increased his speed. The attack missed. Kianhei raised an eyebrow, thinking that this is another guy who likes to play air combat. It seems that I have to teach him a good lesson today. Kianhei stretched out his hand and used universal pull on Jin. The scale of the universal pull under Shira's transformation was so huge that Jin had no way to avoid the gravity. In the face of this gravity, he could be said to have no power to resist. Snap! Jin was firmly sucked into Qianhei's palm. Qianhei immediately closed his 5 fingers and held Jin firmly in his palm. Now, if Qianhei exerted a little force, Jin would probably turn into a pool of meat paste immediately, but Qianhei did not do so because it was a bit disgusting. He grabbed Jin, raised his arm, and threw him towards the direction where Kaido had just landed. Jin's body shot into the large cloud of smoke that enveloped Kaido like a black bullet. Advertisement. Not long after Jin's figure disappeared, a strong gust of wind suddenly blew up on the ground. The smoke quickly dissipated under the influence of the wind, revealing Kaido's figure inside. At this time, Kaido has transformed into his human beast form, which is most suitable for fighting. He holds Jin in a princess hug, and a passionate feeling comes over him. The corners of Qianhei's mouth twitched twice. Looking down from his perspective, he could see the 4 shrunken circular burns on Kaido's back, which looked like they had just been cupping. Kaido checked the physical condition of Jin in his arms with concern and found that he was fine, just fainted. Kaido was relieved. Jin was his most valued subordinate and he didn't want to lose him like this. Gently putting the cinders down, Kaido raised his head and looked at Chiga calmly, but Chiga could see that beneath that gaze, there was a raging flame of anger. Kianhei couldn't help but wonder if Kaido was turned gay by Jin. After all, the face under Jin's mask did fit Kaido's straight male aesthetic. Of course, this is another example of Chiga's bad taste showing up. Kaido really just cares about his subordinates. Fortunately, Kaido didn't know what Chiga was thinking at the moment. If he knew, he would probably explode. Kaido stared at Chiga in the air, and with one hand he took out his mace from somewhere. The Conqueror's Club wrapped around his arm and flashed purple-black lightning on it from time to time. He swung his sword vigorously and struck the air, accompanied by a roar. King Kong Dysprosium. A huge ball of purple energy blasted out and quickly flew towards Kianhei in the air. This was not the first time that Kianhei faced Conqueror's entanglement. Last time on Sabaody Island, he truly felt the power of this thing from Rayleigh. Now, the one fired by Kaido was even more powerful than the one fired by Rayleigh at that time. The sublimated weaponry instantly covered the 6 arms. Kianhei stretched out the 6 hands to his chest and crossed them together, blocking the direction of the attack. Buzz! Kaido's attack hit Kianhei's palm. A blinding white light lit up, and the scattered energy bombarded the ground below, leaving dark holes one after another. The attack dissipated, and white smoke rose from Kianhei's palm. He withdrew his arm, breathed a sigh of relief, and his body began to shrink, gradually becoming a size similar to Kaido, about 7 meters tall. The inscriptions representing Shira on his body and the 4 arms behind him have not disappeared. Chiga is still in the Shira stage, which is the most suitable body shape to fight Kaido. Slowly falling from the air, Kianhei has decided to have a 1-volt 1-man battle with Kaido. He is very interested in Kaido's Conqueror's entanglement. There is no way, Conqueror's entanglement is really the answer to this version. Since I also have Conquerors, I must not miss Teacher Guy's efficient teaching. Chapter 132 Destruction of Armed Forces. The two looked at each other for a few seconds, and Kaido took the lead. He rushed towards Kianhei, waving a mace with purple energy and shouted. Thundering 8 trigrams. Facing this stick trick that made Luffy lose his strength, Kianhei swung his right hand, and a black stick made of yin-yang escape appeared in his hand, followed by sublimated weapon, and the black stick flashed a dark luster. The moment the black stick and the mace were about to touch, purple-black lightning burst out. Although Chiga has not mastered Conqueror's entanglement, she can still compete with Kaido's Conqueror's entanglement with her sublimated armaments that are far stronger than ordinary armament hockey. During the stalemate, Kaido frowned. Having been immersed in hockey for many years, he could of course see that what Chiga used was not Conqueror's entanglement, but only armament hockey. However, this kind of armament color has never been seen before. It is far superior to ordinary armament color in both form and strength. But he didn't have time to think too much at this moment. The muscles in his arms were tense, and the purple energy on the mace fluctuated more and more violently. Kihonhei also felt that Kaido's strength was getting stronger and stronger. It seemed that sublimated weapons alone were not enough. Seeing that Kaido's attack was about to come, Kihonhei narrowed his eyes, and the four arms behind him stretched out, turning into cannon barrels again and aiming at Kaido. Ashura's attack. 4 terrifying energy balls condensed again and instantly blasted towards Kaido in front of Chiga. Kihonhei's move was simply unethical. Kaido's pupils shrank, and he quickly retracted his attack and protected the mace in front of his chest, and then he was sent far away by the energy beam. His feet left 2 long grooves on the ground. Kaido knelt on one knee, supporting the mace with one hand. There was a rare flash of fear in his eyes when he looked at Kihonhei. It had only been a short time since he last left Kain Island, and this marine brat had grown to such an extent that he could hold his own in a hand-to-hand fight with him, and even got the upper hand. But he had more of an admiration in his heart. Kaido valued talent very much. How could he not love someone like Chiga who possessed such power at such a young age? Moreover, Chiga's current form should also be a kind of Zoan ability, and he has already experienced its strength. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but extend an olive branch to Qianhe again. Advertisement: Hey, your name is Uchiha Chiga, right? Let me ask you again, do you want to join my army? Qianhe was stunned. After being hit so many times by him, he still wanted to recruit him into the gang. He was really adorable. Although thinking so in his heart, Qianhe looked at Kaido without saying a word. At this moment, vast pupil power began to brew in his right eye. Being locked in by Chiga's gaze, Kaido's observation haki suddenly produced a strong warning. He did not dare to hesitate and used his fastest speed to escape from his previous position. The moment he broke away, a gray vortex appeared at his previous position, spinning clockwise for a while and then disappeared. A drop of cold sweat flowed down Kaido's forehead. Although he didn't see what the function of the gray vortex was, the fact that it could cause his observation haki to produce such a strong warning meant that the thing could really endanger his life. The gray vortex was naturally the Rinnegan technique of Chiga's right eye. If Kaido had been hit by the Rinnegan just now, he would not have been able to hold on for long with his physique and would have turned into a pile of bones. Qianhe was not annoyed when he saw that Kaido's divine power missed. He knew that Kaido's observation haki was not weak. He just wanted to give it a try when Kaido was relaxed and had the intention to recruit him. It would be best if he hit, but it didn't matter if he missed. Moreover, after experiencing the previous wave of confrontation between the sublimated armored forces and conquerors, Qianhe already had some understanding of the so-called conqueror's entanglement. His conqueror's strength is not low, and he has the support of Rinnegan. All he needs is this actual combat experience. Although he had experienced it once at Rayleigh's place on Sabaody Island last time, his strength was not enough at that time, and he did not dare to entangle and collide with Rayleigh's conquerors at such a close distance, so he did not experience the essence of it. Now having experienced the actual practice with the famous teacher, Kaido, Qianhe said that the experience was perfect. Throwing away the black stick in his hand, Qianhe stretched out an arm. Kaido was a little confused when he saw Qiange's actions, and wondered why this kid threw away his weapon. Although his armament color is very strong, I'm afraid he won't be able to fight against my conqueror's entanglement with his body alone. However, the next moment, purple-black lightning flashed on Qianhe's arm, and the black lines formed by the sublimated weapon were also coated with a layer of dark purple luster. The moment it appeared, the space around Qianhe's arm could be seen to be distorted. This is the product of the combination of Qianhe's conqueror's entanglement and sublimation armament. It possesses a power far beyond both and is an ultimate destructive energy. Qianhe calls it the destruction armament. Advertisement with a thought, the destructive weapon on his arm spread out, and within a few breaths, Qianhe's entire upper body was covered with purple-black lines. The lines gathered on his chest, forming a violently beating circular pattern. With every beat, the purple-black lines on Qianhe's body also flickered. Kaido's eyes were completely dull at this moment. He was stunned when the purple-black lightning appeared on Chiga's arm just now. Of course he knew about Conqueror's entangled waves, but what was going on with Chiga's current condition? Why does it look different from his tyrant? He felt a power from the destruction armament that was far beyond tyrant, and this power made him palpitate. Qianhe retracted the four arms behind him, closed his eyes and felt this extremely domineering power. Gradually, the circular pattern on his chest began to beat less and less frequently, and eventually began to move in a regular rhythm, which meant that he had adapted to this power. After opening his eyes, Qianhe looked at Kaido and smiled. The more he looked at Kaido, the cuter he found him. Unexpectedly, he also comprehended the tyrant and obtained the destruction armament because of Kaido. He should thank Teacher Guy for his teaching. Thinking of this, Qianhe gathered his fists to his waist and then suddenly struck out. 80 God's aerial attack. Dense purple-black fist shadows mixed with lightning were shot out, and wherever they passed, the space was distorted, leaving Kaido with no escape. Kaido's face looked heavy. He stood up from the ground and faced Chiga's attack head-on. The surging conquerors wrapped around a mace in his hand, and he used all his strength to swing it hard at the oncoming fist shadow again. Great power thunder 8 trigrams. Boom. A loud roar that shook the heavens and the earth came from Onigashima. The entire Onigashima was dominated by purple-black lightning, and it looked like a purgatory on earth. The members of the Beast's pirates, who were about to reach the shore, stared blankly at the direction of Onigashima. The energy fluctuations coming from there made them shudder. Even Jack, who had the hottest temper, was no longer in a hurry to reach the shore. He bared his teeth and muttered. Is Boss Kaido okay? Chapter 133 Someone wants to cure the king's addiction. On Ghost Island, Kaido, who has returned to normal, lay quietly on the ground. He looked at the gray sky, not knowing what he was thinking. Kihonhei also released all the status on his body. He slowly walked to Kaido, looked at Kaido who was defeated by him on the ground, and asked. Anything else you want to say? Kaido raised his head with difficulty and looked at Kihonhei, then asked in return. Do you know Joy Boy? No, a little bit. Hearing this, Kaido's face suddenly flushed abnormally, and he asked excitedly. Are you Joy Boy? In his opinion, Joy Boy represents the strongest. He is known as the strongest creature on land, sea and air, but now he has been defeated by this marine who looks so young. So he is definitely not an ordinary person, he is Joy Boy. However, to Kaido's disappointment, Kihonhei directly shook his head to deny his statement, but added. What I know is that he might really exist, but it will take a few years. Haha, really? Then I can't see it. Kaido closed his eyes. Defeat was defeat. It would be better to die peacefully and live up to his status as 4 emperors. Kihonhei looked at Kaido who had completely given up resistance and sighed softly. To be honest, when he was on Blue Star, the guy he admired most among the 4 emperors was Kaido. If he had strangled Momosuke to death, I would probably still be his die-hard fan. Shaking his head slightly, Kihonhei's hands were covered with destructive weapons, and he raised his hand to give Kaido a quick death. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed by. It was Jin who had woken up. As soon as he appeared, he knelt down, knocked his head heavily on the ground, and shouted. You can do whatever you want with me, please spare the captain's life. Kaido opened his eyes when he heard Jin's voice. He looked at his most trusted subordinate with a complicated expression, but angrily said. Jin, get out of here right now, I don't need you to beg for mercy. Facing Kaido's angry rebuke, Jin still knelt on the ground motionless. He was indeed loyal to Kaido, and at this moment he just wanted Kaido to survive. Kihonhei calmly looked at Jin who was kneeling on the ground, but the voice of Yamato in the door space rang in his ears. Can you spare my father's life? Without listening any further, Kihonhei directly blocked the information in the Menman space. In the door space, Yamato looked at Kihonhei and others outside with a gloomy face. Khalifa beside her patted her on the back and said softly. You can't interfere with the boss's decision. Don't you hate Kaido? Why are you changing your mind now? Advertisement Yamato turned around, her face now covered with tears, and she choked up. But he is my father after all, outside the door space. Although Chiga ignored Yamato, he did not take any action. He stood there with his fist raised, thinking. He really didn't want to kill Kaido now. First of all, he had a good impression of Kaido, and he had no interest in Kaido's blue dragon fruit, so killing Kaido would not mean much to him. Moreover, his sole purpose of coming here was to find out some information about op fruit. Killing Kaido would be a pleasant surprise to the 5 elders, so there was no need for him to make those 5 old guys happy. Finally, Kaido helped him understand Conqueror's entanglement, allowing him to obtain the extremely powerful force of destruction armament. Saving his life can be regarded as tuition fee. Thinking of this, Kihonhei put away his fist, no longer looking at Kaido on the ground, and his body floated up. When Jin saw this, he immediately kowtowed and shouted. Thank you so much. Kaido was also stunned. He didn't expect that Kihonhei actually spared his life. It would be good to be alive, but he didn't want to be spared by the enemy in such an unclear way. He shouted at Chiga who was floating in the air, my life is already yours, why don't you take it? Chian he smiled slightly and said, I can take your life at any time. This time, consider it as a reward for helping me understand Conqueror's coil. What, by the way, I have killed the Kurozumi snake, and I will leave Wano-kuni to you for now. Be kind to the people. After saying that, Chiga's body turned into a ball of purple lightning and disappeared from Kaido's sight. As soon as Kihonhei left, Kaido and Jin looked at each other in silence. After a while, Jin got up from the ground, walked to Kaido and stretched out his hand to help Kaido up. As a result, his hand was slapped away by Kaido, who angrily said, I can get up by myself, yes, Captain. Kaido stood up from the ground. He looked at the sky and fell silent. Jin asked again. Captain, Wano-kuni. I don't have time to govern a country. Find someone suitable to do it. Remember what that person said and be nice to those ordinary people. I don't want to owe him a favor. Yes. By the way, Yamato also followed that guy. What should we do? Don't worry about her. That marine is better than lousy. It's a blessing for that kid to follow him. Advertisement, yes. When did you become just that? And don't do that again next time. I don't need you to beg for mercy. Yes. Somewhere over the sea, a loud thunder sounded, and Kihonhei's figure appeared above the clouds, frowning. Just now he received the signal from Flying Thunder God, which was Makino's. Did something happen in Windmill Village? Isn't it always safe there? He was silent for a while. No matter what, he should go there quickly. After all, the plot development has completely deviated from the track of his memory. East Blue, in the forest outside Windmill Village. Makino stared with her big eyes. She held little Ace in one hand and held the Flying Thunder God kunai given to her by Kihonhei in the other hand. She looked angrily at Shanks who looked helpless in front of her. Shanks put a hand on Luffy's head beside him and said with an awkward smile. Makino, I'm just here to see Luffy, there's no need to get so excited, right? Humph. I don't care. You definitely have no good intentions in sneaking back this time, I've already called for help. He's very, very powerful. You'd better run. Luffy, come here. Luffy naturally refused. He muttered, Shanks taught me a lot of fighting skills, and I want to learn more. Ace followed Makino and said, Luffy, come here first. Aren't you afraid that Brother Kihonhei will punish you? Brother Kihonhei? Who is that? It's the Circle Eyes you mentioned. Oh, it's him. Luffy shuddered subconsciously when he thought of Chiga's Rinnegan, but he didn't want to embarrass himself in front of Shanks, so he stiffened his neck and said, Humph, I'm not afraid of him. I'm the man who wants to be the king of pirates. As soon as he finished speaking, an invisible repulsive force suddenly appeared, and Luffy's body was directly flung out and landed heavily on a thick giant tree. Shanks held a stretched arm in his hand and looked at Chiga, who appeared out of nowhere next to Makino with a look of shock. Kihonhei didn't look at Shanks. His eyes were still on Luffy, who was flung away. At this moment, he said in a very dangerous tone. You want me to cure your king addiction again, right? Luffy didn't say anything, because his two eyes had turned into Uzumaki-like and he had completely fainted. Advertisement Chapter 134 Why do you have two arms? Mr. Chiga, big brother, Makino and Ace beside him looked at Chiga, who suddenly appeared beside them with surprise. Especially Makino, she didn't expect that Chiga would actually come here not long after she used the kunai. It was really timely. Today Makino was watching over the bar when Ace rushed in and told her that Pirate Shanks was looking for Luffy again and asked her what to do. Naturally, she didn't want Luffy to have any contact with Shanks again, but she also knew that Shanks seemed to be a very powerful pirate, and it was impossible for her and Ace to stop Shanks from having any contact with Luffy. But Makino was a very careful and calm girl, and she immediately thought of what Chiga said to her before she left. So she simply took out the Flying Thunder God kunai, called out Chiga's name, and ran to the forest with Ace. Let's talk about Ace. Today he was training with Luffy in the forest, when Shanks suddenly appeared and began to brainwash Luffy. Ace had no interest in talking to Shanks, so he left to find Makino. He really disliked pirates right now. Ever since Kihonhei left last time, Ace began to pay attention to the news on the sea and read the latest newspaper every day. Although some of the news in the newspapers was exaggerated, such as the severe criticism of the pirates, most of the crimes committed by the pirates were real. Ace was tormented as he watched the shocking crimes committed by the pirates. Because he heard Kihonhei say that this grand occasion could be said to be caused by his father Roger, which made him feel more and more uncomfortable with the blood of sin flowing in his body. Ace no longer wants to be a pirate. Instead, he wants to kill those pirates who do evil things to alleviate his guilt. He also wanted to be a marine, but this idea was rejected by Chiga. During this period, he also read a lot about Kihonhei in the newspaper. The more he learned about him, the more he admired this older brother who was not much older than him. Especially after seeing Chiga kill the legendary pirate's golden lion, Ace's admiration for Chiga reached its peak. That was the golden lion. He was a strong man who was as famous as his father Roger. Even such a person was killed by Chianhe, so how strong was Chianhe? If Chiga had not once prevented Ace from joining the Marine and instead suggested that he join the Revolutionary Army, he would have probably already joined the Marine and followed Chiga. Now he was pleasantly surprised to see Chiga show up unexpectedly. He even planned to take this opportunity to find Chiga again to express his desire to be a Marine. Advertisement Kihonhei didn't know that he had inexplicably gained a little fanboy, and his attention was now all on Shanks' arm. Looking at Shanks' intact left arm, Chianhe couldn't hold it anymore and asked subconsciously. How come you have two arms? After this was said, Shanks opposite Kihonhei and Makino and Ace behind him were all stunned, thinking what kind of weird question is this? Don't normal people have two arms? Shanks frowned. He even felt that Kihonhei was insulting him. Was there anything wrong with him having two arms? Makino came to Chiga hesitantly. She looked Chiga up and down carefully, but Chiga had just experienced a battle with Kaido and had not had time to put on her shirt. So when Makino's eyes swept over Chiga's upper body, her cheeks turned red. But thinking of Chianhe's abnormal words, she quickly calmed down, and with difficulty shifted her gaze from Chianhe's upper body to his face, and said softly, Mr. Chiga, what's wrong with you? Shanks has always had two arms. Kihonhei did not reply because he suddenly thought of the Sea Kings he encountered during his last fishing trip in Kokoa village. After recalling the appearance of the Sea Kings, he had found the answer. There was no doubt that the blame was put on him again. After calming herself down, Chiga turned to look at Makino and found that her face was red. Makino turned his head and pointed at Chiga's upper body. Chiga then realized that she had forgotten to change into new clothes. Chiga reacted and immediately opened the door space to take out a new piece of clothing. However, as soon as the door space opened, Yamato jumped out, followed by Khalifa, who looked helpless. As soon as Yamato appeared, he hugged Chiga in his arms and shouted excitedly, Thank you for saving my father's life. Kihonhei pushed Yamato away with a look of disgust and said unhappily, I saved Kaido's life out of my own accord. You don't have to thank me. Hearing this, Shanks' expression changed drastically, and he couldn't believe his ears. From the conversation between Chiga and Yamato, he got two pieces of heavyweight news. One was that the girl's father was Kaido, and the other was even more outrageous, that was Kaido actually lost, and was saved, alive. He comforted himself that this Kaido was not that Kaido, but might be the pirates with the same name. But looking at the iconic pair of horns on Yamato's head, and remembering that the person who said this was Chiga, no matter how much he comforted himself, he still believed it 90% in his heart. Advertisement Shanks knew about Kihonhei, and his source of information was not only newspapers, but also information from the Five Elders. He and the world government still have some unknown secrets. And the more information he got about Kihane, the more frightened he became. Whether it was Kihane's mysterious identity or his terrifying strength, Shanks was extremely wary. With Chiga's strength, ordinary pirates have no right to be mentioned by him. The only one who can be mentioned by him is Kaido, who is also a emperor like him. Shanks' heart sank when he thought that Kaido was defeated by Kihane. In order not to attract the attention of other forces, he came here alone this time without any crew members. Even he found it extremely difficult to face Chiga, who could defeat Kaido. All he could do now was to wait and see. Thinking of this, Shanks put his right hand on the sword at his waist. He looked towards Kihane with a serious face, preparing for the battle that might happen next. Look at Kihane again. Yamato was standing in front of Chiga with her lips pursed, just staring at him without saying a word, looking very pitiful. Looking at Yamato standing there like a little kid, Kihane touched his forehead helplessly and said, Okay, there's a little reason for you, so stop looking at me like that. Hearing this, Yamato once again performed a classic Sichuan opera face changing for Kihane, and a bright smile bloomed on her face. Master is the best. Master? Who is your master? You, Master Kihane. Roll. Chiga was too lazy to pay attention to this guy, but Shanks was still there. She didn't know what was wrong with that guy. He suddenly stood there quietly without saying a word, just watching Yamato's performance. Khalifa was holding Chiga's justice coat in her hand. When she saw Yamato calm down, she immediately came to Chiga and wanted to put it on her. Because she was not tall enough, Chiga bent down to cooperate. After Khalifa finished, Kihane stood up, the coat he had just put on fluttering in the wind, and the word, justice, on his back looked shining in the sun, which made Ace's eyes light up and an envious look appear on his face. Great, one more reason to join the Marine Corps. Everyone had their own thoughts, except Luffy, who was leaning against a tree, whose mind was blank. Chapter 135. 500 million volts. Zelin Chiga stretched his body slightly, sighing in his heart that he had just finished with Kaido and now he had to do Shanks. Today's workload was really heavy. He suddenly understood Kizaru a little bit. It was more comfortable to slack off. Khalifa asked with some concern, Boss, are you feeling okay? Kihane gave her a reassuring smile and said, Don't worry, it's more than enough. Ace and Yamato's eyes turned into stars. The person on the other side was not just any random person, but the red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors. Master Kihane, big brother, can still remain so calm, what a strong man. Especially Yamato, she witnessed how Chiga defeated her father Kaido, and now she can witness his battle with the red-haired Shanks. For her who has just gained freedom, this is really exciting. Now the number 1 man in her mind has changed. Yamato is even considering changing her title. This time she will not change it to her master's full name. She will just be called Uchiha Yamato from now on. Kihane didn't know that the Uchiha clan, which was dwindling in numbers, had received a 2.6-meter tall woman today. He looked at Shanks and said. As one of the 4 emperors, the red-haired Shanks actually came to this small windmill village by himself. You really have the leisure time. Shanks Kaido, who was smiling but not really smiling. I just came to visit a friend. Doesn't Vice Admiral Zilin have his own friends here? As he said that, he glanced at Makino behind Kihane. At that time, she said that she would call a very powerful person, but he didn't care much. Didn't he know the situation of East Blue? He didn't believe that Makino could call Garp over with just one phone call. Even if she really found Garp, how long would it take to get here from the headquarters? By the time Garp came, she would have already returned home, and she could even go to Hawkeye to learn swordsmanship. But what he never expected was that Makino actually found a heavyweight figure, Uchiha Chiga. How did they get together? This is really a knife pulling the butt. It opened my eyes. There was no point in saying anything now. Shanks drew the sword from his waist. He knew that the battle today was inevitable. Advertisement, but he was not too panicked. In his opinion, this small island could hardly withstand a fight of the level between him and Kihane. The 2 of them would not fight with all their strength and would just stop after a few moves. Chiga opened the door again to let others get in. Ace did not forget to carry Luffy in, and Shanks didn't care because he knew it was a kind of protection. Just as he finished speaking, a huge purple unicorn head emerged from the thunderclouds. It seemed to have its own intelligence, and as soon as it appeared, it stared at Shanks below. The 2 conquerors were in a stalemate for a while, and finally the purple conquerors gained the upper hand, while the red conquerors was already retreating step by step. Shanks gripped the sword tightly in his hand. His observation haki was sending out warnings frantically. He felt that he had been targeted by an unknown danger, and the source of this feeling was in the sky. Kihane swung hard, and Shanks no longer resisted and used the force to retreat back to his original position. Thundering 8 trigrams. Although he doesn't eat devil fruit, he doesn't deny that a powerful devil fruit can increase his strength. A dark crack had been torn in the sky above the conqueror's collision site. This was the opening ceremony of the battle between the emperor-level powerhouses. Few people could withstand this terrifying feeling of oppression. At this moment, there was no intact land around the 2 of them. The dense cracks made the ground look as if it would collapse at any second. 500 million volts, Zilin. A black stick wrapped with purple-black lightning appeared in Kihane's hand. He swung it towards the god that fell from the sky and shouted in a very evil way. Shanks was also frightened by the momentum of this move and broke out in a cold sweat. He used all his strength to activate haki to arm himself. His observation haki told him that if he didn't use his full strength, he would really die this time. Nothing else could be seen where the 2 men had fought, only the blinding lightning that filled the entire space. After the lightning, everything returned to silence, leaving only a charred earth. However, when he looked at Kihonhei, his expression suddenly changed drastically. Now everything is ready. Kihonhei and Shanks looked at each other, and almost at the same time, conquerors exploded. One red and one purple conquerors collided violently between the two. Shanks looked grim, for he was the only one among the 4 emperors who had not eaten the devil fruit, and he had become one of the 4 emperors by reaching the pinnacle in the use of conqueror's haki. Now the thing he was most proud of had been defeated, which made it difficult for him to accept it for a while. Boom. Advertisement. The strange phenomenon in the sky made Shanks nervous. He knew that Chiga possessed the ability of thunder fruit, and this top-level Logia fruit fell into the hands of a strong man like Chiga. Its power would definitely increase exponentially. This kind of conquerors with substantial damage is not only able to stun the weak, ordinary people will die suddenly after not even a second under this kind of conquerors. Shanks flashed and appeared above Kihonhei in the next second. The knife in his hand was covered with scattered red and black lightning, he said in a deep voice. After landing, Shanks glanced at the surrounding environment with his peripheral vision and was speechless. The intensity of this battle had exceeded his expectations. If it continued like this, it would be difficult to end. At this moment, the surrounding terrain was completely destroyed, all the trees fell to the ground, and the collapsed ground had become a basin. He would indeed hold back, but it would be almost impossible to save the forest. At this moment, Kihonhei's pair of Rinnegan had turned into 2 dazzling purple electric lights. He raised his elemental arms and shot a thick bolt of lightning into the sky. A pitch-black energy ball formed between the 2 men's weapons, and waves of terrifying energy burst out from it. The ground could no longer bear it and collapsed. Seeing that he was already at a disadvantage in the clash of momentum, a red and black light flashed in Shanks' pupils, and the sword in his hand shook, with the red and black conquerors wrapped around it. More importantly, the attack speed of this move is extremely fast. It is almost impossible to dodge it with the physical body without special abilities. In the original work, Sasuke used this move to directly force out Itachi's Susanoo. Hearing this familiar name of the move, Kihonhei thought that he was worthy of being Roger's crew member, and this move was passed down from generation to generation. The movement in the sky gradually subsided, and everything seemed to have returned to silence, with only the occasional flickering purple arc of electricity seeming to foreshadow something. Shanks' mouth twitched in the air, but the strength in his hands did not decrease. If he dared to be distracted at this time, his end would definitely be miserable. Lightning struck the clouds, and thunderclouds instantly covered the entire sky, with loud thunder ringing from time to time. Shanks opened his mouth, wanting to try to call a truce. He really didn't want to fight anymore. The lightning in Qian's eyes dissipated, revealing a meaningful smile. He raised his hand and made a downward gesture, and said softly. The inspiration for this move is Sasuke's Kirin in Hokage, but Chiga's Shurin is much more powerful than Kirin, and it does not require weather conditions, let alone releasing fire style in advance. God avoid, however, before he could be fully prepared, Zelin in the sky had already fallen at a speed far exceeding the speed of sound, swallowing up everything he could see on the ground. Chapter 136. Shanks loses his arm, Yimu takes action. Kyonga stood there with his arms folded. He was within the attack range of Zilin just now, but he was the user of the thunder fruit, and lightning was a part of his body. It was impossible for him to be hurt by his own attack. Looking at Shanks on the other hand, his current condition is not very good, and can even be said to be in a miserable state. His originally smooth red hair had now turned into alternating red and black, all of it curled up by the lightning strike. The clothes on his upper body had completely disappeared, and even one of the legs of his shorts had been blown off, almost to the base of his thigh. However, the most noticeable change to Shanks is his missing arm. His left arm had disappeared, and a burnt wound could be seen at the broken part. At this moment, he was half kneeling on the ground with his sword supported by his only remaining arm, his head lowered, and it was unknown what he was thinking. Kihonhei would not just let Shanks sit there and be a thinker. He lowered his arms and walked towards Shanks, with destructive weapons instantly spreading all over his body, ready to give Shanks the final blow. Shanks, who was half kneeling on the ground, also sensed the approaching danger. He raised his head suddenly, and his eyes were seen flashing a strange red light. Kihonhei stopped walking. The aura coming from Shanks now gave him a very familiar feeling, just like he felt when he was in Mariajoy. The red light in Shanks' eyes flashed for a while and then gradually went out. He stood up from the ground and looked at Kihonhei with a cold face. He was really angry, because he almost died from Zilin's move just now. Although he tried his best to inject all his strength into his left arm and barely blocked the move at the last moment, he paid the price of his left arm, which was a heavy price. Kihonhei certainly doesn't care about Shanks' feelings. In his opinion, Shanks looked awkward with both arms intact. Now that he has lost an arm, he looks much better. However, thinking of the strangeness he had just noticed from Shanks, Kihonhei said casually. Red-haired Shanks, what is your relationship with the world government? Hearing this, Shanks' pupils shrank. He had indeed been in contact with the world government, but that was an extremely secretive matter. How did Uchiha Chiga know about it? This matter is of great importance. He must not let it become a reality. Thinking of this, Shanks said sternly. I don't understand what you are talking about. Oh, looks like I guessed wrong. Well then, I thought you were from the world government, but now that you're not, I'm relieved. Advertisement, what are you worried about? Don't worry about killing you. What's wrong? The always mysterious Lord Yimu actually rescued a lowly pirate like me this time. Is he reluctant to let me die? At this point, Shanks suddenly raised his head and looked at Im with murderous intent. Yim stopped laughing, glanced at Shanks's broken arm, and said disdainfully. Kihonhei just looked down at the place where Shanks disappeared, his face expressionless, as if he was talking to himself. This was an accident. I didn't expect him to suddenly appear in a small windmill village. Suddenly, a black hole appeared where Shanks was lying, swallowing his body in, but excluding Chiga. A black hole appeared on the ground without any warning, like a black dinner plate that brought Shanks out before disappearing. Shanks struggled to get up from the ground. Although he was saved by the black hole, there was no surprise or joy on his face. As soon as he stood up, he stared at Im. Boom! Shanks was so angry that he was shaking all over. He covered the broken part of his left arm and said nothing. Ha ha ha. How naive. But that's fine. Just hate me like this. The stronger your hatred is, the higher your value will be. I will keep that little brat for you, because I want to appreciate the desperate expression on your face when the time comes. Stepping on Shanks' chest, Kihonhei didn't plan to say anything to him this time. He just raised his hand and hit him hard on the chest. Yozenburasaka, this is getting more and more interesting. Can you finally hold it in? Shanks' body disappeared, and Chiga's attack missed, and it was poor Daichi who bore the blow again. Shanks' body trembled when he heard Roger's name. He said in a tone that sounded extremely suppressed. Advertisement Im was also looking at Shanks, but his eyes looked so cold, as if he was looking at an ant. Shanks' pupils shrank when he reacted, and he was about to swing his sword to chop, but Kihonhei was faster. At this time, his right leg had already transformed into an element, turning into a purple lightning that smashed down Shanks' broken arm from top to bottom. You overestimate your own abilities. Let that arm serve as a lesson to you this time. It gives me hope of killing you. I was just visiting a friend of mine. After saying that, Kihonhei's figure disappeared from Shanks' sight and appeared above him again the next second. Mariajoy, among the flowers, nothing is unexpected. He and I have similar abilities and can teleport. Distance doesn't mean much to him. The reason you were beaten like this time is entirely because of your arrogance. You actually dared to go to East Blue alone. This attitude made Shanks feel extremely humiliated, but more of a deep powerlessness. He simply lowered his head as if accepting his fate. Friend? Haha, do you think I don't know? That little brat is the hope you found, right? You are really deeply influenced by Roger. Seeing Shanks calm down, Yimu on the throne slowly spoke. At least he made me know what freedom is and showed me. I remember I told you about the danger of Uchiha Chiga. Why didn't you listen to my advice and still fight him? A figure sat on the throne. It was the real ruler behind the world government, Yim. His figure was still hidden in the shadows, and only his pair of red eyes with strange patterns could be seen. At this moment, he was looking at the ground below. Hearing Shanks' hateful words, Yim burst into laughter. Purple lightning exploded under Kihonhei's feet, and the ground collapsed again. Shanks finally couldn't hold on under this attack and lay on the ground. Shanks and Yim just stared at each other. After a while, Shanks showed a sarcastic smile on his face and shouted at Yim. The moment Shanks finished saying this, his expression suddenly became extremely painful, and he knelt on the ground again, facing Im on the podium in a kneeling posture. Chapter 137 Ace wants to join the army. Kihonhei stood at the place where Shanks disappeared, thinking about something. He was not angry about Shanks being rescued. Since he lost to himself this time, he will never have the chance to defeat himself again. But this way of saving people is intriguing. He guessed that the person who saved Shanks was most likely that Im. If he was the one who saved him, then this Im must have some relationship with the Otsutsuki clan. The Yim were in Mariajoy, but were able to release Yomi Hirasaka from such a distance, which was enough to prove that his strength was unquestionable. And he has definitely been paying attention to me, but I don't know what his purpose is. Advertisement. A purple light flashed in Kihonhei's Rinnegan. No matter what this Im wanted from him, it was definitely not a good thing. He should hurry up and improve his strength. Thinking of this, Chiga told Khalifa and Yamato not to move, then opened the door space and released Ace and Makino, who were holding Luffy. Luffy's eyes were still in the shape of Uzumaki. The Shinra Tensei that Chiga had just given him was quite cruel, so that even with his rubbery physique, he hadn't woken up yet. Ace looked around the destroyed environment, then looked at the unharmed Chiga with a fanatical look. He had just witnessed the entire battle between Chiga and Shanks in the door space. Although there was a spatial wall between the two spaces, the doomsday-like battle scene was enough to terrify him just by looking at it. Especially when he witnessed Kihonhei Yidao Zilin chopping Shanks' arm off, he was so excited that his whole body was shaking. He had met Chiga twice in total, but during these two meetings, Chiga had left an indelible impression on the young Ace. It could be said that Ace had now become a die-hard fan of Chiga. In addition, Ace's desire to join the Marine has become extremely strong, but because Chiga had rejected him, he is hesitant to move forward. Kihonhei looked at Ace, who was standing there with a tangled face strangely, then came to Makino, smiled at her and said, "Your call was timely. Even though Shanks ran away, saving his arm is a very meaningful thing for Marine." Makino first looked at Kihonhei carefully, and after confirming that he had no scars on his body, she breathed a sigh of relief, then met Kihonhei's teasing smile, blushed, and whispered, "It was me who caused trouble for Mr. Kihonhei this time. I was too anxious at the time and the only person I could think of was you. Does that mean I'm still reliable in your heart? Well, Shanks probably won't dare to come again, so you can live here in peace. Well, Mr. Kihonhei, if you have time, come to the bar more often. I'll give you a free meal." Advertisement, haha, of course, I really like the orange juice you make. As long as Mr. Chiga likes it, well, my mission is complete, time to go, goodbye Makino. Ace's eyes dimmed when he saw that Kihonhei didn't reply. As expected, with his identity, he was destined to have no chance with Marine. It would be better not to trouble brother Kihonhei anymore. Kihonhei turned to look at Ace. He felt that Ace looked a little strange. It seemed that he had something to say to him, but was reluctant to say it. Was he afraid of him? Brother Kihonhei, can you wait a moment before leaving? I have something to tell you. Ace, you don't want to go see Sabo in the Revolutionary Army? Now, while Qian He was still there, Ace ran towards Qian He and shouted. Sabo. Where is Sabo? However, Ace was very anxious when he heard that Chiga was leaving. When would they meet again after Chiga left? He couldn't ask Makino for the kunai, could he? The forest was destroyed in the battle between Chiga-sama and Shanks. Shanks was defeated and now I don't know where he has gone. Luffy flew out again. This time there was no obstacle around him, and his figure disappeared from everyone's sight. Kihonhei knew that Ace was worried about Luffy, so he smiled and said. Makino nodded, looking at Chiga with a hint of reluctance in his eyes. He wanted to speak out to keep her, but he felt that it would be rude to do so he could only nod silently. Don't worry, I just sent him back to Windmill Village. Luffy was stunned for a moment when he heard the news of Shanks' defeat. Then he looked at Kihonhei in disbelief and said. Ace glanced worriedly in the direction where Luffy disappeared, then looked at Chiga, wanting to say something but stopping himself. Is Brother Circle Eyes so powerful? Advertisement? Kihonhei noticed the change in Ace's expression and raised his eyebrows. He really didn't expect Ace's desire to become a Marine was so strong. Brother Kihonhei, can you take me to the Marine? I really want to join the Marine now. Shinra Tensai. Ace came to Kihonhei, looked at him hopefully and said. However, what Ace didn't know was that as long as he had the coordinates of the Flying Thunder God, it would only take a thought for Chiga to reach wherever he wanted. Under the current circumstances, Kihonhei thought it would be a good idea to let Ace join the Marine. Anyway, he and the world government have a tacit understanding with each other, so he might as well agree to let him join. It would not be bad to discuss the world government. As soon as Sabo was mentioned, before Ace could reply, Luffy, who was lying on the ground, straightened up with a sit-up, looked around and shouted. Speaking of this, Ace looked at Kihonhei, and a look of admiration appeared on his face again. In Ace's opinion, although Chiga didn't know how she got to Windmill Village from so far away, that method was definitely very difficult. Not to mention whether Sister Makino would give it to him, even if he really got it, what reason would he have to call Brother Chiga? Bang. You can't just want to tell him that you want to be a Marine, right? Makino saw Luffy wake up and hurried over to help him up, but before she could reach Luffy, Luffy jumped up without finding Sabo. He ran to Ace and asked. Ace, what just happened? Why is the forest gone? Ace was also happy to see Luffy wake up, and he responded. He wouldn't have to take care of him by himself if he was brought to the Marine. Garp would naturally be very happy to train his grandson, and he could also keep Luo company. Thinking of this, Kihonhei reached out and touched Ace's head, smiling and said. I am a high-quality young man who respects the elderly and loves the young. Do I look so scary? Hearing such a request, Kihonhei was stunned for a moment. Didn't he suggest that Ace join the Revolutionary Army? He was obviously tempted at that time. Why did he change his mind now? Chapter 138 Garp. Sengoku has changed. After sending Luffy home, Chiga looked at Ace and continued the previous topic. Did you say anything else? Well, as long as Sabo is still here, it's fine. I want to wait until I'm stronger before I go to see him, as a Marine. That's a good idea. Okay, I agree that you can join the Marine Corps. Ace's eyes widened when he heard this. He didn't expect Kihonhei to agree so readily. The sudden surprise made him dazed for a moment. Looking at Ace who looked dazed, Qian He smiled and said. Why, do you regret it? No, I want to join Marine. Arigato, Chiga-sama. Okay, is there anything else you want to prepare? Ace thought about it, then looked at Makino and said. Sister Makino, please tell Deiden that I'm going to join the Marine. Thank you for taking care of me over the years. He wanted to go and tell Deiden in person, but considering Deiden's identity as a bandit, he was afraid that brother Kihonhei would take her down as soon as he saw her. Makino smiled and nodded. She knew Ace, although he was much more mature than Luffy, he still had a little bit of tsundere in him, and now that he was going to join the army, he finally showed his inner emotions. Makino was really happy for Ace, thinking that he had finally found his direction in life. At the same time, she knew that it was all because of Chiga. He was such an amazing man. Ace told Makino what he wanted to say to Deiden, then walked into the door space that Chiga opened with a determined look on his face. Everything was ready. Kihonhei said goodbye to Makino again, and then disappeared from Makino's sight in a flash. Makino stared blankly at the place where Kihonhei disappeared. After a while, she shook her head with a sense of loss and murmured. Can I also join the Marine? Naval Headquarters, Marineford. Sengoku was pacing back and forth in the office with an excited look on his face. He had received news from the world government that Chiga had defeated the combination of Kaido and Jin on Onigashima. This news was sent back by a spy planted by the world government among the Beast's pirates. I have to say that their business capabilities are pretty good. The reason why Sengoku was so excited was because what Chiga did this time was of such great significance. Advertisement. He didn't know why Kihonhei didn't choose to kill Kaido this time, but thinking of Kaido's thick skin and flesh, he felt it was understandable. After all, Marine had captured Kaido before, but there was nothing he could do to him. What's important now is that the fact that Chiga defeated Kaido alone is a foregone conclusion, not to mention that she also defeated Jin in the process. Once this news is released, Sengoku has no doubt that the world will be excited. You know, compared to the Golden Lion who has been silent for many years, the current 4 emperors Kaido, who is in his prime, is obviously much more important. Just as Sengoku was getting more and more excited, Garp appeared in his office at the perfect moment again, still skipping the step of knocking on the door. Garp came in and started his routine. Sengoku, bring me some senbei. After saying that, Garp stretched out his fingers to pick his nostrils. He was ready for Sengoku's roar, and then took the delicious senbei from his drawer in front of Sengoku as if nothing had happened. However, this time Sengoku turned around and went to the drawer, took out a large bag of senbei, and rushed to Garp, stuffed all the senbei into his hands, and shouted excitedly. Come on, take them and eat them, these are all yours. Sengoku's reaction startled Garp, and he poked his finger deep into his nostril. His grip was really strong, and blood spurted out of his nostril like a fountain. Garp covered his bleeding nose and looked at Sengoku with horror. The fearless Garp was frightened like a little wife by Sengoku. Bang! This time, even the usually calm Suru was a little confused. She looked at Sengoku hesitantly and asked. A dazzling golden light suddenly appeared behind Garp. He turned around hurriedly to look, and saw a huge golden fist facing him. Allah, isn't this Vice Admiral Garp? Why is he lying here? He felt that he must have been too indulgent towards Garp, and today he had to teach this disrespectful guy a lesson. Aokiji, Sengoku has changed. What, you be asterisk 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 D. Why are you taking me to the hospital? Facing everyone's strange looks, Sengoku remained calm and used his traditional skills again, coughing twice to ease the embarrassment. The soldiers saw Aokiji as if they had seen a savior, and shouted in unison. He took a quick look and confirmed that Garp was fine, then returned to his lazy state and said. Sengoku was also angry. Why should he go to the hospital if he was not sick? Advertisement. He and a group of vice admirals from the headquarters heard the noise and rushed over. When they arrived at the door of Sengoku's office, they were all stunned. Aokiji Admiral. Kane and the vice admirals behind him were speechless by Sengoku's words. Judging from your appearance, you must have even used your abilities. Are you going to send Garp to the sky? Take you to the hospital. This strange scene made the vice admirals behind Crane swallow their saliva. In the end, Crane walked forward to ask Sengoku about the situation. Coincidentally, Aokiji had just returned to the headquarters after scaring a little girl. He walked by with his hands in his pockets, looking very casual. Nothing, I just haven't sparred with Garp in a while, and I was itching to do it just now, so I used too much force. Sengoku's upper body clothes had turned into strips of cloth hanging around his waist. He was smiling and looking at his fist with admiration. In front of him was the fence that had been smashed into pieces by Garp. He grabbed Sengoku's hand and was about to walk out. Sengoku calmed down from his excitement after being pulled by him. He frowned and said. Sengoku, what's going on? Did you just get into a fight with someone? At this moment, Garp's brain was working fast. He was looking for the reason why Sengoku was so abnormal. After thinking about it, he could only attribute it all to himself. Hearing Crane's voice, Sengoku quickly put away his fist, calmed himself, and his face quickly regained the dignity of a marine marshal. He said in a deep voice. Garp was lying on the cold ground, staring blankly at the sky with a look of despair. Next to him was a group of marine soldiers who were talking about something. Garp's body broke through the fence and flew out of the headquarters building like a bullet. In front of the headquarters building, he felt that it must be because of his repeated rude behavior that Sengoku became like this. Thinking of this, Garp's face became solemn. Garp, what are you doing? When Garp fell here just now, these soldiers were scared. Several soldiers wanted to help Garp immediately, but he shouted them away. They had no choice but to surround Garp and observe the situation. Garp, who was lying on the ground, slowly turned his head to look at Aokiji and said in a tone that sounded very sad. Ahem, it's a good thing you're here too. Go to the conference room later. I have something important to announce. Garp doesn't need to come. I'll give him a day off. After being called out like that, Aokiji finally noticed the marine soldiers gathered together, and then he saw Garp lying on the ground. Garp didn't say anything, just pulled Sengoku out in silence. Chapter 139 Love Transfer. Sengoku returned to his office, found a new shirt and put it on, then stood in front of the mirror and looked at himself. He was in a really good mood today. Looking at himself in the mirror, a look of appreciation appeared on Sengoku's face. Although I am already 70 years old, looking at my thick black hair, I only look like I am 50. What? You said it was dyed. What's wrong with dyeing? Do you really have to be like that guy Garp and look like an old man? Men should also be refined? The more Sengoku looked at himself, the more he liked him. He couldn't help but straighten his chest, clenched his right fist across his chest, and pose. However, he forgot to close the door when he came in, and Corazon rushed in directly, shouting with joy on his face. Marshal Sengoku. Vice Admiral Shuren. Huh? Corazon looked at Sengoku who was still posing in front of the mirror and blinked, then said hesitantly. Excuse me Marshal Sengoku, I see the door is not closed, am I disturbing you? Although Sengoku was not facing him, Corazon could still see through the mirror that Sengoku's face had turned red and the corners of his mouth were twitching. Sengoku's heart was filled with excitement, and he swore that he would install a double-layer door in his office in the future. But he was worthy of being the Marine Marshal. He turned around slowly and naturally raised his fist that was across his chest to his lips. Ahem, it's Corazon. What did you just say? What happened to Vice Admiral Zelin? Vice Admiral Zelin is back. This time he brought back some new people. As soon as Chiga was mentioned, Sengoku's originally embarrassed expression immediately turned into joy, especially when he heard that Chiga brought back some new people. This was simply a double happiness. The character and potential of the person that Chiga brought back are absolutely beyond doubt. Sengoku really loves Chiga now and can't wait to meet him. He said excitedly, "It's Kihonhei who's back, let him go." "No, I'll go myself." After saying that, Sengoku walked out of the office quickly. Before Corazon could react, Sengoku had disappeared from his sight. Coming to his senses, Corazon hurried after him, shouting, "Marshal Sengoku, you've gone to the wrong place. Vice Admiral Shuren hasn't returned to his office. He's right in front of the headquarters building." Advertisement, in front of the headquarters building. Chiga crossed her arms and Aokiji put one hand in his trouser pocket. The two heavyweights in the Marines just stood there, quietly appreciating Garp's performance on the ground. Just now, Kihonhei used Flying Thunder God directly to return to his office. After releasing Khalifa alone, he consciously handed over all the matters accumulated during this period to Khalifa. Under Khalifa's beautiful and moving white eyes, Chiga walked out of the office. On the way, he met Corazon. When Corazon saw him, he greeted him excitedly, and then he ran to tell Sengoku the news in a hurry. Chiga originally wanted to find Zephr to see if his stubborn teacher had eaten the devil fruit he gave him. Of course, Kihonhei mainly wanted to see what the Bull Demon King fruit looked like. The abilities of the mythical beasts were still very interesting. Unexpectedly, as soon as he walked out of the building, he saw a group of Marine soldiers gathered there. Even Aokiji was there. This piqued his interest, so he stopped temporarily and joined the Civilized View Garp team. Aokiji saw him and greeted him, and Chiga nodded in response. Let's talk about Garp. He had been lying on the cold ground for half an hour, muttering, "Sengoku has changed. Sengoku has changed," all the time, looking like a nagging woman. Some soldiers once tried to persuade Garp to get up, saying that it would damage his image, but in return they were directly scolded back by Garp. Garp said that he doesn't care about his shitty image, and he won't get up today unless Sengoku comes to help him up himself. Looking at Garp lying tough on the ground, Chiga revealed a very evil smile on his face, which made Aokiji beside him shudder all over. Aokiji looked at Chiga with fear, thinking that his strength had become stronger again. As a user of frozen fruit ability, he was actually made to tremble. This was simply outrageous. The reason why Chiga showed such an evil smile was because he thought of a very interesting thing, that is, he still had Ace and Yamato in his door space. Yamato didn't care, but Ace was different. He deliberately didn't release Ace at this time, just to let him appreciate his grandfather's performance. I wonder how Garp will react when he finds out that Ace has been watching him. Will he never be able to swing his proud, iron fist of love again? At this time, in Kihonhei's door space, Ace stared through the space wall with a dull look at Garp lying on the ground outside. He couldn't believe that that was the Garp the Fist who used to bully him in Luffy. Yamato didn't know the relationship between Ace and Garp. She believed that Chiga was her master, so she also crossed her arms like Chiga and commented with a serious look on her face. "Who is that old man lying on the ground? He is such a loser. I really want to go out and punch him." The corners of Ace's mouth twitched twice. He did not refute out loud, and even nodded and agreed. Advertisement, he is really useless. I want to punch him too. Garp outside didn't know that his image in Ace's heart had collapsed devastatingly. At this moment, he was looking at the big sun in the sky with a bored look on his face. He has been lying on the ground for more than half an hour. Why hasn't Sengoku come yet? Doesn't he know that it's extremely hot today? Can he bear to watch himself, at the age of 70, being exposed to the sun? Although he was not afraid of the heat, he still felt uncomfortable all over. Garp couldn't help but glance at Aokiji standing there and shouted, "Kuzan. Stop standing there like an idiot. Use your ability to cool down, it's so hot." Aokiji was also obedient. After hearing Garp's request, he immediately released cold air, forming a thin layer of ice on the ground where Garp was lying. Garp's expression immediately relaxed. With this kind of treatment, he could lie there for a whole day. Suddenly, Sengoku walked out of the headquarters building in a hurry. As soon as he came out, his eyes were accurately located on Chiga. Even Aokiji, who was standing next to Chiga, was automatically filtered out by him. Sengoku shouted directly, "Kihonhei, you did a great job this time. Let me see the newcomer you brought back first." Hearing Sengoku's voice, Garp's eyes lit up while he was lying on the ground. He thought, "You can't hold it back anymore. It must be hard to feel guilty for half an hour. You old man still care about yourself." Although thinking this in his mind, Garp remained calm on the surface and even closed his eyes, waiting for Sengoku's arrival. However, Sengoku did come over, but as soon as he came, he pulled Chiga back without even looking at Garp on the ground. Finally, Aokiji gave a gentle reminder. "Marshal Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp is still lying on the ground." Hearing Garp's name, Sengoku frowned, thinking that Kuzan was really tactless. Such a good atmosphere was ruined by a certain name. He glanced at Garp lying on the ground, laughed disdainfully, and said, "Really? Why don't I see anyone on the ground? Okay, let's all go home. Kihonhei, come back to the office with me." After saying that, Sengoku took Chiga and ran away. The people around looked at each other. Since Marshal Sengoku had given the order, there was no need for them to stay here for long, and they all dispersed. Aokiji looked at Garp, who was still lying on the ground with sympathy, shook his head, and left silently. As the crowd dispersed, Garp was left alone lying on the ground in front of the huge headquarters building, looking up at the sky with a 180-degree view. So, love transfers, right? Chapter 140. Just call me Xiaohei. Chiga followed Sengoku to his office, and soon after they entered, Garp followed in. Garp hung his head, looking like an eggplant hit by frost. He gave Sengoku a resentful look, then folded his arms and sat down on the sofa with a fierce face and said nothing. Sengoku didn't buy it. He pretended not to see Garp. As soon as he entered the door, he looked at Chiga and asked with a smile. Kihonhei, thank you for the hard work on this mission. Chian he also responded with a polite smile, it's not hard. I was just going to get some information about op fruit. Meeting Kaido was purely an accident. Upon hearing that Chiga actually met Kaido, Garp, who had been sitting on the sofa in silence, pricked up one ear and listened secretly. He also wanted to know what happened after Chiga met Kaido. Sengoku didn't keep the suspense and went straight to the point. He still wanted to confirm this matter. The battle with Kaido was dangerous, wasn't it? But at least you won. After saying that, Sengoku looked at Chiga expectantly. Although he already knew that Chiga had won, he still wanted to hear it from Chiga's own mouth. Kihonhei did not disappoint Sengoku. He nodded and said casually. It's okay. Thanks to Kaido, I learned Conqueror's entanglement during the battle with him. It's really useful. I used it to defeat Kaido. What? You've mastered Conqueror's entanglement, X2. Sengoku and Garp shouted this sentence almost at the same time. At this moment, the two seemed to have forgotten what had just happened, because compared with this incident, their grudge was not worth mentioning at all. Especially Sengoku, he knew how difficult this move was to master. You know, although the proportion of awakened Conqueror's haki is small, it is still a lot in the entire ocean. But it is different if you master Conqueror's entanglement. It can be said that as long as you learn this move, it means that you have entered the ranks of the true top powerhouses. Look at who has mastered it, Roger, Rayleigh, Kaido and Redhair. Which one of these people is not a powerful person who dominates the sea? Kihonhei's strength is already top-notch, and now he has mastered Conqueror's entanglement, so how strong is he? Advertisement anyway. Sengoku has already determined that Chiga's strength has definitely surpassed his, and even Garp is probably no match for Chiga. Uchiha. Where is the Uchiha? Since they had decided to become pirates, it would be almost impossible for them to fulfill their wish and join the Marines, and Garp knew this. But he never expected that Kihonhei actually did it. Although Luffy was not among the people this time, having an ace was already a surprise among surprises for Garp. Being stared at by these three people, even Yamato, who has always been eccentric, couldn't stand it. Her expression froze, she swallowed slowly, and her voice became weaker by an octave. Thinking of this, Garp's face turned red with excitement. The atmosphere was a little heavy. Only Yamato blinked her big eyes, looking at Chiga and then at Garp and others. She felt as if she was being ignored. What did he see? Ace actually followed Chiga to the headquarters, and from what he heard, he was going to join the Marine. Damn it, haven't you seen me, Uchiha Yamato? Garp, who was always carefree, actually had tears in his eyes at this moment. Ace was also stunned when he saw it. In his heart, Garp has always been a synonym for an iron-blooded soldier. He never thought that Garp would show such an expression. Thinking of this, Sengoku asked. Sengoku silently looked at his old friend and was happy for him. Sengoku calmed himself down and remembered that Zoan had mentioned to him that Chiga had brought back a few newcomers and he wanted to meet them too. Sengoku and Garp looked at Chiga speechlessly. When did she realize that Conqueror's entanglement was so simple? Could it be that Kaido was a famous teacher? Kihonhei, I heard from Zoan that you brought some new people with you this time. Where are they? Can I meet them first? Yes, I'll let them out right away. There is no need to say much to express gratitude between men. At this moment, both Sengoku and Garp looked at Chiga sincerely. If it was not related to the world government, Sengoku would have even wanted to hand over the position of marshal to Chiga on the spot. Advertisement, yeah, so I have to thank Kaido too. I got the inspiration from him. Now that Chiga actually brought Ace back, Sengoku was genuinely happy. This could be said to have resolved a major issue in both him and Garp's minds. Sengoku, who was always known for his calmness, actually had such thoughts, which shows how grateful he is to Chiga. Sengoku and Garp can be said to have a lifelong friendship. Of course, he would not do anything to betray Garp. In the end, he chose to turn a blind eye. Upon hearing the word, Uchiha, Chiga, Garp and Sengoku all turned their heads sharply, and all three of their gazes were fixed on Yamato's pretty face. Given his relationship with Garp, and Garp's inability to keep secrets from him, he knew about Ace's existence, and he already knew that Ace was Roger's child. Let's just set it that way. Sengoku and Garp's reactions also silenced Chiga. He didn't expect their reactions to be so big, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. What's more, Chiga not only had a fierce fight with him, but also defeated Kaido head-on. This kind of thing would definitely shock the whole world. Yamato was so angry that she pulled out her spikeless mace from somewhere, slammed it hard on the floor, and shouted. He was also furious when he first learned about this, but looking at Garp standing there with his head down and not saying a word, he finally softened his heart. Garp didn't notice Ace's look. At this moment, his eyes were wide open, and he even raised his hand and wiped his eyes hard a few times in disbelief. Chiga opened the door space, Yamato jumped out first, and Ace walked out slowly behind him. He glanced at Garp sitting on the sofa with undisguised disgust in his eyes. Are you kidding me? I am 2.6 meters tall and not ugly, why do these people seem to not see me? Originally, he was about to give up on letting Ace join Marine, because he knew that no matter whether it was Ace or Luffy, they had personalities that could not be pulled back even by 10 horses. I'm just introducing myself, you can just call me Xiaohei. Of course, this is just a complaint. Both Garp and Sengoku know how terrifying Kaido's strength is. Even if they can really comprehend the dominance by fighting with him, how many people can take on his blow? Over the years, he has also learned about Ace's experience from Garp in both open and covert ways. As for Ace's idea of going out to sea as a pirate, it can be said that Sengoku is as troubled as Garp, but there is nothing he can do. Facing the shocked Sengoku and Garp, Chiga said in a very Versailles way. Chapter 141 Sengoku. Marine wants these two. Sengoku looked at the woman in front of him who was 2.6 meters tall. He ignored the unusually conspicuous horns on Yamato's head and focused on observing Yamato's eyes. Yamato's amber eyes were indeed very beautiful, but Sengoku shook his head after reading them, leaving Yamato confused. She subconsciously touched her face to make sure there was nothing strange on it and then turned her gaze to Kihonhei. She was unfamiliar with the place, so she could only follow Chianhe's advice when in doubt. However, Chiga ignored her. Who told her to give herself the name, Uchiha Yamato? Without her permission, it would be better to just call herself Uchiha Chiga. After she changed her name like that, it was as if she was marrying herself. Seeing that Kihonhei ignored him, Yamato puffed up his cheeks and chose to lower his head like an ostrich. Sengoku didn't really mean anything, he just wanted to see if Yamato had the same eyes as Chiga. If she was really from the Uchiha clan, then Marine would make a fortune. Even though Chiga once said that he was the last one in the clan, Sengoku still refused to give up. He felt that it was a shame for such a strong clan to be extinct. What if there were still survivors? Unfortunately, until now, there has been no other Uchiha appearing on the sea except Chiga, and Sengoku has to admit this cruel reality. I have to say, Sengoku has tasted the sweetness of Uchiha and has become a little greedy. There are not many people in Uchiha who are as easy to talk to as Chiga. If you make them unhappy, they will probably glare at you with their red eyes. Chiga felt helpless looking at Yamato who was playing ostrich. After all, he was the one who brought the person back, and now Yamato said nothing, so he had to take the job introduced. Thinking of this, Chiga also coughed twice like Sengoku. He pointed at Yamato who was hanging his head and said, "Her name is Yamato. I brought her back from Kaido." Brought back from Onigashima? Sengoku was stunned. Isn't it Kaido's lair? Could the people brought back from there be from Kaido pirates? Thinking of this, Sengoku couldn't help but look at Yamato again, and this time he finally noticed the pair of red horns on Yamato's head. Sengoku's intelligence is also very strong, and is not much worse than that of Crane. As soon as he saw the pair of red horns on Yamato's head and thought about the place where Yamato appeared, a burly figure quickly emerged in his mind. That was Kaido of the Beasts. Advertisement. Sengoku already had a vague answer in his mind, but just thinking about it made a drop of cold sweat fall on his forehead. When Chiga saw Sengoku's eyes resting on Yamato's corner, he guessed that Sengoku had seen something, and he didn't intend to hide it, so he spoke directly. She is Kaido's daughter, she definitely has potential. Garp shook his head. He still remembered the grudge of Sengoku's punch. How could he watch Sengoku act so cool now? At this moment, the aura of the Marine Marshal reached its peak on Sengoku. Garp, who was standing aside, glanced at him sideways frequently. He felt that Sengoku suddenly looked a lot more handsome. In terms of strength, his Rinnegan already has 7 Magatama, and his eye power alone is terrifying, not to mention his various powerful abilities. The devil fruit he finds is of very high quality. Garp put his face close to Ace, not caring that his beard made Ace frown, and said with a kind smile. Thinking of this, Sengoku's eyes turned green. He slapped his thigh and said, "World government? He has decided to take care of these two people in the Marine Corps. No one can do anything about them." He straightened his body and said to Ace and Yamato. After saying this, Garp was already looking forward to the excited expression on Ace's face. He felt that with his prestige, Ace would be extremely excited to hear that he was going to teach him personally. He glanced at Ace, who was excited about successfully joining the Marine, and suddenly reached out and grabbed Ace's little red vest. "Very good. I believe in Kihonhei's vision. As long as they have justice in their hearts, Marine welcomes them all. Marine wants these too. You only know how to bully kids. Who needs your guidance? I want to follow Brother Kihonhei. Brother Kihonhei is the best." When Yamato was embraced by Chiga, she felt a warm feeling in her heart. She secretly glanced at Chiga's profile and thought to herself that her master still liked her, but was a little tsundere. Yamato felt even more uncomfortable this time. She slowly walked behind Chiga, stretched out her hand and held Chiga's arm, looking like a bullied young wife. "Ace, I'm so happy that you can join the Marine. I've decided to teach you myself. How is it? Are you surprised? Are you happy?" Chiga didn't push her away, instead she reached out and hugged Yamato. After all, Yamato was not too old now, and it was his first time traveling far away, so it was normal for him to have such a reaction. He thought that taking in Ace Sengoku was the limit of what he could do, but now Yamato has come along, which makes him a little overwhelmed. However, Ace was not excited after hearing this. Instead, he looked even more disgusted. He curled his lips and said disdainfully. Advertisement. As for what Im's intentions were towards him, Kihonhei was not overly worried. He was certain that all his fears were caused by insufficient firepower. In other aspects, the world government's attitude towards him has always been quite ambiguous. Kihonhei guessed that the mastermind behind the scenes, must have some plan for him, so he allowed him to do whatever he wants, without stopping him. Although the theory of bloodline is rather abstract, the probability of a dragon giving birth to a dragon and a phoenix giving birth to a phoenix is absolutely extremely high, not to mention that Yamato seems to have considerable strength. Ace stared at Garp's face blankly, not sure what he was going to do. But he only thought about this kind of thing in his mind, and it was impossible for him to say it out loud. Chiga didn't take the world government seriously, but Sengoku was different. At this moment, he kept looking at Yamato and Ace with a look that seemed extremely tangled. Of course, Chiga still likes this attitude of the world government, which saves him a lot of trouble. One is the daughter of 4 emperors Kaido of the Beasts, and the other is the son of Pirates King Roger. Chiga's actions simply made him confused. Before Ace could react, he was lifted into the air by his dear grandpa. This time he learned the destruction armament from Kaido, and his physical strength has reached the pinnacle of the 4 emperors level. It can be said that among this group of known strong men, he is already the strongest individual. What? He thought to himself, what a good guy. Kihonhei defeated Kaido on this trip, and the 2 newcomers he brought back had more outrageous identities than the other. If they are really fellow villagers, that would be really interesting. When fellow villagers meet, they just shoot each other. There are still 5 empty spaces in his left eye, which means that there is still a lot of room for improvement in his strength. Since has given him so much time to develop, he will definitely not let his good intentions down. As soon as these words were spoken, except for Ace who already knew Yamato's identity, Sengoku and Garp all looked at Yamato again, and this time they looked at Yamato with shock. Also, the potential of these 2 people is almost obvious. When he has collected all 12 Magatama, he will definitely go to Mariajoy to visit in person to see if this guy is really his fellow villager. But if you ask Sengoku to give up any of them, he will not be willing to do so. First of all, the person was brought back by Chiga, and just for this reason, he must keep him even at the cost of his position as marshal. Chiga looked at everyone calmly. He dared to directly point out Yamato's identity because he no longer had anything to fear from the world government. Chapter 142. Preparing for promotion. Garp's face turned pale. He felt that his position in Ace's heart was threatened. What he didn't know was that his image in Ace's mind had already been shattered when he performed in front of the headquarters building, not to mention his status at all. Ace didn't care about Garp's reaction. He looked at Kihonhei with admiration, then turned his head and made a face at Garp, saying, "Stinky old man, who wants you to teach me, beep." Garp felt his fist had never been so itchy, and he was ready to let Ace taste this iron fist containing love. However, Ace had already noticed that something was wrong with Garp. He had expected that Garp was going to attack, so he took the initiative, stretched out his neck, and bit Garp's nose. Ouch! Garp screamed. His nose was in real trouble today. First, he accidentally stabbed it too hard and blood spurted out, then he was hit in the face by Sengoku's 24k gold fist, and now Ace bit him in hatred. What did his nose do to anyone? Garp felt pain and let go of Ace, covering his nose tightly with both hands and groaning continuously. As soon as Ace landed, he ran to the door of Sengoku's office. He felt very happy to see Garp being defeated. It was a pity that Luffy was not there to witness this glorious moment. Garp's face had turned the color of liver, and his nose was hurting so much that he didn't choose to chase Ace. Instead, he bent down and wanted to grab something and throw it. You won't believe it, but Garp actually felt something soft. He didn't even look at what it was and just threw it at Ace. Ace was still making faces at this time, and by the time he realized what was about to happen, it was too late. His face came into close contact with the thing thrown by Garp. Bang! The crisp slapping sound and Ace's screams echoed in Sengoku's office. Everyone looked closely and saw a slipper sliding off Ace's face. Looking at Ace's face again, there are black lines on it, probably from the dust on the soles of his slippers. But you know what? The lines on the soles of his slippers are quite regular, and they look like tattoos on Ace's face. Kihonhei's mouth twitched as he remembered the tattoo on Long's face. Although the 2 patterns were different, and the tattoo on Long's face should not have been taken by Garp with a slipper, otherwise it would be too outrageous. But this mark on Ace's face was stamped in front of him, and he didn't know if it could be erased. Advertisement Ace covered the red mark on his face. He didn't know that he had a beautiful tattoo on his face. He just felt a burning pain there. He glared at Garp angrily and shouted, "You old B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** When Garp heard Ace call him an old man and the flag he had set, he instantly became furious. He rolled up his sleeves and was ready to teach Ace a lesson. Sengoku couldn't stand it anymore. He grabbed Garp and scolded him. "What are you going to do with her?" Sengoku noticed this ability of Yamato. He raised his eyebrows and thought to himself that it seemed that Yamato also had demon fruit power, but he didn't know what ability it was. Garp originally thought that Sengoku was grabbing him and was going to get angry, but he was moved by Sengoku's next words. He sniffed hard, snorted, walked to the door, and ran away dragging the extremely reluctant Ace. When Sengoku saw Chiga's expression, a wicked smile appeared on his face. He had long wanted to promote Chiga to Admiral, and this time Chiga's defeat of Kaido was the best opportunity. Sengoku waved his hand and said. Sengoku was delighted to hear that Yamato was actually a user of the mythical beast type. This was a huge plus, and such a good talent could not be wasted. Chiga noticed Sengoku's expression and directly answered his confusion, telling Sengoku the ability of Yamato's fruit. "I don't know what Zephr is doing lately. He seems to be training himself again. Anyway, he doesn't have time to train new people. Only the strange woman Yamato is not good at tea tasting. Her way of drinking tea is to pick up the cup and drink it all in one gulp. Okay, then let Yamato follow me. Coming back to his senses, Chian he asked hesitantly. Isn't this a little too sudden? She was scalded at first, but that didn't bother her. She exhaled a stream of cold air to cool the tea, turning the hot tea into cold tea. Not suddenly. Isn't defeating Golden Lion and Kaido enough? Do you want to find the remaining 4 emperors to fight again? Yamato, who was standing by, suddenly pouts when he hears that Chiga is going to hand her over to someone else, but he doesn't dare to refute. Advertisement. Well, actually, after I defeated Kaido, I also cut off one of Shanks' arms. Sengoku shook his head and said, Yamato didn't expect things to change so quickly. She was so happy when she heard that she could be with Chiga again. She moved her chair and leaned her body against Chiga's side. Sengoku saw Chiga was leaving and did not try to stop her, he just said casually. Thinking of this, Sengoku looked at Chiga and asked. Yeah, Kihonhei, get ready soon. I'm going to give you a promotion. That's enough. What a shame to be making such a fuss, be quiet. Sengoku took a sip of tea gently, an intoxicated expression on his face, and Chiga also picked up the cup and slowly sipped the tea. Chiga ignored her, he still wanted to go see Zephr. He guessed that Zephr should have eaten the Bull Demon King fruit, especially after hearing Sengoku say that Zephr had been training recently. Oh, huh? As soon as the father and son left, Sengoku's office became quiet. Sengoku walked to his desk and made 3 cups of tea, keeping one for himself and giving the remaining 2 to Chiga and Yamato. After saying that, Sengoku glanced at Garp's nose that had endured everything and felt sorry for it. He slowed down his tone and said. But since her father is Kaido, her fruit ability will definitely not be too bad. Chiga looked at Sengoku in astonishment. Was he going to be promoted? Didn't that mean he would become an admiral? Well, that's best. Go to the infirmary to check your nose first. I've given you a day off. Haha, really? As expected of you, you're really, Nani. You know, Sengoku is more anxious than Chiga about the military rank. I mean to ask Zephyr-sensei to strengthen her hockey aspect. Chapter 143 Red and White Alliance Moby D*K. Whitebeard sat on the deck, surrounded by members of the Whitebeard pirates. At the moment, they all had serious expressions, as if they were waiting for something. Whitebeard still had a relaxed expression on his face. He held a bucket of wine in his hand and drank it heartily, as if there was nothing worthy of his concern. After a while, a minion ran up to Whitebeard in a panic and shouted. Dad, Redhead's boat is approaching. Kulala, you're here really fast. Let the red-haired guy come up. The executives of the Whitebeard pirates were all on high alert, because they all knew that the man who was about to board the ship possessed the most advanced conqueror's hockey in the sea. Of course, they didn't know yet that Shanks had already lost to Chiga in this regard. As large groups of minions fell to the ground inexplicably one after another, Shanks boarded the Moby D*K and came to Whitebeard empty-handed. Whitebeard frowned and said unhappily, Hey, red-haired boy, don't you know to bring some wine when you come to my boat? The red-haired man also looked unhappy. He had a gloomy face and suddenly swung his black cloak with his right hand, revealing the empty sleeve on his left side. The scene in front of them made the members of the Whitebeard pirates stare wide-eyed. In their eyes, the red-haired Shanks, who was as strong as their father, actually lost an arm. Why was there no news of this happening at sea? Even the usually carefree Whitebeard frowned at this moment. Although he called Shanks a brat, he still recognized his strength. Now Shanks came to see him with an arm inexplicably lost, and Whitebeard realized that Shanks's visit this time was not simple. Whitebeard slowly put down the barrel in his hand and said in a deep voice. Ginger boy, what's wrong with your arm? Shanks touched the broken part of his left arm and could still feel a burning sensation there. He would probably never forget the purple lightning that almost took his life. And, the man with the God's eyes, Uchiha Chiga. With a bitter smile on his face, Shanks sat on the ground and spoke slowly. I met Zilin in East Blue, the terrifying new guy in the marine. He destroyed my arm with lightning. Even I almost died at his hands. Advertisement. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire Moby D*K deck fell silent, and they all looked at Shanks, who was sitting opposite Whitebeard, in confusion. Marco shouted at Shanks in disbelief, Hey, stop joking. In fact, Marco has already believed this fact in his heart. Ever since Chiga first showed her prowess in the battle with Rayleigh and Sabaody, he can be said to be the person who pays the most attention to Chiga on the Whitebeard ship. He then witnessed Chiga killing Whitebeard too and destroying the Golden Lion. Marco was really scared by this terrifying newcomer in the marine, and he tried to talk to Whitebeard about it. But Whitebeard still had an indifferent attitude. In his opinion, Chiga was just a marine kid. He didn't even take Akainu and others seriously, let alone a newcomer who just showed up. Moreover, in his eyes, Whitebeard too was just an idiot with power but no brains, and Golden Lion was much weaker than before, so it was understandable that he failed. But now it's different. Shanks, who is also one of the 4 emperors, was defeated by Uchiha Chiga and almost lost his life. No matter how confident Whitebeard was, he couldn't be sure of beating Shanks so badly. Now such a thing was actually done by Marine, whom he regarded as a little kid. He was really unable to hold back. The most important thing is that the impact of Shanks' defeat is too great. He is the 4 emperors, the pinnacle of pirates' power on the sea. If he loses, the balance will be destroyed. Whitebeard had to be careful about this kind of thing. He asked. Has Zilin's power really reached this level? Shanks smiled bitterly and threw out another explosive message. Although I don't want to admit it, his strength is far superior to mine, and Kaido was defeated by him before fighting me. I got this information from Kaido's daughter. It is said that he spared Kaido's life for some unknown reason. The members of the Whitebeard pirates, including Whitebeard, were completely silent at this moment. They were numb. Blackbeard Teach, who was standing behind Marco, also looked extremely ugly. He has been lurking in the Whitebeard pirates for more than 10 years for the dark fruit, and he has not succeeded yet, so he has even thought about spending his retirement in the Whitebeard pirates. Now that he had received such explosive news from Shanks, he actually felt that it was dangerous to stay here. Teach clenched his fists tightly and vowed to himself that he must get the fruit as soon as possible so that he would have the ability to protect himself. Whitebeard silently picked up the barrel and wanted to take a sip to calm down, but found that the wine in the barrel had been spilled. Advertisement throwing the barrel out of the boat in frustration, he looked at Shanks, who was sitting in front of him with a bitter face, and said, "So what are you going to do?" Finally, Whitebeard said this. Shanks certainly didn't come here just to encourage Chiga, he came here for something more important. He looked Whitebeard in the eye and said word by word. Now that Marine has a monster like Zilin, the 4 emperors alone will never be able to contend with Marine, so let's form an alliance. What? Are you kidding me? Whitebeard was naturally extremely reluctant. Asking him to form an alliance with others, didn't this mean that he was afraid of Marine? How could he, who was known as the strongest man in the world, accept this? Shanks had anticipated Whitebeard's reaction, but he was not panicked because he knew Whitebeard's weakness, which was his family. He deliberately glanced at the Whitebeard pirates members nearby in front of Whitebeard and said, "I think you should know about Zilin's methods of dealing with the pirates. If you really face him, do you have the information to save these people from him? You don't want them all to die tragically at the hands of Zilin, do you?" When talking about his family, Whitebeard's expression froze. This could be said to be his obvious weakness, although it was not considered such in the past. With him around, who would dare to touch his family? But seeing Zilin's horrific record, even he had to admit that he might find it difficult to cope with it, let alone protect his family. Seeing Whitebeard wavering, Shanks immediately struck while the iron was hot and added, "It's just an alliance in name only. This will give Marine some concerns." Whitebeard didn't say anything, obviously he was also struggling. At this time, Marco stood up and gave a top assist. "Dad, promise him. Zilin's strength has exceeded our expectations, we should be cautious." Whitebeard glanced at Marco with a complicated expression. In fact, he had already been tempted. All he lacked was a step toward having his family. In his eyes, his life and face are not worth mentioning compared with his family. At present, forming an alliance with red hair is indeed the best protection for them. Thinking of this, Whitebeard finally lowered his noble head and said in a deep voice, "Okay, red-haired boy, I agree to the alliance, a wise decision." Chapter 144, Defeating the 2 Emperors Alone, Zilin Admiral. The news of Whitebeard's alliance with Redhead spread throughout the world within a few days. The people who didn't know the truth suddenly started to panic. In their opinion, a single 4 emperors group was scary enough. Didn't they see that Marine hadn't been able to deal with them for so many years? Now that 2 such terrifying pirates' forces have formed an alliance, it is a disaster for ordinary people. They are afraid that their homes will be lost soon. But another breaking news that came after that once again pushed the heat of this incident to a climax. That is the publication of an issue of a newspaper. This issue of the newspaper did not contain any superfluous content. The 8 big characters of the title alone took up an entire page. Open double angle bracket defeated the 2 emperors alone. Zilin Admiral, close double angle bracket. The newspaper content introduced Chiga's battle achievements throughout. The most important one was that Chiga defeated 2 4 emperors, Kaido of the Beasts and red-haired Shanks, consecutively in just one day. Shanks even broke his left arm and nearly lost his life in a small windmill village in East Blue. Everyone who saw the newspaper was excited because they understood why Whitebeard and Redhead had formed an alliance. That is, they were all defeated by Admiral Zilin, and they were afraid. People spontaneously shouted, "Admiral Shuren," on the streets. For a moment, Uchiha Chiga's name resounded in every corner of the sea. The dolls based on Chiga have also become the best-selling products in the store, as well as the Rinnegan pattern-colored contact lenses. Yes, Chiga's iconic Rinnegan has now become a unique existence in the world of cosmetic contact lenses. Men, women, young and old, all like to buy a pair or even several pairs to keep at home. Because there has been word that in a certain village, there were young people wearing Rinnegan-colored contact lenses and scaring off the pirates who came to do evil. Even though the pirates knew that the Rinnegan were fake, they were still scared when they saw them. They were afraid that one day they would run into the real owner of these eyes. They knew that if they did, they wouldn't even have a chance to escape. Advertisement at Kainu's office is still under repair, and it takes a large group of marine soldiers to move the cooled lava scattered on the floor. After all, Gion was a man who had seen the world, and he knew that powerful men were always surrounded by women of all kinds. Of course, this did not include the group of 10,000-years-old bachelors in the marine. No one was surprised by this, especially Spider Oni and the others. They saw that when Akainu learned about Chiga's battle record, he was so excited that he turned into a magma man. It's very lively in Kihonhei's office today, but she chose to turn a blind eye, as long as she was Kihonhei's decent girlfriend. Ace was very cunning. He directly took money from Garp and bought 2 pairs of 6 Magatama Rinnegan, which made Yamato cry with greed. Belmere wanted to see Chiga's opinion and rename Kokoazi Village to Chiga Village, but this request was rejected by Chiga. Gion, Khalifa, Ain, Yamato, Ace and Law, they all looked at Chiga with their Rinnegan making Chiga's scalp tingle. It can be said that in East Blue, Konoha village has become the strongest village in the true sense. Chiga's position as Admiral is already a foregone conclusion. Sengoku has already held a meeting for this purpose. Akainu, Aokiji and Kizaru were also present at that meeting. Luo stood aside scratching his head a little embarrassedly. He originally wanted to let Chiga see whether the Rinnegan he bought was authentic, but as soon as he entered the door, he saw 5 pairs of identical eyes, which made him a little embarrassed. A saying has spread across the sea. Chiga's hometown in the pirates' world, Kokoazi village, is now visited by a constant stream of tourists who want to feel the aura of this legendary admiral. Gion, Khalifa and Ain covered their mouths and giggled. They bought Rinnegan-colored contact lenses just for fun and wanted to see Chiga's reaction. She was one of the first people who rushed into the headquarters store to buy Rinnegan-colored contact lenses. However, she was too excited to check the goods and ended up buying the youth version of Rinnegan, the kind without a single magatama inside. The protagonist of this incident, Chiga, was sitting in his office at this time, looking at the room full of Rinnegan, with a helpless look on his face. Have you guys had enough fun? I still have to attend the Admiral's investiture ceremony later. Advertisement. The light of the Rinnegan will shine upon anyone in the world who has goodwill. Yamato pursed his lips, snorted twice in dissatisfaction, and said. The resolution about Chiga becoming Admiral was passed unusually smoothly. Sengoku had just proposed it and Akainu was the first to agree. Belmere was a little confused at first, but after Chiga explained to her that Konoha village was the former home of the Uchiha clan, she excitedly memorized the name, and Kokoani village was officially renamed Konoha village. Gion also saw what Chihei meant, and she gave Chihei a cold look. She had already known about Chihei's confidence. There's no way around it. Everyone knows that the purple-scaled admiral has the ability to reach any location at any time. Moreover, today is the day when Chiga is conferred the title of admiral. As Chiga's girlfriend, she cannot make things difficult for Chiga. Well, it's getting late. You should go to attend your investiture ceremony, my purple Lin admiral. Not enough. Why is it that only my pair of Rinnegan does not have the magatama that Master talked about? Guests reported that the bar owner actually knew Admiral Zelin, and they came here to drink for no other reason than to feel safe. A bar in Windmill village has a Rinnegan logo on its sign outside the door, and the number of customers coming here to drink is increasing every day. After learning about this, the Marine side directly dispatched East Blue's strongest forces to garrison Konoha village. Sengoku even dispatched some general-level officers from the headquarters to Konoha village to maintain law and order. Thinking of this, Gion walked slowly to Kihonhei's side, and like the last time when Kihonhei was named Vice Admiral, he carefully helped Kihonhei straighten her clothes and said softly. Chihei glanced at Gion awkwardly. There was nothing he could do about it. It was because he had too many close female friends around him. Now that Ain and Khalifa were here, it was good enough that Gion didn't get angry. Even if they don't take the Marine stationed there seriously, they still have to consider the weight of the 4 words, Purple Scale Admiral. Chian he couldn't stand it anymore. He held his forehead with one hand and said. Finally, under Belmere's repeated requests, Chiga had to give a name, which was Konoha village. No matter whether it is an ordinary pirates group from East Blue or some powerful pirates group returning from Grand Line, when passing by there, they will choose to take a detour no matter how far. Chapter 145 Marine is immortal. Justice lasts forever. The ceremony for Kihonhei's appointment as Admiral was naturally more grand than the one when he was conferred the title of Vice Admiral. In addition to being broadcast live around the world, the people who came to participate were all heavyweights. The first is Zephr, who has been secluded for training during this period. Of course he cannot be absent from Kihonhei's awarding ceremony. Thinking of his most proud student, Zephr's heart is filled with pride. Akainu, Kizaru and Aokiji also arrived at the scene. After all, from today on, there will be one more person of the same level among them. And although Chiga has just become the Grand Admiral, in terms of prestige, he is no worse than the 3 veteran admirals in the Marine, and may even surpass them. However, the most surprising thing is that there was also a celestial dragon present at Chiga's inauguration ceremony, and that was Sha Lulia. After arriving at the headquarters, Sha Lulia skipped Sengoku's reception and was focused on finding Chiga. Sengoku didn't know what the relationship between this female celestial dragon and Chiga was. Based on his understanding of celestial dragons, he always felt that there must be something bad going on when this female celestial dragon went to find Chiga. At times like this, he had to keep a close eye on Kihonhei and not let her cause any trouble. So Sengoku took Sha Lulia back to his office and started arguing with her there. Because of Chiga, Sha Lulia was particularly easy to talk to today. At least she tried her best to remain calm when facing Sengoku's nonsense. In the end, Sengoku couldn't explain it anymore, so he reluctantly took her to Chiga. Chiga was chatting with Gion Khalifa and the others backstage at this time. When he saw Sha Lulia following Sengoku, he looked as if he had seen a ghost. Khalifa pushed up her glasses as soon as she saw Sha Lulia, and she came close to Gion and Ain and whispered something quietly. After Gion and Ain learned about what happened between Sha Lulia and Chiga from Khalifa, they both looked puzzled. As we all know, most women like 8 trigrams, let alone the 8 trigrams of Chiga and the female celestial dragons. Gion was already used to Chiga's gossip, so she simply pulled Khalifa and Ain aside, folded her arms and began to watch the interaction between Chiga and Sha Lulia. Chian he looked at Sha Lulia in front of him speechlessly and asked. Why are you here? Sha Lulia glanced at the 3 women standing beside her and pursed her lips. As she had been paying attention to Kihonhei's every move for a daily routine, she certainly knew the relationship between these three women and Kihonhei. Advertisement thinking that they could stay with Kihonhei all the time while she could only stay in Mariojoy and read the newspaper. Sha Lulia felt a little upset, so she stiffened her neck and said, "Humph. Today is the day you are awarded the title of Admiral. Given our relationship, of course I have to come and celebrate for you." Looking at Sha Lulia's annoying expression, he raised his eyebrows. He felt his hands itchy again and couldn't help rubbing them. When Sha Lulia noticed Chiga's actions, her expression changed. She thought she understood Chiga and had realized that Chiga wanted to deal with her. In fact, she was not afraid of Kihonhei's cleaning up, but Gion and the others were still in the room, and she really didn't want to embarrass this kind of person in front of them. Sha Lulia shrank her head and her voice became weaker. "Okay, I admit that my coming here may have caused you some trouble, but I promise that I just wanted to celebrate with you. I definitely don't. I don't want to put on airs." Seeing Sha Lulia's attitude, the three girls from Gion opened their mouths and looked at Sha Lulia in disbelief. In their impression, celestial dragons have always been synonymous with arrogance and domineering. They never thought that celestial dragons would also act like this. Looking at Sha Lulia, who was standing there with a look of grievance on her face, a feeling of sympathy suddenly emerged in the hearts of the three women of Gion. He saw that Sha Lulia had given in and stopped giving her a cold shoulder. He slowed down his tone and said, "Then try not to talk for a while. I'll take you out to play after the ceremony is over. Got it?" When Sha Lulia heard that Kihonhei wanted to take her out to play, she immediately became happy, and the little grievance she had originally felt disappeared. She nodded vigorously. She kept Kihonhei's instructions in mind. As long as Kihonhei agreed to accompany her for a while, she would do whatever he said. If she was asked not to speak, she would not speak. Chiga felt relieved, nodded to Gion and the others, then walked out with Sha Lulia, ready to attend his investiture ceremony. Outside, Sengoku has completed his opening duties, and it is Chiga's turn to appear. Standing under the platform were all the marine officers of the headquarters, including Yamato and Ace. As soon as Kihonhei appeared, thunderous cheers broke out from the audience. Zelin Admiral. Advertisement. The enthusiasm of the soldiers pushed the ceremony to a climax right from the start, because Chiga's promotion to the rank of Admiral was what everyone expected, both within the marine and the world at large. No one would bother about Chiga's age anymore, because it was already so ridiculous considering Chiga's horrific record. Sha Lulia sat at the first seat on the podium. It was her first time experiencing such a scene. Although she didn't understand why the people below were so excited, when she thought that it was all because of Kihonhei, she also became excited. She stared at Chiha's back and felt that Chiha standing there gave her a stronger sense of security than in Mariojoy. This was the man she was obsessed with, Uchiha Chiga. He glanced at the soldiers below with a smile on his face. He was also very excited. No man could resist the temptation of being crowned king and receiving a visit. At this moment, such a scene was prepared for him. He raised his hand and pressed it lightly, and the shouting below immediately subsided as if the pause button had been pressed. Looking at the marines below who admired him so much, Kihonhei felt deeply moved. These were soldiers, and they were so lovable. Above the sky, endless thunderclouds gathered, with constant thunder rumbling from them, as if responding to He's surging emotions. The marines below were not afraid of this, as they knew that was one of Admiral Zilin's abilities, the ability to control lightning. They stood quietly below, looking at Kihonhei on the platform with fanatical eyes, waiting for his voice. He calmed down a little, and looked at the marines below with a firm gaze, his voice as loud as thunder. "Marine is immortal. Justice will last forever. Boom boom boom." As soon as Kihonhei finished speaking, endless purple thunder fell on the sea around the naval headquarters, causing huge waves. At this moment, both the naval headquarters and the people around the world who were watching the investiture ceremony had flushed faces with excitement. Even Kizaru, who liked to slack off, was trembling all over. He felt like he was about to burn up. However, after a while, he wrinkled his nose because he smelled a burnt smell. Suddenly, Kizaru turned his head to look at Akainu who was sitting next to him and saw that the half of Akainu's body facing him had turned into a pool of magma, and half of the chair and the ground had been destroyed. Kizaru's pupils shrank, and he immediately picked up his chair and moved at Daiokiji's side. Sitting down, Kizaru wiped the sweat from his forehead and muttered, "Sure enough, this old man still can't get excited." Chapter 146. Chiga vs. Zephr. After the world-shaking investiture ceremony ended, Kihonhei went to see Zephr first. The two met in the wasteland behind the training camp, which was where Zephr gave Chiga special training. Zephr looked at his student with satisfaction. It had only been a short time and Chiga had already become a marine admiral. He was already 38 years old when he took this position. And Chiga is not even 20 years old this year, a marine admiral who is not even 20 years old. It's unbelievable to think about it. Zephr sighed in his heart and said, "Kihonhei, I didn't expect you to become an admiral so soon. I'm so happy for you." Kihonhei responded with a smile, "It's all thanks to the teacher's good teaching. No, compared to your talent, my teachings are of limited use." "Teacher, when did you become so humble? This is not like you. I heard from Marshal Sengoku that you have been training yourself recently, is that true?" Zephr was stunned, thinking that Sengoku was a talkative guy. He wanted to wait until he was thoroughly familiar with the power of the mythical beast fruit before going out to compete with Sengoku to see who was more powerful, his great Buddha or his own bull demon king. "I have to say, you won't know how amazing devil fruit is until you try it." Zephr, who was originally not very fond of devil fruit, had to sigh at the increase in power it brought him after eating the bull demon king fruit. If the devil fruit didn't taste so damn bad, he really wanted to say, it smells so good. Now that Chiga knows about it, Zephr will not hide it. What's more, the fruit was given to him by Chiga. What is there that cannot be told between him and Chiga? Thinking of this, Zephr spoke directly, well, I have eaten your fruit. It is a really powerful fruit. I feel that my current strength even exceeds that of the past. Hearing this, Kihonhei raised his eyebrows. Why did he think that teacher Zephr was now in the rookie's expansion period? Zephr didn't know what Kihonhei was thinking. What he was thinking now was that since he had asked this question, he might as well let Kihonhei see his current strength. Advertisement, and he wanted to see how strong his student was right now. Even Kaido and Shanks were no match for him. The more Zephr thought about it, the more he wanted to do it, and his gaze towards Kihonhei gradually changed. Kihonhei noticed Zephyr's gaze and asked in confusion. Teacher Zephr, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something wrong? Just tell me what it is, and I will definitely help you. Zephr shook his head, staring into Chiga's eyes and said, it's nothing, the teacher just wants to have a fight with you. What? Are you afraid of hurting the teacher? That's not what I meant, it's just what, watch the punch. As soon as he finished speaking, Zephyr's fist was instantly covered with dark armament color and blasted towards Kihonhei's abdomen. Kihonhei's reaction speed was also very fast. His body almost instantly turned into a ball of lightning and appeared in a distant location, keeping a distance from Zephr. You know, ever since he absorbed the thunder fruit, his observation haki has been amplified by lightning almost all the time, and Zephyr's punch was just a tentative one. It was impossible to hurt Chiga at all. Zephr was also very satisfied with Chiga's reaction. He paid the most attention to the basic training of students. Otherwise he would not always criticize Kizaru for relying too much on the ability of sparkling fruit. Although Kihonhei also used the ability of the fruit just now, it was also based on keen combat intuition. But Kizaru's physical skills are actually not bad, it's just that his sparkling fruit is so useful. Kizaru, Aokiji and Akainu are all users of top-level Logia devil fruit, but sparkling fruit is obviously the most useful one, and it's also very handsome. Back to the battle, Kihonhei looked helplessly at Zephr who was in high spirits, thinking. Teacher Zephr, you are so unethical that you actually attacked your own student. Advertisement, but it would be nice to let Zephr enjoy the fun of fighting, so Kihonhei thought about having some fun with his teacher today. Having made up his mind, Qianhe's expression became serious. His hands were covered with sublimated weapons, and an extremely oppressive aura burst out from him. It was obvious that he was ready for a serious fight. Zephr smiled slightly when he felt the momentum. He knew that Kihonhei had started to get serious, so he also had to show his real ability. The pitch-black armament color spread from Zephyr's hands to his elbows. At this moment, the black-armed Zephr of that year returned again. Zephyr's eyes were fixed on Chiga, and he stomped his feet rapidly on the ground dozens of times, performing the shave technique from the 6 styles. The effect of this move on Zephyr's feet must be extremely powerful. It only takes a moment from completing the action to teleporting in front of Chiga. Zephyr's right arm muscles bulged high, and he punched Kihonhei, who also punched back. Boom! The ground beneath their feet began to crack. Powerful waves swept over them in waves, raising a cloud of dust. Zephr didn't stay in a stalemate with Chiga for too long. He swung his left arm again, repeating the cycle and punching Chiga with a torrential rain of punches. Kihonhei was also completely aroused by this attack. He did not use any other abilities, but just threw punch after punch at Zephr. The whole scene is highlighted by a sense of déjà vu of aura. After a while of fighting, Zephr finally couldn't hold on anymore. He kicked his feet and ended the attack. He looked at his fists with some lingering feeling. There was still heat coming out of his fists, which showed how intense the fistfight just now was. Zephr retreated to a safe area and calmed his breathing. There was a hint of satisfaction on his face. Although that kind of attack method consumed a lot of physical energy, it was really cool. At the same time, he also had a more intuitive understanding of Kihonhei's strength. He knew that Kihonhei still hadn't used his full strength. At least none of Kihonhei's powerful abilities were useful. But even so, in the physical duel just now, he was still clearly at a disadvantage, and he couldn't help but sigh that his student was truly an absolute monster. It's not unfair at all that Kaido and Shanks lost to him. Chapter 147 Black Bull Zephr. A breeze blew by, and the marine coats on Kihonhei and Zephr were rustling in the wind. Zephyr's tense body suddenly relaxed. He looked at Kihonhei opposite him and said with a smile. Kihonhei, your ability has far exceeded the teacher's expectations. To be honest, the position of Marine Admiral is a bit unfair to you. He dropped his arms to his waist, and he responded with the same smile. On the contrary, I think Zephyr-sensei is in a good condition to be a Marine Admiral again. After saying this, the two of them laughed at the same time, as if they were not the ones who were fighting wildly just now. After laughing for a while, Zephr shook his neck, grabbed his marine coat and threw it out, then began to slowly unbutton the shirt inside. Zephr said as he unbuttoned his clothes. I've sat in that seat long enough, so I'll leave it to you youngsters. Now I just hope you can show your true strength, Kihonhei. After unbuttoning the last button, Zephr took off his shirt, revealing his muscular body, looking extremely powerful. Seeing what Zephr was doing, Kihonhei threw his marine coat away and then unbuttoned his shirt like Zephr. He knew that Zephr was going to use all his strength. Zephr, who was ready, shouted loudly, and his muscles began to swell at a speed visible to the naked eye, and one could even see the bulging blood vessels. Gradually, Zephyr's body was covered with dense black hair, and a pair of gray horns grew on his head, with the same black pattern as the devil fruit on the horns. A thick layer of bone armor appeared on his shoulders, gleaming with a milky white luster in the sunlight. This is the ability of the Bull Demon King fruit. Now Zephr has entered a half-beast state. 2 streams of white gas spewed out from Zephyr's nose, which had become almost like that of a cow. He grinned at Kihonhei with a black face, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Zephr said in an extremely deep voice, "Sorry for the long wait, Kihonhei. This is the effect of your Bull Demon King fruit. How does it look?" Kihonhei raised an eyebrow. To be honest, Zephyr's current posture definitely looks extremely haughty, but this face is a little hard to describe. Imagine what it would be like if a normal person's face suddenly turned black and grew a big nose. It would definitely not be good looking. Advertisement, however, due to her status as a student, Kihonhei reluctantly gave Zephr a thumbs up and praised him. Looks cool. Nonsense. A big question mark popped up over Kihonhei's head, and she wondered if there was anything wrong with her evaluation. Zephr curled his lips and said unhappily, what he didn't know was that when Kaido faced Chiga's laser, he was thinking exactly the same thing as him. But even such a defense still couldn't stop Kihonhei's attack. It is conceivable what level Kihonhei's strength has reached. This is the power of the Shira fruit. It looks good. Come on, let me see what kind of improvement this fruit can bring to you. At the moment the earth wall collapsed, a stream of fluid composed of loess on the ground spread along Zephyr's arms and all over his body, and then hardened to form a layer of loess armor. It can be seen that the yellow earth armor on Zephyr's body has turned into pieces and slid off, and there are still dazzling spots of light remaining on his body. Qianhe's heart was filled with anxiety at this moment. He should have told the truth earlier. Now he is shooting himself in the foot. A few streams of steaming hot air spurted out of his nostrils again, and Zephr locked onto Kihonhei with his huge bull eyes. He kicked the ground a few times with one bull hoof, and then his entire body turned into a black lightning and rushed towards Kihonhei. At this moment, Black Arm Zephr has completed the transformation into Black Bull Zephr. Obviously, Zephr has completely entered the beast state of the Bull Demon King fruit. He already knows the gap in strength between himself and Chiga, so he doesn't want to continue like this. He is ready to use his strongest attack to end this battle. As soon as he finished speaking, Zephr stomped his big feet heavily on the ground, and a terrifying crack instantly spread towards Kihonhei's position. Fortunately, Zephr didn't let Kihonhei worry for too long. He slowly lowered his arms, then suddenly leaned over and lay on the ground, getting on all fours. Boom! Lasers from the sky continued to bombard the earth wall summoned by Zephr. Finally, the earth wall could no longer hold and collapsed into a pile of yellow earth that splashed everywhere. Advertisement: the laser hit the earth wall, bringing up a cloud of yellow dust. Zephr, who was standing behind the wall, had a serious look on his face. He had sensed that the wall was about to collapse. Sengoku lowered his head and stared blankly at the large water stain on his pants. After a while, he came to his senses. He rushed out of the headquarters building and looked in the direction where the sound came from. Facing this intensive laser attack, Zephr frowned, because this move reminded him of a certain ape. Zephr nodded after seeing it and said, after a long time, the smoke cleared, revealing Zephr inside, who was still in a defensive posture. Kihonhei also understood what Zephr meant. A destructive weapon with a purple-black glow appeared in his right hand, and he blasted it hard at the oncoming Zephr. His body began to swell again, and within a few breaths he turned into a huge black bull with a thick layer of bone armor on its back. A deafening roar was heard, echoing throughout the naval headquarters. Kihonhei fell from the air to the ground, looking at the light spots on Zephyr's body. The corners of his mouth twitched unconsciously. Why did the scene in front of him seem a little familiar? Feeling a little aggrieved, Kihonhei didn't waste any words and directly used the ability of the Shira fruit to expand his body size to a level similar to that of Zephr. The patterned horns on Zephyr's head had now turned pure black, the result of him injecting all of his armament haki into it. All Sengoku saw was a huge mushroom cloud. It's not like I haven't looked in the mirror before. How can this cow face be related to being handsome? You better be honest with the teacher. Of course, this kind of attack had no effect on Kihonhei, who could fly. He used Tiandeo's ability to fly directly into the air. The 4 arms behind him turned into 4 cannon barrels, and fired round after round of laser shots at Zephr on the ground. Zephr pressed his arms to the ground, and a thick wall of earth suddenly appeared in front of him, with a spiral black pattern on it, the same as the pattern on his horns. Zephr pulled his arms out from the ground and crossed them to protect his head, using his body to meet the subsequent laser attacks. Dense lasers bombarded Zephr and the ground beside him, raising a cloud of thick smoke. He was once again amazed at Kihonhei's strength. You know, this was not an ordinary earth wall. Controlling the earth element is a side effect of the mythical beast Bull Demon King's fruit, and the earth element controlled by him has been strengthened, and its hardness is far beyond that of steel. Kihonhei couldn't help but start to worry about Zephyr's current physical condition, wondering whether he should hurry up and give his teacher a stone climbing spell to heal him. Was he doing Kizaru's job? As God knows, he had no intention of killing Zephr. Sengoku, who was sipping hot tea in the office, was frightened by the sudden loud noise and his hands trembled, spilling the scalding tea all over himself. Chapter 148. Respecting Teachers Uchiha in the hospital at the naval headquarters, Marineford. Zephr lay on the soft bed in the hospital with a ruddy complexion and several layers of thick white bandages wrapped around his forehead. Standing beside his bed were Chiga, who looked embarrassed, and other people who came to visit Zephr. Khalifa and Ain stood on both sides of Chiga, and Sengoku and others stood opposite Chiga. Even Akainu, Aokiji and Kizaru came to this ward. Normally, Kizaru would never get involved in visiting a patient, but the person he was visiting this time was different. That was his most beloved teacher Zephr. How could we miss his participation at this time? Anyway, Zephr doesn't seem to be in any serious condition, so we might as well take this opportunity to give him some comfort. Kizaru reached out and patted the blanket covering Zephr, and asked with an expression that he thought was extremely heartbroken. "Oh my, Mr. Zephr, are you okay? You are so stupid, you are so old and you still want to fight with Brother Kihane. This is too dangerous, you are Marine's treasure." Once these words were spoken, coupled with Kizaru's ups and downs in tone, Kakuzu's mouth twitched while everyone present. If someone didn't know Kizaru's reaction, they would think that he was too concerned about Zephyr's health. But those who know the relationship between Kizaru and Zephr know that this guy is definitely trying to annoy Zephr. As expected, Zephyr's face darkened after receiving Kizaru's concern. He squinted at Kizaru and said coldly, "Borsellino, do you think I can't hear you being sarcastic? Are you hoping that I will just lie in the hospital and retire? Teacher Zephr, you really hurt my heart when you say that. Everyone knows that I respect you the most." "Haha, if you really respect me, shut up now and go somewhere cool." "Okay." Hearing the teacher's friendly greeting, Kizaru immediately took out a pair of nail clippers from his trouser pocket and found a corner to trim his nails. Zephr rolled his eyes. There was nothing he could do about this guy. Advertisement. In fact, the relationship between Zephr and Kizaru is not as bad as it seems. There is a sense of love-hate relationship between the two. At the end of the movie, when Kizaru threw out the Yasakani no Magatama, a flash could be clearly seen on his sunglasses. Perhaps Kizaru, who always seemed to care about no one, also had tears in his eyes at that moment. Is the cry of, "Goodbye, Teacher Zephr," also filled with a sense of bitterness and helplessness? After sending Kizaru away, Zephr looked at Chiga. Although he was admitted to the hospital because of Chiga, there was no anger in his eyes when he looked at Chiga, but full of appreciation. In this way, in the future he can point to the scar on his forehead and proudly tell others, "This is the scar left by my favorite student, Uchiha Chiga." "What's wrong, Zephr? Why are you looking at me like that?" So when Zephr saw Ain pouting and pinching Chiani's waist, he spoke up to help Chiani out. "Ain, stop pinching him. This time it's me who wants Kihane to fight with me, it has nothing to do with him." Sure enough, after hearing Zephyr's words, Ain immediately stopped what he was doing and rubbed Kihane's waist implicitly. "Ah, yes, yes," Zephr sneered. He had no emotions towards Chiga, but towards Sengoku, he had a lot of emotions. Chiga felt a little embarrassed. After he defeated Zephr with the destruction armament, he immediately wanted to sell the stone length ratio to Zephr to help him recover. After looking away, the two of them looked at each other again, then nodded silently, and the previous unpleasantness seemed to have dissipated a little. "You wish." What Zephr didn't know was that Ain didn't use any force. She was just pretending to do it because she was afraid that Zephr would blame Kihane. Given her feelings for Kihane, how could she really bear to hurt her? This proves the saying, "You're responsible for the consequences of your own actions." After saying this, Kizaru, who was trimming his nails in the corner, suddenly sneezed. He rubbed his nose and muttered. The scar he was worried about probably wouldn't be able to be preserved under the doctor's treatment. Even after removing the bandage, the skin at the wound might become smoother than before. Advertisement. Unexpectedly, after Zephr knew his intention, he directly refused, and the reason for the refusal was very strange. In the end, Zephr was carried onto a stretcher by a group of medical staff and sent directly to the hospital, where he was publicly executed by everyone. Zephr smiled helplessly. He knew Ain's feelings for Kihane, so he didn't say anything. In his opinion, if Sengoku hadn't been so nosy, would he be lying in the hospital like this? He was also being played tricks by Borsellino, and now you come out and act like a good guy. Kihane looked at Zephr on the bed and said, Sengoku was happy to see the harmonious atmosphere in the ward and couldn't help but mention it. Teacher Zephr, no matter what, this is all my fault. Just take a good rest here for a few days. Zephr said that he hadn't had such a satisfying fight in a long time, and this little injury was nothing for a man, and it would be best if it could leave a scar. To be honest, after hearing Zephyr's reason, Kihane really suspected that Zephyr's head was broken by him. Haha, I am very happy with the strength you have shown, but I don't like what you said. I am convinced of my defeat. Even if you don't use those strange abilities, your hockey strength alone is already the best in the world. Akainu and Aokiji glanced at Kizaru at the same time, and they knew that Kizaru would be unhappy. Sengoku, when I'm released from the hospital, how about we have a fight? I need to ask you for advice on how to develop my fruit ability, what do you think? Ahem, I suddenly remembered that I still have some things to deal with. You guys eat first and don't worry about me. Moreover, Zephyr's temper was stubborn to begin with, and now that he had eaten the Bull Demon King fruit, he became even more stubborn. He was determined not to let Chiga treat him. Thinking of this, Zephr smiled and looked at Sengoku and said. Although Zephr said he didn't care, Kihane still expressed his apology again. There was nothing he could do about it, he was a good young man who respected his teachers. Alright. This matter is just a misunderstanding after all. Why don't we all have a meal together here tonight? It can also be regarded as a celebration for Kihane's promotion to Admiral. However, how could her little action escape Zephyr's eyes? However, Zephr paid the price for this later, because Sengoku, who arrived and saw the condition on his forehead, called medical staff carrying a stretcher for Zephr without saying anything. Sengoku finished speaking, but before he could even get over his excitement, he realized that Zephr was staring at him intently. He stroked his beard and asked in confusion. Chapter 149 Deep Sea Prison. After visiting Zephr, on the way back, Kihonhe suddenly turned to Khalifa and said, Khalifa, help me get through to the deep sea prison and tell them I have something to go to. Okay, boss. Khalifa immediately took out a Den Den Mushi and hid it at the deep sea prison in front of Chiga. Along with the Den Den Mushi's gurgling sound, a somewhat arrogant voice rang out. Moses, this is the deep sea prison. I'm Deputy Director Hanayabal. What can I do for you? When Hanayabal mentioned the word, deputy, his voice dropped significantly, and he seemed reluctant to mention this word. I'm Admiral Zelin's secretary. May I ask if Director Magellan is here? What? Admiral Z. Admiral Zelin, Director Magellan is still in the bathroom. If you have anything to say, please tell me first. I will go to the bathroom and inform him right away. Well, Admiral Zelin will be visiting you soon, and he asked me to inform you in advance. Got it, I'll go to the bathroom and inform Director Magellan right away. After the call ended, Khalifa looked at Kihonhe and said, Boss, shall we set off now? Well, there's a gift I prepared for you there. Is it devil fruit? Khalifa, could you please not be so blunt? Shouldn't I be able to talk straight with my boss? Yes. The entrance to the deep sea prison, all the prison guards and officials were standing guard here, and a hint of anticipation and nervousness could be seen in their eyes. Magellan stood in the middle of the two teams. Normally, it was time for him to go to the toilet, but when he thought of the people who were about to arrive here, he held it back. Advertisement because the one coming today is the Zilin Admiral. Although the deep sea prison and the marine are two different systems, as the prison director, he does not need to care so much about the marine admiral. But Zilin Admiral is different. He is able to defeat 2-4 emperors alone. A strong man of this level is truly a guest of honor wherever he goes. What's more, such a strong man comes from the marine, which makes people more awed and admired. Many prison inmates here, including cadres, regard Kihonhe as their idol. So, when the news of Kihonhe's arrival reached the prison, the entire prison was immediately in an uproar. Even without Magellan giving any orders, they would come here spontaneously to welcome Kihonhe's arrival. Everyone stared at the open door of the prison with bated breath, and gradually, two figures appeared. Gulp, some people couldn't help swallowing their saliva, they stared at the two figures intently. Finally, Chiga and Khalifa appeared in front of everyone. In the crowd, the head prison guard Sadi-chan, who was wearing a pink leather jacket, held her red face in her hands and shouted excitedly at the handsome Chiga, who was wearing a marine coat. Oh, that's Admiral Zelin, he's just as handsome as in the photo. Next to Sadi-chan was Domino, the deputy warden of the prison, who was wearing a brown military uniform. Seeing that Sadi-chan was a little too excited, she reached out and tugged at her sleeve. Sadi-chan turned around and looked at Domino. Domino put a finger to his lips and made a silencing gesture to Sadi-chan. Sadi-chan was naturally very dissatisfied. Her idol was about to walk right in front of her, and you wanted me to shut up? But a higher-ranking official can crush a person, and although she was dissatisfied, facing Domino who was one level higher than her, she could only shut her mouth obediently. However, her inexplicably trembling body seemed to be making a silent protest. Domino curled her lips and thought to herself that with your behavior, you'd better not embarrass the deep sea prison. Who doesn't want to see Admiral Zelin? She wants to see him too, but can you be more elegant? After Sadi-chan calmed down, Domino's eyes under her sunglasses immediately looked at Chiga again. If you take off her sunglasses now, you can see that only Chiga is left in Domino's eyes. That's right, the deputy warden of the deep sea prison is also a loyal fan of Kihonhe. There are many reasons why she is fascinated by Chiga. First of all, Domino is an absolute face control. In the anime, she was fascinated by the face of Empress Hancock, and Chiga's face really fits her aesthetic. But there is another very important point, none of the pirates who have been at Chiga's hands can reach the deep sea prison alive. Domino, who had been the deputy warden for several years, was really disgusted by these pirates, especially those who were extremely evil and powerful. They had committed such serious crimes, but they were still sent in intact. Advertisement. Look at how those people behaved in prison. They acted like they were staying in a hotel. They had no respect for the staff at all and verbal insults were commonplace. So when Domino learned about Chiga's deeds, she fell in love with him. In her opinion, Chiga was simply a perfect man. In fact, Akainu's group of hawkish figures also met Domino's requirements, but there was no way, they all failed miserably. Domino glanced at Khalifa next to Kihonhe and thought to himself. This woman must be Admiral Zelin's secretary. She looks pretty ordinary to me. It would be great if I could be her secretary. Chian, he didn't know that the two beauties in the deep sea prison had already started flirting with him. He was already standing in front of Magellan, holding out his hand and saying with a smile. Director Magellan, nice to meet you. I'm Admiral of Headquarters Zelin, you can just call me Kihonhe. Kihonhe's friendly attitude immediately made people around her feel like they were in the spring breeze. This is the power of the idol filter. In their eyes, even if Kihonhe sneezed now, he would still be handsome. Magellan quickly held Kihonhe's hand and responded. Hello Kihonhe. I wonder what you want to do here. Just here to execute some prisoners, what? Magellan's pupils shrank, and he thought to himself that this was a bit beyond his authority. It was not the Marine's job to execute prisoners, right? After seeing Magellan's reaction, Kihonhe immediately added. Don't worry, this matter has been approved by the world government. After all, those guys I want to execute are not just any nobody. Before coming, Kihonhe had already spoken with the 5 elders. After they learned of his intention, they agreed readily without asking for the reason, just as Kihonhei expected. After hearing that this matter had been approved by the world government, Magellan immediately nodded in relief. Kihonhei's words not only gave the prison a way out, but also served as an insurance against the possible consequences of this matter. After all, Kihonhei said that the prisoners he was going to execute were not just any random people. The prisoners who were qualified to be executed by him must be at least on the 4th floor underground or lower, right? Thinking of this, Magellan asked, so which floor are you going to? 6th floor underground, Eternal Hell, Chapter 150 Momo Fruit. As soon as the words, Eternal Hell, came out, everyone present shuddered unconsciously. None of the people imprisoned there are simple characters. Golden Lion was imprisoned on that floor before. Many prison inmates didn't even dare to stay in that place for too long. The smell coming from the prison alone was enough to make them feel suffocated. Magellan nodded slowly. Since Chiga wanted to go, let him go. However, considering the danger level there, Magellan did not let Domino and others follow him. He planned to lead Chiga to Eternal Hell alone. It is worth mentioning that when Kihonhei passed by Hanayabal, she patted him on the shoulder, which made Hanayabal feel flattered. Kihonhei smiled at Hanayabal and said, keep going. Deputy Director is definitely not your final destination. I'm counting on you. After saying that, Kihonhei turned around and left with Khalifa, leaving Hanayabal standing there staring at Kihonhei's back in a daze. He didn't come back to his senses until Chian-He's back disappeared from his sight. Then he excitedly shouted in the direction where Chian-He disappeared. I will definitely work hard, Admiral Zilin. After shouting this, Hanayabal's face was already in tears. Although he didn't know why this purple-scale admiral knew his wish, but receiving such affirmation from such a person, Hanayabal felt like a fire burning in his chest. Hanayabal's shout reached Kihonhei's ears, and a smile appeared on his lips. Khalifa asked with some doubt. Boss, is there anything special about Hanayabal? Why do you think so highly of him? Magellan, who was walking in front, also pricked up his ears. He also wanted to know why Kihonhei was so optimistic about his subordinate. Kihonhei responded with a smile. Although he looks a bit scary, I can see that the justice in his heart is no less than anyone else. People like him should be given important positions. Of course, Chiga said this because when he was watching the anime, he was deeply moved by Hanayabal's performance. At that time, he was facing Luffy and other criminals who had escaped from prison. No matter the difference in numbers or strength, the role he could play was minimal. However, Hanayabal still stood firmly in front of the escaped prisoners and shouted out the words that Kihonhei admired very much. In order to reassure the weak, I will put you vicious criminals back in jail. In this sentence, Hanayabal did not mention the world government or any great principles. He was just thinking about the common people. In Kihonhei's opinion, this should be the true and purest justice. Advertisement. Hearing Kihonhei's evaluation, Magellan laughed and his liking for Kihonhei increased a lot because he thought the same way. Even though Hanayabal had been clamoring to be the director and his ability was average, his kind heart made it impossible for me to dislike him. In fact, Magellan, like Hanayabal, has a devilish appearance but an angelic heart. Along the way, Magellan and Kihonhei talked more and more happily. Kihonhei even teased Magellan that he was either going to the toilet or on his way to the toilet every day. Magellan was not angry. Instead, he scratched his chin embarrassedly. There was nothing he could do. Who told him that the side effects of the poison fruit were so severe? In this relaxed atmosphere, Kihonhei and his companions arrived at the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison, Eternal Hell. As soon as she arrived here, Khalifa's expression turned a little ugly because the oppressive feeling coming from inside was too strong. She felt that several powerful auras had locked this place tightly. Kihonhei reached out and took Khalifa into his arms, whispered a few words of comfort, then snorted coldly, and a domineering aura burst out from his body, instantly sweeping across the entire Eternal Hell. Under this momentum, the entire Eternal Hell was shaking violently, and dense cracks began to appear on the floor. Magellan on the side looked at Kihonhei in shock, a layer of cold sweat appearing on his forehead. Although Kihonhei's aura was not directed at him, the vision of the entire Eternal Hell at the moment still made him understand how terrifying Kihonhei's aura was. Judging from the momentum, he even felt that he couldn't last 10 rounds against Kihonhei. Phew. Khalifa knew that Kihonhei must have absorbed the world fruit, but she remembered that Kihonhei had felt discomfort in her eyes after absorbing the devil fruit. She hurried to Kihonhei's side and asked with concern. Kihonhei's right hand turned into a dazzling purple lightning and pressed on the ice. The ice quickly melted under the high temperature of the lightning. After many years, World's body was exposed to the air again. I have to say that the physique of people in the pirates' world is pervert. Even after being frozen for so many years, World just came out of the ice and immediately let out a roar. From now on, the fruit will change hands. At first glance, they were attracted by Chiga's Rinnegan because they felt the same terrifying aura from it. World Destroyer World, who had just woken up from the ice and had not had time to adapt to his body, died so hastily at the hands of Kihonhei, and he didn't even know the name of the person who killed him. That's long-winded. World, who had come to his senses, looked at Chiga's arm that pierced his heart in disbelief, and asked incoherently. The remaining prisoners also had grim expressions on their faces. They all leaned over the iron bars and looked out, wanting to know who could have such a terrifying aura. Kihonhei ignored the gazes of these people and walked forward with his arm around Khalifa's waist. As he passed by, the prisoners on both sides did not dare to move. Advertisement. Not everyone is like Doflamingo, the newspaper reading king, who reads newspapers all day long. They don't know how many years they have been locked up here. His memory was still stuck on the moment he was arrested, so now he just felt extremely angry. This group of people were very confused because they had never heard of such a person as Qian. Today he had witnessed the horror of this purple-scale admiral. This kind of strength was worthy of the title of Marine Admiral, who was known as the highest combat force in the naval headquarters. Who are you? Compared to Magellan, the prisoners in Infinite Prison were much more miserable. Magellan was at most just startled, but many of them were already lying on the ground with foam at the mouth, fainted. It was Burndy World, known as the World Destroyer, like Golden Lion, he suffered from the theatrical version. You know, as a user of the poison fruit, Magellan is like a fish in water in such a cramped environment as the prison. However, Qian did not give him any chance to struggle. His entire right arm turned into purple lightning and stabbed directly into World's left chest. But even Magellan, who was so powerful, had to swallow his saliva. Pulling the arm out of World's body, the blood had already evaporated under the high temperature of lightning, and Qian's arm did not seem to have any trace of dirt. Crack. Boss, are you okay? Magellan wiped the sweat from his forehead, walked quickly forward, checked World's body, and confirmed that this guy was completely dead. They knew that based on the momentum he had just displayed, this guy who looked too young definitely possessed the power to crush them easily. The arm that Qian inserted into World's body burst out with even stronger lightning, and World's internal organs instantly turned into a pile of ashes under the raging lightning. He gave Khalifa a reassuring smile and said, "Don't worry, I'm in perfect condition now." But compared to Golden Lion's lion fruit, this guy's Momo fruit is a rare Paramecia premium fruit, and Chiga has been eyeing this fruit for a long time. Qian slowly turned his head, and a second black magatama appeared in his left eye. Inside the cell, a burly man with a green beard was frozen in a huge block of ice. In this environment, Magellan's strength is definitely infinitely close to Admiral. Arriving in front of a cell, Qian signaled to Magellan to open the door. Magellan did not waste any time. After experiencing the momentum just now, he was completely convinced of Qian's strength. Chapter 151. The younger named Vaguna. After dealing with World, Chiga turned and left the cage. Magellan behind him looked at Chiga's back with a serious look. Being able to become the prison director, he is naturally strong in observation hockey. He always feels that the aura emanating from Chiga is even more dangerous. Looking back at World's body, Magellan calmed himself down and continued to follow Qian to other cells. Chiga, who was walking in front, was sensing the power of the Momo fruit that she had just obtained from World. The name of this fruit should be taken from the English word, more. Its ability is very intuitive, that is, faster, stronger and bigger. It can increase the size of objects. Judging from the performance in the movie, the limit of World's use is 100 times. Now it is in Chiga's hands, and since it has not been used yet, we don't know what its limit is. In addition to its size, it can also increase its own speed and the speed of objects. This is the most important point in the ability of this fruit that Chiga values. Of course, Qian felt that no matter how buggy this fruit was, it was impossible for it to increase his speed by 100 times when he was struck by lightning. Because if the attack is carried out at that speed, not to mention whether Qian's physical strength can withstand it, even the planet will not be able to withstand it. But even if it cannot increase Qian's speed by 100 times, even if it only doubles it, it will still be a terrifying improvement for Qian. It can be said that after absorbing the Momo fruit, Qian became the fastest man in this ocean. Thinking of this, Qian couldn't wait to adapt the newly acquired fruit ability to the next unlucky guy. He turned to look at Magellan and asked, "Director Magellan, please take me to Katarina Depen's cell." Magellan nodded. Since one, World Destroyer, World had already died, one more, Crescent Hunter, Katarina Depen wouldn't be a big deal. He also didn't have a good impression of these pirates. Now that Qian had obtained the approval of the world government, he would be happy to see Qian clean up these troublesome garbage. So, under the guidance of Magellan, Qian came to Depen's cell. Depen noticed Magellan and others at the door. When she saw the pretty Khalifa, an ugly smile appeared on her slightly abstract face. Advertisement, Muluhuhuhu. Magellan, how come you have time to come here today and bring me such a beautiful beauty? Hearing what Depen said, Khalifa frowned. Having read countless materials, she naturally knew the unique hobbies of this ugly woman in front of her. The information says that this girl has an obsessive pursuit of beauty, which can be seen from her clean and wrinkle-free prison uniform. However, this pursuit is still normal. The most perverted thing about this guy is that he likes to hunt beautiful women. Thinking of the innocent women who died at Depen's hands, Khalifa looked at Depen in the cell with disgust. She now really hoped that her boss would come in and kill her as soon as possible. Qian did not disappoint Khalifa's expectations. After Magellan opened the cell door, he walked straight in. His Rinnegan looked coldly at Depen in front of him, as if he was looking at a dead person. Because Depen's cell was far from the entrance, she didn't know that the terrifying aura that enveloped the entire eternal hell just now came from the man in front of her. She ignored Qian-he's gaze and instead looked at Qian-he in front of her. When she saw Qian-he's handsome face belonging to the Uchiha clan, her eyes lit up and she couldn't help but say, "Oh, you are not any worse looking than those women. What a pity, if you were out there, I would have to love you well." Muluhuhuhu. Qian had had enough of this guy's laughter. His right hand was instantly covered with sublimated weaponry, and he hammered at Depen's bared teeth. Bang! A scream echoed throughout eternal hell. Depen's teeth had been crushed to powder by Qian-he's punch. Her mouth was now full of blood, and combined with her abstract face, she looked extremely terrifying. Magellan at the back raised his eyebrows. He felt that Depend was just looking for trouble. If she hadn't said those two sentences, she might have died more easily like World. Now it was obvious that she had P********* D off Qianhe, otherwise she wouldn't have been hit like that. Khalifa had a look of satisfaction on her face. She wished her boss would punch the disgusting guy a few more times, to avenge the woman who died at her hands. Depend knelt on the ground, covering her big mouth. Blood continued to flow out from between her fingers. She raised her head and looked at Qianhe with resentment, making a hissing sound from her mouth. There was no way. She had lost all her teeth and she couldn't adapt to speaking without teeth in her mouth. Advertisement. Qianhe glanced at the necklace made of blue beads around Depend's neck, and an idea suddenly came to his mind. He simply pulled off the necklace and tore it into pieces in front of Depend, leaving only a blue bead in his palm. After playing with the blue bead in his hand for a while, Qianhe looked at Depend with a playful look in his eyes. Being looked at like this by Qianhe, Dai Peng suddenly felt a surge of fear in her heart. She, who had been extremely arrogant, unconsciously retreated to the corner of the cell. However, her actions were in vain. Qianhe walked up to Depend step by step with a devilish smile on her face and squatted down in front of Depend. He punched Depend hard in the stomach again. Depend opened his mouth in pain. Qianhe took this opportunity to throw the blue bead directly into Depend's bloody mouth. Gulp, Depend swallowed the blue bead, and then he started coughing violently due to choking. He smiled, stood up and looked down at Dai Peng who was lying on the ground like a dead dog. The second Magatama in his left eye began to throb, and he whispered. My name is Viguna. This name comes from one of the abilities of Otsutsuki Ashiki's right eye in Hokage, which he uses to shrink objects and then restore them to their original size. Qianhe used the power of the Momo fruit to magnify the blue bead that was swallowed into Depend's stomach dozens of times. He cannot shrink objects now, maybe he can after awakening, but the usage is similar. At this time, Depend's internal organs had been crushed into pieces by the bead that had suddenly expanded in size. Depend's eyes suddenly widened, her stomach swelled into a round ball, and a large amount of blood suddenly spurted out of her mouth, mixed with fragments of internal organs. She looked up at Qianhe in disbelief, then her eyes gradually dimmed, she rolled her eyes, and fell silent. Qianhe reached out and pressed her head, absorbed the Ninetailes Fox fruit from this guy, and transferred it to a peach in the Menman space. The peach possessed by the devil fruit also gradually changed its appearance. Its color turned into gold, and the peel was covered with the devil fruit's unique spiral pattern. 9 foxtail-shaped fruit stalks grew at the bottom. After finishing the absorption, Qianhe took his hand away from Depend's head and patted it twice. He felt that this guy's head was really dirty. Chapter 152. Bullet. Magellan once again acted as the coroner. He came to Depend, examined him carefully, then nodded, confirming that this guy was also dead. Qianhe walked out of the cell. He smiled at Khalifa and whispered in her ear. I've got the gift. I'll give it to you when I get back. Khalifa was stunned. She knew that Depend was the user of the dog fruit, the mythical beast type, and the Ninetailes Fox fruit, but she thought Chiga killed Depend just to absorb her fruit power. After all, the Ninetailes Fox fruit is an extremely precious mythical beast species. Not to mention the special abilities of those mythical beast species, its increase in physical strength alone is one of the best. She really didn't expect that Qianhe was actually going to give her such a precious fruit, but compared to this devil fruit, Qianhe's kindness was the most precious to her. Looking at Qianhe's face in front of her, Khalifa couldn't help but imprint it on her. Fortunately, this was in prison and Magellan was still there. If she were in Qianhe's office, she would definitely have much more room to maneuver than she does now. After receiving a small reward from the secretary, Qianhe smiled even more happily. In his opinion, it was just a mythical beast fruit, and it was enough to bring happiness to his secretary. What's more, the transformation effect of the Ninetailes Fox fruit is of no use to him, it's just a matter of transformation technique. Even if the Ninetailes Fox fruit has abilities beyond just transformation, Chiga wouldn't care. Anyway, Khalifa is his, and her abilities represent Qianhe's abilities, and it won't be given to others. Magellan, who was sitting at the back, was forced to eat a lot of dog food. He touched his butt and suddenly missed the time when he was squatting on the toilet. However, his mission of leading the way has not been completed yet, and Qianhe will not let him go. If Magellan really needs to go to the toilet, then Qianhe has a way to help him. Qianhe's idea was to use the op fruit to separate Magellan's lower body and let his butt go to the toilet on its own. Fortunately, Magellan didn't mention the idea of going to the bathroom, otherwise, Qianhe would really have given him a good beating. Advertisement then used Tiandeo's ability to control Magellan's upper body to float here and help him lead the way. The main feature of this method is that it is easy to understand. Such a powerful pervert was naturally stuffed into the movie version, allowing King Luffy to gain a lot of experience. Douglas Bullet, your death sentence will be carried out by me, Admiral of Headquarters, Uchiha Chiga. Do you have anything else to say before the execution? This time, Magellan didn't wait for Qianhe to speak. He opened the cell door for Qianhe and followed Qianhe into the cell. I wonder what Bullet's expression would be if he knew that in a certain movie, he was defeated by Luffy, who couldn't even use Conqueror's entanglement. Although he didn't know Qianhe, he knew better than anyone in Eternal Hell how ridiculously strong this man with a pair of strange eyes was. He looked at Bullet and said. Magellan continued to lead Qianhe in front. This time his expression was much more serious than the previous 2 times. Don't get me wrong, this didn't mean Magellan was about to have a bowel movement. The door space automatically closed after the two entered, leaving only Magellan who was confused and Khalifa who was staring at the place where the door space disappeared. The reason why he was nervous was that the place where Kihonhei asked him to take him was holding Deathless Bullet, a former member of the Roger Pirates group known as the Devil's Descendant. So for his execution, Kihonhei decided to make his death more dignified and formal. For Bullet, who advocates personal power, this is the ultimate power he pursues. He believes that even Roger back then would not be a match for the man in front of him. Hearing this, Kihonhei raised his eyebrows. Should we say that Bullet is indeed a madman who pursues power to the point of paranoia? Even if he knows that he is going to die, he would rather die at the hands of a strong man? Bullet is not yet in the state he will be in a few years later, and because he has been locked up in prison for too long, coupled with the influence of Seastone, killing him is no different to Chiga than crushing an ant. Fortunately, Bullet is not interested in One Piece. His biggest interest now is Chiga in front of him. Bullet sat in the shadows, his eyes passing Magellan and fixed on Kihonhei. Advertisement compared to the heavy-faced Magellan, Chiga behind him looked much more relaxed. Finally, with Magellan's slightly heavy steps, they arrived at the cell where Bullet was imprisoned. After getting symbolic affirmation from Magellan, Kihonhei nodded to Khalifa, then opened the door and let Bullet walk in, followed by him. Bullet had a sick smile on his face and he shouted excitedly. The extremely oppressive force emanating from Chiga made Bullet stand still on the spot. Yes, it's you. I can't believe that there is a guy like you in this ocean. Magellan agreed without thinking. He was not worried that Chiga would let Bullet go. Even if Chiga really wanted to let Bullet go, with his strength, he might not be able to keep all the prisoners in the prison, including himself. Director Magellan, I'm going to take this guy to a separate space. My attack later might cause some irreparable damage to this place. He glanced at the marine coat that Kihonhei was wearing and said. He thought about it and felt that Bullet really deserved a proper funeral, so he turned to Magellan and said. Marine Admiral? Is Marine so powerful now? But it doesn't matter anymore. What I want to say is, since you are the one who is going to execute me, I ask you to use a decent blow to end my life. I don't want to be killed by two losers like Roger. After saying that, Chiga's pair of Rinnegan had already locked onto Bullet. If this guy dared to say something like, One Piece is real, Chiga would send him to death immediately. Even if Bullet is in his prime a few years later, facing Chiga now, he can only give him one more fruit. The moment Chiga stepped into Eternal Hell and released her aura, Bullet, who possessed powerful observation haki, had already sensed Chiga's presence. Putting aside the rules of theatrical versions, Bullet's strength is one of the best even in Eternal Hell, which is full of strong people. He definitely has a place in the top 3. This guy is a hexagonal warrior. Whether it's physical strength, fruit ability or haki, he is about to train them to the ultimate. Facing the excited Bullet, Kihonhei's expression remained unchanged, but he also felt that Deathless's strength was completely not on the same level as the previous two. Chapter 153 Crushing the dark green door space did not arouse Bullet's interest at all. He just wanted to see Kihonhei's power. After Kihonhei entered the door space, he immediately opened the door space and directly transferred the seastone handcuffs on Bullet's hands. Bullet definitely has the power of 4 emperors, so Kihonhei feels that if he is killed by her in a restrained state, it will be a pity for both herself and him. The handcuffs disappeared, and Bullet moved his wrists a few times. He looked at Kihonhei and grinned. You're quite an interesting guy. Aren't you afraid that I'll become difficult to deal with after the restrictions are lifted? He also smiled and said casually, if I can't even handle you in this state, then you should be the Marine Admiral. Marine Admiral? Haha, would a man like you care about a position in the Marine? Only the strongest power can surpass everything and get everything. Looking at the sick smile on Bullet's face, Kihonhei shook his head. Bullet was also a soldier when he was young and was called a hero, but Bullet is not the protagonist after all. Like Kaido, he experienced betrayal at a passionate age, and twice. After he killed that gang, he started on a different path. What's more, the difference between him and Kaido is that Kaido still believes in Joey Boy's prophecy, and he has great trust in his subordinates such as Ryujin. Bullet firmly believes that as long as he is strong enough, he does not need any partner. Strength is his best partner. To be honest, Kihonhei quite agrees with his pursuit of power. After all, in a world with supernatural powers, power is something more valuable than money. But as to whether there is a need for partners, that is a matter of opinion. Anyway, Kihonhei feels that as long as one is a human being, he or she will have 7 emotions and 6 desires. It is said that the strong like to enjoy solitude, but Kihonhei does not want to be a lonely person. After Bullet finished shouting, his eyes focused and he directly used his long-lost ability of the fusion fruit. His armament haki and observation haki merged with Conqueror's, and the fused deep purple haki instantly covered his entire body. Bullet calls this form the devil form, and it is his favorite way of using the fruit after obtaining it. After Bullet's transformation, his expression became somewhat ferocious. He clenched his fists tightly and shouted at Kihonhei. Advertisement, come on, let me see your power as a Marine Admiral. Kihonhei didn't say anything more. With a thought, the patterns formed by the destructive weapon also spread all over his body. However, due to the cover of the clothes, from Bullet's perspective, he could only see the purple-black patterns on Kihonhei's hands. Although only a little bit was exposed, Bullet's pupils still shrank when he saw it. Being well versed in the art of fusion, he realized that the pattern was similar to the fused haki on his body now. What shocked him was that he felt that his haki was already perfect after the fusion, and the reason why his haki was so perfectly fused was with the help of the power of the fusion fruit. Can you even do something like this? He looked at the golden giant in front of him expressionlessly, but complained in his heart. But the aura emanating from the destructive weapon in Kianhe's hand made him feel palpitating, which forced him to admit that that kind of haki was definitely much stronger than his own. Bullet muttered to himself, but he immediately put the messy thoughts behind him. Now that he was in the best condition, he had to let the guy in front of him see how strong he was. Is the gap so huge? He suddenly looked up at Qianhe and roared. After the destructive weapon was activated, Qianhe punched Bullet directly, and a purple-black fist shadow hit Bullet. As he stared dully, Susanoo's other fist had already hit the golden giant's head, smashing Bullet's golden giant directly from top to bottom into a pile of golden fragments. The most incredible thing is that he felt that his physical condition had reached its peak. Inside the golden giant, Bullet stared blankly at everything that was happening in front of him. Although he didn't want to admit it, he knew that his strength was no longer on the same level as the man in front of him. Bullet lay quietly in the pile of gold. He looked at Qianhe, who was standing on Susanoo's head and looking down at him. A bitter smile appeared on his face and he sighed. Bullet looked at his already horrible fists and murmured. Thinking of this, Bullet looked at Chiga with even more excitement, and his body began to tremble. He already regarded Chiga as the strongest opponent he had ever met in his life. With a thought, the dark purple Susanoo appeared. After absorbing the thunder fruit and the Momo fruit, Susanoo's height had reached a terrifying 400 meters. Bullet's body trembled, and he looked at his fists in disbelief, which were bruised just now and were now as smooth as before. Advertisement, however, Susanoo just raised her arm slightly and caught Bullet's fist in her hand, looking like an adult bullying a child. Oh! The lightning formed by haki raged throughout the entire gate space. Bullet and Chiga's fist shadows were in a stalemate, and sweat kept dripping from his head. Bullet looked at Qianhe again. He knew that this must also be the man's ability. But when it comes to driving a Gundam, it has to be the Uchiha. Bullet swung his huge golden fist and charged towards Susanoo with a roar. In the end, he used all his strength to barely block Qianhe's seemingly casual attack. Even though Bullet's golden giant was nearly 200 meters long, it could only reach Chiga's waist in front of Susanoo. A circle of purple-black energy waves spread out from under his feet, sucked in the pile of gold, and then quickly gathered on Bullet. However, he was no longer surprised by Qianhe's abilities. He now just wanted to prove that his strength was not that much different from the man in front of him. In just a few breaths, Bullet turned into a golden giant who was 100 meters tall, with black patterns on his gold-covered body. He punched the ground angrily, and ripples appeared on the ground in the gate space under this punch. Bullet had also been waiting for a long time. His fists flashed with a metallic luster and met the oncoming fist shadow. He still underestimated Qianhe's strength. Even when he was in devil form and used both fists to fight back, he still had a hard time. So, the end of the world is so far away. Bullet glanced at the mountains of gold in the door space and made a decision in his heart. Boom! Chiga raised an eyebrow, but he didn't say anything in rebuttal, just looked into Bullet's eyes and released Ishichobime directly. I know you're strong, but the gap shouldn't be this big. It must be because I've been locked up for too long and my body is too weak. Good fellow, he really starts driving the Gundam when there's a disagreement. Chapter 154 Susanoo Armor, Fusion. With Bullet's defeat, Chiga also released Susanoo. Coming in front of Bullet, Chiga unfolded the room space. Bullet looked at the transparent space that enveloped him. Although he didn't know what ability this was of Chiga, he also understood that this was going to get him killed. But he is obviously not the kind of person who fears death, otherwise he would not have such terrifying conquerors. He grinned and uttered his last words. I didn't expect that I would meet a man like you at this last moment. Thank you for letting me see what power is. Ha 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 ha. He silently looked at this martial arts fanatic for the last time, then squatted down, stretched out a finger and pointed at Bullet's forehead and said softly. Room finger pistol. Bullet's head shook violently, and then his eyes dimmed. This man who pursued power to the point of paranoia finally ended his life in Qianhe's door space. Qianhe looked down at Bullet's lifeless body lying on the ground and said to herself. I have fulfilled your wish, so you can go with peace of mind. After saying that, Qianhe's finger on his forehead changed into a palm and pressed down. Bullet's fusion fruit is definitely a powerful Paramecia devil fruit, and he has decided to absorb it. After a few seconds, Qianhe stood up, and there was a third Magatama in his left eye, which meant that Bullet's fusion fruit had been absorbed. However, although it has been absorbed, according to the rules of his Rinnegan to open the Magatama, some additional changes will occur every time 3 Magatama are opened. The purple color of the Rinnegan had turned into dark purple, and an aura of destruction emanated from it, rendering the entire gate space the same color. Strange, why is it a little itchy here? Advertisement. Qianhe looked down at the Susanoo armor with satisfaction. He could feel that Susanoo's defense had become stronger. Because it does not require blood, nor does it require standing in a specific treatment area, if there is a disadvantage, it is that the stone can only be used once a day. After taking a look at his masterpiece, Qianhe clapped his hands. Now he had 3 Six Paths puppets, and he already had candidates in mind for the remaining 3. But now, Qianhe is not so interested in this eye technique, because with his current strength, who can force him to this extent? When all 6 paths are deployed, the quality of his 6 paths puppets is enough to completely destroy any group of 4 emperors. Therefore, the Mangekyo eye technique named by him is naturally quite weird. The ability of this eye technique is to share the damage suffered by oneself with the enemy. Taira no Masakado is a vengeful spirit in Japanese mythology. From this we can see that he is not a positive god. His favorite thing to do is to persecute living people. Moreover, Susanoo's destructive power and strength are also attached to this armor. In this state, even if the four emperors gather together, it will be difficult for them to beat his opponent. Thinking of Bullet's title of Devil's Heir, Kihonhei had an idea in his mind. He looked into Bullet's eyes and then projected the power of hell onto him. After experiencing the Susanoo armor, Chiga turned his attention to Bullet's body. Thinking of this, a ball of black flame emerged from Kihonhei's hand and pressed on Bullet. Bullet's eyes suddenly opened, and he slowly got up from the ground, standing there with a dull expression. There was a wave in Bullet's eyes, and then the unique pattern of Rinnegan appeared in his eyes. From now on, he was one of the 6 paths puppets belonging to Chiga. Susanoo's armor merged into this ball of energy, and then gathered on Chiga, eventually covering Chiga's body with a layer of dark purple armor. Everything was completed, and Chiga's aura had undergone a drastic change. After merging with Susanoo, Chiga became a true god of destruction. Thinking about what he had gained from this trip, he couldn't help laughing, and his laughter echoed throughout the entire Menman space, but this time there were no listeners. This is not over yet. Kihonhei covered the armor on his body with the destruction armor, and the armor was immediately covered with patterns belonging to the destruction armor. Advertisement. After laughing for a while, Chiani's brows suddenly frowned. He touched the right side of his forehead and said in confusion. Kihonhei looked at the resurrected Bullet thoughtfully, wondering which of the 6 paths should be placed on Bullet. In the absence of any intelligence, this combination of eye techniques can be said to be even more disgusting than Hidan's curse. Death by blood. Bullet's strength is definitely at the 4 emperors level, so his body is a pain material that cannot be wasted. It can be said that his quality is even higher than that of Golden Lion. This move and the stone length of Kihonhei's right eye are 2 extremes, one represents death and the other represents life. Kihonhei closed his eyes and sensed quietly for a while. When he opened his eyes again, he already understood what it meant after opening the 3rd Magatama in his left eye. With a thought, the complete form of Susanoo appeared again. The 3rd Magatama in Kihonhei's left eye began to throb, and purple-black energy spread from Kihonhei's body, enveloping the entire Susanoo. For example, the Mangekyo technique of the right eye when there are 3 Magatama, the Rinnegan technique of the right eye when there are 6 Magatama, and this time the 3rd Magatama is opened in the left eye, so special abilities will definitely be generated. By then, all the Shichibukai and pacifists will have to stand aside. With the protection of the 6 paths puppets, he wants to see what waves those pirates can make. Although I don't know how strong it is, at least it won't be like in Boruto, where it will be shattered by Otsutsuki's gang at the slightest touch. After gathering all the 6 paths puppets, Kihonhei will make them a unique organization in the marine and appear in the eyes of the world. In this way, there will be no need for Kihonhei to take action personally against those little guys. But the combination of the 2 is extremely unstoppable, because when she was Hokage, Chiga used this combination of the 2 to kill one powerful enemy after another. However, it is always good to have more skills, and compared to the eye techniques, the ability of the fusion fruit is what makes Kihonhei most excited. Whenever Kihonhei found that he couldn't win, he would stab himself in the heart, then use Taira no Masakato to attack, and then give himself a stone to fight against. His main character was a scoundrel. In simple terms, if the caster's limbs are broken, then the person on whom he casts the pupil technique will also have his limbs broken. As Chiga expected, it was his former left eye Mangekyo pupil technique, Taira Masakato. There is no other way, otherwise it would be too shameless. It can be said that without the unsolvable recovery ability, you are dead if you were hit by this move. Chapter 155 Physical Changes Outside the Door Space. Magellan felt a little uneasy when he saw Kihonhei was still not coming out. He turned to look at Khalifa and asked. They've been in there for quite a while, haven't they? Did something unexpected happen? Khalifa glanced at him, then continued to stare at the place where the door space opened and said lightly. No, the boss is the strongest, he will not fail. But I'm still a little worried. Do you know how to enter the space just now? That's the boss's ability. No one can enter unless he allows it. Magellan felt angry and helpless looking at Kihonhei's stubborn secretary, but he didn't dare to get angry at Khalifa. As Uchiha Chiga's name became famous throughout the world, many reporters rushed to report on his personality and hobbies. The news was very diverse, and it could be said that everything was reported. But no matter how mixed the news was, there were a few pieces of news that were mentioned repeatedly, one of which was that Kihonhei was extremely protective of his people. Magellan had inside information to confirm the fact that Kihonhei was protecting his people. He knew that Kihonhei had once killed 2 Celestial Dragon's guards just for a woman. And that woman happened to be Khalifa in front of him, so no matter how anxious he was, he didn't dare to show it to Khalifa. Now he could only stare with a pair of small eyes that were disproportionate to his body size and watch along with Khalifa without blinking. Fortunately, Kihonhei did not keep Magellan waiting too long. After a while, he walked out of the door space. However, Magellan and Khalifa were stunned when they saw Chiga's face. Magellan even forgot to ask why Bullet disappeared. Khalifa walked quickly forward and touched the right side of Kihonhei's forehead. There was a bump there, which looked like someone had punched him. Touching the bump on Kihonhei's forehead with concern, Khalifa asked. Boss, are you injured? Kihonhei was even more confused, because he just felt a little itchy on his forehead, and he didn't feel the bag when he reached out to touch it. In just a short while, a bump appeared on his head. Recalling the battle with Bullet just now, Kihonhei was extremely sure that he had not suffered even a little bit of damage. His battle with Bullet could be said to be a complete crushing victory. Moreover, considering his current physical condition, it is impossible for him to suffer such a minor injury unless he suffers an extremely strong blow. But looking at Khalifa's worried face, he felt warm in his heart. He held Khalifa's hand and said softly, "Advertisement, I'm fine. I've already executed bullet, now let me see what's going on with the bump on your head." Khalifa nodded, took out a makeup mirror from her arms and handed it to Kihonhei. Kihonhei took it and looked at her forehead, and found that there was indeed a bump, and the center of the bump was red. Reaching out and touching it again, Kihonhei found that the bag did not feel any pain except that it was a little itchy. Suddenly, the image of a certain race who were keen on planting trees appeared in his mind, Otsutsuki. Thinking of this, Kihonhei hurriedly put his hands in front of him and looked at them carefully. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he found that the skin on his hands had become whiter. Kihonhei hurriedly asked Khalifa, "Do you think I'm a little whiter now?" Khalifa was stunned, then tilted her head cutely. She stared at Kihonhei's face and checked it over and over again. Upon seeing this, she could actually see that Kihonhei had become a little whiter, which made his already handsome face even more beautiful. She was dazzled by Kihonhei's beautiful face, and she just stared at Kihonhei's face in a daze. Seeing Khalifa staring at his face for a long time without moving, Kihonhei couldn't help but stretched out his hand and waved it in front of her and asked, "Khalifa, what's wrong with you? Did I turn pale?" However, he was somewhat dissatisfied. He frowned and said. With great difficulty, he turned his eyes away from Chiga's Rinnegan. He was determined and said in a deep voice. Magellan, who was standing by, just watched Kihonhei and Khalifa touching and asking each other questions. He couldn't help but move closer to Kihonhei and asked, "Is this because Bullet smashed his head before he died?" Magellan took 2 steps back in fear. He really couldn't understand why Kihonhei was crazy. Kihonhei automatically ignored the first 2 words of Khalifa because he has always been very aware of his face. However, Kihonhei had no intention of letting Magellan go. He just wanted to confirm his inner thoughts. He continued. "The power of the poison fruit is something even he, the user of this ability, is afraid of. Now Kihonhei is going to use his ability on him? Whatever you want. If you're poisoned, I'll get you the antidote." What? As soon as he finished speaking, purple liquid began to flow out of Magellan's right arm. It was a highly toxic venom. Once it touched someone and there was no antidote, the person would experience a period of painful torture before dying. It was extremely terrifying. Advertisement he just stared into Magellan's eyes, and suddenly, he spoke. Even he himself didn't know that this time his voice sounded as if it contained no emotion at all. It was so sacred and majestic that it gave people a feeling that it could not be questioned. Magellan was stunned, wondering how Kihonhei knew him so well, but since it has come to this, let the storm get even more violent. But from Kihonhei's caring words, she knew that her boss was still the gentleman he used to be, the best boss in the world. "Kihonhei, Bullet has been killed by you, right? Where is his body?" This feeling is very abstract, yet extremely clear. Being locked by a pair of Rinnegan, Magellan felt all the hair on his body stand up. He swallowed his saliva and the thought of asking further questions into his stomach. "Magellan, use your fruit power to attack me." Khalifa was really scared by Kihonhei's emotionless voice just now. She was really afraid that some mysterious changes had occurred in Kihonhei and she had become another person. "Khalifa, you need to stay inside for a while. It will be very troublesome if you get contaminated by this poison." Khalifa nodded immediately, and then walked towards the door space as Kihonhei said. When she came into the door space, she breathed a sigh of relief and a faint smile appeared on her face. He was satisfied. He opened the door space and looked at Khalifa and said. Khalifa looked at Kihonhei worriedly. She always felt that Kihonhei was like a different person now. "I have kept his body for his own use. Don't worry, he is indeed dead." He swallowed again, even ignoring the gurgling sounds coming from his stomach. "So handsome. Oh no, so fair, boss, your skin has indeed become fairer." Magellan was shocked by Kihonhei's voice. He had a feeling that if he refused again this time, he would incur the wrath of the gods. "Not enough. Don't you have a more potent red venom? Use that." His eyes narrowed slightly, and the purple venom on his arm began to turn red. The red venom dripped onto the ground, making a terrifying sizzling sound. "I have something to verify. Feel free to use your abilities on me. Don't be afraid. I'll be fine." What he cared about was that he had really turned white, and combined with the bump on his forehead, he was now 80% sure that his body had officially entered Otsutsuki mode. After saying that, without waiting for Magellan to speak, Kihonhei suddenly looked into Magellan's eyes. Looking at the bump on Kihonhei's forehead, Magellan muttered to himself. 6 Mr. Chapter 156. High Emperor's Spiritual Master. After watching Khalifa enter, Kihonhei nodded to Magellan and said. "Bring it on." Magellan didn't say anything more. He gritted his teeth and blasted a large amount of red venom at Kihonhei. The surging tide of venom instantly swept through Bullet's cell, and Chiga's figure was also submerged in it. After launching this attack, Magellan immediately regretted it. He had used too much force and injected too much venom. But he had no time to think about anything else, because Kihonhei had been silent since she was submerged in the venom, so it would be better to find Kihonhei as soon as possible. He pressed his hands to the ground, and the venom gathered along his hands. Gradually, a red figure appeared in the center of the cell. The figure was naturally Chiga. Magellan's heart sank when he saw Chiga, whose body was covered with venom, and he immediately accelerated the recovery of the venom. Suddenly, a repulsive force burst out from Kihonhei's body, instantly shaking off all the venom on his body. The splattered venom even hit Magellan's face, but he seemed unaware of it. At this moment, he was staring blankly at Kihonhei in front of him, his eyes fixed on a horn that suddenly appeared on the right side of Kihonhei's forehead. The appearance of that horn can be said to be very artistic. It is milky white in color, and has a graceful arc shape as a whole, with some additional branches on it. There are scaly protrusions at the root, and the tip of the horn is a dark red, like faint blood. As the horn grew, the purple color of Chiga's Rinnegan deepened, and her entire temperament changed again, giving people a contradictory feeling of being friendly yet distant. Kihonhei reached out to touch the horn growing on his forehead. The moment his hand touched the horn, a cool feeling flowed through his arm into his body, which refreshed him. Looking at his body which was still intact after being washed by the venom, Kihonhei's mouth curled up into a charming smile, which even a straight man like Magellan was stunned. When facing Magellan's venom just now, he did not take any defensive measures and just relied on his body to withstand the venom attack. It was indeed uncomfortable at first, but as he felt a swelling sensation on his forehead and a horn grew out, he felt his body lighten, and soaking in the poisonous venom was like soaking in a hot spring. The horn actually absorbed some of the venom, so the tip of the horn appeared red. Advertisement. Now Kihonhei has adapted to the existence of this horn. With a thought, the whole horn suddenly appeared with a milky white halo, and the red color on it began to flow like blood. That is Galwangshan Lingzhen, who, like Otsutsuki Taoshi, absorbs the enemy's attacks and returns them multiple times. As for the venom attack just now that was stronger than Magellan, it was naturally the ability of his horn. The red blood on the horn flows downward, flows out from the root and appears on the skin between Chiga's right eye and the root of the horn, looking like several small streams flowing into Chiga's right Rinnegan. The red poisonous dragon rushed into the cell opposite with Magellan's huge body, and the scream stopped abruptly as soon as it was uttered. Before Magellan could react, Chiga's right arm transformed into a giant red poisonous dragon and pounced on him. Moreover, Chiga's Galwangshan Reijun does not have the shortcoming of Otsutsuki Momoshiki that he can only use the absorbed attack once. He can use it unlimitedly. Don't get me wrong, that wasn't Magellan's scream, but that of some unlucky guy in the cell opposite with a bounty of hundreds of millions. Bang. Well, the side effects of the poison fruit are indeed troublesome. Let me tell you, I have a way to allow you to work normally while using the toilet in the future. Do you want to try it? Seeing that Magellan agreed, Kihonhei showed a warm smile on his face, which made Magellan feel warm in his heart. All the facilities in the cell, including the walls, had turned into mud under the corrosion of the venom and were melting at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, Khalifa in the door space curled her lips at Kihonhei's smile. The boss is trying to make trouble again, so, the sinister-minded him couldn't help but seek revenge. I'm sorry, Director Magellan, I can't control my newfound power, are you okay? The most terrifying thing was that there was a prisoner in the cell. Only a few pale bone fragments were left of him. After he saw these fragments, they immediately turned into wisps of green smoke and disappeared. Chiga was still a little confused about this, because he had never heard that the horns on the heads of the Otsutsuki clan had additional abilities. After thinking about it, he could only attribute it to being upgraded. Advertisement. Magellan shook his head blankly, then held Kihonhei's hand and stood up from the venom. Now he just wanted to go back to the toilet and quietly think about what happened today. What? Of course I have to try. As the red blood flowed in, Kihonhei's right pupil turned blood red. Suddenly, he stretched out his arm towards Magellan and whispered. Everything that was happening before his eyes completely confused him, and he even forgot to care that he had become the experimental subject of this trick. Magellan struggled to crawl out of the venom. Before he could understand what was going on, the scene around him made his eyes widen, as if their eyeballs were about to pop out. Of course, upgraded doesn't sound nice, it would be better to say it is evolved. Director Magellan, do you need to go to the bathroom again? Magellan watched the changes in the horn without blinking, and felt a very familiar feeling coming from it. Ah, yes. Galwangshan Lingzhen. After remembering the name of this unlucky guy, he put it out of his mind. After all, many important people died today, so one more drunkard wouldn't make a difference. Moreover, after this ability was released from Kihonhei's hands, both the range and damage were more than twice as strong as the attack he had just launched. I have to say that this trip to the deep sea prison has really brought me great benefits. It can be said that Kihonhei's strength before and now is completely different. Magellan struggled to sit up from the venom. He was a poisonous person himself, so he was not afraid of the erosion of the venom. What made him uneasy was that this was obviously his ability. Qian he seemed to see through his intention and asked. Kihonhei, who was standing in the opposite cell, looked at Magellan and smiled. Although he was the one who asked Magellan to attack him, this guy was really ruthless. It was really uncomfortable for him when he didn't have horns just now. The remaining red venom was like a nimble little snake wrapped around Qianhe's right arm. He walked to Magellan, stretched out his hand, and said apologetically. Magellan remembered that the person in the cell was a drunkard named Bask Shote. Chapter 157 Death of Shiryu. Magellan was impressed by Chiga's endless magical abilities, so when Chiga said she would help him solve the problem of going to the toilet, he was really looking forward to it. At the same time, the little emotion that was driven away by Kihonhei's poisonous dragon also disappeared. Qian he had a sly smile on his face. He first released Khalifa from the door space, and then directly opened the room space. He walked up behind Magellan, who wanted to turn around, but Kihonhei said directly. Don't move. I'll find a suitable angle. The right angle? Although he was confused, Magellan still listened to Kihonhei's words and stood there motionless, just like standing at attention. Kihonhei's eyes were on Magellan's butt, which made Khalifa's mouth twitch. Finally, Kihonhei moved. He raised his knife and slashed it, and Magellan's butt was separated from his lower body. After the separation, a black plane appeared where the butt was originally located. Magellan had no idea that his buttocks had been separated, but when they fell to the ground, he felt like he had fallen on his buttocks. This strange feeling made him turn around hurriedly, and he saw his buttocks on the ground with part of his pants still on. At first Magellan didn't realize that the heap on the ground was his butt, until he touched his empty backside and shouted in horror. "Where's my butt?" Kihonhei stretched out a hand, signaling Magellan to calm down, but how could he stay calm when his butt was gone? Magellan bent down and lifted up his buttocks, then looked at Kihonhei with a resentful look and asked, "What did you do to my ***? It just separates it from your body. From now on, you only need to put it on the toilet and you can spray it anytime and anywhere." Hearing this, Magellan felt a flash of lightning in his mind, and he exclaimed, "Is this even possible?" Khalifa was completely speechless about everything that happened in front of her. Today, she once again refreshed her understanding of Kihonhei's moral integrity. Whenever he is happy, he not only likes to laugh wildly, but also likes to do some fancy things that make people complain. But for Magellan, this really solved the unspeakable problem that had troubled him for many years. From now on, he can truly sit in the office and work in the toilet. He held his buttocks and said to Qian he eagerly, "Advertisement, I'm really grateful. I'll put it in the toilet and try it out. You can turn around here. It won't make any difference to you whether you have a key or not." After saying that, without waiting for Kihonhei to reply, Magellan hugged his butt and ran away. Looking at Magellan's departing back, Kihonhei smiled and then looked at Khalifa. Unexpectedly, when Khalifa noticed Kihonhei's gaze, he unconsciously took 2 steps back and even glanced at Kihonhei's hand. Khalifa's reaction made Qian stunned. He asked in confusion, "Khalifa, what are you doing? Boss, do you want to wash your hands? Magellan has been in the bathroom all day, and his butt is a bit." Kihonhei's face suddenly darkened. Although he had just performed a butt separation surgery on Magellan, I swear to God, his hand did not touch Magellan's butt. He just made a cutting gesture in the air. Is it necessary for him to look at me like that? Kihonhei became angrier and angrier as he thought about it. He walked straight up to Khalifa, stretched out his hands and hugged her in his arms. Khalifa struggled symbolically for a few times, and then lay obediently in Kihonhei's arms. She was just playing a joke on Kihonhei. Seeing that the little secretary in his arms had calmed down, Kihonhei smiled with satisfaction, then hugged Khalifa and leisurely strolled around this terrifying eternal hell. Wherever the two men walked, the cells on both sides were completely silent. There are no weak prisoners imprisoned in eternal hell. They all know to a certain extent what happened during this period of time through their own means. One by one, the familiar powerful auras disappeared from their perception, which made this group of lawless thugs feel a chill in their hearts. Now that Kihonhei was walking past them so brazenly, they of course saw that she was the culprit behind everything. Actually, this is nothing, but the most disgusting thing is that this guy even chopped down his own people. It is because of this that he was locked up here by Magellan. Wow, Just as he opened his mouth and shouted, Kihonhei had already flicked the coin out of his mouth and it fell accurately into his stomach. Puff. Chiga took out a coin from her pocket, played with it in her hand for a while, then pinched it between her thumb and index finger and pointed it at Shiryu in the wall. However, Chiga ignored Shiryu's request and said contemptuously, "You can't do this to me. I'm the warden of the prison. Cough cough cough." His hearing and vision were beyond ordinary people, and he had a rough idea of what happened in Bullet's cell, so he wanted to make one last struggle. Advertisement, what? Seeing Kihonhei's actions, Shiryu had a bad feeling in his heart, and he shouted in panic. "Marine Admiral is truly worthy of his reputation. Could you please let me out? I am willing to join your army." Listening to Shiryu's words, Kihonhei sneered and said coldly. However, his strength is still pretty good. Facing the sudden appearance of Kihonhei, he swung his shackled hands directly and smashed towards Kihonhei. The next second, Shiryu was like a black ball that was flung away by a repulsive force, and hit the wall behind her hard, with her entire body deeply embedded in it. Where his body exploded, a giant coin with a diameter of 5 meters was left. "Are you worthy, young Biguna?" Of course Chiga knew this guy. He was the former warden of the deep-sea prison, Rain Shiryu. Shiryu's body exploded in the wall, forming bright blood-colored, splashing ink paintings, on the walls of the prison. "I'm the former guard, Shiryu Nagase. I was locked up here for a minor offense, but now I don't want to do this anymore. Please release me and let me join the Marine. I promise to be your most capable subordinate." Anger flashed across Shiryu's face, and just as he was about to stand up, he was surprised to find that Chiga was already standing in front of him. "I don't take out trash." So they all chose to remain silent. No one wanted to be the next unlucky person to disappear inexplicably. However, there are always people who have unrealistic fantasies in their hearts. Thinking of this, Kihonhei's eyes turned colder as he looked at Shiryu. "No." Shiryu coughed violently, but he still tried his best to squeeze out a sound from his throat. Bang. A large mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, and Shiryu felt that his internal organs had been destroyed beyond recognition in the impact just now. He raised his head tremblingly and looked at Kihonhei, with an unshakable fear in his eyes. This man is also bloodthirsty. When he was the warden, he liked to torture and kill prisoners at will. When Kihonhei was holding Khalifa and passing by a prison, a cold voice came from inside. "I'm a swordsman, and I don't even have a sword right now. Give me the sword first, and I want to fight you." He raised his eyebrows and looked at the cell next to him. Inside, sat a burly man in prison uniform. Shiryu didn't notice Chiga's gaze, he continued talking to himself. He is a complete traitor. In the anime, after he pretended to come out of prison, he immediately took the antidote to save the Blackbeard group, and then joined the Blackbeard group to become a pirates. Chapter 158 Newcama Land. After executing Shiryu, Chiga used the power of the op fruit again to teleport away. After Shiryu's death, the prisoners in Eternal Hell suddenly became silent. They are now as well behaved as a group of little sheep. In a cell, Bararik Redfield, known as the Red Earl, had a solemn expression on his face. His observation haki is extremely strong, and he can be said to be one of the people who knows the most about what happens in Eternal Hell. Feeling the hidden and powerful aura of Kihane, Field, who could compete with an imperial group by himself, also sighed at this time. I've really been locked up for too long. Are young people nowadays so strong? Field straightened his sitting posture. He was ready to face death. He has his own dignity as a strong man, so he will not feel fear when facing death. In his opinion, since the arrival of death is inevitable, it is better to face it calmly. There was a sound of footsteps. Field's eyes fixed and he thought to himself. Here I come. However, Kihane did come over, but she just glanced at Field and looked away, and walked away with Khalifa. But just this one glance made Field break out in a cold sweat. He sat there motionless, muttering. Why didn't you kill me? Kihane, who had already walked far away, naturally did not hear Field's question. He did not kill Field simply because he was too lazy to do so. Field is an elderly man and has been very well behaved in Eternal Hell. More importantly, he hasn't eaten any devil fruit yet. Chiga has no interest in attacking him. Kihane has almost achieved his goal this time. Now he just wants to get rid of a few guys he doesn't like before leaving. Ah, don't come over here. Two screams were heard and Field's body shook. He knew who the two screams came from. One was the King of Evil Government, Avalo Pizarro, and the other was San Juan the Wolf. The breath of the two people completely dissipated after the scream, and then the breath of the man gradually faded away. After Chiga left, all the prisoners in Eternal Hell breathed a sigh of relief. When Chiga was around, they only felt that their life in Eternal Hell was so beautiful. Advertisement. Now that the killer had finally left, many of them fell to the ground like a puddle of mud, gasping for breath, as if they had just experienced a fierce battle. On the way, he suddenly remembered something. He looked at Khalifa and said, Khalifa, let me take you to the top floor. You wait there for a while, I'll be there later. Khalifa pushed up his glasses, nodded and said, okay boss. Kihane hugged Khalifa in his arms and kissed her cheek, then took advantage of her daze to directly open the room space and sent her to the top floor. Swish. Khalifa appeared at the entrance to the top floor of the deep-sea prison, and Domino was still there. She was startled by Khalifa's sudden appearance, and then subconsciously did Khalifa's favorite action, which was to push the sunglasses on her nose. Don't get me wrong, I just want to trade a devil fruit with you. Ivan shouted even more exaggeratedly, jumped up from the spot, and then landed heavily on the ground. Khalifa pursed her seductive red lips and muttered to herself. Found it. I almost forgot about this place. Chiga agreed readily, her Rinnegan slightly opened, and a terrifying aura mixed with purple-black lightning instantly filled the entire Newcama Land. Before Ivan was imprisoned, his memory of Marine Admiral was still limited to Akainu, Kizaru and Aokiji, so he felt very unfamiliar with Chiga, who had just been promoted to Admiral. He stared at the epaulettes and coat of justice on Chiga for a long time, then a huge bead of sweat appeared on his forehead. As a cadre of the Revolutionary Army, he recognized that this was indeed the uniform of a Marine Admiral. Ivankov bent down and took a few quick breaths. He raised his head with difficulty and looked at Kihane and said, Boy, who are you? Why are you here, boss? You're such a jerk. Try going to a different place next time. He is Emporio Ivankov, known as the King of She-Males, the user of the Paramecia hormone fruit. Kihane looked at Ivan, who was more than 4 meters tall, and was slightly alarmed by his outfit. Advertisement. A group of weird people in strange costumes are gathering together for a party, and in the center of them is a person with a huge head, a purple afro, and strange makeup. He hurriedly waved his hand to signal Kihane to stop, and Kihane nodded and retracted Conqueror's release. Boy, you said you were a Marine Admiral, can you prove it? After a pause, he showed a polite smile and said, Oh, so you're the Marine Admiral. Nice to meet you. What? I wonder what the Marine Admiral wants to talk to me about. Is he trying to arrest me? Ivan was happily enjoying the party with a group of guys of unknown gender, when suddenly, Kihane appeared in the middle of them. Bang bang bang. At the junction of the 6th and 5th floors of the deep-sea prison, Chiga, who had sent Khalifa away, was closing his eyes and sensing the structure of the entire deep-sea prison. You must be the King Ivankov, right? Nice to meet you. I'm the Admiral of Headquarters, Uchiha Chiga. Ivan swallowed his saliva. He was still a little unsure about the authenticity of Kihane's identity, so he asked tentatively. After saying that, Kihane's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot in an instant. Just looking at Kihane's young face, he really couldn't believe that the young man in front of him was the top fighter in the naval headquarters, the Marine Admiral. After a while, he opened his eyes, smiled and said, Isn't this his full strength? Can. When the prisoners heard Kihane call himself Marine Admiral, they all raised their arms above their heads with shocked looks on their faces. Groups of prisoners fell down like wheat being cut. Even Ivan's face turned pale. He looked at Chianhe, who looked relaxed, and thought in horror. On the other side, Deep Sea Prison 5.5th floor, Newcomma Land. Qian He's appearance made the group of people, including Ivan, stunned on the spot. After a while, Ivan blinked his big, Kazilon eyes, looked at Qian He and asked. Qian He smiled slightly, he opened the door space and took out a devil fruit, then looked at Ivan and said. Khalifa didn't notice Domino standing beside her. There were still two lovely blushes on her face, which made Domino, a woman, tremble a little. Chapter 159. Deal with Ivan, exchange devil fruit? Ivan was confused by Chiga's request, as he didn't have any extra devil fruit to exchange. He thought carefully for a while, then looked at Qian He and said. I don't have any devil fruit here, did you find the wrong person? No, I'm talking about your hormone fruit. What? Ivan's nerves suddenly tensed up, he didn't expect that what Qian He wanted was his fruit. As we all know, once the devil fruit is eaten, it will accompany the person with the ability for the rest of his life. Unless the person with the ability dies, the eaten devil fruit will never appear again. From Ivan's understanding, Chiga meant to kill him. However, thinking of the terrifying conquerors that Chiga had just released, Ivan's heart was filled with despair. He knew that with that kind of conquerors, Chiga definitely had the power to kill him instantly. But it was impossible to just sit there and wait for death, so Ivan spun and jumped to a position far away from Chiga. He tried to open his right eye as wide as possible, then blinked violently. Hell winked. Bang. A violent explosion suddenly occurred where Qian He was, and the smoke produced by the explosion enveloped Qian He's figure. Although the attack hit, Ivan did not feel any joy. He did not believe that a man with such momentum would fall to such an attack. It was just a tentative blow. Sure enough, the smoke dissipated, revealing Qian He, who looked helpless. Hey, I don't want to do anything. Why are you so excited? Qian He didn't want to absorb the hormone fruit himself, he wanted to give this fruit to Luo. After all, he had already absorbed the op fruit, and Luo was his loyal fan, so he had long been preparing to get Luo another devil fruit with medical effects. Stop joking, I've already eaten the hormone fruit, it's impossible to take it out. Ivan danced excitedly, and after a while, his 10 fingers suddenly turned into needles and stabbed into his own face. Advertisement, facial growth hormone. Ivan's face was already very big, and after using the power of the fruit, his face expanded again. The length of his face alone looked to be as long as 20 meters. As his face grew larger, Ivan's body was directly blocked by his chin. His big face began to shake rapidly, forming countless afterimages. From Qian He's perspective, there were countless abstract giant faces facing him. Qian He knew that this guy wanted to use the Galaxy Blink, which can be regarded as Ivan's strongest attack move. It seems that he is really anxious. Spreading his hands helplessly, Qian He decided to forcibly end Ivan's performance, because his face was already abstract enough, and now it was magnified several times, and there was more than one face. The pores on that face can be seen clearly. Qian He's figure flashed, and the next second he appeared above Ivan's big head. Ivan's attack was ready at this time. She opened her mouth and shouted. The Milky Way. Bang! Before he could finish reading the name of the move, Qian He in the air punched him on the big head, causing Ivan's face to come into close contact with the ground. Chiga did not use any hockey in this punch, it was just an ordinary punch, and he had no intention of killing Ivan. Although this guy is a bit perverted, he is essentially a good person. With his superb medical skills and the healing hormone fruit, he not only saved countless terminally ill patients, but also saved an entire country. For such a person, Qian He would not kill him or steal his treasure just because he likes his fruit. Qian He does not dislike killing, but he will never kill indiscriminately. He is often tolerant towards people who are kind by nature. This is Qian He's bottom line. Of course, even if Chiga, whose body has already entered the Otsutsuki level, did not use hockey, the power of this punch was enough to defeat Ivan. Ivan was directly retracted to his original state by this punch. He buried his face in the ground and groaned. It hurts. My face is going to be ruined. Falling back to the ground, Qian He was speechless when he heard Ivan's groaning, thinking that with your face, as long as you don't turn into a woman, it doesn't make any difference whether it is destroyed or not. He patted Ivan on the head and said, advertisement. Okay, can we talk properly now? Ivan's body squirmed for a while, then he slowly stood up. He looked at Qian He with a sad and angry expression and said. You are very strong. I admit that I am no match for you. If you want to kill me, then do it now, but can you please let go of my lovely subordinates? Qian He shook his head. Ivan's face turned pale when he saw this. He thought Qian He was going to kill him. However, Chiga just took out the devil fruit again and placed it in front of Ivan, saying. This is a mythical beast devil fruit, called the Yamata no Orochi fruit. If you eat it, you will have 8 lives. How about I trade it for the hormone fruit? The mythical beast Yamata no Orochi? Ivan stared at the devil fruit in Qian He's hand with his big eyes. He had learned about this fruit from literature. He knew that this devil fruit was very suitable for his fighting style. After all, it was actually a few extra heads, not just an afterimage created by his high-speed movement. Not only will eating it greatly increase his physical strength, but the hell blinks he uses will become more frequent and his attack power will increase exponentially. It would be a lie to say that he is not tempted by this fruit. But he didn't want to give up the hormone fruit, because in addition to fighting, the ability to switch freely between the two genders was very much to his liking. Besides, he has already eaten the hormone fruit, so how can he eat another Yamata no Orochi fruit? Thinking of this, Ivan shook his head subconsciously and said. Even if I want to eat this fruit, I am already a user of special abilities. How can I change it just like that? Don't worry about that. I have my own way, you just have to agree. Looking at the confident Chiga, Ivan was a little unsure. After all, his life and the lives of his subordinates were in the hands of this marine, and he didn't dare to refuse directly. After thinking about it, Ivan decided to see what methods this marine had. Anyway, as far as the current situation is concerned, it can be said that this marine's desire to kill him is just a thought, and he has no bargaining power at all. Not to mention that the Yamata no Orochi fruit is really good, and the marine has already done the most kindly by giving it out as compensation. Thinking of this, Ivan nodded his big head to show his agreement. Seeing that he agreed, Kihonhei showed a very charming smile on his face, which stunned Ivan. He thought secretly. This marine is really good looking. I wonder how beautiful he will be when he becomes a woman. Chapter 160 A Devil Fruit. Kihonhei slapped his hand on Ivan's forehead and used the power of the human way to pull out part of his soul. Ivan's eyes widened as he looked at the purple spirit that was being pulled out of him. At this moment, he suddenly felt that the ability of his fruit might really leave him. Thinking of this, he shouted quickly, "Wait a moment, do I need to make some preparations?" Kion stopped what he was doing, frowned and looked at Ivan, thinking that he was going to go back on his word. Ivan explained, "I need to leave some medicine for a special surgery. Wait a minute, it will be ready soon." After saying that, Ivan magically took out 2 giant syringes that were the same size as him, leaving Kihonhei dumbfounded. He couldn't even figure out how he did it. Ivan's 10 fingers turned into needles again. He inserted his hands into 2 syringes and shouted. Female hormones. Male hormones. Transparent liquid spurted out from his fingertips, filling 2 giant syringes in a blink of an eye. After the injection, Ivan looked a little weak. Even he could not handle such a large dose of hormones at one time. He looked at the liquid in the 2 syringes, his mouth twitching, thinking that if this thing was placed in a certain country on Blue Star, it would be a king bomb. Ivan carefully put the 2 syringes aside. This might be the last transgender hormone, so he had to cherish it. People often learn to cherish things only after they lose them. However, Kihonhei couldn't stand it anymore and decided to cut the Gordian knot. Extracting the soul, absorbing the ability, and putting the soul back, this process was done in one go. Before Ivan could react, he found that he could no longer feel the ability of the hormone fruit. There appeared a strange pink fruit in Kihonhei's door space, which looked like a syringe. Ivan, who had lost his ability, sighed dejectedly towards the sky. Chiga felt embarrassed to see him like this, and hurriedly handed the Yamata no Orochi fruit in his hand to Ivan. Unexpectedly, Ivan, who had a sad face just now, took the fruit and stuffed it into his mouth after seeing the fruit, and swallowed it directly without even chewing, as if he was afraid that Kihonhei would go back on his word. Advertisement. After eating the fruit, Ivan immediately couldn't wait to use the fruit's ability to verify the authenticity of the fruit. After a strange sound, 8 Ivan's faces with different expressions appeared in front of Kihonhei. Except for the purple afro in the middle, the other afros were of different colors. His eyes paused on the green afro head, and without saying a word, Kihonhei flashed and went directly to the top floor of the deep-sea prison. As she continued watching, Kihonhei felt that she was going to feel physically uncomfortable because of Ivan's performance. When he arrived at the prison entrance, he immediately saw Khalifa talking to the warden Domino. It was unknown what the two were talking about, and from time to time they laughed like silver bells. Kihonhei quietly approached them, wanting to hear what they had to say. However, Khalifa was so familiar with his breath that before Kihonhei came close, she stopped talking, turned around and looked at Kihonhei calmly. Kihonhei's intention to eavesdrop was aborted. He coughed twice like Sengoku and said seriously. "We are almost done, we should go back." "Okay, boss." Khalifa responded obediently, then smiled at Domino and said, "Domino, I'll do my best with what you said. I have to go now. If you need anything, please call me." A hint of joy appeared on Domino's face. He glanced at Kihonhei secretly from behind his sunglasses, then held Khalifa's hand to express her gratitude. Kihonhei was confused by the behavior of the 2 girls, but she was too embarrassed to ask what the 2 girls were talking about, so she could only stand aside and touch the horn on her head out of boredom. Khalifa didn't keep Chiga waiting for long. She said goodbye to Domino, then came to Chiga and hugged his arm. Kihonhei knew that Khalifa was ready, but he did not immediately use his ability to return to the warship. Instead, he looked at Domino, smiled, and said, "Domino, Director Magellan's work hours will be much longer in the future, so you should take it easy." After saying that, before Domino could understand what Kihonhei meant, he disappeared with Khalifa. Not long after Kihonhei left, Magellan, who looked relieved, also came here. He looked at Domino, who was standing there blankly, and asked, "Domino, what are you doing standing here? Where is Admiral Zilin?" "He has gone back." "Oh, really? Well, it was comfortable." No, I meant that he left a little too suddenly, and I wanted to see him off." Advertisement. Domino looked at Magellan with a puzzled look, then shook his head resignedly and turned around to go back to his office. On the way back, Domino's mind kept flashing with the images of Magellan and Kihonhei. As she walked, she suddenly stopped and sighed. They are both superiors, why is there such a big difference? The next day, in Kihonhei's office, Khalifa held the Ninetailes Fox fruit that Chiga handed to her and looked at it curiously. Kihonhei said helplessly, "Khalifa, you've been looking at this for half an hour, do you want to eat?" "Boss, I heard that devil fruit tastes terrible. Do you know how terrible it tastes?" This question stumped Kihonhei. Although he was already a user of 9 devil fruits, he had never eaten this thing. However, since Khalifa doesn't really want to experience the taste of devil fruit, Kihonhei will naturally not make his secretary uncomfortable. He cut a little from the Ninetailes Fox fruit and motioned for Khalifa to open her mouth. Then, while she opened her mouth, he used the op fruit's ability to transfer the small piece of fruit pulp to Khalifa's throat. With a gulp, Khalifa swallowed the small piece of fruit pulp in a daze. Kihonhe's thoughtfulness warmed Khalifa's heart, and she couldn't help but secretly blame herself for becoming so pretentious. In fact, this is really nothing in Kihonhe's opinion. In his opinion, Khalifa is even more real and cute. Kihonhe shook his head and chuckled, his eyes inadvertently sweeping over the Ninetailes Fox fruit that was still on the broken piece of flesh. After Khalifa eats the flesh, it means that the devil fruit has become an ordinary fruit, with no other value except being used to fill the stomach. But Kihonhe wanted to try the taste of devil fruit. After all, it was the specialty fruit of the pirate's world. Now that he was here, it would be a pity if he didn't experience the taste of this thing. Thinking of this, Kihonhe couldn't help but take a small piece of fruit pulp and put it in his mouth, and then his face turned from white to red, then to black, and finally back to white. Seeing this, Khalifa hurriedly brought Kihonhe a large glass of orange juice. Kihonhe grabbed the glass and drank it all. After a long time, he finally calmed down from the devilish taste. Exhaling a breath, he looked at the Ninetailes Fox fruit with lingering fear, then his eyes widened, and the fruit exploded directly, turning into a pile of powder. This time, he really did something wrong to himself. This smell is simply not fit for human consumption. Advertisement Chapter 161 Companionship is the most lasting confession. After experiencing the intoxicating taste of the devil fruit, Kihonhe looked up at Khalifa and asked, "Khalifa, how do you feel?" Khalifa felt it for a moment, then with a thought, 9 furry golden tails emerged from her skirt. In addition to the 9 tails that suddenly grew, her pupils also turned golden, pink eyeshadow appeared at the corners of her eyes, her chin became sharper, and a pair of cute fox ears trembled slightly on both sides of her cheeks. This is the half-beast state of Ninetailes Fox fruit. Khalifa in this state looks even more beautiful. An extremely charming temperament emanated from her, adding a faint pink aura to her. Khalifa turned around on the spot, then she smiled at Kihonhe. Her smile was cold but also a little charming, which made Kihonhe's eyes light up. He picked up the cup of orange juice and wanted to take a sip to moisten his dry throat, but found that there was not a drop left in the cup. Putting the empty cup aside, Kihonhe began to concentrate on appreciating the secretary's gorgeous transformation, exclaiming, "Khalifa, you look really beautiful now, this fruit suits you very well." Khalifa didn't reply immediately, she walked lightly to Kihonhe's side and sat directly on his lap. She stretched out a slender finger and touched Kihonhe's chin, and asked in a voice that made people feel itchy, "Boss, wasn't I beautiful before?" How could Kihonhe tolerate his secretary's teasing of him? He held Khalifa in his arms, looked into her eyes and said, "You have always been my most beautiful secretary." Just a secretary? Besides, Kihonhe lowered his head and kissed Khalifa's red lips. Khalifa did not dodge at all. She closed her eyes and responded to Kihonhe in her own way. It was unknown how long it took before the two separated. Khalifa stared at Chiga's dark purple Rinnegan. Although she was already very familiar with these eyes, no matter how many times she met them, she felt that she was deeply trapped in them and unable to extricate herself. These eyes exude endless mystery, and in today's ocean, they have become synonymous with absolute power. And its owner is his boss. Thinking of all the things he had experienced with Kihonhe, Khalifa's lips curled up into a touching smile. If I hadn't met the boss, maybe I would still be an insignificant tool in the hands of the world government, performing some shady tasks somewhere. Advertisement like now, living in the sunshine, surrounded by a group of lovely people, enjoying the favor of the boss, all of this until now, makes Khalifa feel like he is in a dream. Thinking of this, Khalifa put one of her furry fox ears on Kihonhe's chest, feeling the strong heartbeat coming from it, and she closed her eyes in contentment. Kihonhe looked down at Khalifa leaning in his arms, and a hint of tenderness flashed in the Rinnegan that had killed countless enemies. There are many beauties around him, but Khalifa is the one who has been with him the longest. She has become an indispensable part of his life. He couldn't help but think of a sentence he had heard on Blue Star. Companionship is the longest confession of love. He gently lifted Khalifa's long golden hair, and felt that the quiet Khalifa looked even more attractive than before. Noticing Kihonhe's movements, Khalifa placed her hands on Kihonhe's chest and lifted her body out of Kihonhe's arms. A golden light suddenly flashed in her eyes. Bang! A puff of smoke emerged from Kihonhe's arms, carrying the unique scent of Khalifa. When the smoke cleared, Khalifa, who was originally in Chiga's arms, turned into Gion, which surprised Chiga. He asked in confusion, "Khalifa, what are you doing?" Gion looked at Chiga and smiled, and said, "Boss, do you like me to become a Gion sister?" Khalifa thought Kihonhe would like the ability he displayed very much, but Kihonhe shook his head and frowned and said, "No, you are you. I just want to see your original appearance now." Gion was stunned for a moment, and then she felt her heart filled with sweetness. She did not doubt Kihonhe's feelings for Gion, but simply thought that at least now he only had her in his eyes. Bang! Khalifa changed back, and this time when she looked at Kihonhe, there was a hint of unshakable tenderness in her eyes. Kihonhe didn't say anything more and kissed Khalifa's red lips again. Everything is implied. Advertisement Ain and Yamato were walking on the way to Chiga's office. Yamato pouted and complained. "Master came back last night and went to rest without even telling me." Ain smiled and said, "Kyunga must be too tired, please be considerate of him." "Humph. I've become even stronger recently. This time I must let Master test me thoroughly." The two chatted casually until they arrived at Kihonhei's office door. Ayan stretched out her hand to knock on the door, but a suppressed sound suddenly came out from it, which stopped Ayan from knocking on the door. She recognized the voice as Khalifa's, and she also had a vague idea of what was going on in the office. Thinking of that scene, Ayan's pretty face turned red, and she felt a little aggrieved and unwilling. But thinking of the relationship between Khalifa and Kihonhei, and the fact that she was well prepared for this kind of thing, the grievance and unwillingness lingered in her heart for only a while before disappearing without a trace. Yamato also heard the voice coming from Kihonhei's office, but she didn't know what it meant. She looked at Ain, who was standing there motionless, and asked in confusion. "Sister Ain, what are you doing?" Yamato's voice brought her back to reality. Ain shook her head and said in embarrassment. "No, nothing. Chiga should be doing special training now. Let's not disturb him for now, come back later." After saying that, Ain grabbed Yamato's arm and pulled Yamato away without saying anything when he tried to break into the office. On the way, Yamato, who looked confused, kept asking. "Sister Ain, what is special training? Why did I hear Sister Khalifa's voice just now?" That kind of special training requires the cooperation of others. Khalifa happens to be very compatible with Kihonhei, so it's perfect for her to cooperate. "Is it so magical? Then I want to find a master to try it?" "No, don't mention this to your master." Why, Sister Ain?" "Don't ask, this is for your own good." Chapter 162 A Gift for Luo. After an unknown amount of time, the office door opened and Kihonhei walked out with Khalifa nestled in his arms. Khalifa's steps were a little awkward, and there was a lingering blush on her face, making her look very charming. He looked down at Khalifa in his arms and said softly. "You are having trouble moving now, let me take you back to your room to rest." "No, I want to go shopping with the boss." There was a hint of laziness in Khalifa's voice, which made Kihonhei feel itchy. She secretly wondered if the Ninetailes Fox fruit had brought such a big change to Khalifa. But since Khalifa doesn't want to go back, I might as well accompany her for a walk. It will be dinner time soon, so we can have dinner together. Thinking of this, Kihonhei put his arm around Khalifa's waist and prepared to go downstairs. After leaving the headquarters building, Chiga immediately saw Yamato, who was looking around with his head raised, and Ain, who was standing with her hands behind her back and rubbing the ground with her toes. In fact, Kihonhei had already noticed the two people when they arrived at the office door. He even wanted to use the power of Op fruit to transfer himself and Khalifa. In the end, for some reason, Ain gave up the idea of opening the door and instead pulled Yamato away, which saved Chiga the effort. At the same time, Kihonhei also felt guilty towards the considerate Ayan. When he saw Ayan at this time, he didn't know what to say. As for Yamato next to Ain, Kihonhei automatically ignored him. Ayan noticed Kihonhei and Khalifa coming out. Looking at the charming look on Khalifa's face, she pursed her lips and said, "Have you finished your work?" Ain's words made Kihonhei and Khalifa feel a little embarrassed. They looked at each other, and finally Kihonhei said, "I'm done. Sorry to have kept you waiting." He regretted saying this as soon as he finished speaking. "What the hell is that?" Khalifa rolled his eyes at his boss in a subtle way, which made the atmosphere even more awkward. Shaking her head helplessly, Khalifa thought that she, the secretary, would have to do it in the end. Leaving Kihonhei's arms, Khalifa walked to Ain and looked into her eyes. Advertisement facing Khalifa's gaze, Ain became a little uneasy. She stammered. "Khalifa, am I disturbing you?" Khalifa didn't expect Ain to react like this. She was amused by her words and laughed. She just thought Ain was so cute. With a smile, Khalifa held Ain's hands and said softly, "You are one of us. Why are you talking about disturbing or not disturbing me?" Hearing the words, "one of us," Ayan was stunned for a moment and said, cutely. Before she could say anything, Yamato suddenly interrupted and said, "Sister Khalifa, I am one of you too. Sister Ain just said that you and Master are doing special training and she didn't let me mention it, but I really want to train with Master. Can you help me talk to Master?" Bang! Without waiting for Khalifa to reply, Chiga, who was standing aside, punched Yamato on the head. He was really speechless by this guy. Even Shaw Lulia should have understood what was going on by now, right? Kaido, how did you become a master?" Yamato covered the big bump on her forehead with tears in her eyes. She just felt aggrieved. Is it wrong for her to want to make progress? She suddenly looked up at Kihonhei, wanting to express her grievances, but this look made her stunned again. Because she saw the horn growing on the right side of Kihonhei's forehead, this discovery made her forget the pain and she exclaimed, "Master, why do you have a horn on your head?" When she shouted, Ain finally noticed the horns growing on Kihonhei's head. The poor girl was so distracted by the events in the office that she even ignored the fact that Chiga had a horn growing on her head. Yamato moved closer to Chiga, ignoring her disgusted expression, and reached out to touch the horn that looked very artistic. As a result, Kihonhei put his hand on her face and pushed her out. Yamato immediately refused to do it, and shouted that she had to touch it. However, when Chiga glared at her with her Rinnegan, she immediately became obedient. However, her pouting mouth, which seemed to be able to hold a bottle of soy sauce, was still stubbornly expressing her dissatisfaction. Kihonhei looked at Yamato unhappily and said, "Don't touch this horn casually. If it pricks your hand, you will die." Advertisement: this is not an exaggeration. His horns still carry the red poison produced by the Magellan poison fruit. Although it's okay to touch it under Kihonhei's control, it would be no joke if the skin was really pierced. It can be saved, but you have to sacrifice some skin first. Yamato nodded as if she understood. She also felt that the red color at the tip of the horn exuded a dangerous aura. It seemed that the master had not lied to her. Seeing that Yamato had calmed down, Kihonhei turned to look at Ain and explained to her the reason for growing horns. To sum up, his body evolved along with his eyes. Although it sounds a bit far-fetched, Ain still easily accepted it when this happened to Kihonhei. Anyway, that horn seems to add a different temperament to Chiga and looks quite handsome. After dealing with the two's affairs, Kihonhei wanted to continue spending some time alone with Khalifa, but unexpectedly Khalifa insisted on bringing Ain and Yamato along. She thought she was already very satisfied today, so why not call 2 more people to go shopping and have some fun together? Since Khalifa has decided this, Kihonhei will naturally follow her. Today, she is the boss and she is the secretary. So, the group prepared to go to the commercial street to take a look and have dinner there. However, today he might not be able to enjoy a leisurely time. When he was walking on the road with the 3 girls, 2 voices sounded. Brother Kihonhei. He turned around and saw Ace and Luo Zheng looking at him with surprise. When they saw him stop, they ran over quickly. Khalifa, who was standing next to them, looked at the 2 little ones running towards them and said jokingly, "Boss, your 2 little fans are coming over here." He smiled helplessly, his eyes fixed on Luo. Since I met Luo here, it would be a good opportunity to give him the hormone fruit in the Menman space. After Luo joined the Marine, he witnessed many wounded soldiers retreating from battles, which made him have a stronger pursuit of medical skills. He was indeed talented in this area, and many military doctors in the Marine praised him highly. Kihonhei naturally saw Luo's performance, so he went to Ivan specifically and prepared such a gift for Luo. I believe that if this hormone fruit with therapeutic effects is handed over to him, his medical skills will be raised to a higher level. I just hope he doesn't develop some weird functions like Ivan. Chapter 163 Luo and Ace. Because they ran so fast, when Luo and Ace ran in front of Kihonhei, Luo was gasping for breath with his hands on his knees. Compared to the breathless Law, Ace didn't look tired at all. After all, Ace is Roger's son. He has been in good health since childhood and has often been specially trained by Garp. Now he is receiving one-on-one training under Garp, and his strength is improving rapidly. Even though he is still young, his physical fitness is much stronger than many Marine soldiers. On the other hand, Law's illness had just been cured not long ago, and his current life was much more comfortable than in the original anime, which made him focus more on learning medical skills rather than fighting. As soon as the 2 little guys came in front of Kihonhei, they were attracted by the horns on Kihonhei's forehead. Ace exclaimed, "Brother Chiga, why do you have horns growing on your head like that idiot Yamato?" Ace's words made Yamato's face darken. She flashed to Ace's side and punched Ace hard on the head. Ace screamed, then covered the big bump on his head and looked at Yamato, saying angrily, "You can only bully me now, just wait, I will definitely grow taller and stronger than you in the future." Hearing this, he shook his head and thought to himself, forget it, being taller and stronger, you will still look petite when you grow up and stand next to her. Yamato snorted with disdain. Would I be afraid of a brat like you? And taller and stronger? Childish. Let me tell you, I have learned a special training from my master. You will never be able to defeat me in your life. Nani? Is this true, brother Kihonhei? Chiga did not respond to Ace. He used the same method to leave a big bump on Yamato's head, which made the guy behave himself. After cleaning up Yamato, Kihonhei smiled and patted the 2 little ones' heads and asked, "What are you 2 going to do?" Ace spoke first. "I learned how to shave from my grandfather today, brother Kihonhei, do you want to see it?" Oh, Chiga raised his eyebrows, he was skeptical of what Ace said. Advertisement. Although Ace's talent is indeed strong enough, considering his age, shaving requires very high physical fitness. Has Ace really learned it? Ace, on the other hand, was provoked by Chiga's skeptical tone and wanted to demonstrate his learning results on the spot. I saw him take a deep breath, and then his feet began to stomp the ground quickly, which looked quite interesting. Kihonhei also nodded secretly, thinking that Roger's bloodline was still valuable. Ace looked serious and whispered, "Shave, swish." Ace's figure disappeared from the spot, and the next moment, he was lying on a big tree in a big shape, and then slowly slid down. The 3 Khalifa girls covered their mouths and laughed, while Luo held his forehead with one hand, feeling ashamed for his friend. Ace got up from the ground, holding his head in pain, and muttered, "I succeeded once today, why did I fail at the critical moment?" Kihonhei shook his head and chuckled, confirming that Ace was okay, and left him there to doubt his life. He lowered his head and looked at Luo. Luo felt a little embarrassed when Kihonhei looked at him like that. Because he felt that even though Ace's shave failed, at least it still looked good. If I were to do it myself, the result would only be more embarrassing. Thinking of this, Luo couldn't help but lower his head, not daring to look at Qianhe. Qianhe was also used to Luo's behavior when facing him. He looked at Luo and asked, "Lo, Ace just showed me what he learned in Marine, what about you? Do you have anything to show me?" This puzzled Luo. He thought Qianhe's learning results were related to combat, but he was not very interested in this aspect. He focused most of his energy on medical knowledge. Being called out by Qianhe, Luo felt extremely embarrassed. He really didn't want to disappoint his idol Qianhe. Seeing that Luo didn't respond for a long time, Qianhe didn't get angry and continued to ask patiently, "What's wrong? Are you having trouble studying recently? It's okay, medicine is a complicated subject." Mr. Chiga, are you referring to medicine? Advertisement? Well, what else? No, I thought Mr. Qianhe was asking me about my combat studies, but I didn't expect it to be this. Realizing that Kihonhei was asking about his medical studies, Luo's eyes lit up and he said seriously. Mr. Chiga, I've recently been studying the differences between male and female body structures. Upon hearing this topic, Khalifa and Ain blushed, only Yamato tilted his head, looking as if he didn't understand it. Kihonhei was also a little embarrassed. He stopped Luo, who was explaining incessantly, took out the syringe-shaped hormone fruit from the door space and stuffed it into Luo's hand. Luo stared blankly at the devil fruit in his hand, then raised his head and looked at Kihonhei with a puzzled expression. Kihonhei reached out and rubbed Luo's head, smiling and said, "You've been studying very hard recently, so this is a reward for you. It's called hormone fruit. Eating it will allow you to go further on the path of medicine." "Is this for me?" Luo looked at Kihonhei's eyes in disbelief. He didn't expect that Kihonhei would give him such a precious devil fruit. He knew how precious devil fruit was. Even if the devil fruit had only a mediocre ability, it would still cost hundreds of millions of Baileys if it was put on the market. This is a sum of savings that an ordinary person would find difficult to accumulate in a lifetime, but Mr. Kihonhei actually gave it directly to himself. Thinking of this, Luo's body began to tremble and a layer of mist filled his eyes. He really didn't know how to repay Kihonhei's kindness to him. He saw Luo's reaction and knew that the little guy was very touched. He smiled and shook his head, then squatted down and looked at Luo and said, "Don't feel any burden. This fruit is not only for you, but also for the entire marine. I believe that after you eat this fruit, you will be able to save more marines in the future." Facing Kihonhei's encouraging gaze, Luo carefully held the hormone fruit in front of him, swallowed it hard, then his face became firm and he stuffed the whole fruit into his mouth. Luo's eyebrows jumped when he saw this. He had just experienced the ecstasy of this thing, and it was only a small piece of flesh. Just thinking about the act of stuffing a whole fruit in directly gave Kihonhei goosebumps all over his body. Sure enough, after Luo stuffed the devil fruit into his mouth, he couldn't swallow it whole, so he had to chew it a few times, and the chewing made his face turn the color of liver. Luo opened his mouth to vomit, but fortunately Kihonhei was quick to cover his mouth and push it away. With a gulp, Luo swallowed it. Luo lay on the ground crying and retching a few times. After a long while, he slowly raised his head. He endured the nausea and looked at Qianhe and said, "Mr. Kihonhei, is this really for human consumption?" Chapter 164. Chihei? Chizoru. After the disgusting taste in his mouth gradually dissipated, Luo straightened up and looked at his hands with curiosity. Ace came over, looked over Luo's body, and asked, "Luo, has your body changed in any way? I have a younger brother who ate a devil fruit and his body turned into rubber." Luo responded, "There should be some changes, let me try." With a thought, Luo's 5 fingers instantly turned into needle tips, and he successfully used the ability of the hormone fruit. However, compared to Luffy, Law's change was obviously too small. Ace curled his lips and said with a bit of disgust, "That's it. How will this ability help in combat? Do you want to kill someone with your fingers?" Hearing that Ace dared to underestimate his fruit ability, Law glared at Ace angrily. Ace was completely unaware and continued to talk to himself. "The fruit given by brother Kihonhei is definitely not so weak. I think your strength has not caught up yet. How about this, when I learn finger pistol, I will give it to you. This move should be very suitable for you, ha ha ha." Luo couldn't stand it any longer. He crossed his arms over his chest, roared, and directly stabbed all 10 needles into Ace's waist. "Damn it. Ace, you're such a nasty B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Blackbeard, stop it now, Ace screamed a few times, his voice gradually became shrill, his skin became whiter, and his chest bulged slightly. After a while, Ace turned into a cute little girl with short black hair and a little Madara on her face. He fumbled around on his body in disbelief. When he touched a certain spot, Ace's expression became extremely horrified, he screamed. Luo, what did you do to me? How did I become a woman? Luo snorted coldly. Who told you to laugh at my fruit ability? How about it? This is the power of the hormone fruit. It turns you into a woman completely. What? You be asterisk 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 D. Change back to me now. Hey, don't, I'll change it back for you tomorrow when I'm happy. Advertisement, damn it, evil Trafalgar, I'm going to. Ace raised his white jade-like fist and was about to teach Law a lesson, but Chianhe, who was watching from the side, suddenly said. Alright Ace, you just laughed at Luo, so just accept this punishment. But, it's okay, you look cute now, and it's not a disadvantage, ha ha ha. Chianhe laughed with a sense of mischief. Ace's current appearance was indeed very cute, but when he thought of the way Garp would look at his granddaughter later, he couldn't help but laugh. Yamato laughed even more wantonly, tears streaming down her face. She pointed at little Ace while holding her belly and said breathlessly. You'd better not change back, you look much better this way than before. Ace's face turned red with embarrassment. She clenched her fists tightly against her waist, pouted her lips and kept silent. She is Uchiha Chizuru. Nothing, I was just thinking about how beautiful you'd be when you became a girl, Chiga. Go quickly, if you don't use it now, you won't have such an opportunity again in the future. However, what Chianhe didn't notice was that Khalifa had quietly approached Luo, crouched down and whispered a few words in his ear. Luo swallowed and walked towards Chianhe with heavy steps. Luo. You are. I am Chao. What? I advise you to put aside this dangerous idea. Her long black hair fluttered in the wind like a waterfall, her facial features were delicate and picturesque, her skin was as white as snow, and the most eye-catching thing was the pair of deep purple Rinnegan, which exuded a mysterious beauty. Kihonhei was stunned, thinking that Luo had fainted because he was afraid of being blamed by her. Just as she was about to shake Luo awake, suddenly, 3 soft bodies pounced on her. While Kihonhei was stunned, Ain escaped from his clutches, then ran to Khalifa, looking at the changing Kihonhei with her big eyes without blinking, full of anticipation. When Kihonhei realized what Luo had done, he cursed for the first time, because he really didn't expect that he would fall for this trick. Ain also looked at Lil Ace with a smile on her face. After a while, her eyes suddenly fell on Kihonhei with a thoughtful expression. Khalifa calmly gave Kihonhei a charming smile, which made him relax his guard, then pushed Luo and said, "Advertisement, no, don't you want to see what he looks like as a woman? Are you afraid that he will be too ugly for you?" Noticing Ain's gaze, he turned around and asked in confusion. They were Khalifa, Ain and Yamato. They looked up at Chizoru's face, and hearts appeared in their eyes. As Luo looked at the beautiful face so close to him, steam suddenly came out of his head. His head tilted and he fainted. "Boss, you are the most beautiful woman in the world." That's right, Luo used female hormones on him. He felt the movement in his leg, lowered his head and looked at Luo in confusion, and asked, "Ain, why are you looking at me like that?" Luo came to Kihonhei's side and stretched out his hands and placed them on Kihonhei's calves. Everyone present was stunned. Even the usually calm Khalifa opened her mouth and pressed a finger in the middle of the frame without moving. Kihonhei was still kneading Ain's face. Ain didn't say anything, but just puffed up her cheeks in silent resistance. Yamato and Ace also stared with their eyes wide open, afraid of missing any moment. Khalifa's eyes wandered over Kihonhei's face, and he said infatuatedly, "Who came up with this idea?" Imagining what Kihonhei would look like after becoming a woman, Luo became excited. Kihonhei, who was dealing with Ain, looked over here strangely. He was a little furious and reached out to pinch Ain's face, letting her know that there was absolutely no way she would agree to this. Luo's expression became strange. He glanced at he secretly, a look of embarrassment appeared on his face, but his tone was full of eagerness to try. What appeared in everyone's eyes was a woman of ultimate beauty and perfect figure. Any adjectives in the world would be so powerless to describe her. They didn't have to wait too long, the changes on Kihonhei's body were finally completed. He glanced at the stunned crowd with a reproachful look. She grabbed Luo's collar from behind and lifted him up. She opened her red lips slightly and spoke in an ethereal and pleasant voice. "No, even Ace becomes cute after his transformation. Chiga-san is already good-looking, so he will be very, very beautiful after his transformation. Sister Khalifa, this is not good. Mr. Kihonhei will be angry." Chapter 165 Hancock is sick Naval Headquarters, Marineford. A tall figure walked on the broad road. She seemed to have a magnetic force on her body. The Marine soldiers nearby, both men and women, all fixed their eyes on that figure. "Look! Who is that? So beautiful, aren't those eyes a Rinnegan? A member of the Purple Lin Admiral's clan? It's very likely. I guess it's the older sister or younger sister. Look, she seems to be wearing Zilin Admiral's clothes. She's so beautiful, I think she's even more beautiful than that Empress. That horn is so artistic. Why doesn't Admiral Zelin have one? Shish. She's looking over here. Oh my god, I'm going to die." Chizoru glared at the group of people, and a faint sense of pressure emanated from her Rinnegan. For a moment, the huge naval headquarters was filled with the sound of people falling. Looking at the group of fallen Marines, Chizoru helplessly put her hand on her forehead. After she came back from the deep-sea prison with supplies, her pupil power surged again. As long as her emotions fluctuated slightly, the pressure emanating from her Rinnegan would no longer be something an ordinary Marine could withstand. Let's talk about her current condition. When she was injected with Luo's female hormone, she directly used Shi Changbi Mai to try to get rid of her female state. As a result, something happened that shocked her. For the first time ever, Shi Changbi's method had no effect. The only reason for this to happen was that Shi Changbi believed that there was nothing wrong with her body, so he was just doing it in vain. But this is not a problem for Kihonhei, because her right corner is not just for show. The Galwangshan Lingzhen released by it didn't care whether the extra things in its body were an attack or not, and directly transformed the female hormones injected into her body into pink silk threads that gathered back into the corner. However, Chiga's move directly made Khalifa, Ain and Yamato dissatisfied. They strongly demanded that Chiga change back into Chizoru because Chizoru was so beautiful. Luo was still in a dizzy state at the time, and Icy, who had not turned back to normal, looked at Kihonhei with an expression that seemed to want to say something but was hesitant, because she hadn't seen enough either. It's just that Kihonhei has a lot of prestige in her mind, so she doesn't dare to speak directly like Khalifa and the others. Finally, Khalifa spoke up and said, "Boss, just be a woman for a few days, just for a change of style." Advertisement Kihonhei still cares about Khalifa's thoughts, so she decides to be Chizoru for a few days. It won't cost her much anyway. Back to the present, a large number of Marines fell to the ground in the headquarters, which directly alarmed Sengoku, who was in the headquarters building. As soon as Chizoru's pressure appeared, he secretly thought that something was wrong. Sure enough, as soon as Sengoku walked out of the headquarters building, he saw a group of Marines lying dead. Sengoku looked around with a serious expression, and finally his eyes were deeply attracted by Chizoru, who was standing in the middle of the road with her back to him. When did our headquarters recruit such a tall female soldier, and why does her aura sound so familiar? Chizoru sensed the gaze from behind and slowly turned her head, her deep purple Rinnegan meeting Sengoku's gaze. "Ai-chan." Rinnegan, Sengoku was completely stunned. Although Chizoru's face was indeed extremely beautiful, Sengoku still had a strong tolerance for women. Compared to beauty, the Rinnegan was what attracted him the most. Feeling the unique pressure of Rinnegan, Sengoku confirmed that it was not cosmetic contact lenses, but a pair of genuine Rinnegan. Chizoru and Hancock haven't been together for a long time, but judging from their performance in the anime, as long as Hancock falls in love with her, she will definitely be devoted to him. Of course, anytime, anywhere. This is not Chizoru being narcissistic, because judging from Hancock's performance when she came to the headquarters for a meeting last time, the person she loves is undoubtedly herself. So your current appearance is the result of the power of that fruit? You are Uchiha Chiga? You'll have to ask Luo for that. I gave him a devil fruit with special abilities. There is a woman known as, the most beautiful woman in the world, who likes me. Now the owner may change. Which man would not be tempted? Can you change back? It doesn't matter. Yes. She also guessed that Hancock's illness was lovesickness, and the name Hancock was muttering was most likely her own name. Well, she didn't meet the target number of pirates killed last month. Headquarters has sent her a Den Den Mushi message, and the news we got is that she is too ill to go out to sea. So where are you now? Advertisement. What's more, she might die because of herself. Thinking of this, Kihonhei decided to go to Daughter Island to help Hancock solve his lovesickness problem. Did you absorb the power of the sweet fruit of Empress Hancock? I heard that she has recently contracted a strange disease and is very weak. No, Hancock is sick. Marshal Sengoku, I'm sorry, I didn't control my power well and caused some trouble. Kihonhei, I really don't know what's wrong with your face. It attracts both men and women. There are still more male soldiers in this headquarters. With your face around, I think they will work harder in training and work. Sengoku stroked his mustache, looked up and down at Chizoru in front of him, and kept saying, tisk tisk, in amazement. Chizoru's tone made Sengoku feel more familiar. Combined with the iconic Rinnegan, Sengoku asked tentatively. My chest hurt a lot, my whole body was hot, and I kept repeating someone's name. An elderly person answered the phone, and she didn't say the person's name. Did she say what the symptoms were? Oh, don't change back yet? Sengoku couldn't believe his eyes. He swallowed and was about to step forward, but Chizoru spoke first. Does it affect your strength? Kindness? I just don't know why that old lady didn't tell the headquarters that the name Hancock was talking about was her. Chizoru knows that lovesickness in Pirates King can be fatal. Chizoru rolled her eyes at Sengoku in annoyance, but her rolling eyes were filled with a sense of lazy charm. This disease is simply an upgraded version of love brain. To sum it up in one sentence, if you don't fall in love, you will die. With difficulty, he turned his eyes away from Chizoru's beautiful face and asked. Hearing this, Chizoru has already understood that the old woman who answered the phone that Sengoku was referring to as the former emperor of the Kingdom of Women, Gloriosa. Some female warriors in the Kingdom of Women like to call her, Zapopo. Sengoku's face turned red after being glared at, and his heart even beat violently a few times. He felt that if this continued, he would fall under Chizoru's marine coat. Hearing this news, Kihonhei raised his eyebrows and asked. Chapter 166 Arrival at Daughter Island. After explaining the situation to Sengoku, Chizoru returned to the office and informed Khalifa that she was going to the Kingdom of Women. After learning the reason why Kihonhei went to the Kingdom of Daughters, Khalifa looked at Kihonhei with an ambiguous look, and she teased. Boss, you won't do anything bad this time when you go to the Kingdom of Women, right? Of course not, I'm just going to get treatment. Oh, ever since her relationship with Chizoru warmed up, Khalifa has become more open in front of Chizoru, especially when looking at the beautiful Chizoru in front of her. She couldn't help but tease her. Chizoru was irritated by Khalifa's tone, and she directly pulled her into her arms, ready to administer the family discipline. However, as soon as she took action, she found herself in a bit of an inconvenience. Kihonhei frowned slightly, feeling somewhat regretful about the one-week agreement she had promised to Khalifa. She looked at Khalifa, whose pretty face was blushing in her arms, and wanted to activate the right corner's ability to transform back into Chiga. Unexpectedly, as soon as a milky white light appeared on her right corner, Khalifa noticed it, then stretched out a slender finger and touched Chizoru's tempting red lips. Khalifa put her pretty face close to Kihonhei, breathing like orchid. Boss, you promised me that you would be my woman for a week. You didn't forget that, did you? Special cases require special treatment. I'll just transform back for a while. No, 1 week is only 1 week, and you have to stay in your current state when you go to the Kingdom of Women this time. Ah, why is that? Because I want that Empress to know that the boss is the most beautiful woman in the world? Chizoru was shocked by Khalifa's evil idea and could only hold Khalifa in silence. The more Khalifa looked at Chizoru, the more he liked her. He couldn't help but kiss her, and the kiss became unstoppable. Outside the office, Ain appeared again at the right time, and when she was about to knock on the door, a voice that made her blush came from inside the door. Boss, how did you change back? Didn't we agree on a week? I'll change back after I finish my work. I'll extend the time by as long as it takes. I won't delay. Boss, you are cheating. What? I think you, a little secretary, don't know who the boss is. Watch out. Ain couldn't bear to listen any longer, so she turned around and wanted to leave, but suddenly there was a bang from the door, followed by Kihonhei's exclamation. Khalifa, how did you become like Ain? Advertisement. Hearing this, Ain's beautiful eyes widened. She really didn't expect that her sister Khalifa, whom she admired so much, would actually do such an embarrassing thing. But even though she was thinking this in her heart, Ain's feet seemed to have taken root. She was about to turn around and leave, but for some unknown reason she put her ear to the door and listened to what was happening inside with a blushing face. I don't know how long it took, but the office door opened and Chizuru, who had turned into a woman again, walked out. Ain, who was lying on the door and eavesdropping, threw herself directly into Chizuru's arms. Kihonhei lowered her head and looked at Ayan, who was lying in her arms with a terrified look on her face. She stretched out a finger and touched her smooth and white forehead and said, Ain, your habit of eavesdropping is not good, I. Having been caught in the act, Ain was so shy that she couldn't speak. Finally, she let out a cry, turned around and ran away. Behind Kihonhei, Khalifa, with her clothes a little messy, came out with a lazy look on her face. She leaned on Kihonhei and teased. Boss, you just like to bully Ain. How dare you say that to me? Why did you change into someone else's appearance just now? You must have known that she was just outside the door. Being exposed by Chizuru, Khalifa cutely stuck out her tongue and said in a sweet voice. I thought the boss would like it, HMPH, next time. Be careful. In the central city of Daughter Island, the streets are bustling with residents, and you can see that they are all women, dressed rather lightly. The most noticeable thing is that they all have a snake wrapped around their bodies. The strange thing was that they all had an unshakable worry on their faces, and many of them looked towards the palace in the center from time to time, which made the atmosphere in the entire city seem very heavy. The situation came to a standstill, and it was almost impossible for them to contact the Zilin Admiral. However, a female warrior suddenly stared at Chizuru in the center and said. She covered her little head and said nothing, feeling very aggrieved. I heard from my mother-in-law that if the legendary admiral in the marine, Admiral Zelin, could come, Lady Snake's illness would be cured. She was already used to other people's reactions after seeing her face, so she said. When Kikyo, the captain of the National Guard, heard Margaret's words, her face darkened. She knocked on Margaret's head and scolded her. When mentioning Snake Princess, Kikyo's face became heavier. Snake Princess's illness was getting worse and worse. If it continued like this, her life might be in danger. Kikyo remained silent on the surface, but she was extremely anxious in her heart. Captain Kikyo, who is that sister? She is so beautiful. I think she is even more beautiful than Lady Snake. Advertisement. The snakes of various shapes on their bodies turned into weapons and were held tightly in their hands. But now the arrow has been shot and cannot be taken back. After Margaret was hit on the head, a layer of tears suddenly appeared in her eyes. Margaret, you are so rude. Lady Snake is known as the most beautiful woman in the world. How could anyone be more beautiful than her? That figure was naturally Chizuru, who had rushed over, and these female warriors were naturally stunned by her incredibly beautiful face. These snakes did not blame their owner for dropping them on the ground, because even they were staring blankly at the tall figure at this moment. Some female warriors picked up snakes on the ground, turned them into bows, and shot sharp arrows at Kihonhei. A figure fell from the sky, breaking the heavy atmosphere. But for some reason, Lady Snake strictly forbade telling the naval headquarters the reason for her illness. Here, Hancock is the object of their fanatical worship. Now Hancock is seriously ill, which makes their nerves stretch to the extreme. They will never allow others to show any disrespect to Hancock. In the crowd, the 12-year-old Margaret pulled a female warrior with a black high ponytail and a pair of phoenix eyes next to her and asked. A pair of Rinnegan flashed with purple light, and the bow and arrow that was fixed in the air exploded into a pile of powder and floated in the air. Who are you? What is your purpose here? How dare you? How dare you address Lady Snake by her name? The group of female warriors spontaneously formed a circular formation and approached the figure in the middle step by step. I'm here to look for Hancock. I heard she's very ill, so I came to see her. The Nine Snakes tribe living on the Daughter Island is worthy of being called a fighting nation. Faced with the sudden uninvited guests, they were only stunned for a short while and then all entered a fighting state. Really a Rinnegan? Are you the Shuren Admiral? Once Lady Snake really dies of illness, an extremely tragic end will be waiting for their clan. Shocked by Chizuru's methods, Kikyo finally noticed the deep purple Rinnegan and a name flashed through her mind. She exclaimed. Facing the sharp arrows whistling in from all directions, Kihonhei remained motionless. An invisible repulsive force formed a semicircular passport, freezing the dense rain of arrows near his body. However, when they got closer and saw the face of the person coming clearly, the weapons in the hands of many female warriors slipped directly to the ground, and the weapons that fell on the ground turned back into snakes. Obviously I'm telling the truth. Kikyo thought to herself that this was not good. She was the strongest among this group of people, so she also saw that Chizuru was very powerful, so it was best not to offend her rashly. Sudden, a smile appeared on Chienzaru's face, and she looked at the female warriors present who were stunned again. Chapter 167. Hancock is seriously ill. The right horn on Chizuru's forehead flashed with a milky white halo. The female hormones injected by Luo were all recycled into the tip of the horn and mixed with Magellan's red poison. As Right Horn's ability was released, Chizuru returned to her original body and turned back into Chiga. He could tell the urgency of the situation from the women's behavior just now. Hancock's current condition might be worse than he thought. So it would be better for him to return to his original state to avoid scaring Hancock again. This time, Kikyo was sure that the person in front of her was the legendary Admiral Zelin, and she quickly waved her hand to signal everyone to lay down their weapons. Kikyo, who has always been a staunch enforcer of the rule of no man allowed to enter on Daughter Island, no longer cares about anything at this moment. As long as she can bring Chiga to Hancock, she will do anything he asks her to do. Kihonhei saw that Kikyo was the woman with the highest status here. He flashed in front of Kikyo and asked. I heard Hancock was sick. How is she now? Kikyo was shocked by the speed displayed by Chiga, and was once again shocked by Chiga's unfathomable strength. She wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and was about to speak, but little Margaret beside her spoke first. You look so strange, not like us. Kihonhei looked down at her, and from her appearance he could tell that she was the Margaret with short golden hair that Luffy met when he first arrived at the Daughter Island. He smiled at Margaret and asked, what's the difference? Margaret stared at Kihonhei carefully, then patted her chest and said seriously. You're flat here, and you look fat. He laughed at Margaret's words. He touched Margaret's little head and said. Because I'm a man, and this isn't fat, this is strong, you know? You are a man. Men are not allowed here. Margaret was so scared that she shrank behind Kikyo. Kikyo gave Kihonhei an apologetic smile, then turned around and scolded. Advertisement, Margaret, you talk too much. Admiral Zelin is different from other men. He is Lady Snake's boyfriend. Boyfriend? Kihonhei raised his eyebrows. He knew that the boyfriend that Kikyo mentioned was not the same as the boyfriend he understood, but it still sounded a little weird. He waved his hand and said, okay, she's still young. Take me to Hancock first. I want to check on her condition. Okay. I'll take you there right away. When Kikyo heard Chiga take the initiative to mention that she wanted to meet Hancock, she was overjoyed. She asked the others to stay here and she walked in front to lead the way for Chiga. Before leaving, Kihonhei glanced at Margaret. After being scolded by Kikyo, she stood there with a look of grievance on her face, looking very pitiful. Shaking his head, he squatted down and pinched Margaret's little face and said softly. Don't be sad, I'll go treat your Lady Snake, she'll get better soon, be happy. Margaret stared blankly at the handsome face in front of her. Kihonhei was the only man she had ever seen since she was born. She only felt that he was a kind of beauty she had never seen before. An idea popped up in her mind. Is this what a man is? They all look so good? However, the facts were destined to disappoint her. When she had the opportunity to go out to sea in the future, she would sigh that what she saw at the time was simply the pinnacle. Chiga followed Kikyo to the palace where Hancock lived, and standing at the door were Hancock's two sisters. Boa Sandersonia is a slim girl with long green hair and Boa Marigold is a plump girl with long orange hair. Both of them are users of the Zoan snake fruit, but one is in python form and the other is in cobra form. Seeing Chiga behind Kikyo, both of them were surprised. They recognized Chiga's identity. They were completely unexpected for his arrival. Although their sister had a high status, holding the title of Shichibukai and being the emperor of the Kingdom of Women, she was still not good enough in front of the man in front of them. Advertisement. Although they don't want to admit it, it is an undeniable fact. They knew that even if the man in front of them didn't use the power of the Marine, he could easily raise the Kingdom of Women to the ground on his own. Because he was the man who defeated 4 emperors, Kaido and Shanks, alone. This record is terrifying to think about. Sonia and Gerudo looked at Chiga's deep purple Rinnegan, swallowed, then walked forward slowly and said cautiously. You must be Admiral Zelin, right? We didn't know you were here, and we were really rude for not welcoming you. He waved his hand and went straight to the point. Don't say anything more. I'm going to go see Hancock first. After saying this, without waiting for the two to respond, he walked between them and headed deeper into the palace. Sonia and Gorod, who stayed behind, looked at each other and saw surprise in each other's eyes. They knew that there was hope for their sister's illness. Through Skynet's perception, Kihonhei has determined Hancock's location. He came straight to Hancock's bedroom like the owner of the place, and pushed the door open without knocking and walked in. Entering the room, Kihonhei immediately saw Hancock lying on a large bed at the end of the room. There was a short old woman standing beside her bed, who was both a teacher and a mother to Hancock. When she saw Kihonhei coming in, she widened her eyes in surprise. Just as she was about to speak, Kihonhei made a gesture to silence her, forcing her to swallow back what she was about to say. Kihonhei slowed down his pace, walked gently to Hancock's bed, and observed Hancock on the bed. Hancock was obviously in a very bad condition at this moment. She closed her eyes tightly, and her pretty face had a sickly flush, and she could vaguely see pain on it. Even though there was someone standing in front of the bed, she had no reaction given her strength. It was enough to show that her condition was very serious, and it looked even more serious than the one in the anime. Kihonhei stretched out a hand and placed it on Hancock's forehead, and found that the temperature from his hand was surprisingly hot, even with a hint of burning sensation. Fortunately, Hancock's physique is strong enough. If it were an ordinary person, he would have gone to see Sengoku before even a minute had passed. Kihonhei gently stroked Hancock's smooth forehead, put her face close to her ear, and called softly. Hancock, can you hear me? I'm Chiga, I'm here to see you. Chapter 168. No dog licking. After Kihonhei finished speaking, the atmosphere in the room fell silent again, and Hancock was still in a coma. Grandma Za at the side couldn't help but speak up. You must be the Purple Lin Admiral. Hancock has always been thinking about you. Her illness is caused by. Before she could finish, Chiani interrupted her. He looked at Hancock's sweet face and said softly. I know she is lovesick because of me. Don't worry, I will cure her. Grandma was stunned for a moment, wondering how he knew about this disease, but looking at Hancock on the bed, she shook her head and sighed. It's good that you know, but it's too late now. Hancock has been ill for too long and his body is seriously overdrawn. Even if he sees you, I'm afraid he won't be able to revolving heaven. Thinking that Hancock was about to die, a look of pain appeared on the mother-in-law's face. Although Hancock was usually a little rude to her, she did not have the slightest resentment towards Hancock. Because she had abandoned her people when she was the emperor of the Kingdom of Women, Hancock being a little lenient with her could actually alleviate her guilt. And my grandmother knew that Hancock's personality became colder because of his childhood experiences. But that was just a disguise. Hancock was still a good girl with a cold appearance but a warm heart. She had long regarded Hancock as her own daughter. Now watching Hancock suffer from the pain and being unable to do anything about it, this feeling is more painful than killing her. He glanced at Granny Zoa, who was in deep sorrow, and said comfortingly, "Things aren't as bad as you think. Now that I'm here, I won't let anything happen to Hancock." This sentence did not make the mother-in-law feel better. She just shook her head helplessly and said bitterly, "It's too late. Hancock can't even open his eyes now. What's the point of you coming?" He stared at Hancock's face and said in an unquestionable tone, "Advertisement, no, she will wake up." As soon as she finished speaking, Hancock's beautiful eyelashes began to tremble slightly, and then something happened that shocked the grandmother. Hancock actually woke up as Kihane said. Hancock opened her eyes and stared at the face that she had been thinking about day and night. Her lips parted slightly, and her voice was filled with a sense of weakness due to a serious illness. "Admiral Zelin, am I dreaming? How did you appear here?" Kihane reached a hand into the quilt and found Hancock's cold little hand, gently held it, and used her hand to convey warmth to her. His other hand gently smoothed Hancock's hair that was stuck to her forehead due to sweat. After doing all this, Kihane looked at Hancock and said gently, "Just call me Kihane. You are not dreaming. I am here to see you." "Master Chiga, I'm fine. I'm a pirate and you're a marine. Come on, I'm not good for you." As she spoke, Hancock struggled to get up from the bed, but her body was too weak to even complete a simple action of getting up. Who could have thought that the pirate's queen, who was famous throughout the sea, would fall into such an embarrassing situation? He quickly held Hancock's shoulders and asked her to lie down on the bed obediently. Then he looked at Hancock with mixed feelings. He finally understood why Hancock didn't let her mother-in-law tell naval headquarters about her illness even though she was so seriously ill. She was afraid that her identity as a pirate would affect her position in the marine, so even when she was so sick that she was about to collapse, she still had no intention of notifying herself. When Kihane was on Blue Star, she once complained that Hancock was a typical love-brained person. Is she willing to make herself so stupid for a man? She doesn't look like the proud empress at all. But now, Hancock's favorite person has become herself, and the feeling is completely different. Kihane looked at Hancock lying on the hospital bed, staring at her, and felt her heart trembling constantly. Hancock's behavior is not good enough to be called a Blue Star licker, but isn't it also a kind of affection? What's more, the object of her affection is herself. Advertisement. He stroked Hancock's cheek, his voice trembling a little, even he himself didn't notice. "Why are you so stupid? You are a Shichibukai, a regular pirates belonging to the Marines. What's wrong with reporting such a dangerous situation?" "But Chiga-sama doesn't seem to like Shichibukai. I think this will bother you. And even if it belongs to the Marine, Chiga-sama's status doesn't warrant her coming in person." Before Hancock could finish her words, Kihane blocked her lips. When the grandmother next to her saw this scene, she turned into a short stone statue. It's not an exaggeration, she really turned into a real stone statue. However, the two entangled did not notice the situation of the mother-in-law. After they separated, he looked directly into Hancock's dull eyes and said word by word, "Shichibukai belongs to Marine, and you belong to me, Uchiha Chiga. From now on, no matter what happens to you, I will be by your side. Do you understand?" Listening to Kihane's domineering words, Hancock nodded mechanically. She only felt that she was in an illusory cloud and she was like a kite with a broken string, flying high and low in it. Kihane didn't let Hancock remain in a daze. He held Hancock's pretty face in his hands, making her face him. Then he slightly condensed his Rinnegan and released his long P******. Like sweet dew after a long drought, a cool energy instantly flowed through Hancock's body like a stream, and she couldn't help but let out a lovely moan. After realizing it, Hancock's pretty face suddenly turned red, but this time it was no longer a sickly red, but a healthy red. She didn't dare to look into Chiane's eyes again. She just lowered her head and helplessly rubbed the corner of the quilt with her hands, looking like a shy little wife. Kihane was relieved to see Hancock had recovered, but he still told Hancock to rest well and not get out of bed for the time being. Because his stone only repaired Hancock's body damaged by lovesickness, but this disease is more severe for the spirit, so it is better for him to rest for a while. However, with the existence of this medicine, I believe Hancock will soon recover completely and become the proud peacock queen of pirates again. Kihane sat down beside Hancock's bed, stretched out an arm to hold Hancock's shoulders, let her head rest on her shoulder, and the two of them sat there quietly, enjoying this rare time. After an unknown amount of time, Hancock, who was leaning on Kihane's shoulder, suddenly asked softly, "Master Kihane, have you seen Grandma Zoa? Why is she quiet?" Chapter 169. The imminent anti-aging surgery. Kihane and Hancock finally found Granny Zoa, who had turned into a stone statue for a long time. Looking at the shocked statue of Granny Zoa, he asked curiously, "Hancock, did you just use your ability?" Hancock also looked puzzled. She shook her head and said, "No, I didn't use my ability." Kihane got up from the bed, walked to the stone statue of Grandma Zoa, stretched out a finger and gently tapped Grandma Zoa's head twice, making two bang sounds. Judging from the feel just now, the quality of this stone statue is good, at least the hardness is not a problem. Hancock leaned against the head of the bed. She laughed at Kihane's actions. She said softly, Master Kihonhei, please move the old lady to my bedside so I can see what's going on. Kihonhei did not move the stone statue of Grandma Za, but returned to sit next to Hancock, then released the power of Tiandao, floated the stone statue of Grandma Za, and slowly sucked it in front of Hancock. Hancock took advantage of the time when the mother-in-law floated over and leaned her head on Kihonhei's shoulder again. She really didn't want to leave Kihonhei for a moment. She reached out and touched the stone statue of Grandma Za, then lightly tapped it with her finger. Waves of pink heart-shaped ripples spread out, and Grandma Za changed back from the state of a stone statue. The grandmother still maintained the same expression she had before she turned into a stone statue. As soon as she recovered, she floated in the air and danced. Hancock frowned slightly and even wanted to throw her out of the window like before. She had finally been able to have such a wonderful time with the Lord Chiga in her heart, and she didn't want this old woman to ruin it. But he was right beside her, so she thought it was better to be reserved, so she just scolded him verbally. Can you be quiet? You'll disturb Master Chiga. He squeezed Hancock's little hand, signaling her not to be so cold to her mother-in-law. He didn't care. Advertisement Hancock's pretty face flushed red, and she buried her head in Kihonhei's arms, acting like an ostrich. After being pushed by Hancock, he stopped thinking about the anti-aging surgery. He looked at Hancock, who was looking at him uneasily, stretched out a finger to hook her nose, and said with a smile. He has already awakened the Thunder Fruit, the Nekomata Fruit and the Shira Fruit, so awakening the Op Fruit is not a difficult task. Moreover, Chiga is a popular marine admiral in the marine and is likely to be the strongest man in the world. With his protection, Daughter Island is safer than ever before. Thinking of this, Grandma's expression became very strange. She held her big face with both hands and sighed. The floating Grandma Za was not angry because of Hancock's attitude, she was used to it. Seeing that he didn't respond for a long time, Hancock reluctantly got up from He's arms, gently pushed He, and said, Vice Admiral, he is okay, but the other old women look terrible, like Dayton, the mermaid on the sea train, the 4 emperors, and the old lady in front of him. Master Kihonhei, what's wrong with you? The reason why he has not awakened yet is because he does not have absolute confidence to avoid the so-called life-for-life surgery of anti-aging. There is a saying on the blue planet that, time never defeats beauty, but it doesn't work here. Here, the more beautiful you are, the more you will be defeated, completely defeated. He was a little speechless because of the tone of Zapopo's voice. He looked at Zapopo's short stature and wrinkled face, and sighed in his heart at this saying full of bad taste in the pirate's world. Kihonhei gently stroked Hancock's long black hair and looked at Hancock's beautiful profile. He swore to himself that he would never let that happen. That is, no matter how beautiful the women in the pirate's world are when they're young, once they get older, their images will take a 180-degree turn from their previous ones, and they can be as ugly as they can be. I'm fine. I'm just wondering how I can keep you by my side forever. He raised his hand and pressed on the Rinnegan on his right. One of the Magatama contained the power of the Op Fruit, which would grant him the power to change everything. Sure enough, such an outstanding Lord Chiga cannot belong to him alone. Although he thought so, Hancock couldn't help feeling a little aggrieved. Advertisement He just didn't believe that an Op Fruit's anti-aging surgery could take his life. He did not despise them, but his body had already entered the state of Otsutsuki, and his lifespan would definitely be much longer than that of ordinary humans, and his aging speed would also be greatly slowed down. But when he got older, not only did his appearance become extremely exaggerated, but even his body shape seemed to have shrunk and became so short. Thinking of this, Kihonhei's eyes narrowed slightly. He only needed 3 more devil fruits to completely fill his left eye. By then, his body would definitely evolve again. Thinking of that scene, Kihonhei shivered unconsciously. Hancock in his arms thought that Kihonhei was cold, so he quickly moved the quilt covering himself over Kihonhei. Love is so beautiful. I once had a sweet love, too. Hancock keenly noticed the they in Kihonhei's words. She remembered Khalifa and Ain, whom she saw when she went to the naval headquarters. Those 2 women were also very beautiful, and they were always around Lord Kihonhei. Lord Kihonhei must be referring to them. What if the life in exchange means giving up his own life instantly? That would be a big deal. He is not a complete Six Paths body yet, and cannot achieve the same body repair ability as Six Paths Madara. Kihonhei just stared at Zapopo floating in the air, with the expression on her face changing from bright to dark. Zapopo didn't dare to breathe, thinking that she had offended the Marine Admiral. It's impossible that I would look incredibly young while all the beauties around me turned into old ladies like my mother-in-law, right? Although he possesses Shi Changbi's eye technique, which has absolute recovery power, he has to release Shi Changbi's eye technique while at least retaining a trace of consciousness. But even Hancock herself didn't notice that as her emotions fluctuated, her long black hair, like a waterfall, suddenly moved without wind. Now she looked at Hancock and Kihonhei with an anti's smile on her face. In her opinion, this handsome man and beautiful woman looked extremely well matched. Kihonhei couldn't help but think of the beauties around him. In a few decades, would they become like his mother-in-law? After all, she was the former emperor of the Kingdom of Women. She couldn't be that bad in appearance, and she definitely wouldn't be that short. The awakening of devil fruit is as difficult as climbing to heaven for others, but for Kihonhei, it is as easy as eating and drinking. Chapter 170 Medusa Fruit. The unusual movement of Hancock's hair caught Kihonhei's attention. Not only him, but even her mother-in-law was staring at Hancock's hair in surprise. I saw that the thick black hair gradually split into 9 strands, looking like 9 long black snakes. He frowned and looked at the 9 snake-shaped black hairs. He didn't understand what was going on for a moment, but he sensed a familiar fluctuation from the 9 black snakes. Hancock didn't seem to notice the change in her hair. When she saw Kihonhei suddenly frown, she thought that Kihonhei had discovered her little emotion and made him unhappy. This scared Hancock. She now had her whole heart on Chihei. If Chihei developed disgust towards her because of this, it would be even more terrifying than death. The image of Kihonhei looking at her with disgust appeared in her mind. Hancock actually felt a strong sense of suffocation, and her face immediately turned pale as paper. It can be said that Hancock is worthy of being called a little genius in imagination. Just an ordinary change of Chihei's expression allowed her to imagine the ending directly. Kihonhei was also shocked by Hancock's change. He was fine just now, but how come he suddenly looked like he was seriously ill again? He quickly put his hands on Hancock's shoulders and shook them twice, and asked, "Hancock, why do you look so bad? Are you feeling unwell again?" Hancock stared blankly at Chianhe's face. He looked very strange, like a puppet without a soul. He just kept mumbling, "Master Kihonhei, please don't hate me, it's my fault." These words really made Kihonhei a little confused. When did he say that he hated her? Kihonhei really couldn't understand Hancock's train of thought and was about to speak when suddenly, Hancock's 9 separate and fluttering snake-like long hair changed again. The 9 long black hairs turned into dark purple, and their appearance was no longer limited to a snake shape, but had completely transformed into 9 dark purple small snakes. The unique, hissing, sound of snakes came from the mouths of the 9 dark purple small snakes. Not only the hair changes, Hancock's appearance is also gradually changing. A golden forehead protector like a crown appeared on her smooth forehead, and her pupils turned into dark purple vertical shapes, looking extremely evil. Advertisement. Not only that, a pink auspicious cloud ribbon appeared around her body, forming a heart shape behind her. Grandma Za, who was floating behind Hancock, was completely stunned. She couldn't help but scream, and the scream attracted the 9 little snakes to turn their heads and stare at her. Being stared at by the 9 little snakes' cold gazes, Grandma Za felt a chill rising from the depths of her heart. Before she could look away, her body turned into a stone statue again. Only this time her face was filled with fear. After the 9 little snakes petrified Grandma Za, they turned around and stared at Kihonhei, as if they wanted to repeat the same trick and turn Kihonhei into a stone statue as well. However, Kihonhei just snorted coldly, and the purple light in his Rinnegan became stronger. The 9 little snakes were suddenly struck by lightning, and their heads drooped directly, no longer as arrogant as before. Unlike the 9 arrogant little snakes, Hancock himself still had a dazed look on his face, as if he was unaware of what had just happened. Kihonhei looked into Hancock's eyes and released a weak mental wave with the Rinnegan. Hancock was shocked and the expression on his face gradually relaxed. Hancock blinked when she woke up. This time she finally noticed something wrong with her body. She caught a glimpse of her hair turning into snakes and stood up from the bed in fright. She stood up suddenly and bumped into her mother-in-law behind her. Hancock groaned in pain and turned around to see that Grandma Za had turned into a stone statue again. Although she still didn't understand how Grandma Za turned into a stone statue again, it must have something to do with her, so she hurriedly freed Grandma Za from the stone statue state. After recovering, Granny Za looked at Hancock with fear, then struggled in the air, trying to return to the ground. He stopped releasing the power of heavenly Tao upon seeing this, and the mother-in-law just sat down on the bed. After reaching the bed, she picked up her crutches and jumped off the bed without saying a word, then ran away. She was petrified by Hancock twice in one day. If she stayed here any longer, she was really afraid it would happen a third time. Her old bones couldn't stand such torture. After the mother-in-law disappeared, Kihonhei and Hancock were the only ones left in the room. Advertisement. He reached out and pinched a snakehead made of Hancock's hair, looked at it, and then he looked at Hancock helplessly and said, "What happened to you just now? You told me not to hate you. When did I ever say I hated you? Stop imagining weird things, okay?" After hearing what Kihonhei said, Hancock snorted embarrassedly. She knew that she was overthinking again, but there was nothing she could do. Kihonhei was too important to her and she really couldn't bear the consequences of losing him. After educating Hancock a little, Kihonhei began to focus on the changes in her body. He has already guessed the reason for Hancock's physical changes, which is most likely the awakened state of the sweet fruit. Maybe we shouldn't call it the sweet fruit anymore. This state of awakening is obviously not what Paramecia should be like. This is clearly the awakening of Zoan. Judging from Hancock's appearance, its real name should be Zoan human fruit mythical beast Medusa form. Chiga didn't think there was anything strange about Paramecia turning into Zoan. Can't the rubber fruit also turn into the Nika fruit? When seeing Luffy suddenly take on a Nika form, Chiga even wondered if Robin's flower fruit could also directly create a human fruit, mythical beast, Senju Guanyin form. And Chiga also recalled the appearance of the sweet fruit, which was a Sakura peach-shaped devil fruit, but the strange thing was that it was made up of 2 heart-shaped Sakura peaches of different colors. One is pink and the other is dark purple. Considering the abilities displayed by Hancock, the pink Sakura peach should be the symbol of the petrifying heart-shaped energy of the sweet fruit. The effect of that deep purple star must have been to give Hancock the ability to transform into Medusa. No wonder Blackbeard went to such great lengths to get Hancock's sweet fruit, even at the cost of a head-on conflict with Marine. It turns out that this guy has long known that the sweet fruit is definitely not as simple as it looks. This is another god-level fruit. I have to say, you can doubt Blackbeard's character, but you can never doubt his taste in choosing devil fruit. Chapter 171. Eliminate the mark and regain a new life. After Hancock showed the awakened state of the Medusa fruit, Chiga also roughly understood the abilities of this fruit after awakening. After the fruit awakens, Hancock no longer needs to touch the target or hit the opponent with the love beam. Just like the mythical Medusa, anyone who meets her gaze or the snakes transformed from her hair will be turned to stone. And the most buggy thing about it is that as long as there is love in your heart, you will be petrified, especially those who yearn for love. The first time my mother-in-law was petrified was because of this ability. The stronger the love, the greater the degree of petrification. Without ultimate haki, this move is basically unsolvable. This ability, in Chiga's opinion, is simply a pure love warrior killer, and she wonders if Obito will have a chance to enter the Kamui space if he encounters Hancock. Also, Madara and Hashirama, Sasuke and Naruto. I'm thinking in the wrong direction. In short, after the fruit awakens, Hancock's strength is definitely about to reach the level of 4 emperors. What she lacks now is only the training of haki. Maybe if Kaido were to fight the current Hancock, her strength would be taken to the next level. Hancock was only slightly surprised by the awakening of the fruit, and then put it out of his mind. To her, the world is not as big as Qianhe's heart. She just wants to marry Qianhe. She has even gone through the wedding process with Qianhe no less than 10 times with her powerful imagination. In the scene she imagined, Ain and Khalifa were both there, but they were in tears. Inside the room, Hancock snuggled quietly in Qianhe's arms. Because the clothes she wore were loose, more skin was exposed, especially the collar at the back. Qianhe saw a little bit of the pink mark called Celestial Dragon's Hoof through her open collar, but only a small triangle was seen in the upper part of the tattoo. Qianhe reached out and gently pulled the back of Hancock's collar, revealing most of the mark. Hancock was suddenly struck by lightning. She was so immersed in Qianhe's arms that she forgot to cover the mark on her back that caused her so much pain. Advertisement that was an experience she never wanted to recall again in her life, but the more she wanted to avoid it, the more she would think of it inadvertently. Hancock did not try to stop Qianhe's behavior. At this moment, she had already lost all hope. She felt that Qianhe must have known her secret and might have already hated her very much. Thinking of this, Hancock's eyes were filled with tears. He had already tortured her for so long, and this was not enough. Now he was going to take Qianhe away from her. At this moment she was really cruel. She hated the celestial dragons in Mariajoy who treated people like pigs and dogs. She swore that after Qianhe left, she would no longer run away. She would rush to Mariajoy and make a scene, just like the fishman tiger did back then. The difference is that she is determined to die without returning. Now she regards Qianhe as an existence more important than her own life. Now that Qianhe is about to leave her, what else is there for her to be attached to? A gloomy and dead air filled Hancock's body. She buried her head lower and lower. Her secret was discovered. She felt as lowly as dust and no longer worthy of dreaming of staying with Qianhe. Qianhe noticed that Hancock suddenly became extremely depressed, and realized that seeing the tattoo was too much of a shock to her, so she began to use her imagination again. With a helpless sigh, Qianhe pressed his hand on the tattoo. Feeling the place where Qianhe's hand was pressed, Hancock's body began to tremble violently again, as if he was in extreme pain. Chiga carefully observed the so-called celestial dragon's hoof. According to Hancock's recollection in the anime, this tattoo was inked with a hot iron, and from her mouth, we learned that this mark cannot be erased. But Qianhe didn't think it was that mysterious. To put it bluntly, this mark was just a burn. It was indeed not easy to recover, but there were solutions. He has his own way to deal with this. A green energy covered the hand that Qianhe pressed on the mark, and then slowly spread to the entire mark. Hancock only felt that the skin on his back suddenly became extremely warm and itchy, but also very comfortable. Gradually, under the influence of the green energy, the pink mark began to fade away and turned into the same healthy skin color as the surrounding skin, even whiter, tenderer and smoother. After a while, the celestial dragon's hoof, that was said to be indelible in a lifetime, completely dissipated. Qianhe dispersed the green energy and took his hand away from Hancock's back. Advertisement after the mark disappeared, Hancock's back was free of any blemishes and looked like a work of art. Qianhe admired her own work, and felt satisfied with the skill she learned from that guy Kabuto. The medical ninjutsu he used just now is from the Hokage, called healing jutsu. Its function is to heal pain and help heal wounds. Using it requires extremely precise control of chakra, as well as knowledge of how to use Yankton chakra. The stronger the yang release, the stronger the healing effect of this move. This is a piece of cake for Chiga who possesses Hashirama cells. The healing jutsu he used could completely heal the burn on Hancock's back that had existed for who knows how many years. After doing all this, Qianhe patted Hancock on the back and whispered, "Hancock, I have removed the mark on your back. Forget about it." Hearing this news, Hancock couldn't believe her ears. She suddenly raised her head and looked at Qianhe with a look of disbelief. Qianhe gave a reassuring smile and waved his hand, and a water mirror appeared behind Hancock. Hancock tilted her head to look at the mirror formed by water. She saw her flawless white skin on her back. The mark that seemed so ugly to her had completely disappeared. Tears welled up in Hancock's eyes again. She covered her mouth tightly with both hands. Everything that happened before her eyes seemed so unreal. She didn't know how many times she had cried today, but this time was definitely the most emotionally unstable time for her. Hancock couldn't hold back any longer. She threw herself into Qianhe's arms and burst into tears. Qianhe didn't say anything, but just gently stroked Hancock's long black hair with her hand. He knew that anything he said now would be too pale, so it would be better to let Hancock cry and vent the resentment that had accumulated in her heart for years. I believe that she will be reborn after coming out of the haze. Only she is worthy of the title of Empress. Chapter 172 Hancock's Past. Hancock's crying lasted for a long time. Kihonhei only knew that she cried until she had no more strength left and fell asleep in his arms. After falling asleep, Hancock was like a kitten curled up in his arms. Kihonhei looked at her tear-stained face and couldn't bear to wake her up, so he held her and fell asleep together. The next morning, Hancock woke up and the first thing she saw was Chihei, who was smiling at her. This feeling filled her heart with sweetness. Suddenly, she remembered what happened yesterday. She seemed to have fallen asleep in Lord Kihonhei's arms while crying. Wouldn't that mean I would just have to sleep in Master Kihonhei's arms all night? Thinking of this scene, Hancock's face turned red like a ripe apple, and heat began to come out of her head. Kihonhei thought she was not fully recovered from her illness. Although sleeping in this position is a bit awkward, it doesn't affect Chiga much. With his body evolving towards Otsutsuki, he wouldn't suffer any damage even if he didn't sleep for a year. Moreover, with Hancock, the best pillow, in his arms, Chiga's sleep quality last night was even better than usual. Reaching out and hooking Hancock's nose, Kihonhei asked with a smile. Are you awake? How did you sleep last night? Hancock quickly stood up from Kihonhei's arms, folded her hands on her knees, and said to Kihonhei in a kneeling position. I slept well, but I am sorry to cause trouble to Master Kihonhei. Hancock's current performance is completely the image of a virtuous wife who obeys her man in everything, and she looks very gentle and charming. Kihonhei got up from the bed and shook his neck habitually. He came to the window and pulled open the curtains. The bright sunlight poured into the room through the window, and the whole room was instantly filled with warmth. Kihonhei turned and looked at Hancock, who was still kneeling on the bed in a daze, with a hint of admiration in her eyes. Hancock looks even more radiant and charming in the sunshine, and with her slightly silly expression, she is indescribably beautiful. I can only say that the title of the world's most beautiful woman was not given to the wrong person. Hancock has a standard oriental beauty face, which suits Kihonhei's aesthetic taste. Hancock felt a little embarrassed when he looked at her. She kept kneading the corner of the quilt and whispered. Master Kihonhei, you must not have gotten enough rest last night. Do you want to sleep a little longer? I will stay by your side the whole time. He shook his head and said with a smile, advertisement. I slept well last night, but you cried for so long. Did you have a nightmare? This reminded Hancock of the painful experience in her childhood. She whispered. Will Master Kihonhei dislike me? He did not respond immediately, but slowly came to the bed and sat down. He reached out and played with Hancock's messy hair and said softly. Don't think too much. I know your past. Don't worry, I won't let those people in Mariajoy have an easy time. At this point, a purple light flashed from Chiga's Rinnegan, and murderous intent emerged from it. After doing all this, Kihonhei wanted to go out and take a look, but Hancock's pitiful eyes made him feel a little reluctant, so he had to give up the idea of going out and just stayed by her side and talked to her. At the same time, he was relieved because he was really afraid of hearing Sha Lulia's name from Hancock. If it was really that stupid woman, he really didn't know how to deal with this matter. Lisville. Very good, I remember that. However, Chiga was a little surprised to hear that the celestial dragons who bought Hancock was actually a woman. On the second night on Daughter Island, Kihonhei slept in the same bed with Hancock again, but there was an extra step compared to the first night. The two of them stayed like this until the evening, and even when Hancock's two sisters brought dinner, she had no intention of going to bed. When Kihonhei left the next day, Hancock still did not leave the room because Kihonhei sternly ordered her to have a good rest. They felt that Hancock's whole temperament had changed, so they asked her mother-in-law for advice. Fortunately, he didn't think for long. After he stopped thinking, he looked at Hancock and said softly. At this moment, Hancock had a blush on his face, and his whole body exuded a lazy charm. In fact, Hancock was just thrown into the care of the palace ladies by the female celestial dragons, and was rescued by the fishman tiger when he was still a child. Hancock thought for a moment and whispered, there was no way. For Hancock, every minute and every second with Kihonhei was so intoxicating that it would be such a huge waste if she fell asleep. Master Kihonhei, I won't think about those things anymore. Now I just want to stay by your side. Advertisement Hancock had been a beauty since she was a child. He thought that she was favored by some male celestial dragons. This was a good thing, as it meant that Hancock at least had not been abused in that way. Kihonhei asked this not to say that he would not get rid of the others except this celestial dragon, but he wanted to pick this guy out separately and take care of him well. Hancock felt a little uneasy when she saw Kihonhei standing there with a thoughtful look on his face. She was still afraid that Kihonhei would dislike her because of this. Do you remember what the celestial dragons that bought you were called? Kihonhei's voice was flat but revealed an unquestionable confidence, causing Hancock's pupils to turn into two pink hearts again. It was obvious that he was caught up in some imaginary scene again. But thinking of the terrible people of Mariajoy, Hancock still didn't want to put her Lord Kihonhei in danger, so she quickly grabbed Kihonhei's arm and said. It can be said that they have been with Hancock since they were young, and have developed a certain resistance to their sister's beauty, but now they find that their sister seems to have become more beautiful than before. After Chiga left, Sonia and Gerudo entered Hancock's room and were stunned when they saw their sister lying on the bed. Fortunately, it wasn't her. So not only did she not feel cold, but she felt that Kihonhei was the sun in her heart, warmer than the morning sun. Kihonhei was used to Hancock's behavior. He patted Hancock's shoulder, pushed her to lie down, and then pulled the quilt over her. He didn't say much, just asked, that is to vent his anger for his woman. No matter who hurts the people around him, even if it is the god of Otsutsuki, he will pull him down from the throne. Kihonhei nodded, having already sentenced this guy to death in his heart. No matter what the setting is in the original comic, this is the setting in this book. After hearing the descriptions of the two people, the mother-in-law suddenly shouted exaggeratedly, and then said with a mysterious look on her face. Your sister is already a real woman. The aura emanating from Kihonhei at this moment was extremely cold, but Hancock did not feel the slightest bit of discomfort. She only saw how much Kihonhei valued her. She is the eldest daughter of the Charmiko family. I heard people around her call her Lizwire Palace. If Mariajoy was destroyed before simply because it was an obstacle in Chiga's way forward, now there is another reason to destroy it. Don't worry about other things. You just need to have a good rest now. I'll take care of everything. Chapter 173 Jinbei's invitation. After Kihonhei returned to the naval headquarters, Khalifa kept looking at her with a strange look. Based on her woman's intuition, she felt that something must have happened to Kihonhei on Daughter Island. In response, Chian-He remained calm and just said that Hancock's illness had been cured by him. As for how he cured it, only he and Hancock knew it. What Kihonhei didn't know was that Gerudo, Sonia and Granny Za also knew about this, but it didn't matter. After briefly talking about what happened on Daughter Island, Khalifa reported to Kihonhei some official business that had accumulated in the past few days. Chian-He listened symbolically to these official duties. He was too lazy to deal with them anyway, and in the end they would have to be handed over to Khalifa. In fact, he once told Khalifa that as long as it wasn't a big deal, she could handle it on his behalf, but Khalifa still preferred to report to Kihonhei first. Because she felt that Kihonhei was the person in charge, it would be better to at least let him know about these things first. Chiga just listened until Khalifa mentioned that Jinbei had called Den Den Mushi and congratulated Chiga on becoming Admiral, implying that he wanted to invite Chiga to go to the Fishman Island. Kihonhei thought about it and decided that it would be a good idea to go there. He really wanted to see Poseidon, one of the magical, 3 ancient weapons, in the pirates' world. He wanted to see how the ancient weapon, which was known as God, would perform in his Eye of God, Rinnegan. Having made up his mind, Kihonhei asked Khalifa to make some preparations. He would bring his own warships and troops with him on this trip, and it would be his first official visit as Admiral. Kihonhei spoke in general terms, but Khalifa listened very carefully and asked, Boss, if the warship wants to go to the Fishman Island, it needs to go to Sabaody Island for coding first. Should we go to Sabaody Island now? Kihonhei felt that this was a bit troublesome. With his current ability, let alone taking the warship to the Fishman Island, even dragging the entire naval headquarters would be nothing. He waved his hand and said, No need, just go to the Fishman Island directly, I have my own way. Khalifa pushed her glasses and didn't say much because she knew that as long as the boss said it was possible, it must be possible. Khalifa would not have any doubts about his ability. After explaining everything, Chian-He stood up from his chair, stretched and said, Okay, Khalifa, go get Ain, we'll set off now, okay boss. Advertisement, the sea below the holy city of Mariajoy. On the deck of the 6 paths, Kihonhei lay on Khalifa's thighs with her eyes closed and enjoyed the massage service, occasionally taking a sip of the orange juice that Khalifa handed to her. As soon as he arrived on his warship, he began to become Aokiji-like. Anyway, he understood Aokiji's hobbies more and more. It's really comfortable to lie down, all the time. Khalifa released her 9 furry golden foxtails to block the sunlight for Chiga who was lying on her thighs. This was one of her proudest ways of developing the Ninetailes Fox fruit. However, leisurely time always passes so quickly. Not long after the warship arrived near Mariajoy, Ain walked over in a pair of high heels. Looking at Chian-He lying on Khalifa's thigh with his eyes closed, the corners of Ain's mouth twitched unconsciously. She nodded at Khalifa. Khalifa understood, patted Chian-He gently, and whispered, Boss, we have reached the sea above the Fishman Island, now it's your turn. Chiga opened her eyes, her Rinnegan sparkling brightly, and Khalifa was stunned. No matter how many times, she would be amazed by the beauty of these eyes. Kihonhei smiled at Khalifa, then stood up and took the Marine Admiral's Code of Justice from Ain and asked, Have we informed Neptune of our arrival at the Fishman Island? I have already notified you. King Neptune said he will lead a group of ministers to personally welcome Marine's arrival. Well, it's really grand. Kihonhei sighed in a serious tone, causing Khalifa and Ain to shake their heads and chuckle. They were not surprised that King Neptune came to greet them personally. In the world of pirates, the weight of the status of Marine Admiral cannot be compared to that of a king of any country. Because this identity does not only represent a status. In the eyes of most ordinary people, it is a synonym for absolute power. It is an existence that can destroy a country by just one person. Not to mention that Kihonhei is also known as the strongest admiral in the history of the Marine among the people. If he wants to go to a country, not to mention the king personally welcoming him, the king must also agree to give up the throne to Kihonhei for 2 days. Kihonhei came to the bow of the ship, and under the awe-filled gazes of his subordinates, his body gradually floated up and flew above the sea. Skynet was deployed, and Kihonhei's perception covered the sea area within 1,000 miles, including the deep seabed beneath his feet. Advertisement. After a while, Kihonhei sensed the existence of the Fishman Island deep under the sea. After finding the location of the Fishman Island, Chian-He smiled and said softly, 10,000 meters under the sea? That's a bit troublesome. Although he said it was troublesome, Kihonhei didn't hesitate at all. He leaned down and rushed into the seabed. He did not use any of his abilities to deal with the seawater, because with his current physical condition, even if he soaked in the seawater for 10 or 8 years, he would not have to worry about problems like lack of oxygen. Kihonhei spread her arms in the sea, and her pair of Rinnegan glowing purple were particularly dazzling in the lightless environment of the seabed. Surging eye power began to brew, and some sea kings who were attracted by the Rinnegan and wanted to get close to Chiga suddenly turned their huge bodies around and tried to escape as if they had encountered something terrifying. However, it was too late. A voice like the whisper of a god came out. Super Shinra Tensei. Boom. A circular wave formed by repulsive force erupted deep in the seabed, and the seawater around Kihonhei's body was instantly pushed away. Those sea kings that had no time to escape were directly transformed into huge pieces of meat under the impact of this repulsive force. Deeper below Chiga, on the Fishmen Island surrounded by a semicircular bubble shield. King Neptune, Jinbei and a group of residents of the Fishmen Island who came to welcome Kihonhei were waiting eagerly on the street. Neptune has been waiting here for a long time. In order to welcome Chiga, he also arranged some marine creatures to wander outside the Fishmen Island so that they could get the news of Chiga's arrival as soon as possible. But until now there was still no movement, which made him a little anxious. He couldn't help but look at Jinbei and said, "Jinbei, will the Zilin Admiral come?" Jinbei was also unsure. After all, Kihonhei's identity was too prominent, and even if he couldn't change his mind at the last minute, there was nothing he could do. Faced with Neptune's question, Jinbei opened his mouth with some embarrassment and was about to say something. Suddenly, a horrifying wave came, and a violent gale blew across the island. A large number of mermaids and fishmen were blown to the ground. Even Jinbei stretched out a strong arm to block his eyes. At the same time, he was very confused. How could such a strong wind suddenly blow in a place like the Fishmen Island where there is no wind all year round? Fortunately, the strong wind did not last long. After it dissipated, everyone got up from the ground, and Jinbei slowly lowered his arm that was blocking his eyes. But when their mood calmed down a little, they realized something was wrong, because they actually felt a kind of warmth, and this warmth came from the sunshine. Chapter 174 Arrival at the Fishmen Island. Similar to the reaction of the people on the Fishmen Island, all the marine officers on the Six Paths Samsara widened their eyes and looked at the semicircular deep pit with no visible edge that suddenly appeared at the place where Kihonhei disappeared. Even Khalifa, who knew something about Chiga's abilities, was so shocked by this miraculous sight that his glasses slipped off. Under the Super Shinra Tensei released by Chiga, the surrounding seawater was pushed away by the repulsive force and began to slide toward the depths of the circular pit, and the warship also began to slide to the bottom of the sea. At the center of the bottom of the deep pit, the Fishmen Island, which was originally wrapped in bubbles and located 10,000 meters below the sea, was exposed to the sun. After doing all this, Kihonhei's body turned into a ray of lightning, and returned to the deck of the Six Paths Samsara in the next second. Ignoring the dull gazes of the crowd, he had already anticipated everyone's reactions. He stretched out a palm and clenched it in the air, and the entire warship suddenly floated up and came above the Fishmen Island. After releasing his hands, the warship began to slowly descend towards the Fishmen Island. The Fishmen Island Shang, King Neptune and Jinbei looked up, staring blankly at the warship that was landing towards the Fishmen Island. There are many foreign ships coming to the Fishmen Island, but this is the first time they have seen one appear like this. Especially for Jinbei, Kihonhei's actions once again refreshed his understanding of Kihonhei's strength, and his awe for Kihonhei reached its peak. Everyone just watched the warship land gently like a balloon. After the warship landed, the seawater above the Fishmen Island slowly closed as if it had received some kind of signal. A large number of marine soldiers walked out of the warship and lined up neatly on the street, forming a pedestrian walkway. Not a single soldier looked at the mermaids or mermen, which were rarely seen by ordinary people. At this moment, they all stared at the exit of the warship, their eyes filled with fanaticism. Driven by this atmosphere, the people on the Fishmen Island dared not even breathe a word and could only subconsciously follow the soldiers and look in the same direction. Finally, under the watchful eyes of everyone, a tall figure wearing a coat of justice appeared. It was Qianhe. The three princes were still young, and faced with Kihonhei's scrutiny, they couldn't help but feel nervous. They thought they had done something to displease this distinguished guest. Advertisement following him were the Fishman minions from the anime, but Chiga had no interest in their strength, so he didn't even bother to remember their names. But there were also some stubborn fishmen who stiffened their necks and stared directly at Chiga's Rinnegan, with undisguised disgust in their eyes, but more of it was fear. The physique of the fishman is indeed much better than that of ordinary people, and the amount of bleeding is quite scary. Khalifa and Ain followed closely behind him, and once they got off the boat, the two women saw King Neptune, who loomed huge in the crowd. If they were in another place, these people would have been crushed into fish cakes by Kihonhei's pressure. According to the plot in the anime, she is still in the hard shell tower hiding from the attack of Vanderdecken, the user of the target fruit. But before Neptune could react, the blue fat man Jinbei took the lead and passed Neptune and came to Kihonhei, saying excitedly, "When Hody returns, it would be fine if he behaves himself, but if he wants to start a rebellion among the fishmen, that would be exactly what Chihei wants, and he can just catch these radical elements in one fell swoop." Boom. He is naturally not an unreasonable person. He taught those radical elements of Hody a lesson because he didn't like them. When Neptune and others saw Kihonhei, they recognized that she was their target, Marine Admiral Zelin. Thinking of this, Kihonhei waved to Neptune and Jinbei to show that he was not angry, and then turned his attention to the three princes following behind Neptune. Plus, they actually dared to look at him with such reckless eyes. If it weren't for the sincerity of Neptune and the others and most of the mermaid residents, Kihonhei wouldn't have wanted to start a fight here. Jinbei, isn't this a bit too grand? These fishmen suddenly knelt on their knees. The ground beneath their feet cracked and the blood that flowed from their legs filled the cracks. The confused onlookers around hurriedly kept their distance from these fishmen. Hody Jones and his men were usually ferocious and were not liked by most of the residents of the Fishmen Island. For a while, no one came forward to check on the situation. He smiled at Jinbei and said, "Advertisement." Kihonhei didn't say anything. His eyes swept around the mermaids and fish people who came to greet him. When they were looked at by the Rinnegan like this, many people lowered their heads unconsciously. However, they never expected that this extremely distinguished guest in their hearts was just complaining that their painting styles were different from those of their sister Shirahoshi. "Admiral Zelin. Thank you very much for visiting the Fishmen Island. We have been waiting for you here for a long time." He looked at King Neptune and asked, but even if Kihonhei had spared their lives, these guys were now lying unconscious on the ground, and they could only hope that others would shovel them up and send them back to Fishman Street. These fishmen were obviously a gang, and Chiga also recognized the guy leading them. He was the captain of the new Fishman pirates who appeared later in the anime, Hody Jones, who looked a lot younger than in the anime. They are Shark Star, Emperor Star and Rollover Star. Sensing the gazes of these fishmen, he snorted with disdain, and a terrifying aura of oppression instantly enveloped Hody Jones and the several fishmen around him. "It's not grand at all, they are all looking forward to your arrival. In addition to these three princes, I heard that His Majesty Neptune also has a little princess. Why didn't she come here?" Chiga searched the crowd and found, as he expected, the mermaid princess Shirahoshi did not appear in the welcoming team. Jinbei's performance could be as respectful as possible. In his eyes, Kihonhei's arrival would definitely bring immeasurable benefits to the Fishmen Island. Gathering his scattered thoughts, Kihonhei remembered the main reason why he came here this time, which was the ancient weapon Poseidon. Speaking of Fishman Street, that is the place that Kihonhei is going to focus on this time, because most of the voices against humans come from there. Jinbei and Neptune knew that it was the attitude of Hody and others that made Kihonhei dissatisfied, so they hurriedly expressed their apologies to Kihonhei, and there was no intention of making excuses for Hody and others in their words. However, this is not the end yet. The pressure continues to increase. Hody Jones and others are now pressed tightly to the ground in a big shape, looking as miserable as they can be. These three are Shirahoshi's brothers, but their appearances are completely different from Shirahoshi. Chiga guessed that these three may have taken after their father Neptune, while Shirahoshi may have taken after his mother, Princess Odahime. Chapter 175 First Encounter with Shirahoshi. When King Neptune heard Chihei's question, his face changed. He thought Chihei was dissatisfied with him for not bringing Shirahoshi. Thinking about the consequences of displeasing Kihonhei, Neptune felt a surge of fear in his heart. If he didn't quite understand Kihonhei's power before, then after seeing the scene of the sea being split and the warships falling from the sky just now, he no longer dared to have any doubt about Kihonhei's strength. He was really afraid that Kihonhei would get angry and make the Fishmen Island disappear completely from this world. At that time, all the beautiful wishes of coexisting peacefully with humans would be meaningless. What's the point of having wishes if there are no people? Neptune hastened to explain, "Admiral Zelin, you are talking about Shirahoshi, right? She has been targeted by the ability of Vanderduncan the Ninth's target fruit. As soon as she leaves the hard shell tower, she will be attacked by all kinds of flying weapons. It is definitely not my intention to prevent her from seeing you." Looking at the nervous Neptune, Kihonhei knew that he was overthinking, and couldn't help but wonder if he was so scary now. Most people he met treated him with great caution, making him look like some ferocious beast. "After all, I am also a partner of Justice, Marine Admiral." Shaking his head, Kihonhei pretended to be surprised and asked, "Didn't you try to find this fellow called Vanderduncan?" Speaking of this, Neptune showed a bitter smile on his face and said, "I'm sorry to embarrass you. The power of the target fruit is too strange. Anyone touched by it will be forever targeted by Vanderduncan. He can hide anywhere and attack us, and we can't find him at all." "Really? Haha, it's really a terrifying ability." He sighed seriously, and then said, "Then take me to where Princess Shirahoshi lives. Maybe I can find a way to deal with this guy named Vanderduncan." "What?" Neptune's eyes widened. He didn't expect that the Purple Scale Admiral would go out of his way to help his daughter get rid of the trouble that had plagued them for years. Jinbei on the side was extremely moved. He now felt that talking to Kihonhei at the meeting at the naval headquarters was the wisest decision he had ever made. He smiled politely, then turned to Khalifa and said, "Advertisement, Khalifa, you and Aim go to Longdong City to rest for a while. I will help them deal with this trouble." Khalifa understood and immediately turned around and took a group of marines to Ryubu Castle according to Kihonhei's instructions. Chihiro follows Neptune and Jinbei to the hard shell tower used to protect Shirahoshi. When you arrive at the entrance of the hard shell tower, what comes into view is the axe and sword embedded in the entire gate. The three of them stood at the entrance for a while. Neptune pointed at the sharp weapons and was about to speak when suddenly another sound of breaking air was heard, and a sharp axe flew over in a rotation. Neptune and Jinbei looked at each other, and Jinbei asked hesitantly. However, this axe was destined not to reach this door. He learned from Jinbei that this Zilin Admiral possessed more than one devil fruit ability, but this was not the most terrifying thing about him. Shirahoshi also realized his mistake, and quickly stopped what he was doing, folded his hands on the fish at his waist, and apologized repeatedly, looking very cute. Neptune looked at the gate and thought for a while, and decided that they should not go in. Thinking of Vander Duncan who had forced him to hide in this hard-shell tower, Shirahoshi pouted and said angrily. The most eye-catching thing is her magnificent breasts, which are totally inconsistent with her age. They can be described as magnificent. At least among the women Kihonhei knows, no one can compare with her in this respect. Well, I know, you don't have to explain, but because of her complaint, she unconsciously increased the strength in her hands, causing Makaro to twist uncomfortably. The only one to blame is that nasty guy named Vander Duncan. Makaro, I heard from my brother that father is going to personally welcome a distinguished guest today. I really want to go with him, but I still can't go out, alas. The laughter startled Shirahoshi, who was still apologizing. It was the first time she heard a stranger's voice in this room. She quickly turned her head and saw Chiga standing there. What is even more terrifying than these powerful fruit abilities is his pair of Rinnegan. It is said that a deep purple giant resides in the pair of Rinnegan, and one blow from that giant is enough to shatter mountains and seas. That shark should be Shirahoshi's pet and only companion here, named Makaro. He waved his hand and said indifferently, advertisement. Shirahoshi didn't notice that there was suddenly another person in her room. At this moment, she held her face with one hand and fiddled with Makaro's shark fin with the other hand, muttering to Makaro. Admiral Zelin, the attack just now was launched by Vander Duncan, and his target was not you. Shirahoshi sighed helplessly, pursed his lips, and mist appeared in his big blue eyes. Thus begins the first encounter between Poseidon and Chiga. Shirahoshi's heart can be said to be very kind. Even when her life was constantly threatened by Vander Duncan, she never thought of executing him. At this time, Shirahoshi was fiddling with a big shark wearing red clothes out of boredom. So why not create a quiet environment for this Zilin admiral? She didn't blame her father for forbidding her to leave the hard-shell tower, because she knew her father didn't want that, and he did that to protect her. Inside the hard-shell tower, Shirahoshi should be around 12 years old now, but she looks to be more than 5 meters tall. She has long pink wavy hair and a very delicate face, and looks no less beautiful than Hancock. Kihonhei just took a casual glance, and the axe exploded into a pile of powder in the air. Chiga was also touched by Shirahoshi's performance and couldn't help but shake her head and laugh. Although I don't know why this Zilin admiral is so interested in his daughter Shirahoshi, he must have his own ideas. It is better for Jinbei and I not to disturb him. If we catch him, we must lock him up here for a few years so that he can experience what it's like to live alone. Seeing this scene, Neptune swallowed what he wanted to say and was once again amazed at Chihei's powerful ability. Your Majesty, are we still going to enter? Moreover, he was not worried about what Chiga would do to Shirahoshi, because Chiga had a very good reputation among the people, plus with his terrifying strength, even if he wanted to do something, he and Jinbei would have no way to stop him. After saying that, Kihonhei did not ask Neptune to open the door, but opened the room space and teleported directly into the hard-shell tower. Chiga's figure appeared directly in Shirahoshi's room, and the moment he appeared, he saw Shirahoshi lying on the ground. Kihonhei glanced in the direction where the axe was flying from, but did nothing else. Neptune hurried forward to explain. Chapter 176. Vander Duncan, die. Looking at Chiga in front of him, Shirahoshi hid behind Makaro in fear, poked his head out and asked. Who are you? Chiga paused. It was no wonder that Shirahoshi's reaction earned him the title of Coward Star in the anime. He looked at Shirahoshi and said. I am the guest you just mentioned that Neptune went to personally welcome. My name is Uchiha Chiga. My apologies, Chiga-sama. Shirahoshi had an extremely pure heart. When he heard Chiga say that he was the guest his father went to greet, he did not doubt it and immediately apologized for his behavior just now. Kihonhei smiled helplessly, then directly expanded the room space. With a thought, he appeared next to Shirahoshi the next second. Shirahoshi was immediately attracted by Chiga's teleportation ability. She exclaimed. Master Chiga is so awesome. Chiga didn't say much, she just sat down on Shirahoshi's huge bed and crossed her legs. Shirahoshi looked at Chiga's legs and suddenly asked. Master Chiga, are you from the land? Well, what's wrong? Have you ever seen sunshine, flowers, and many interesting animals? I have seen it. What you said is very common on land. Really, I'm so envious. I wish I could go to land and see it. Shirahoshi curled up her pink fishtail, and she had no objection to Chiga's behavior of sitting directly on her bed. For her, apart from her father and brother, there's almost no one else who can come here. Now that she has finally met one, of course she must cherish him. It's good to be able to talk to him. Moreover, Lord Kihonhei is the guest my father mentioned, so we must not be rude anymore. Looking at Princess Shirahoshi in front of him with a look of admiration on her face, Kihonhei felt that she had been locked up here alone for too long that she showed such interest in the arrival of a stranger like him. Thinking of this, he stretched out a hand to Shirahoshi and said. Shirahoshi, do you want to go out with me? Looking at the hand that Kihonhei stretched out to her, Shirahoshi's eyes revealed a strong desire. She certainly wanted to walk out of this hard-shelled tower and see the outside world. But reality told her that this was absolutely impossible, because as soon as she left the hard-shelled tower, she would be attacked wave after wave. It doesn't matter if I get hurt, but if that happens, Chiga-sama might also get hurt because of me, and all the efforts made by my father and brother would be in vain. Shirahoshi doesn't want that. So she shook her head with difficulty and whispered gloomily. Thank you for your kindness, Master Kihonhei. I won't go. Are you worried about that Vander Duncan? Yes, if you take me out, you will get hurt too, Chiga-sama. Advertisement, ha ha ha. Looking at Shirahoshi who was curled up like a wronged baby, Chiga couldn't help but laugh. Makaro, who was next to Shirahoshi, was so frightened by Chiga's laughter that he immediately jumped under the bed and trembled inside. Shirahoshi didn't react at all, he just stared at Chiga blankly, not understanding why he suddenly laughed. After laughing for a while, Kihonhei's expression gradually calmed down. He got up from the bed, walked to Shirahoshi, and held her hand without saying anything. He looked at Shirahoshi, who was still in a daze, and said in a confident tone, "With me here, no one can hurt you, just follow me." Shirahoshi looked at the pair of deep purple Rinnegan that were so close to her. Somehow, she felt an extremely familiar and intimate feeling from the bottom of her heart, as if countless voices were echoing in her ears. Trust him and follow him. She thought she was hallucinating and shook her head vigorously. Seeing Shirahoshi's actions, Chiga asked curiously, "What's wrong? Master Kihonhei, there were some strange noises in my ears just now." "Strange voice? What did it say specifically?" "They told me to trust you and follow you." "Oh." Kihonhei raised his eyebrows. He didn't understand the situation for a moment. He sensed his surroundings and confirmed that except for himself, Shirahoshi, and Neptune and Jinbei outside the door, there was indeed no one else. After much thought, Kihonhei could only attribute all this to Shirahoshi's identity as the ancient weapon, Poseidon. Chian he did not dwell on this matter anymore, but repeated again. "Shirahoshi, come with me." This time Shirahoshi did not hesitate. Perhaps it was influenced by those voices, or perhaps it was Chiga's Rinnegan that gave her a sense of familiarity. She chose to believe Chiga and directly held the hand that Chiga extended to her tightly. But her hands are still a little big compared to Chiga, and the style of painting looks a little weird. Kihonhei knew that Shirahoshi had made up his mind. He gave Shirahoshi a reassuring smile, and then with a thought, he and Shirahoshi disappeared from the room at the same time. When Neptune saw his daughter coming outside the hardshell tower, his eyes widened immediately. He hurriedly protected Shirahoshi and shouted angrily. Chiga, however, teleported directly in front of Shirahoshi. His eyes flashed purple, and the sharp weapon exploded again and disappeared into the air. Shirahoshi looked at his father, who was furious in the last second, and his expression changed 360 degrees in the next second, and several big question marks suddenly appeared in his head. Since he was pulled here by universal pull all the way, this guy looked extremely miserable, with a lot of broken stones and wood chips stuck all over his body, and blood all over it. Universal pull. Hey, alright, Master Chiga, advertisement. Shirahoshi stared blankly at Chiga's back, who was wearing a coat of justice. Although Chiga looked smaller than her, she was even smaller than her father. "Shirahoshi, why did you come out? Don't you know it's dangerous for you outside?" "Shirahoshi, close your eyes. He's Chiga-sama." While they were talking, another sharp weapon came flying, aiming directly at Shirahoshi. "Admiral Zelin? But father, I don't know this person." When Shirahoshi saw that Neptune was angry, a layer of mist immediately filled her eyes. She felt that her father was going to hate her. But it seems that Admiral Zelin is really good to Shirahoshi, and there is not even a trace of displeasure on his face. "Nani? Who brought you out then?" Seeing this, Chian-he immediately spoke up. Just as she closed her eyes, a sharp electric sound was heard, followed by a scream that suddenly stopped. A continuous scream came from far away and got closer and closer. After a while, Vanderduncan was grabbed by Kihonhei's neck. But in her eyes at this moment, that figure was so majestic, giving her an unparalleled sense of security. However, this was just because Neptune and Jinbei thought too horrible of Kihonhei. He never cared about such things. At the gate of the hardshell tower, Neptune and Jinbei were nervously guarding against the attack from Vanderduncan in the distance. Suddenly, Kihonhei appeared in front of them with Shirahoshi. When Shirahoshi opened her eyes, she saw Chiga looking at her with a smile, and a handful of black ashes on the ground behind him. "Well, I brought Shirahoshi out with me. Yes, so it was Admiral Shuren's wish. Thank you so much, Shirahoshi. Why don't you thank Admiral Shuren?" Buzz. A trace of fear appeared on Shirahoshi's pretty face, but she still subconsciously moved away from Chiga. She didn't want to implicate Chiga. Shirahoshi did not ask Chiga what she wanted to do, but closed her eyes very obediently. Now she had a strong trust in Chiga. "Don't just stand there, thank Admiral Zelin." Seeing that his daughter was in a daze again at this time, Neptune said angrily. Neptune and Jinbei beside him were stunned after hearing this name. My goodness, the two elders only dared to call Kihonhei Admiral Zelin, to express their respect in front of Kihonhei, but you just called him by his name? He did not turn his head to look at Shirahoshi. Skynet had already locked onto Vanderduncan's position. He stretched out his hand in the direction where the sharp weapon was flying and whispered. Swish. Vanderduncan looked at Chian-he in front of him with fear, and opened his mouth to speak, but Chian-he spoke first. Chapter 177 Shiley's divination using lightning to turn Vanderduncan into ashes. Chian-he clapped his hands and said. Okay, I've dealt with that disgusting guy. Shirahoshi, you can go out as you please from now on. Hearing that he could go out freely, Shirahoshi was so happy that he hugged Chiga tightly in his arms, and buried Chiga's head in the white waves. Shirahoshi was unaware of this. She closed her eyes and murmured. Thank you, Master Chiga. Neptune and Jinbei were standing not far from the two of them like passers-by. Neptune was afraid that Shirahoshi was hugging too tightly and making Chiga uncomfortable, so he wanted to speak out to stop him, but was stopped by Jinbei. Jinbei gave Neptune a look, signaling him to be quiet for now. He knew about Chiga's preferences, especially last time at the naval headquarters. He saw with his own eyes Chiga hugging girls left and right in front of a group of Shichibukai. All in all, this Admiral Chiga is not averse to interacting with cute girls. Although Jinbei doesn't understand Kihonhei's preferences, he now wants to meet all of Kihonhei's requirements. He even wished he was a beautiful mermaid, so that he could gain more benefits for the mermen and fishmen. In fact, Kihonhei can make Jinbei's idea come true. The horns on his head still store female hormones, which can completely turn Jinbei into a female fishman. But judging from Jinbei's body shape, the style of the transformed picture might be a bit eye-catching. Shirahoshi hugged Chiga and talked to her for a long time before slowly letting her go. Chiga helplessly reached out to wipe away the tears on her head, complaining in her heart that this little Shirahoshi really cries at the slightest provocation. He patted Shirahoshi's pink fishtail and said, "Stop crying. If you keep crying, you won't be called Shirahoshi anymore. Just call me Cowardly Star." Wow. Master Kihonhei, I'm just too happy, I can't control myself. Shirahoshi wiped the tears from her face carelessly. She didn't want to be called a coward by Chiga. She wanted to be a strong mermaid princess. After Shirahoshi calmed down, Neptune slowly came to Chiga and said respectfully, "Advertisement, Admiral Zelin, thank you very much for your help." Chian he waved his hand indifferently. "You're welcome, it's just a small favor." No, everything you have done is not only for Shirahoshi, but also for the entire the Fishmen Island. It is also something extremely worthy of celebration. Please allow me to invite you to Ryugu Castle, which is ready to welcome you. Of course, let's go. Chiga gave a polite smile and followed Neptune towards Ryugu Castle. Shirahoshi, who was left behind, shouted anxiously. Kihonhei didn't notice the two women's gazes. He glanced at Shirahoshi and found that her eyes were still fixed on the dishes on the table, so he said to Neptune. After getting Chiga's permission, Shirahoshi's eyes lit up. Just as she was about to go to the hall, she was glared back by Neptune. She was so scared that she shrank behind Chiga, who was much smaller than her. Are you hungry? If you are, go eat. As the palace of the mermaid royal family, Ryugu Castle is impeccable in both decoration and scale. However, in the eyes of Chiga, who has been to Mariajoy, it can only be said to have a little more exotic atmosphere. But there was nothing worth keeping about that guy, so it would be a bargain for him if he turned into ashes. Moreover, Kihonhei has some connection with her. Shirley and Arlong are half-siblings. Arlong has been killed by herself, and his nose is still in her own door space. In those pictures, she saw the warm and gentle sunshine shining on the Fishmen Island. Both the fishmen and the mermaids were looking at the figure in the sky with fanatical expressions. But when Shirley wanted to see the figure clearly, the figure seemed to be aware of something and slowly turned around. When she saw Kihonhei coming in, a gleam flashed in her eyes. She put the pipe in her hand to her lips and took a light puff, then stood up to greet Kihonhei. She had a pipe in her hand and looked like a mermaid wizard. Speaking of this, Chiga felt that she was really a brother killer. Kazuki Hiyori's brother Momosuke also died in her hands. Of course Shirley didn't come to Kihonhei because of Arlong. Her relationship with Arlong was not very good. Arlong was extremely disgusted with humans, but she was very interested in humans. Although this daughter looks a little old, advertisement. Seeing that Kihonhei was not interested, Neptune clapped his hands quickly, and immediately many beautiful mermaid ladies entered the palace carrying various exquisite dishes. When they arrived at Ryugu Castle, Khalifa and Ain had been waiting here for a long time. When they saw Kihonhei coming, the two girls immediately came to his side, one on the left and one on the right. It was a female mermaid wearing a purple hood, with a cold face and pale skin. Her fishtail was dark blue and the whole thing was very shiny. Kihonhei has recognized her identity. Her name is Shiley. In the anime, she is called Mrs. Shiley, but now she is still relatively young, so it is more accurate to call her Miss Shiley. The moment the figure turned around, the crystal ball used for divination exploded, and the last image was the pair of deep purple Rinnegan in front of him. There was no way, the person his daughter had found as her backer was much more powerful than his father, the king, and he really couldn't afford to defend him. Because she saw something in the crystal ball that shocked her soul. After everyone entered the dining hall, Kihonhei found that someone was already sitting at the dining table. Kihonhei smiled helplessly, but did not avoid it, and just became Shirahoshi's shield. Your Majesty Neptune, I am also a little hungry, why don't we eat first? Should I talk to him about Arlong? He must have become nutrients in the soil now. Looking at Shirley who had come in front of him and was looking straight at him, Kihonhei was a little unsure of what she wanted to do. Neptune was about to scold him, but when he saw this situation, he immediately held back his words. If it happens again, I might throw that kid into the mouth of the King of Hell and chew him like beetle nut. After briefly telling the two girls what had just happened in the hard shell tower, Chiga then visited Ryugu Castle at Neptune's invitation. Since Chihei said so, Neptune of course agreed unconditionally. He immediately made a gesture of invitation, indicating that the banquet should begin. Shirahoshi, who had not returned to Ryugu Castle for a long time, was immediately attracted by the dishes in the mermaid's hands and subconsciously wiped the corners of his mouth. Khalifa and Ain looked at Chiga and Shirahoshi with strange expressions. They always felt that Chiga's return was like bringing back a daughter. She came to Chiga just to see what this man looked like up close, especially the pair of deep purple Rinnegan. Seeing this, Kihonhei smiled and looked at Shirahoshi very considerately and said, wait for me, Chiga-sama, father, chapter 178 Crazy Hody Jones. Shirley stared at Chiga's Rinnegan in fascination until Chiga frowned and asked, Ma'am, how long do you want to see me? Shirley came back to her senses. Seeing Qianhe's expression seemed a little unhappy, she quickly explained. I am sorry for being rude. Please don't be angry, Admiral Zelin. My name is Shiarl and I am a fortune teller. I saw your eyes in the fortune-telling screen before, so I couldn't help but want to take a few more glances. I'm sorry again. Hearing that she appeared in the divination scene, Qianhe immediately became interested and asked. I see. So what did you see? Shirley looked at Qianhe in awe and said in a deep voice. I saw that you have brought unimaginable changes to the Fishman Island. The purple-scale admiral in the picture looks like a god. Shirley's words stunned everyone present. After Neptune and Jinbei reacted, they looked at each other and saw a hint of ecstasy in each other's eyes. They understood what Shirley meant, that is, Qianhe really brought very big changes to the Fishman Island, and this change is definitely beneficial to the Fishman Island. Because Shirley described Chiga as a god, not a demon. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Neptune couldn't help wanting to know more details, he hurriedly asked. Shirley, what exactly are you talking about changes? Shirley bowed to Neptune and said seriously, Your Majesty, I only saw the sun coming up on the Fishman Island. When I wanted to continue divination, the crystal ball exploded, and the last thing I saw was the eyes of Admiral Zelin. Having said that, Shirley once again focused her gaze on Chiga's Rinnegan. Those eyes were so mysterious and beautiful, even more shocking than what she saw in the crystal ball. Qianhe, as the protagonist of the divination, was the one with the calmest reaction. He was not very interested in divination in the first place. After listening to Shirley, he joked, So your crystal ball is broken because of me? No, I was the one who spied on Admiral Zelin without permission. I hope you're not angry. Advertisement, actually Arlong. Boss Jinbei has already told me that he deserved it, and he can't blame anyone else. Good. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit strange, Jinbei jumped out and said. Don't stand here, let's eat first. However, no one responded to him. Their eyes were all on Qianhe. Jinbei froze in place, his face flushed with embarrassment. He saw Jinbei's big fat face with blue and red tints, and couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. Suddenly, Qianhe felt someone tugging at his clothes. He turned around and saw Shirahoshi holding his stomach and looking at him with a slightly aggrieved look on his face. Chiga knew that Shirahoshi was hungry. She had cried more than once today. It was also the first time she had returned to Ryugu Castle after many years. Naturally, she was tempted by the sumptuous dishes on the table. Without letting her wait any longer, he said to everyone. Alright everyone, let's go eat. After Qianhe finished speaking, everyone agreed as if Qianhe was the master of Ryugu Castle. Even Neptune didn't think there was anything wrong. In his eyes, as long as Qianhe can pay some attention to protecting the Fishman Island, what does it matter if he gives up the position of king to her? There was a small incident during the meal. Shirahoshi wanted to sit next to Chiga, which made Neptune, as a father, feel like crying. He felt that his sweet little cotton padded jacket was about to run to Qianhe. In response, Chiga said that Neptune is ungrateful for what he has. Look at Kaido's daughter Yamato, she is also a little cotton padded jacket, but it has thorns. Yamato, who was training with Zephr at naval headquarters, suddenly sneezed. She rubbed her nose and muttered. Strange, could it be that Master is thinking about me? Fishman Street, in a dark and damp room, Hody Jones and his cadres, who were carried back by a group of fishmen, were wrapped in bandages and lying on the bed like dead dogs. Advertisement: several fishmen who knew a little about medicine were busy applying medicine to them. Their bodies were severely damaged under Qianhe's pressure, especially their internal organs. Hody Jones was relatively better off, but his weaker cadres were still bleeding from their mouths, mixed with some pieces of internal organs. This was just a hint of pressure that Qianhe released casually. Even if he only released 1/10 of it, it would be enough to disband this so-called new Fishman Pirates group on the spot. Hody Jones lay motionless on the bed, his cold shark eyes staring at the ceiling above. For him, compared with physical injuries, the trauma to his heart is the most painful. Because he looks down on humans very much, and believes that humans are weak and lowly, and are the lowest race in the world. Only the powerful mermen are noble, and the mermen should be the masters of this world. He had already felt extremely humiliated that the Fishman Island was protected by Whitebeard, and he also heard that King Neptune and Jinbei were actually going to lead the fishmen and mermaids to welcome a human marine admiral. This made him unable to bear it any longer, so he took his new group of fishman pirates and mixed into the crowd welcoming Chiga, hoping to take the opportunity to create chaos. It would be best if he could kill that marine admiral, just like he killed Princess Odahime. But the reality was cruel. Qianhe just looked at him and he was forced to his knees by the terrifying pressure. In the end, he was seriously injured, and even the new Fishman Pirates group that he was proud of was almost wiped out. This was an unimaginable humiliation for Hody Jones, even more painful than killing him. If it were someone else, they would have been crushed by Qianhe's terrifying strength and would not have any resistance. But Hody Jones is already a lunatic with an extremely paranoid mind, and this will only make him even crazier than before. The strong emotional fluctuations made his body tremble uncontrollably, and the bandages on his body continued to bleed. The frightened doctors hurriedly continued to wrap him with circle after circle of bandages. Under the care of this group of people, it didn't take long for Hody Jones to be tangled into a big dumpling, looking extremely funny. But even so, Hody Jones was still not honest. He bit his sharp teeth deeply into his lips and shouted with all his strength. Go get me the killer drug ES. Hearing this name, the fishmen in the room trembled with fear. Das, the new Fishman Pirates cadre, said hesitantly. Boss Hody, the medicine hasn't been. I said bring it to me. ****. I want to let that damn human see the horror of the fishman. Chapter 179 Murloc Rebellion. At Hody Jones's repeated requests, the fishman minions finally brought him the deadly medicine ES. This medicine can greatly improve one's strength, but conversely, it has greater side effects and will rapidly shorten the user's lifespan. Moreover, this attenuation is visible to the naked eye. Compared with Luffy's second and third gear consumption, it is almost immediate. Hod Jones looked at the red and black capsule in the hands of the fishman minion and a creepy smile appeared on his face. Except for his head, he could not move any part of his body, so he yelled at the fishman holding the medicine. "What are you still standing there for? Put the medicine in my mouth." Frightened by Hody Jones's fierce attack, the fishman almost spilled the S on the ground. He staggered to Hody Jones' window, picked up a pill and put it in his mouth. As soon as the medicine entered his mouth, Hody Jones immediately began to chew it vigorously. With a gulp, he swallowed the deadly drug ES. His eyes suddenly widened and his body swelled up, and the bandages began to fall off. Feeling the surging power in his body, the smile on Hody Jones's face became more and more perverted, and he shouted, "Not enough. More, Boss Hody, taking too much of this medicine can be very dangerous, you'd better." "I said come again. Do you want to die?" At this time, Hody Jones was completely immersed in the surging power in his body. He wished he could go to Dragon Palace City right now and kill that damn human. But he still had some idea in his mind and knew that it was unrealistic to kill that human being with the power of a single poisonous drug. So, he needs more. The fishman swallowed and put his hand to Hody Jones' mouth again. Hody Jones had long been fed up with this guy's hesitation. After taking a pill of the deadly drug, he was able to move again. He suddenly opened his mouth and bit the fishman's hand, swallowing a large amount of the deadly drug into his stomach. The whole room was suddenly filled with the screams of the fishman. A large part of his palm was missing, and blood gushed out from the wound like a fountain. However, no one in the room looked at the miserable fishman whose palm had been bitten off. All their eyes were on Hody Jones, who had swallowed a large amount of the deadly drug. Hody Jones let out a few painful groans before his body swelled again, shattering all the bandages and revealing the strong muscles inside. All the previous scars also disappeared. His hair also changed from black to white, just like in the anime. Advertisement. But then, his white hair fell out rapidly, and soon Hody Jones's head became completely hairless and looked extremely smooth. Hody Jones ignored his hair that fell all over the ground. He looked up to the sky and roared like thunder. He no longer showed his previous weakness. Feeling the power in his body that was several times greater than before, the corners of Hody Jones' mouth stretched to his ears. He felt that he could now destroy the Dragon Palace City with one punch. The other new Fishman Pirates leaders in the room were immediately excited when they saw the changes in Hody. They were originally a group of desperate criminals, and their thirst for power was already deep in their bones. How could they not be excited about this power that was now within their reach? They shouted to Hody Jones, "Boss Hody, we have to take the killer medicine too." Hody Jones looked at the excited crowd, waved his hand, and sent people to get all the remaining deadly drugs and distributed them all to the cadres of the new Fishman Pirates group. After a while, a lot of shiny bald heads appeared in the room. Hody Jones looked at his new group of Murloc pirates with satisfaction. His ambitions had expanded unprecedentedly with the help of the deadly drug ES. He raised a strong arm and shouted, "Little ones, follow me to the square, where I will announce that the Fishmen Island will be ruled by our new Fishmen Pirates from now on, and let those weak royal families go to hell." Oh, for a moment, the Murloc street became chaotic. A large number of Murlocs walked out of the houses with sharp weapons in their hands and joined Hody Jones' team, marching towards the square in a large number. On the other side, in the Dragon Palace, Kane, who was eating, suddenly stopped and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. He put down the cutlery in his hand, then elegantly picked up a tissue and wiped the corners of his mouth. Shirahoshi, who was sitting next to Chiga and still concentrating on eating, noticed Chiga's strange behavior and asked, "Master Kane, you don't want to eat now? Is the food not to your liking?" These words made Neptune's heart tighten, and he had already thought of 108 ways to punish the chef who was responsible for today's meal. Kane was certainly not dissatisfied with today's meal. The reason why he ended so early was that his Skynet had captured the movement outside. A large number of Fishman thugs have occupied the square, and Hody Jones has even begun his passionate speech. Advertisement. Listening to Hody Jones's speech, he could not help laughing. With this level, the difference between him and a certain failed art student from Blue Star was not even a little bit. It even sounded funny to him. The content of the speech was nothing more than advocating the nobility of mermaids and mermen, and cursing himself a few times. It looked like he wanted to tear himself into pieces. Shirahoshi saw that Chiga didn't reply but laughed inexplicably. She was a little worried about Chiga's mental state, so she hurriedly tried to call Chiga's name. "Master Chiga. What's wrong with you?" Chiga came back to his senses and saw Shirahoshi, who looked worried. He responded, "I'm fine. I just found the comments of a bunch of clowns funny." "The clown? Where is he? Why can't I see him?" "In the square. Don't worry. Someone will come to inform you soon." As soon as he finished speaking, a mermaid guard rushed into the hall in a panic. Neptune frowned and reprimanded. "Why are you so flustered? Can't you see that we have a distinguished guest?" The mermaid guard took a few quick breaths, and without paying any attention to Neptune's reproach, he hurriedly shouted, "Your Majesty, this is bad. Hody Jones has occupied the square with a large number of fishmen, and now they are inciting the masses to attack Dragon Palace City." "What? Neptune, who had just been educating the mermaid guards, changed his expression when he heard the news. He knew that Hody Jones was a man with evil intentions, but because he thought that he was also doing it for the fishmen, he did not order his arrest. But what happened now made Neptune extremely regretful. Hody Jones rebelled if he wanted to, but he chose to do so when Chiga arrived. Isn't it obvious that he was targeting Chiga? If he gets angry, will the Fishmen Island still have the bright future predicted? Hody Jones is simply a complete lunatic. Jinbei was so angry that he stood up from his seat and walked to Neptune's side, saying in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, please let me go. It's my fault that I didn't educate those guys in Fishman Street well." Neptune agreed without thinking twice. His understanding of Hody Jones's strength remained at the same level as before. He felt that he and Jinbei, together with some soldiers, would be enough to quell the rebellion, so he didn't want to trouble Kihane. However, Chiga, who had been silent since the beginning, suddenly spoke up. "I'll go too. That Hody Jones is clamoring to use my head to prove himself. How can I be absent?" Chapter 180. The new Murloc pirates are destroyed in the square, except for tens of thousands of Murlocs from the new Murloc pirates. The crowd of onlookers had already begun to sway due to Hody Jones's speech. This is also because of the frequent incidents of human capture of slaves on the Fishmen Island. It is impossible to say that they have no grudges against humans. But King Neptune had once solemnly assured them that after the arrival of the purple-scaled Admiral, the Fishmen Island would be completely transformed. Moreover, Hody Jones's reputation is polarized, and the credibility of his words is a bit low. Hody Jones expected that this group of people would waver, but it didn't matter. He didn't think that he could get these people to work for him just by talking. His biggest trump card is the explosive strength he gained after taking the powerful drug ES. He is confident that after he shows his strength, these people will immediately turn against the new Murloc pirates. As he imagined himself leading the mermen and fishmen to attack the land, a sickly blush appeared on Hody Jones' pale face. He raised his arms and shouted, "My compatriots, just wait and see. Soon I will take down the heads of King Neptune and that human, and our Fishmen Island will have a new life." Snap, snap, snap. The response that Hody Jones expected did not come. There were only a few crisp applause in the square. It sounded extremely harsh, and each one seemed to hit his shark face. Hody Jones turned around suddenly and saw Kihane and others appearing at the entrance of the square. He stood at the head of the group, still clapping his hands. When he saw Hody Jones looking over, he stopped clapping and said with a smile, "What a wonderful speech. I'm so excited by what you said. Why, you don't want to continue?" When they saw Kihane, both the ordinary people and the members of the Fishman pirates in the square were shocked, and a hint of fear appeared on their faces involuntarily. They all witnessed the scene when Kihane first arrived at the Fishman Island, which was a scene they would never forget in their lives. Jinbei glared at Hody Jones, who was standing on the platform. He now wished he could knock this guy off the platform and hand him over to Kihane for punishment. He shouted, "Hody, you lunatic, do you know that your actions will lead the Fishman Island to destruction?" Facing Jinbei's questioning, Huodi's fear suddenly disappeared. He sneered and said sarcastically, "Advertisement, Jinbei, you still think you are the boss of Fishman Street? Look at what you have done all these years, serving as a dog for humans, watching them persecute your compatriots, and now letting humans walk into Ryubu City with open arms. You really are a good boss. What do you know? I'm doing this for the future of the Fishman Island." What a bullshit future. The future of the Fishman Island can only be controlled by the fishmen themselves. Jinbei, an honest man, was so angry at Hody Jones that his face turned red. If Kihane hadn't been there, he would have rushed forward long ago. Chiga was listening to the conversation between the two, but the more he listened, the more he felt something was not right. He felt like Hody Jones was going to become the male protagonist in some hot-blooded anime. Shirahoshi stood behind Kihane and felt sorry for Jinbei's frustrated look. She pulled the corner of Kihane's clothes and whispered, "Master Kihane, can you help Uncle Jinbei? He feels so pitiful." Chiga turned around and gave Shirahoshi a reassuring smile, but when he turned around again, there was no smile on his face anymore, and a dangerous light flashed in his Rinnegan. On the high platform, Hody Jones was pleased to see Jinbei was silenced by his verbal attack. He turned his attention to Qian-he and continued his verbal attack. "And you damn human, you..." Puff! The voice stopped abruptly, and Hody Jones looked down at the arm that pierced his chest in disbelief and said tremblingly, "What? When?" Qian-he, who was at the entrance of the square just now, is now standing on the platform. He looks at Hody Jones, whose face is gloomy, and says lightly, "I'm tired of watching your performance, so just go to hell." After saying that, Qian-he pulled his arm out of Hody Jones' body, splashing a large amount of blood. Hody Jones immediately knelt down in front of Qian-he, and the several new Fishman pirates cadres standing beside him were so scared that they stood there in shock. People in the square didn't even dare to breathe, and the atmosphere suddenly fell into deathly silence. Neptune and Jinbei at the entrance were also shocked by the speed shown by Chiga, especially Jinbei, who was the fighting force of the Fishman Island. He didn't even react when Chiga disappeared from his side. You have to know that Qian-he didn't even use the elemental transformation just now, but just relied on his absolute physical strength to burst out at such an astonishing speed. Advertisement. Shirahoshi covered her mouth with her hands when she saw the bloody scene on the platform. She couldn't imagine that the Chiga-sama who had just smiled at her was the same person as the Chiga-sama who punched Hody Jones in the stomach on the platform. Qian-he looked down at Hody Jones, who was kneeling in front of him with cold eyes, as if he was looking at a humble ant. The new Murloc pirates' leaders were finally ready to move. There was no other way. if this continued their boss would bleed to death. They shouted to give themselves courage, then each used their own abilities to attack Kihonhei. However, He didn't even look at the attacks of these guys. With a thought, the Shinra Tensei was unleashed. These so-called cadres were directly turned into a pool of rotten meat floating in the air under the powerful repulsive force. The flesh and blood was shattered the moment it was about to fall on Kihonhei, and the rest all fell on Hody Jones, who was kneeling on the ground, staining his shiny bald head red. This is not over yet. Chiga's pair of Rinnegan turned into two dazzling purple lightnings. The people in the square were horrified to find that the entire square suddenly went dark. They raised their heads and looked upwards, only to see countless black thunderclouds emerging out of thin air under the bubble membrane, making it look like the end of the world. You have to know that the Fishman Island is located in the deep sea 10,000 meters. There are no clouds at all, let alone such a large number of thunderclouds. This abnormal scene filled their hearts with fear. Compared to those who didn't know the truth, Jinbei knew very well that this was Kihonhei's ability. He had witnessed it with his own eyes at the naval headquarters. That is the ability of the Thunderfruit, which is known as the strongest Logia. Thinking of the terrifying power, Jinbei swallowed subconsciously. Fish living in water have a natural fear of the power of lightning, not to mention Kihonhei, who is almost the incarnation of lightning. Loud thunder continued to be heard from the sky, and everyone held their breath, not daring to make a sound. Qianhe's whisper came from the high platform, "Thunderbolt." The lightning accumulated in the thunderclouds suddenly poured down to the ground like soldiers who had received orders. With a burst of intensive thunder, tens of thousands of fishmen in the square were evaporated in an instant. These fishmen are all members of the new Fishman Pirates. They once had lofty ideals and wanted to follow Hody Jones to become the new masters of the Fishman Island. But now, it has turned into ashes floating in the air amidst thick purple thunder. At this point, the new Murloc pirates finally followed in the footsteps of the previous dragon pirates and were completely destroyed. Chapter 181 The truth of the matter: all the hard work that Hody Jones had put in over the years was wiped out in a single thought by Qianhe, and he was extremely devastated at this moment. Even the pain from having his abdomen pierced was not even 1/10 of the heartache he was feeling now. Hody Jones looked ashen, and under the influence of his emotions, he began to age rapidly, and his originally firm and elastic skin was instantly covered with wrinkles. Coupled with the injury in his abdomen, he already had 1 foot halfway into the coffin. Even so, Kihonhei did not have the slightest mercy on Hody Jones. This guy is a natural scum who seeks revenge on society. Arlong is better, at least he still cares a lot about his fellow fishmen. What about this guy? He keeps saying that he is doing this for the Fishman Island, but in fact, he doesn't care about the safety of the Fishman Island at all. In the anime, he wanted to make the Ship of the Oath Noah crash directly into the Fishman Island, and he didn't take his so-called compatriots into consideration at all. As for this kind of guy, from the moment Kihonhei saw him upon landing on the island, she didn't want him to survive the day. The reason why he was left with a breath was because Kihonhei still needed to say something through his mouth. Now the time has come. Qianhe bent down, grabbed Hody Jones's bald head, which was no longer smooth, and said softly, "Do you have any last words?" Hody Jones raised his head tremblingly and looked at Kihonhei's face in front of him. His eyes revealed endless hatred and fear. He was completely defeated. In front of this man, all his actions seemed like a clown performance. Apart from trying to please Kihonhei, they were completely meaningless. Even if ES took the deadly drug and gained unimaginable power, it was still a joke. Although Kihonhei's face was calm and expressionless, in the eyes of Hody Jones, this was a naked mockery. Mocking his weak power and ridiculous ideals. Tears welled up uncontrollably in Hody Jones's old eyes. The tears flowed in his wrinkled face, making him look a little disgusting. Advertisement: this guy who was extremely crazy actually cried in front of Kihonhei. There was a hint of disdain in Qianhe's eyes. He had thought that this guy would hold out a bit longer, but he didn't expect that he would be so defeated. Since you hate her so much, is Princess Odahime's death related to you? This is ridiculous. Princess Odahime is a complete idiot. She is a traitor to the Fishman Island. I hate her. I assassinated her while she was collecting signatures for that damn petition. This traitor died in my hands. Although the way she died was a bit simple, it was enough. I am the hero of the Fishman Island. She was extremely sad and angry, which could be seen from her red eyes. However, Kihonhei had no intention of letting Hody Jones go just like that. He pinched his head and made his dead fish eyes face him, then Kihonhei used illusion on him directly. It's just that Princess Odahime once said, "Don't hate the murderer," before she died, so she kept this matter deep in her heart, but it would be a lie to say that she didn't hate Hody Jones at all. In his opinion, this behavior is the greatest cruelty to Shirahoshi. Today he will let Shirahoshi understand how satisfying it is to witness the death of the murderer of his mother. Shirahoshi looked at Hody Jones, who looked extremely miserable, and a trace of pity flashed in her big eyes. That was her character, too kind. He continued to ask Hody Jones, but even after she gave in, Hody Jones remained aggressive and even verbally insulted her after Princess Odahime's death. Thinking of Shirahoshi's performance in the anime, Chiga felt a little pity for this poor little girl. The murder of her mother was right in front of her, but she had to announce to everyone that she had forgiven him. Under the illusion, Hody Jones loosened his hands that were covering his wounds and let the blood gush out. He slowly stood up from the ground and faced everyone in the square. Hody Jones, do you remember Princess Odahime? Well, what do you think of this idea? He looked at Hody Jones, who was already trapped in the illusion, and asked. Therefore, the residents of the Fishman Island all respect Princess Odahime, not only because of her identity, but also because of her deeds. Advertisement, and she wasn't just talking, she really ran around for this matter, and in the end she even lost her life for it. That's right, Chiga's goal is to stimulate Shirahoshi's awakening ability through Hody Jones and summon giant sea kings. This is the case for ordinary people who have no blood relationship with Princess Odahime, not to mention Princess Odahime's biological daughter Shirahoshi. Regardless of whether they agree with Princess Odahime's ideas or not, they know that Princess Odahime is sincerely doing this for the good of the entire the Fishman Island. She lost her mother when she was 6 years old, but her memories of her mother are filled with her mother's face that always seemed to have a gentle smile. Certainly, below, King Neptune and Jinbei frowned when they saw what Hody Jones did. They didn't know what tricks this guy would come up with after he looked like this. Hearing this name, Hody Jones slowly tilted his head, as if thinking, then he nodded and said, "Although this is a bit cruel to Shirahoshi, it is better to take this opportunity to release her emotions. The current Shirahoshi is not yet as old as in the anime, and his control over his emotions is even worse than Shirahoshi back then." Hearing Hody Jones' insulting words to Princess Odahime, the remaining ordinary people in the square were all filled with anger. On the podium, Chiga used the power of the Momo fruit to amplify her voice and that of Hody Jones, ensuring that the ensuing conversation could reach the ears of everyone in the square, especially Shirahoshi. Speaking of this, Hody Jones, who had been under the illusion, unexpectedly showed a morbid smile on his face, and his tone was indescribably happy. I just don't know if she will still feel any sympathy for this guy after hearing what Hody Jones said next. And Shirahoshi knew that the murderer of Princess Odahime was Hody Jones, which she learned from Shark Makaro. Kihonhei glanced at Shirahoshi obscurely, and thought to himself that the time was almost right, and all that was left was the last spark. Shaking his head, Kihonhei felt that this guy had completely collapsed and it was impossible to expect him to say something. This guy's psychological defenses were now completely useless, and Kihonhei only used the most common illusion to make him fall into it. Remember, she once wanted to promote peaceful coexistence between the residents of the Fishman Island and the humans on land. Chapter 182 Giant Sea Kings. After Hody Jones finished speaking, Shirahoshi could no longer hold back, her tears burst out, and she yelled, "I don't allow you to say that about mother, she is obviously great." Shirahoshi's voice carried a strange wave, as if it was some kind of signal. Not long after, 9 terrifying figures appeared in the sky above the Fishman Island. They were 9 giant sea kings with a length of more than 5,000 meters and different appearances. 9 giant sea kings surrounded the Fishman Island. The Fishman Island wrapped in bubble film looked like a bigger ball in front of them. Their eyes looked through the steamed bun at the crying Shirahoshi, as if they were waiting for her to calm down. The people in the square were completely numb. What they experienced today was more outrageous than the last. Some people with weaker physical conditions even fainted. King Neptune and Jinbei looked serious. They knew that these giant sea kings were summoned by Shirahoshi's crying, and she had used this ability when she was 6 years old. Khalifa and Ain recovered after a brief shock because they knew that with Kihonhei around, these giant creatures were not scary at all. Kihonhei looked up at the 9 giant sea kings in the sky and sighed inwardly at their exaggerated sizes. There is one more of these giant sea kings than those in the anime, which might be the reason why Shirahoshi's current emotional fluctuations are even more intense than the one in the anime. After looking for a while, Kihonhei withdrew his gaze. With a thought, the huge face of the King of Hell appeared behind him. The goal had been achieved, and Hody Jones was no longer of any value, so Kihonhei removed the illusion from him. After returning to normal, Hody Jones immediately fell to the ground like a puddle of mud. His blood had dyed the ground on the platform red. It was a relief that he had a good physique to be able to hold on until now. Hody Jones struggled to raise his head, looked at the giant sea kings in the sky, and murmured, "It's that Shirahoshi again." His voice was getting weaker and weaker, and it was obvious that he was not far from death. But Kihonhei had no intention of letting him die like this, and used the healing jutsu to temporarily stop his bleeding. Hody Jones was confused by Kihonhei's behavior, but he was not naive to think that Kihonhei was kind-hearted and wanted to spare his life. What happened next indeed confirmed his guess. Suddenly, a terrifying face appeared behind Kihonhei, and on that face there was a pair of eyes like his. Advertisement. This is Kihonhei using the power of hell to summon the King of Hell. As soon as the King of Hell appeared, he opened a big black mouth. He grabbed Hody Jones and threw him into the big mouth of the devil like garbage in front of his horrified eyes. After Hody Jones was thrown in by Kihonhei, Yan Wang immediately closed his mouth and began to chew hard. For a moment, the sound of Yan Wang chewing mixed with Hody Jones's screams echoed throughout the square. Even the giant sea kings in the sky couldn't help but cast their eyes towards Kihonhei. Shirahoshi, who was crying bitterly, stopped when she heard Hody Jones scream. She looked towards the platform while sobbing and found that Hody Jones had disappeared. Chiga flashed and appeared in front of Shirahoshi. His body floated up, and he reached out to wipe away the tears that remained on Shirahoshi's face, and said softly. Hearing that these sea kings actually asked her to stay away from Chiga, Shirahoshi was immediately unhappy and shouted. The 9 sea kings lost their voices at the same time. Hearing the voice of sea kings, Shirahoshi looked up in confusion and said to Kihonhei. Although Chiga didn't understand what they were saying, she could guess from their expressions that they behaved like that after seeing her Rinnegan. Thinking of Shirahoshi's experiences over the years, Neptune was already in tears. That person. Ask them who that person is. Chiga put one arm around Shirahoshi's neck and patted her head with the other hand, and continued. Shirahoshi didn't say anything, but just cried loudly, as if to release all the grievances of these years. Is this the same eye as that person, King? It is too early for you to know about that man's existence. We can only tell you that you'd better stay away from the human in your arms, because he will bring destruction to this world. Shirahoshi, what are they talking about? He asked Shirahoshi. Master Kihane, did you hear any noises? You must have endured a lot these years. Princess Odahime asking you not to reveal the truth is a bit cruel to you. I hope my actions can make you feel better. Advertisement: the 9 sea kings above the Fishmen Island were left there by them, and they now felt that their existence seemed a little redundant. Shirahoshi looked up at the 9 giant sea kings in the sky. These creatures were extremely terrifying to ordinary people, but she did not feel the slightest bit of fear. Instead, she was unusually calm. Chiga was given a nice guy card by Shirahoshi, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Looking at Chiga, Shirahoshi's tears, which had stopped, burst out again. She grabbed Chiga and burst into tears. They had no understanding of human aesthetics, so they did not feel anything strange about Kihane's handsome face. They're just a few larger beasts, aren't you a little too self-righteous? One of the sea kings, which looked like a porcupine, couldn't help but make a strange sound. This is their unique way of communicating with the king. Don't cry, Shirahoshi, I have sent Hody Jones to hell, and your mother's revenge has been avenged. But when they noticed Chiga's pair of Rinnegan, their 9 big faces actually showed very human expressions of fear. But when he learned from Shirahoshi what the sea kings said, Kihane narrowed his eyes, his gaze locked on the 9 giant sea kings in the sky, and a cold voice came out of his mouth. King Neptune stood silently beside the two of them. From Chiga's words, he knew that Shirahoshi had actually known the truth about Princess Odahime's death a long time ago. They were already somewhat curious about the man held in the arms of the king, and when they saw Kihane looking up, they immediately set their eyes on Kihane's face. What are you talking about? Master Kihane is not the kind of person you say he is. He is a good man. Shirahoshi immediately conveyed Chiga's question to the giant sea kings in the sky, but the response he got was, they wanted to leave, but they hadn't even spoken a word to the king this time, so it would be inappropriate to just leave like that. Chiga is an adult. King, do you need us to do anything else? They said Chiga-sama's eyes are the same as that man's. Kihane shook his head. He was aware of the sounds made by the giant sea kings, but they were just sounds and he had no idea what they were conveying. Chiga also raised her head and looked up at the sky, and the 9 sea kings also noticed Chiga's presence. Chapter 183: Susanoo vs. Giant Sea Kings. Chiga's pair of Rinnegan locked onto the 9 giant sea kings above him, and he said without even turning his head. Shirahoshi, tell them to tow the Noah and bring the Fishmen Island to the surface. Originally, Chiani wanted to do this job himself, but since these ready-made coolies have come and spoken rudely to him, he has no choice but to pay a heavy price. Shirahoshi nodded immediately and conveyed Chiga's meaning to the 9 giant sea kings in the sky. Unexpectedly, after hearing Shirahoshi's order, these giant sea kings did not follow her instructions, but shook their huge heads in unison. One of the sea kings with a bird's head said, King, now is not the time. When you meet another king, we will naturally obey your orders. Shirahoshi felt a little embarrassed when she was rejected by the giant sea kings. She looked at Chiga and said very embarrassedly, Master Kihane, they said that now is not the right time, and they have to wait until I meet another person. So they refuse? Kihane didn't continue listening, he had completely lost his patience. Looking at the 9 giant sea kings, Chiani snorted coldly, his body instantly rushed into the sky, and released Susanoo in the air. This is not the end. After Kihane rushed out of the bubble membrane of the Fishmen Island, he used the ability of the Momo fruit based on Susanoo, and Susanoo's body size instantly increased to a terrifying 3 kilometers. Although these giant sea kings are up to 5 kilometers long, they are just a few larger fish in front of the 3-kilometer tall dark purple Susanoo. Neptune and Jinbei looked at the godlike giant in the sky, and at this moment, they were filled with shock. Neptune swallowed and said to himself, is that the giant that is said to reside in the eyes of Admiral Zelin? Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? Jinbei didn't say anything, because he was more shocked than Neptune. He witnessed the battle between Chiga and Hawkeye at the naval headquarters last time. Chiga also released Susanoo at that time. Although Susanoo looked very shocking at that time, her size was definitely not as exaggerated as it is now. After thinking about it, he could only attribute this to the fact that Kihane did not use his full strength when fighting Hawkeye last time. The more he thought about it, the more Jinbei felt terrified by Kihane's strength, because who could guarantee that what Kihane was showing now was his full strength? Advertisement. Shirahoshi stared blankly at the dark purple giant rushing towards the giant sea kings above, and muttered, is that Master Chiga? Outside the Fishmen Island, Susanoo held a dark purple energy blade in each hand, surrounded by 9 giant sea kings. The bird-headed sea kings that rejected Shirahoshi was also shocked by the power displayed by Chiga, and it had already begun to have the idea of retreating. Several other giant sea kings subconsciously began to retreat. The waves emanating from the giant made them feel like they were suffocating. Kihane stood with his arms folded in the diamond-shaped space above Susanoo's head. His eyes were unusually calm, and he didn't take the giant sea kings that surrounded him seriously at all. And it's still unclear who has surrounded whom. He glanced at the bird-headed sea kings that had just opened its mouth and asked calmly, just now you said you were waiting for some king to appear, right? Being targeted by Chiga's Rinnegan, the bird-headed sea kings felt a sense of fear revived from memory. It opened its mouth wide as if to speak. Who the hell are you? Why do you have the same eyes as that guy? However, it could understand Kihonhei's words, but Kihonhei couldn't understand what it was saying. He looked at the bird-headed sea kings with its mouth wide open and a look of fear on its face, and only knew that it was saying some incomprehensible words again. Kihonhei no longer had any interest in what it said. He knew that the other king these sea kings were referring to was Luffy, and it was this ridiculous fatalism again. He was never interested in these vague prophecies. What king or not, with a pair of Rinnegan, he was still a god. No matter who the king was, he had to kneel before him. Now, he will let this bird-headed sea king be the first to experience the power of God. With a thought, Susanoo crossed her arms in front of her chest, and dazzling light burst out from the two long energy blades, and the surrounding seawater evaporated instantly. Seeing Susanoo's actions, the pupils of the bird-headed sea king's big eyes shrank, and it turned around and ran away without saying a word. Just as it turned around, Susanoo moved, and two long energy blades simultaneously pointed diagonally downward, shooting out a deep purple sword light in the shape of a cross. Puff! Ouch! A deafening roar was heard, and a section of the huge tail of the bird-headed sea kings was cut off by Susanoo. The broken tail brought up a large amount of blood and fell towards the Fishman Island. Advertisement: the people on the Fishman Island were frightened when they saw this scene. Judging from the size of the broken tail, once it fell on the Fishman Island, it would not destroy the Fishman Island, but they would be in trouble. Jinbei looked grim. He exerted force with his legs and leapt into the air like a cannonball, breaking through the bubble membrane and coming into the sea. He struck a karate stance. In his opinion, Kihonhei is still busy fighting those giant sea kings and has little time to take care of here. So now the Fishman Island can only be guarded by him, the leader of Fishman Street. Jinbei clenched his fists tightly at his waist, looking at the huge tail in the sky that was about to break through the bubble membrane and reach the Fishman Island. He said in a deep voice. It seems that the Fishman Island can only be protected by me now. Fishman Karate, Samewa. Swish. Just when Jinbei was about to use all his strength to deliver a Jawa punch, the broken tail that seemed so huge to him suddenly disappeared out of thin air. This strange phenomenon made Jinbei feel like a deflated ball, and his attack came to an abrupt end. Puff. This attack, which used all his strength, could not be stopped easily. Jinbei, who was hit by the backlash of the force, spat out a mouthful of blood. But he had no time to care about the backlash on his body. He still hadn't figured out what had just happened. How could such a large broken tail just disappear out of thin air? Just as Jinbei was lying in the sea with his hands on his chest, Qianhe's voice came. Jinbei, I have moved the tail. You can go back first. I will come back after I have dealt with these guys. Hearing Qianhe's voice, Jinbei immediately shouted to Susanoo. As expected of the purple scale admiral, I'll be going back first. After saying that, Jinbei turned around and rushed back. Back at the square of the Fishman Island, Neptune patted Jinbei's shoulder with admiration and exclaimed. Jinbei, such a big tail disappeared without a trace under your attack. Your strength has increased again. Jinbei blushed and waved his hand. Your Majesty, you misunderstood. That is the ability of the purple scale admiral. I cannot do such a thing. Chapter 184 The Fishman Island, I'm here to protect you. Under Susanoo's attack, the body of the bird-headed sea kings was shortened by 1/3, but thanks to its strong vitality, it was only seriously injured and not killed. But this guy was really obedient. It was arched up by the other two giant sea kings, with its head drooping and not moving. The remaining 6 sea kings showed angry expressions on their faces when they saw this, but looking at the two long blades flashing with purple light in Susanoo's hands, they did not dare to step forward for a moment. He controlled Susanoo to sheath his 2 swords. He looked at these giant sea kings, sneered disdainfully, and said, What's wrong? Don't you want to talk about your other king? Several giant sea kings remained silent, staring with their huge eyes at Chihei, who was standing on Susanoo's head, as if they could kill him with their eyes. Kihonhei was too lazy to argue with these guys, so he directly released Susanoo. The dark purple giant that was so terrifying in everyone's eyes just disappeared out of thin air. Although there was no threat from Susanoo, these giant sea kings still did not dare to move forward, because they knew that there was something more terrifying than the giant in front of them. The pair of Rinnegan, which seemed so tiny in their eyes, appeared in their minds like a nightmare, staring at them without a trace of emotion. He floated in the sea with his arms folded, and asked calmly. I know you can understand what I am saying. Now I ask you to drag the Fishman Island to the surface of the sea. Are you willing or not? If you are willing, nod your head. If you are not willing, shake your head. Under the pressure of the Rinnegan, the sea kings subconsciously nodded in agreement, but an eel sea king next to it got there first, shaking its head and muttering something. No, it's not time yet. We have to wait for the arrival of another king. Kihonhei didn't think about what the eel sea kings was saying, he just saw its shaking head, and that was enough. Haha, it seems you haven't figured out the current situation yet. Chiga's body continued to float upwards under the terrified gazes of the 9 sea kings until it reached a position where they needed to look up. The 9 giant sea kings themselves did not notice that they now looked like they were looking up to a god. And to them, Chiga, who possesses the Rinnegan, is a true god. Advertisement. Kihonhei stared at them with wide eyes, and an invisible mental shock enveloped the 9 giant sea kings. It is the Rinnegan genjutsu that Sasuke used to control the 9-tailed beasts in Hokage. The eyes of the 9 giant sea kings suddenly widened, and then strange ripples began to spread in their eyes, gradually transforming into the appearance of Rinnegan. Kihonhei had used this ability when he encountered the King of the Sea in the sea near Kokoa West Village. However, the King of the Sea was too weak and could not withstand the strong mental shock and died on the spot. These giant sea kings are more than 100 times stronger than the offshore king in both physical and mental strength. They are strong enough to withstand the mental shock and become machines driven by Ren Kihonhei. Odahime, princess. Did you see that? The Fishman Island is about to be reborn? Kihonhei shook his head and laughed. He thought it was something else, but it turned out to be the slave hunting team that was afraid of humans. In Neptune's anxious eyes, Kihonhei's expression looked very casual, but what he said made Neptune ecstatic. Now they are no different from Chiga's summoning beasts, except that they are unconscious. Thinking of this, Neptune's face showed a trace of worry. Kihonhei ordered them to stay where they were and he used teleportation to return to the ground. Chian he smiled and said, the scenery on the Fishman Island is beautiful, and there are so many pleasing mermaids. He has already regarded the Fishman Island as his own territory. How could he allow such a thing to happen again? However, compared to Jinbei, King Neptune thought of something deeper. The Fishman Island rising to the surface of the sea is indeed an extremely important step, but there is also a more difficult problem, which is the problem of getting along with humans. Under nose traction, the Fishman Island also began to move upwards. Master Chiga, what happened to those sea kings? I seem to have lost contact with them. Just what? Seeing Chiga, Shirahoshi immediately came forward and asked. But his abilities were limited and he had no way to protect his people. After receiving the order, the 9 giant sea kings immediately swam towards Noah, bit nose chain with their mouths, and then swam towards the sea surface. Advertisement. Neptune told Chiga about his worries, and Chiga listened carefully. Seeing them like this, how could he bear to see them being captured by some scum and become slaves? He gritted his teeth and made a decision in his heart. Once Kion leaves, these people will definitely come back. At that time, because the Fishman Island is floating on the sea, it will be easier for them to capture fishmen and mermaids. Neptune and Jinbei both had tears on their faces, and their inner thoughts were surprisingly consistent at this moment. After hearing this, Shirahoshi also became worried and she subconsciously looked at Chiga. Neptune looked up and glanced at the mermaids and mermen in the square. Their faces were filled with longing for a better future. Chiga noticed the expression on Neptune's face and asked. Under Chinhei's control, the movements of the 9 giant sea kings were very consistent, and the people on the Fishman Island did not feel any bumps at all. During this period, there are a lot more humans coming to the island to capture slaves than before, but after hearing about Chinhei's arrival, they were scared and temporarily left the Fishman Island. Upon hearing this, Neptune immediately became excited. Isn't this the thing he most looked forward to? Compared with the people on the Fishman Island, what does his dignity as a king mean? Your Majesty Neptune, you seem to be worried. Don't you want the Fishman Island to go to the sea? They are fine. I will have them pull the Fishman Island to the surface later. Ever since Whitebeard formed an alliance with Shanks, he has concentrated most of his forces near the main ship, which is not a good thing for the mermaids and fishmen on the Fishman Island. Chiga did not let Neptune and the others wait too long. A purple light flashed in his Rinnegan, and he gave orders to the sea kings outside the Fishman Island. He was so excited that he almost shouted out loud, but was afraid of disturbing Kion, so he could only use his trembling body to express his inner excitement. But their hearts were not at peace at all, and everyone's eyes were on Kion. They knew that all this was because of this human. Of course not, Admiral Zelin, I really appreciate everything you have done for the Fishman Island. It's just. The Fishman Island, I'll protect you from now on. Neptune hesitated for a moment, and to be honest, he really didn't want to tell Chihei about his concerns, because he felt that Chihei had done his best, and the rest should be handled by him as the king. Chapter 185 Reporter Rui Porter. The Fishman Island finally came to the surface of the sea. The bright sunshine was shining on everyone's face. Many fishmen and mermaids who had lived on the Fishman Island all their lives and had never left were now in tears. After a long while, someone shouted, Zelin Admiral. Then, the entire Fishman Island was like a lit bomb, and everyone was calling for Zelin Admiral. Neptune, as the king, did not feel awkward about this because even he was cheering with the crowd, not to mention Jinbei, who was already dancing with excitement. Shirahoshi clasped her hands in front of her chest. She looked at Chiga who was standing beside her. Now she felt that Chiga was so dazzling. She also followed the crowd and called out to Chiga, even though she was standing right next to her. Kion bathed in the tide of shouts, with a smile as warm as the sun on his face, and his body floated up along with the enthusiasm of the people. Arriving in the sky above the center of the Fishman Island, the coat of justice on Chinhei's back fluttered in the sun, making his image look extremely majestic. Shiali below stared blankly up at Chiga in the sky. This scene was just as she had seen in the crystal ball before. Her divination had come true. The man standing above the sky really brought the Fishman Island to the sea, and the Fishman Island is about to be reborn. Kion looked down at the dark crowd below. He had experienced this kind of scene once when he was conferred the title of Admiral, and this was the second time. But he really enjoyed this feeling. With a wave of his hand, Whitebeard too, who had become Shirato, fell from the sky. His terrifying appearance frightened the people around him. Jinbei looked at Whitebeard too in shock. He knew this guy. Whitebeard had talked to him about him before. Although Whitebeard didn't have a good opinion of his so-called son, he still recognized his strength. Moreover, Jinbei had heard that Whitebeard too had died at the hands of Kion, so seeing him now was like seeing a ghost. Chiga looked down at the crowd below and fixed her eyes on a human holding a den mushi. The man was holding a den mushi towards him. He must be the ubiquitous reporter in the pirates' world. Kion admired the professionalism of these people. From trivial matters to fights between four emperors, no matter how tricky the location is, these people can always capture the key scenes. They are simply role models in the industry. Advertisement. Pointing his hand at the reporter, Kion used universal pull. Reporter Ribot was holding the phone and taking a lot of photos of Chihei in the sky. Everything about this Zelin admiral was big news. Moreover, every single thing that happened today was extremely valuable. He didn't know how to sort it out when he returned. If he brings this news to the President Morgans, he will be soaring to the top of the news agency, and he will have to spend all the reward money. However, just as he was fantasizing about the wonderful life after returning, his body was suddenly pulled uncontrollably into the sky by a gravitational force. This weird thing made him scream in fear, but even so, he still held the den mushi tightly in his hand. It was his lifeblood, and it would be better for him to die if it was broken. Ribot was pulled high into the air by Kion and floated in front of him. He looked at the reporter in front of him. He was wearing a panda mask. Apart from this, he looked ordinary, the kind that could be noticed even in a crowd. Perhaps it is because of this that this group of people are able to capture all kinds of news. What Kion didn't know was that the news agency had suffered heavy losses in the past 2 years in order to capture him. There were the Chao Shinra Tensei and Tengai Shinsei at Sabayati Island, the planetary devastation when rescuing Zephr, and the battles with Kaido and Red Hair. There were already dozens of reporters who were turned into ashes by the aftermath of the battle. But as long as Chiga appears, these reporters will still rush to take pictures. Fortune and wealth are sought in danger, and as long as they bring back some news related to Chiga, Bailey will be rich. Riptor just floated in front of Chiga, looking at the pair of Rinnegan in front of him. He felt like his heart was about to jump out of his throat. He swallowed his saliva and sighed in his heart. As this the feeling of oppression from the purple scale admiral. But even so, Rebo subconsciously raised the den mushi and slapped Chiga in front of him. There was no way. Not every reporter had the opportunity to face Chihei up close. If he missed this opportunity, it would probably be a lifelong regret. Kion was speechless by Ribot's behavior, thinking that this guy was really dedicated and did not forget his job even in such a situation. He did not stop his behavior, but just looked at him and asked. You are a reporter, right? Did you write down everything that happened on the Fishman Island today? Ribot was shocked. The den mushi that he had not let go of when he was pulled up into the sky suddenly slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. He screamed. No, my den mushi. Advertisement. Swish. The next second, the den mushi was back in his hand. He stared at it blankly, then looked at Chiga with gratitude. He knew that Chiga must have helped him get it back. He felt that he would go crazy if he lost this den mushi. He smiled and said. You must hold it firmly this time, or you may not be so lucky next time. Rebo nodded repeatedly. The den mushi in his hand looked like it was about to suffocate, which meant that he had really learned a lesson. After he calmed down, he continued. May I have your name? Zilin Admiral. My name is Rui Porter. You can report today's events however you want, but there is one thing you must emphasize, that is, the Fishman Island is under my jurisdiction from now on. Do you understand? At this point, Chiani's eyes flashed with a purple light, which startled Rui Bot's heart. How could he dare to refuse at all? He hurriedly said. I understand, Admiral Zelin. I will definitely put this sentence on the headlines of the news. Now Kion is even closer to Rubot than his own father. He wishes to worship Kion as idol. He agrees with this request 100 times. Seeing that he agreed, he nodded with satisfaction and said casually. That's right, you can go back now. After saying that, Kion took him back to the ground and let him return to the crowd. Khalifa came forward and asked. Boss, who was that person just now? He's a reporter named Rui Porter. I asked him to write in the news that the Fishman Island is under my jurisdiction from now on, to give those people a warning. Shirahoshi, who was standing by, was so moved by Chiga's words that she rushed to Chiga with her pink fish tail swinging, hugged Chiga again and shouted. Master Chiga is so high. Shirahoshi, are you trying to suffocate me? Chapter 186, Powerless Whitebeard. Zelin Admiral. I will protect the Fishman Island. The next day's newspaper headline had several big words on it, and the attached photo showed Kion floating in the air and looking down at the Fishman Island. The light and shadow effects of the photo are well controlled, making Chiga's Rinnegan stand out extremely clearly under the sunlight. On board the Mosandic. Dad, the Fishman Island has been taken over by Zelin. Marco rushed to Whitebeard with a newspaper in his hand, but he found that Whitebeard seemed to have known about this for a long time. He took the newspaper from Marco, glanced at it, and then threw it away. Marco said hesitantly, Dad, the Fishman Island was originally protected by our pirates. Isn't Zelin's behavior a bit? Whitebeard glanced at him. He knew very well that Shinhei's behavior was a provocation to him, but what could he do? Just last night, Neptune had informed him of this matter over the phone, and his words revealed his apology to him. If this happened in the past, with Whitebeard's personality, he would not let it go even if he had a good relationship with Neptune. But the one who took over the Fishman Island was that Uchiha Chiga. He is confident in his own strength, but he is not confident that he can defeat Kaido and Shanks consecutively in one day. Even if he can defeat Kaido, he will not have the energy left to deal with Shanks, who is also a 4 emperor. Whitebeard is old, and now he just wants to stay with his sons. If he confronts Zilin head-on because of this matter, it will be fine for him, but how many of his sons will be left? What's more, not long after Neptune finished talking to him, Shanks came to his ship and the first thing he said when they met was, "Don't confront Zilin." Quote, quote. Whitebeard took a big gulp of wine in frustration, then threw the gourd filled with wine heavily to the ground, breaking it into a pile of pieces. When has he, who is known as the strongest man in the world, ever felt so aggrieved? Now he was being forced into this state by a little kid in the marine, even though they had never even met each other. Marco looked at his father in front of him silently. He felt as sad as Whitebeard. An idea that he had never thought of before came into his mind. Is Dad really old? Advertisement. Blackbeard teach happened to come here at this time. After hearing the conversation between the two, he was really panicked. Because he felt that it was no longer safe to stay in the Whitebeard Pirates. Is this still the pirates group led by the strongest man in the world? Originally, he thought that if he really had no chance of getting the dark fruit, he would just stay here and retire, but the current situation made him panic. He clenched his fists tightly and said fiercely in his heart, "No, I can't go on like this, I have to get that dark fruit." Teach was standing there thinking about something. Suddenly, someone tapped his shoulder. He turned his head sharply, stared fiercely at the person who disturbed him, and said sternly, "Who is it?" The person who tapped him on the shoulder was Thatch, the captain of the 4th squad of the Whitebeard Pirates. He was stunned when Teach glared at him. It was the first time he saw Teach look like this. In his impression, Teach was an honest and nice guy. Teach also realized his own gaffe and thought to himself that this was not good. He couldn't let the image he had worked so hard to build collapse. He quickly put on a new look and asked with a smile, "It's Captain Thatch. What's wrong? What do you want from me?" Saki was stunned, wondering if he was hallucinating. Why did Teach seem like a different person? But Teach had worked hard for many years, and his good guy image had been deeply rooted in the hearts of the Whitebeard Pirates, so Thatch didn't think much about it. He looked at Teach and asked, "I see you've been standing here for a while, I want to ask if there's anything on your mind." "Oh, I'm fine, Captain Saki. I'm just a little worried about my dad. He seems to be angry about the incident on the Fishman Island." "I see. Alas, there is nothing we can do about it. After all, Zilin's strength is indeed terrifying. Even Kaido and Red Hair are no match for him. Dad didn't take action for our sake. Yeah, that Zilin is really a monster. A thief, ha 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 ha." Teach laughed out his characteristic laugh and let the matter pass. Saki didn't want to talk about this annoying thing anymore. He thought about it and said casually, "Some people have forgotten how terrible our Whitebeard pirates are. Not long ago, a group of them attacked our territory. Dad asked our 4th division to destroy them. Your 2nd division must follow us, so you should get ready." "Okay, Captain Thatch." Advertisement. Teach agreed obediently, turned around and left. He now wanted to go back to his room to calm down and think about what to do in the future. Saki looked at his back thoughtfully. He always felt that Teach seemed to be hiding something. However, his thoughts were soon interrupted by Whitebeard's cough. It turned out that Whitebeard was coughing violently because his bad mood triggered the illness in his body. Seeing Whitebeard's painful expression, he immediately forgot about Teach. He hurried over and helped Marco insert needles into Whitebeard to stabilize his condition. After sending Whitebeard back to the room, Marco and Thatch walked side by side onto the deck. Both of them looked solemn. Marco said with an unpleasant expression, "Dad's condition is getting worse. We can't go on like this. Marine's power is growing stronger and stronger. Our situation is getting a little bad." Thatch nodded in agreement. At this moment, he suddenly felt that his strength was still not enough. At least in front of the current Marine, his strength was really not enough. As the chef of the Whitebeard Pirates, he suddenly has a strong desire for power. However, strength is not something that can be increased easily, it is not treasure. Wait, treasure. Sachi's face was shocked. He thought of a fastest way to increase his strength, but he hasn't eaten the devil fruit yet. As we all know, if a person's talent is limited, then a powerful devil fruit is the fastest way to increase strength. The Marco in front of him is the user of a top-grade devil fruit. Although his physical skills are already very strong, everyone can see the benefits that the phoenix fruit brings to him. With the help of this fruit, Marco not only gained powerful physical skills, but also gained the enviable ability to fly and unparalleled recovery ability. Thatch didn't think much of it before, but now he finally realized the importance of the devil fruit, and he just stared at Marco in a daze. Marco felt a little uncomfortable being looked at by Thatch. He asked in confusion, "Saki, what's wrong with you? Why are you looking at me like that?" Thatch came to his senses and told Marco his thoughts without hiding anything. After listening to this, Marco thought about it and felt that what Thatch said made sense. Now the Whitebeard pirates really needed to improve their overall strength, which would also allow his father to worry less. Although the Whitebeard pirates have no shortage of devil fruit, the food they feed Thatch cannot be too bad, and it seems that none of their remaining devil fruit is particularly suitable. No wonder, if it was a powerful devil fruit, the warehouse wouldn't be overwhelmed. Thatch also knew this, so he told Marco directly. "Let's put this matter aside for now. Our 4th division will have a battle in a few days. Maybe our opponent will have some good devil fruit. Well, good luck to you then, Thatch." Chapter 187 Dark Fruit, Blackbeard Rebellion. On an unknown pirate's ship, Thatch led the members of the 4th Division to kill all the opponents. Since the opponent was too weak, the 2nd Division only sent the honest and reliable Teach to participate in the battle this time. After killing the last man, Thatch rushed into the enemy's warehouse and began to count the spoils. Saki chose to ignore the mountains of treasure in the warehouse. He just wanted to find a devil fruit. After searching in the warehouse for a long time, he actually found a devil fruit. The devil fruit looks like a dark purple pineapple, exuding a dark aura. Seeing the appearance of this devil fruit, Sachi's face lit up with joy. As we all know, most of Logia's devil fruits look like pineapples. The Logia devil fruit has the most immediate effect on increasing a person's strength. It can be said that except for smoke fruit, the shame of Logia, the rest of Logia are almost not weak. Without mentioning anything else, just look at the 3 previous Logia admirals of Marine, which one is not ridiculously strong. Now that he had obtained a Logia fruit, for Saki, this was a surprise within a surprise. Thatch couldn't help but roar with excitement. He held the devil fruit high in his hand and rushed out of the warehouse and came to the deck. Come and see, I found a nice devil fruit. Upon hearing the word devil fruit, everyone immediately gathered around Thatch. They looked at the devil fruit in Thatch's hand curiously, but there was no trace of greed in their eyes, except for Teach. At this moment, he looked at the devil fruit with a look of almost tearing eyes. Because he had already deeply engraved the appearance of the dark fruit in his mind, and he was very familiar with its appearance. Unexpectedly, the dark fruit that he had been waiting for more than 10 years suddenly appeared before his eyes. This was simply fate. Teach stared at the dark fruit in Thatch's hand, wishing he could rush over and eat it on the spot. However, at this time, Saki was completely immersed in the joy of getting the dark fruit and did not notice Teach's abnormality. Different from the original animation, Sachi's desire to improve his strength is very strong now. He put the dark fruit directly to his mouth and wanted to eat it immediately. Thatch's action frightened Teach so much that he almost peed himself. He yelled. Advertisement. Wait, this roar shifted everyone's attention to Teach. Thatch temporarily gave up the idea of eating the devil fruit, looked at Teach in confusion, and asked. What's wrong, Teach? Captain Thatch, I think eating devil fruit is something that needs to be carefully considered. Do you want to reconsider it? How about we ask Daddy when we get back? Ha ha ha, Teach, you are being too cautious. Judging from the appearance of this fruit, it is most likely a Logia devil fruit. Logia's abilities are definitely not bad. After saying that, Thatch opened his mouth and the dark fruit was about to be eaten by him. Teach narrowed his eyes and thought to himself. There's nothing I can do. I have to do this for my dream. I'm sorry, Captain Saki. Even as he was speaking, someone had been completely swallowed up by the darkness and disappeared without a trace. Teach had a sinister smile on his face. He looked at the people who had been swallowed up to their waists by the darkness and laughed. Finally, Thatch could no longer hold on and fell backwards to the ground, his eyes wide open staring at the sky, his eyes open until he died. Without hesitation, Teach opened his mouth wide and stuffed the dark fruit directly into his mouth, swallowing it without even chewing it. Fortunately, he had a thick neck, so the process of swallowing the fruit was extremely smooth. Dark Cave Road. With his action, the darkness on the ground like a tide suddenly paused, then surged again, and the gravity emanating from it suddenly increased. Facing the questions from everyone, Teach, who had been silent from the beginning, suddenly laughed out loud. Before the man could finish his words, he was pulled into the darkness and became silent. Teach, are you crazy? You killed Captain Thatch. The others were stunned by Teach's behavior, only Thatch was still covering his neck which was bleeding, looking at Teach in disbelief. However, before they could take any action, they were horrified to find that they were suddenly unable to move. The entire deck had turned into a dark swamp, with a powerful gravitational force pulling all the members of the 4th Division downwards. The people around him were suddenly awakened. They hurried to Sachi's side, squatted down to check his condition, and the result was that Saki was dead. Advertisement. Teach sneered and said disdainfully. Teach's reaction completely enraged all the members of the 4th Division. They stared at him with red eyes, drew their weapons and rushed towards him. Blood splattered, Thatch covered his neck and retreated quickly. The dark fruit in his hand had fallen into one of Teach's hands, and his other hand held a dagger that was still dripping with blood. Teach stood alone in the center of the darkness, his expression showing great enjoyment, and he didn't seem to feel any guilt at all for killing all the members of the 4th Division. He wanted to ask Teach why he did this, but the fatal wound in his throat made him unable to make any sound. He clenched his fists, looked towards the sea, and laughed wildly again. Ha 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 ha. That's the power. It's called the most evil of all devil fruits, the power of the dark fruit. Dad. At this time, there was no one else on the deck except Teach, only endless darkness. Thief. Ha 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 ha. Just wait. This sea will eventually belong to me, Blackbeard. After eating the dark fruit, Teach stood there motionless. Teach glanced at the rest of the people impatiently, slammed his hand on the ground, and said in a deep voice. Thatch was a good person and had a high reputation in the 4th Division. His death was naturally a great shock to everyone. They turned their heads in anger and shouted at Teach. At this moment, they only had one thought in their minds, which was to capture the guy who killed Captain Saki and hand him over to Dad for disposal. Teach, what are you doing? Aren't you afraid of retaliation from the entire Whitebeard pirates? Daddy won't let you go. He died at Teach's hands. Ha 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 ha. It really is the dark fruit. It chose me after all. Puff. Hole. How dare you? The remaining members of the 4th Division roared in despair, and were instantly pulled into darkness. I thought he was the former strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. Wake up. Now he has been forced by Zelin to get together with red hair. When the others saw this scene, they showed horror on their faces. Someone shouted in panic. Chapter 188 Marco attacks. Dad, it's bad. Teach killed all the people in the 4th Division and has escaped. On the Moby DK, Marco stood in front of Whitebeard and told Whitebeard, who was sitting in a chair receiving an IV, the news of Teach's defection. When Whitebeard heard this, he stood up from his chair and the needles stuck in his body fell out one after another. He simply couldn't believe what he had just heard. His beloved sons had died at the hands of their own people. He asked in a trembling voice, "Where's Thatch? How is he doing now?" Marco's expression looked extremely sad and angry. He cried and shouted. Thatch was the first to die at Teach's hands, just because he got a devil fruit that Teach had his eyes on. Puff. Whitebeard's physical condition was not very good to begin with, and now after hearing this kind of news, he became so angry that he spat out a large mouthful of blood. A strong feeling of weakness came over Whitebeard, and he covered his chest in pain and knelt down on one knee. Startled by Whitebeard's reaction, Marco hurriedly stepped forward to help Whitebeard up and let him sit back in the chair. He looked at Whitebeard, who was slumped in the chair, and felt extremely anxious. In this situation, Dad must not get into trouble, otherwise the Whitebeard pirates will be in real danger. Whitebeard also knew this. After he felt better, he exhaled and said, "I've known for a long time that Teach is very ambitious, but I never thought he would do something like this." When mentioning Teach, Marco's expression became extremely angry. He now wished he could cut this guy into pieces to avenge Thatch and all the members of the 4th Division. He clenched his fists and looked at Whitebeard hatefully. "Dad, let me catch this crazy guy. He must pay the price." However, Whitebeard shook his head and said weakly, "Don't go. Teach has been hiding himself. His strength is not necessarily worse than yours. Now that he has obtained the devil fruit he has set his eyes on, he must be fully confident, otherwise he would not choose to defect at this time. So we're just going to let him do whatever he wants out there. Wait a little longer, we must avenge Thatch, but not now." But, Marco wanted to say something, but Joe suddenly ran over and said, "Dad, Redhead is here. Advertisement." Hearing Shanks coming, Whitebeard's eyes narrowed and he thought to himself, "What is he doing here at a time like this?" Before Whitebeard could figure it out, Shanks had already walked up to him with heavy steps. Whitebeard frowned at Shanks and asked, "Red-haired boy, I'm in a bad mood today. You'd better not talk about anything related to Zelin." Shanks shook his head at that, but then nodded, looking somewhat conflicted. He looked up at Whitebeard and said, "Whitebeard, I already know about Thatch's situation. I'm sorry. You are well informed, but if you just want to say this, then thank you for your kindness and you can go back." "Of course not. What I want to say is, don't send anyone to arrest Teach for now. He is very dangerous." Marco's expression suddenly turned very ugly when he heard Shanks' words. He, who was always calm, couldn't help himself any longer at this moment. He roared angrily, "Stop pointing fingers here. We, the Whitebeard pirates, will definitely avenge our fallen comrades. I'll catch Teach." After Marco yelled, he glanced at the silent Shanks, then turned to look at Whitebeard. Whitebeard had a serious look on his face. He was indeed concerned about Marco's safety and didn't want him to take any risks. But now that Shanks said this, he changed his mind. Since when can the Whitebeard pirates just ignore the tragic death of their comrades? Are they still the Whitebeard pirates who value family the most? It wasn't Shanks's friend who died, so he could say without any burden that he shouldn't go looking for Teach, but Whitebeard couldn't. Thinking of this, Whitebeard looked directly at Marco and said, "Whitebeard, don't you know how deep Teach's hidden secrets are? These scars are caused by him." Shanks wanted to use Chiga to get rid of Blackbeard. Whitebeard and Shanks were staring at each other, and after a while, Shanks' momentum suddenly loosened and he took it back. He wiped his eyes, then turned around with a look of determination on his face. "Dad, I'm leaving right now. You must take care of yourself during this time. Because although this guy is also a member of the D clan, he is an outlier among them." "Huh, you did say that. This kind of thing is really outrageous. So what do you want to say?" Advertisement. On the Moby DK, two terrifying conquerors collided, and the entire hull began to shake slightly. "Regarding that Zelin, I should have told you that he can have more than one devil fruit ability, right?" Marco looked at his father in front of him with tears in his eyes and said. Marco took one last look at his father, his eyes filled with reluctance. Shanks looked at Marco's figure disappearing into the sky with an unpleasant expression. He turned around and said to Whitebeard. Joes looked at the large number of Whitebeard Pirates members lying on the ground, feeling anxious. He was really afraid that his father would start a fight with Red at this moment. "Why don't we spread the news and promote how powerful the Fruit Teach God is? I think he will be very interested." The reason why Shanks is so afraid of Blackbeard is because Blackbeard reminds him of someone. Since things are irreversible, we should do something to remedy the situation, right? However, Whitebeard ignored what Shanks said and patted Marco's thin body, obviously making up his mind. He has always been very interested in the powerful devil fruit. Although we don't know what power the Fruit Teach God has, but if he was willing to defect to get it, the power must be good. Shanks couldn't sit still anymore. He pointed at the 3 scars on his eyes and shouted. Whitebeard did not continue. After all, they were on the Moby DK, and he would suffer a great loss if a fight broke out. Whitebeard showed a rare gentle smile on his face and said. Whitebeard, you're going to regret this. Green flames suddenly burned on his body, and his arms turned into 2 flaming wings that covered the sky. Marco, you are right. This revenge must be avenged. It is up to you to arrest Teach. Shanks' eyes flashed with a gleam, and he said in a deep voice. Boom. He has entered a state of complete bestiality, and in this state, his flying speed is the fastest. Don't worry, I'll be there for you if anything happens. Lousy as Whitebeard. Hula la la la. Immediately afterwards, Marco's entire appearance changed drastically, and he was completely transformed into a giant bird with blue flames burning all over his body. Remediate. What do you mean? Shanks calmed himself down a bit, then looked at Whitebeard and said. Humph, it's not your place to interfere in the affairs of the Whitebeard pirates. And that person was Rox, who died in the Valley of God. With his wings spread, Marco's body soared into the air, stirring up a gust of wind as he rushed off into the distance. Chapter 189 Target. Dark Fruit. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. Keon was sitting in his office board, flipping through the documents on the table. There was a knock on the door and Khalifa came in with a newspaper. She placed the newspaper in front of Keon and said. Boss, something's happened to the Whitebeard pirates. Keon picked up the newspaper and started reading it. The first thing he noticed was the eye-catching big words at the top of the newspaper. Surprise. Internal strife among the Whitebeard pirates. Chiga raised an eyebrow at the sight of these words, the image of Blackbeard immediately appearing in his mind. Following the title, he found that the content was just as he expected, the protagonist was indeed Blackbeard. The newspaper mainly wrote that Marshal D. Teach, a former member of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, killed all members of the 4th Division because of a devil fruit. He has now defected and formed a pirates group, calling himself Blackbeard. In addition to these, the newspaper also used a lot of space to brag about the devil fruit that Blackbeard had seized, even saying that after obtaining this fruit, Blackbeard could challenge the 4 emperors. However, the newspaper did not explain the ability of the devil fruit. Seeing this news, Keon smiled. In his opinion, this devil fruit should be the dark fruit, otherwise Blackbeard would not defect from the Whitebeard pirates for a devil fruit. Although the time was advanced, the result remained the same. Blackbeard finally got the devil fruit he had been longing for. But this time he was really ruthless. In the anime, he only killed Thatch by a sneak attack, but now he has destroyed the entire 4th Division. It seems that some subtle changes have taken place after all. Khalifa saw Keon looking at the newspaper and smiling without saying anything, and couldn't help asking. Boss, don't you think the content of the newspaper is a little strange? Keon looked up at Khalifa, slowly put the newspaper down, and asked. Oh, what's strange about that? Isn't the newspaper's description of the devil fruit a bit too much? Advertisement. Khalifa's question is not without reason. As we all know, no matter how powerful a devil fruit is or how valuable it will become meaningless once it is eaten by a person. Even if the user is killed, the devil fruit will only reappear somewhere in the world, and trying to find it again is like looking for a needle in a haystack. As far as Khalifa knows, the only person who has the ability to kill the ability user and gain the ability of the fruit is Chiga. Therefore, she always felt that this newspaper seemed to be specially designed to seduce Chiga. Keon also saw some of the meaning, but he didn't care whether it was a conspiracy against him, because all the fear came from insufficient firepower. With his current strength, he really didn't think he could turn over, except for the unknown I am. And Chiga also wanted to thank the person who wrote this newspaper. If it weren't for him, how would Chiga know that Blackbeard had obtained the dark fruit now? You know, dark fruit has long been on Shinhei's devil fruit list. How could he let go of such a top-quality fruit? Thinking of this, Keon smiled and said, haha, no matter what the purpose of the person who leaked the news is, I want this devil fruit. After saying that, Keon stood up from the chair and said to Khalifa. Khalifa, you should help me with my official duties for the time being. I will go meet this Blackbeard. Khalifa pushed his glasses helplessly, thinking to himself that even if the boss doesn't tell me, I still have to do these jobs. Khalifa complained a little in her heart and then immediately got into the state. She nodded and said. Boss, go ahead, I'll take care of these things. Looking at his capable secretary, Keon curled up a smile, reached out his hand, took Khalifa into his arms and kissed her gently, then his figure flashed and disappeared. West Blue, in a small country. On the dilapidated street, a group of soldiers were surrounding a tall and thin man wearing a black top hat. Although he was surrounded by a group of people, there was no panic on his face. Instead, the soldiers were sweating profusely and did not dare to move forward. After a stalemate for a while, a soldier couldn't help but shout. Advertisement. Lafitte, your abuse of violence has caused dissatisfaction among many people. The king orders us to expel you from the country. The man surrounded by the soldiers was Lafayette, one of the earliest members of the Blackbeard pirates, known as the Devil Inspector. Facing the excited soldiers, Lafayette always had a mocking smile on his face. He pressed his hat with his hand and said, Is His Majesty the King unhappy because I used a little too much force? This is really a headache. Lafitte's nonchalant attitude directly angered the soldiers present. Someone shouted. Is that too much? You destroyed an entire street. Do you know how many innocent people died? I don't want to, but they are just too weak. Lafitte fiddled with the burgundy cane in his hand, ignoring the soldiers in front of him. I'm going to take you, a lawless guy, back to jail. Several soldiers could no longer bear it and rushed towards Lafitte with their weapons raised. At this time, Lafitte also moved. A cold light flashed in the field, and Lafitte returned to his original position. The soldiers who had just rushed towards him stopped their forward movements as if the pause button had been pressed. It was not until Lafitte slowly put the sword in his staff back into the staff that blood spurted out of the soldiers' bodies and they fell to the ground. This scene frightened the remaining soldiers into silence. For a moment, no one dared to approach Lafitte, let alone attack him. Looking at the group of soldiers who were so frightened that they dared not move, Lafitte showed a hint of disdain in his eyes. He said in a strange tone. It seems that this country can't accommodate me anymore, so I'll leave. Having said that, Lafitte turned around and was about to leave. The soldiers behind him didn't dare to stop him. They just wanted this plague god to disappear from the country as soon as possible. But someone didn't want Lafitte to leave like this. A voice suddenly sounded. Ha 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 ha. What an interesting person. Aren't you going to do something before you leave? Lafitte, who was about to leave, was stunned and turned to look at the end of the street. He didn't know when several figures appeared there, led by a fat guy who looked a little sloppy. This person is Blackbeard Teach, who has defected from the Whitebeard pirates for some time. Now he has established the pirates and recruited members. They are the helmsman Giza's badges, the sniper Van Oka and the ship's Dr. Poison Q. Chapter 190 Ding. Dark Fruit Experience Card expired. Looking at the Blackbeard pirates who suddenly appeared, Lafitte's expression finally changed. He knew that this group of people were not on the same level as those soldiers. Especially the leader Blackbeard, Lafitte felt a strong sense of danger from him. Blackbeard was holding a Sakura peach pie in his hand and strutted towards Lafayette. Lafayette subconsciously drew out his cane sword. Blackbeard noticed his action and stuffed the remaining Sakura peach pie into his mouth. While chewing, he said. Don't be nervous, I just think you're interesting. Are you interested in joining my pirates group? Let me join your pirates. Lafayette was stunned. So this guy was a pirate. Among the soldiers behind him, someone recognized Blackbeard and shouted in horror. It's Blackbeard, the pirates who defected from the Whitebeard pirates. Blackbeard. Lafayette was unfamiliar with the name. He had a bad reputation recently and was often criticized in newspapers, so he hadn't read the newspapers much in the past few days. So he didn't know that there was a person named Blackbeard on the sea. But he still caught the name of Whitebeard pirates from the soldiers' words. There was no other way. Who on this sea didn't know the reputation of Whitebeard pirates? For ordinary pirates, being able to join the Whitebeard pirates is something to brag about, but this guy named Blackbeard actually defected from there. But no matter what, this guy was able to join the Whitebeard pirates and even had the ability to defect from there, so his strength was definitely not something he could contend with. Lafayette thought it would be better for him to stabilize Blackbeard first. He calmed down and said. Why would a man like you choose me? Blackbeard burst into laughter again, pointing at the dilapidated streets around him and said. That's enough. I want a lawless guy like you. The soldiers behind Lafayette showed angry expressions on their faces after hearing Blackbeard's words. In their opinion, these guys are simply scum among scum. But when they thought of the opponent's strength, they only felt a sense of powerlessness. Facing such a monster, what could ordinary people like them do? One of the soldiers whispered to his companions. Let's go back and report to His Majesty the King. We are no longer able to deal with this kind of enemy. The others nodded in agreement and began to retreat quietly towards the direction of the imperial city. Advertisement. Blackbeard didn't care about the soldiers who left. To him, as long as these soldiers were still in the country, they could not escape from his control. A sinister smile appeared on his face, and then at Lafayette's puzzled gaze, Vice Admiral put his hands on the ground. A tide of darkness surged out from Blackbeard's palm and quickly spread around, covering the entire country. La'at's face changed and he said, is this devil fruit? Blackbeard kept his posture unchanged and said proudly. Yes, this is the most evil existence among all the devil fruits. The power of the dark fruit. Dark fruit. Thief ha 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 ha. Just watch, you will soon know the horror of this ability. Dark Cave Dao. Buzz. The darkness on the ground shook violently, and then released a terrifying gravitational force, pulling everything around it in. In less than a moment, there was nothing around Lafayette except for the darkness still surging on the ground. He looked around in horror, completely stunned by the dark fruit's ability. Blackbeard got up from the ground, feeling somewhat confused, because he had not heard even a single scream just now. Where had all the people in this country gone? After thinking for a while, he could only assume that he had used too much force just now and those people were pulled into the darkness before they could react. Whatever, he didn't take the lives of ordinary people seriously anyway. He admired the expression on Lafayette's face with satisfaction, then opened his hands and shouted. How about it? Am I qualified to be your captain? Lafayette swallowed his saliva. Facing such a terrifying ability, how could he dare to refuse? He was about to speak. I agree. This ability is really good. It's worth my trip here. A voice suddenly came out of the empty environment, startling Blackbeard and others standing on the ground. Who is it? Blackbeard looked around hurriedly, but the surrounding buildings had already been swallowed up by his darkness. Apart from the land under his feet, what else was there? Advertisement. Fortunately, his observation haki was not weak, and he quickly realized that the voice came from the sky. Blackbeard looked up suddenly and saw a figure floating above him. The person who came was Kion, who had just arrived here. Seeing that Blackbeard finally saw him, Kion slowly descended from the air and stood not far from Blackbeard. Blackbeard's expression suddenly changed after seeing Chiga's face clearly. There was nothing he could do. Even though he had never seen Chiga's face, the pair of purple Rinnegan were too dazzling for him to ignore. After recognizing that the person was Kion, a layer of cold sweat immediately appeared on Blackbeard's forehead, and he even subconsciously took 2 steps back. Since getting the dark fruit, there are really not many people who can scare him like this, but it is obvious that Chiga is one of them, and she is definitely ranked first in his heart. Even Whitebeard can't compare to her. You have to know that the man in front of you is an existence that even his father, Whitebeard, known as the strongest man in the world, is extremely afraid of. Layot, who was about to agree to join the Blackbeard pirates, immediately shut his mouth tightly after seeing Chiga. Are you kidding me? Who dares to call themselves pirates in front of this man? But there are always blind people. Blackbeard's people such as Giza's badges did not see Chiga's face because Chiga had her back to them, so when they saw Blackbeard's actions, they just thought Chiga was an enemy. Van Oka simply raised the sniper rifle in his hand, aimed at Kion, and pulled the trigger without thinking. Bang! There was a gunshot, and the bullet passed through Shinhei's body and hit Blackbeard, who was standing opposite him. Van Oka can't even use armament haki now. For Chiga, who is a Logia user, this attack can't even hurt his Kakuzu. Blackbeard's dark fruit cannot be transformed into elements, but he has his own way. A darkness emerges from his body and absorbs the incoming bullets into it. Although he had avoided accidental injuries to his teammates, Blackbeard did not feel relaxed at all. He shouted in panic. Badgers, don't attack. He is Marine Admiral Zelin, and you cannot handle him. Zelin. Hearing this name, Badgers and others were immediately frightened out of their wits. Van Oka, who had just fired the gun, shuddered violently and almost dropped the gun in his hand to the ground. Not daring to think too much, Badgers and the others turned around and tried to run, but it was too late. Boom boom boom. 3 deafening thunderclaps sounded, and the 3 members Blackbeard had just recruited were completely reduced to ashes. He didn't even turn around to look at them. He looked at the terrified Blackbeard in front of him, a smile appeared on his face, and said, "Okay, Dark Fruit, you've had enough of the experience, it's time to hand it over." 7 Mr. Chapter 191 Desperate Blackbeard felt a chill rising from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. His head was buzzing. He understood one meaning from Kionhei's words, which was to deprive him of the power of the dark fruit. If someone else said this, Blackbeard would definitely laugh out loud, but if it came from Chiga's mouth, he wouldn't be able to laugh. Because he really felt that his dark fruit was about to leave him. Why does he care so much about dark fruit? The most important point is that darkness can absorb the devil fruit that is about to leave the host when the ability user dies. As long as a fruit is prepared in advance, the devil fruit can be reborn on the spot. Just a guess, please don't criticize. Blackbeard's body is different from that of an ordinary person, and he can possess the abilities of more than one devil fruit, so he can use the dark fruit to absorb the abilities of another powerful devil fruit that he likes. In this way, he can possess the power of both the dark fruit and another top-grade devil fruit at the same time. He can also give the extra devil fruit to his subordinates to build a powerful team of people with special abilities. Originally, Blackbeard thought that the only one who could do this was him after he got the dark fruit. However, Chiga's existence is an exception. When Blackbeard was in the Whitebeard Pirates, he deliberately collected a lot of information about Chiga and knew that he also had the ability to possess more than one devil fruit, and the number was astonishing. As far as we know now, Chiga already possesses the Thunder Fruit, Gravity Fruit, Shira Fruit and Nekomata Fruit, which were all deduced by Blackbeard from Chiga's experiences. Which of these fruits would not be a powerful devil fruit that everyone would fight for if placed in the ocean? Blackbeard would be so greedy that he would cry, right? Blackbeard also boldly speculated that the reason why Chiga was able to do such an outrageous thing was probably because of his eyes called Rinnegan. Because every time Blackbeard saw a photo of Chiga in the newspaper, there was a close-up of his Rinnegan. He keenly noticed that the number of Magatama in Chiga's Rinnegan was increasing each time, and he happened to show more abilities in the following battle. Blackbeard is really obsessed with devil fruit, so he is more interested in Chiga's secrets than anyone else. Based on what he speculated, if there was a school dedicated to studying Chiga, Blackbeard would definitely be qualified to be the principal of this school. But Blackbeard never expected that one day he would become Chiga's target, and that too not long after he got the dark fruit and it wasn't even warm yet. This was the dark fruit that he had waited so long for in the Whitebeard Pirates. He was counting on this fruit to help him realize his dream, so how could he just lose it? Advertisement. Thinking of this, Blackbeard clenched his fists and stared at Kionhei in front of him. He roared and activated the dark fruit with all his strength. Under Blackbeard's strong emotional fluctuations, an ultimate darkness erupted from his body in a spiral and rushed straight into the sky. He stretched out his hand towards Qianhe and shouted, "Liberation!" Buzz. The large amount of building debris that he had previously absorbed gushed out from the darkness and hit Kionhei. Kionhei looked at the large amount of construction debris falling from the sky, and a purple light flashed in his eyes. Boom boom boom. A series of explosions sounded, and a large amount of building debris that hit Kionhei instantly exploded into powder. Looking at the dust all over the sky, Blackbeard looked unhappy and thought, "Explosion? Is this another devil fruit ability? Judging from what you just did, it looks like the ability of the explosion fruit? Blackbeard had seen the devil fruit encyclopedia and was familiar with most of the devil fruit's abilities, so he guessed it right again this time. But he didn't have the energy to study Chiga's abilities anymore. He only knew that if he didn't give it his all, he would not only lose the dark fruit, but also his life. The only trump card he has left is the ability of dark fruit to make all devil fruits ineffective, which is why dark fruit is called the most evil existence. In his opinion, as long as Chiga is touched by darkness, it will be useless even if she has many devil fruits. Thinking of this, Blackbeard stretched out a dark hand towards Kihonhei and said in a deep voice. Dark water. A dark Uzumaki appeared in his palm, emitting a terrifying attraction, aiming directly at Chiga. Enveloped by this gravity, Chiga's body shook slightly. Seeing this scene, Blackbeard was overjoyed, as if he saw hope of defeating Chiga. Advertisement, however, the next scene immediately shattered the hope that had just risen in his heart. Shinra Tensai. An even more powerful repulsive force burst out from Kihonhei's body, instantly offsetting the gravitational force generated by the darkness, and even backfired on Blackbeard. What? Blackbeard had an expression of disbelief on his face, and before he could react, he was flung away. Since the surrounding environment had been cleared out by the dark acupuncture point he had just used, there was no obstacle on the route he was flung away on, and he was about to fly out of Kihonhei's sight. Of course, Kihonhei would not let Blackbeard disappear in front of him. He stretched out his hand again and used universal pull in the direction where Blackbeard was bounced. Ah! A scream of fear came from far away, and Blackbeard, who was bounced away, was sucked back by Chiga again, and finally strangled by Chiga. At this time, the hat on Blackbeard's head had been blown away, and his eyes were a little dazed, as if he had not yet recovered from the Shinra expedition just now. Kihonhei had no intention of letting him wake up and immediately stripped the dark fruit's ability from him. Suddenly, Blackbeard, who originally looked drowsy, showed a sinister smile on his face. He suddenly raised his hand and grabbed Kihonhei's arm, laughing. Thief, ha 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 ha. I got you. Witness the horror of dark fruit, dark water. Darkness surged out from the hand he was holding with Kihonhei, and instantly spread to Kihonhei's entire arm. Looking at Chiga's arm, swallowed by the darkness, Blackbeard's eyes were filled with excitement. He really didn't expect that there would be such a chance to get close to Chiga. This was simply a godsend. Blackbeard looked at Kihonhei triumphantly, wanting to see an expression of fear and helplessness on Kihonhei's face, but to his disappointment, Kihonhei's expression was still the same as before, without any fluctuation. Chiani's arm just shook slightly, and the darkness wrapped around his arm dissipated like a cloud of black smoke and disappeared without a trace. Looking at the dazed Blackbeard in front of him, Kihonhei pretended to be puzzled and asked. That's it? Chapter 192 Dark Emperor vs Thunder Emperor. Seeing that his last trump card didn't work, Blackbeard was completely desperate. You. What kind of monster are you? How dare someone like you call someone else a monster? Kihonhei suddenly exerted force on Blackbeard's neck, instantly turning his face purple. Please don't kill me. I am a member of the Whitebeard Pirates after all. If you kill me, aren't you afraid of going to war with the Whitebeard Pirates? Blackbeard has no backbone, as can be seen from the scene in which he was beaten by Whitebeard and called him daddy. Faced with death, he no longer cared about anything else and even brought out the Whitebeard Pirates in an attempt to make Kihonhei afraid. But he obviously forgot that the reason Whitebeard and Redhead formed an alliance was because of Chiga, who was standing in front of him. Kihonhei smiled, pinched Blackbeard and said, Do you think I'm afraid of Whitebeard? He has formed an alliance with Red Hair. Can you Marines afford the consequences of going to war with 2 emperors at the same time? Alliance? An alliance of the old, the weak, the sick and the disabled? The words, old, weak, sick and disabled, that came out of Kihonhei's mouth made Blackbeard's expression freeze. Because he thought about it, it seemed that there was nothing wrong with using the old, weak, sick and disabled to describe the alliance between Whitebeard and Red Hair. Blackbeard knew that old and sick referred to his father and disabled referred to Shanks, but he had no idea who the weak referred to. Even Blackbeard, who obtained the dark fruit and entered the newbie expansion period, did not dare to label either Whitebeard or Red Hair as weak. However, for Chiga now, both Whitebeard and Red Hair can be said to be weak. Perhaps only if the 4 emperors come together can Chiga become a little interested. Blackbeard's breathing became increasingly difficult as Chiga was strangled. He once again drove the darkness into a huge black mouth, trying to swallow Chiga in one gulp. But the intensity of the darkness released by him was still not enough. Kihonhei still only had one Shinra Tensai to turn this big mouth made of darkness into nothing. But Blackbeard was really anxious. When the dark mouth didn't work, he used his own mouth to bite Chiga's arm. Advertisement: this move was something Kihonhei had not expected. Looking at Blackbeard's 2 rows of teeth that still had some food residue on them, he simply loosened his hand and let Blackbeard go. Blackbeard, who had escaped the disaster, didn't care about his image anymore and rolled away from Chiga. Kihonhei frowned at Blackbeard and asked unhappily. Are you born in the year of the rabbit? Kihonhei asked this because Blackbeard's behavior reminded him of the saying that even a rabbit bites when it is cornered. Blackbeard hadn't recovered from the suffocation just now, and was stunned by Kihonhei's question. He subconsciously asked. I am a rabbit. What does that mean? He also became interested in the familiar scene in front of him. He also raised one arm, and a purple ball of lightning appeared in his palm. It then suddenly enlarged and turned into a purple sun the same size as the Dark Emperor, with arcs of electricity wrapped around it. 2 suns, one black and one purple, stirred up a strong storm the moment they appeared, and the next second, the two suns collided with each other. Noticing Chiga's actions, Blackbeard's expression suddenly changed, and he quickly released a darkness that enveloped his right chest. If he were hit by Chiga's Sero again, he would be in real trouble. Kihonhei looked at Blackbeard lying on the ground thoughtfully. The Pirates King had already described this guy's body structure, and his body was different from that of normal people. Sure enough, Blackbeard's next action confirmed Kihonhei's guess. In the anime, Blackbeard was pierced through the body by Ace's divine fire, Shiranui, and he also used darkness to absorb the damage. In the subsequent battles, no penetrating wounds could be seen on his body. From this point of view, dark fruit is indeed very suitable for Blackbeard, as if it was prepared for him. Dark fruit is an extremely special existence in Logia. It cannot allow the ability user to elementalize, and it will double the pain of the ability user after being attacked. There is no such thing as zodiac signs in the pirate's world, so Blackbeard couldn't understand what Chiga meant. The only difference is that the color of Sero emitted by Ulquiorra is dark green, while Chiga's Sero is dark purple. Kihonhei secretly sighed at Blackbeard's unique body structure, then stretched out a finger and pointed it at his right chest again. If one time was not enough, she could do it again. Blackbeard, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog, suddenly moved. He struggled to get up from the ground and looked at Kihonhei with gloomy eyes. However, if the user of this ability is killed in one blow, this ability will have no effect. The reason why Blackbeard was able to stand up from the ground was because of his extraordinary body. Feeling the heartbeat coming from it, Blackbeard breathed a sigh of relief. If it weren't for this heart, he would be dead cold by now. Advertisement Kihonhei was sure that the Sero just now had indeed destroyed Blackbeard's heart, but judging from the current situation, this guy might really have more than one heart. He pointed a finger at Blackbeard, and a purple lightning ball appeared at the tip of his finger, followed by a burst of purple lightning. 0. The raging electric current bombarded the seawater outside the island, stirring up huge waves, as if declaring to the sea who is the real emperor. It has been speculated that Blackbeard may have more than one heart in his body. After protecting his right chest, Blackbeard did not want to sit and wait for death. Endless darkness spread out under his feet, and he was ready to fight to the death. This move was named Thunder Emperor by Kihonhei. After treating the wounds on his body, Blackbeard took a few deep breaths. After all, the pain of having his heart destroyed by lightning was not pleasant, let alone the double pain. He reached out and pressed his hand on his right chest, where his other heart was. After a while, the darkness dissipated, and the wound pierced by Kihonhei's Sero had healed. Except for the remaining bloodline, it seemed that there was no serious problem. The speed of lightning was extremely fast. Before Blackbeard could use dark defense, the purple lightning pierced through his left chest and he fell to the ground. A small darkness emerged from his body and covered the wound on his left chest. But on the other hand, it can absorb the damage suffered by the ability user. Raising his right arm, the darkness under Blackbeard's feet was drawn towards his palm, eventually forming a pitch-black sphere that looked like a black sun. This move was inspired by Ulquiorra in Shinigami. Both techniques compress powerful energy and then release it as an attack with extremely strong penetrating power. An explosion resounded throughout the heavens and earth, and two energies, one black and one purple, collided like two ferocious beasts. However, the stalemate did not last more than a second, and the black energy was completely overwhelmed, leaving only the purple energy covering the entire island. Boom! But Kihonhei did not rush forward to retrieve the dark fruit, because under Skynet's perception, he detected the sound of Blackbeard's heart beating in his body. Kihonhei didn't help him either, he had already decided to recycle the dark fruit. Similar to Ace's Entei, this is the strongest move he can currently use, Dark Emperor. But this time, Kihonhei didn't want to meet Blackbeard again. Who knows what weird moves this guy can come up with. Chapter 193 Dark Fruit, Dark Prison. Purple arcs of electricity were occasionally flickering on the charred ground, and a charred humanoid creature was lying on the ground in a big letter shape. This person was Blackbeard, who had just used Dark Emperor to fight against Kihonhei. Now there was no intact spot on his body, and a burnt smell was emanating from him. He rolled his eyes and completely lost consciousness. Crack! A ball of purple lightning appeared in front of Blackbeard, and then condensed into Kihonhei's body. Looking at Blackbeard lying on the ground with his body charred by electricity, although he looks extremely miserable, I can still feel his weak breathing. You're not dead yet. Your physique is quite good. Chiga waved the burnt and smelly air around him, used universal pull to suck Blackbeard up from the ground, and pinch him in his hand again. This time Blackbeard could no longer resist, and Chiga directly used Kido's ability to recycle the dark fruit, and a black magatama appeared in his left eye. Kyonga stretched out a hand and tried to activate the newly acquired dark fruit ability. The hand suddenly turned pitch black, and wisps of darkness rose up with an ultimate gravitational force, as if sucking everything around it in. Chiga already possesses the power of the Rinnegan and the gravity fruit, and now she has the power of the dark fruit. Now his control over gravity can be said to have reached the ultimate level. He even felt that he could use universal pull to suck Sengoku, who was drinking tea at the naval headquarters, over here. Then he threw away Blackbeard, who had turned into a corpse. When Kihonhei was about to dispose of this guy's body, suddenly, there was a wave from Skynet. Kihonhei raised his eyebrows, remembering that there was still a fish that slipped through the net. That was Lafayette, who he had ignored before. This guy is not a good person. Kihonhei knows a little about this person. He is the security officer of this country, but what he does is similar to Yu Shiryu. He kills people and does not even let innocent civilians go. Kihonhei will definitely not let this kind of person go. According to the information from Skynet, Lafayette seemed to be in the air, fleeing rapidly into the distance. It seems that he also has demon fruit power. From the anime, his arms can transform into a pair of white wings, which should be Zoan's. Advertisement during the time that Kihonhei was fighting Blackbeard, he had already flown several miles at a pretty good speed. But for Kihonhei, this distance can be ignored. Kihonhei stretched out his hand and wanted to use universal pull to suck this guy back, but he suddenly remembered the dark fruit he had just obtained. He decided to let Lafayette be the first sacrifice of the dark fruit. Thinking of this, Kihonhei looked in the direction where Lafayette flew, and a trace of darkness appeared in the corner of his left eye. In the distant sea, Lafayette had turned into a snow-white swan, flapping his wings vigorously and flying in the air. As Chiga expected, Lafayette is also a demon fruit power, and his devil fruit is the Zoan bird fruit swan form. As he said this, the king kowtowed 3 times to Kihonhei. When he raised his head again, bloodline had appeared on his forehead, which showed how grateful he was to Kihonhei. Thump. That was why Blackbeard hadn't heard any screams before. However, there is still a possibility of survival if you enter Obito's Kamui space, but once you enter Chiga's dark space, all objects will be crushed and almost no one can come out alive. Thanks to this pair of eyes, I have everything I have now, and I also have the power to change the fate of others. Kihonhei brought him too much pressure, and he knew in his heart that for what he had done, the Zilin Admiral would never let him go. Suddenly, his vision darkened, and a round black Uzumaki had enveloped his head without him noticing. Lafayette's vital signs disappeared from Skynet, and the darkness in Kihonhei's left eye also dissipated. Puff, Admiral Zelin, thank you for saving my people, I am so grateful. After dealing with Lafayette, Kihonhei opened the portal space. Under his development, the area of the portal became very large, covering half of the entire island. In the empty sea, a headless corpse fell from the sky and landed into the sea. The king looked up at Qianhe, his eyes filled with gratitude and awe, and he shouted. Advertisement Qian. He looked at the ordinary people kneeling in front of him, and felt deeply sad. In this world with supernatural powers, the fate of ordinary people was so pathetic that any attack from a strong man could destroy their homes in an instant. In terms of effect, it is more like Kaguya's aim no Mikaku. This is, faster, faster. Seeing the king's actions, the others immediately hugged the people around them and cried bitterly. After this disaster, everyone had a feeling of rebirth. He now had only one thought in his mind, which was that he was not flying high enough or fast enough. The sea surface was instantly dyed red with blood, and soon attracted a large number of sharks. Lafayette ended up with no trace left. So he could only express his endless gratitude in the simplest way. Swans are the champions of high flying. As the user of the swan fruit, Lafayette's flying height is even more exaggerated. At this moment, he is already 10,000 meters in the air. The king came in front of Kihonhei and fell to his knees. Immediately afterwards, everyone behind him followed suit and knelt down in front of Kihonhei. Lafayette said to himself as he flew, Chiga's hands subconsciously placed on her own Rinnegan. The ability he used just now is similar to Obito's Kamui. The darkness produced by the dark fruit can actually be understood as a dark space. This position could be said to be very safe, but Lafayette still felt it was not enough. Zoan Devil Fruit's inherent sense of crisis made him dare not stop. Soon afterwards, a huge crowd of people poured out, all of them were from this country. Kihonhei called it the Dark Prison. A man wearing a gorgeous crown walked out of the crowd. He was the king of this country. It turned out that when Blackbeard released the dark acupuncture point to pull the entire country into it, Chiga in the air instantly used room to transfer the entire country's people into the door space. Before Lafayette could finish his words, his head was twisted into it by the dark Uzumaki, and blood gushed out from his broken neck. This strange sight frightened Lafayette so much that he stopped moving and shouted in horror. He wanted to give all the treasures of the country to Chiga in front of him, but unfortunately, all the treasures had been sucked into the darkness by Blackbeard and turned into a pile of powder. Chapter 194 Wood-style 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms technique. Kihonhei walked forward slowly, suddenly squatted down, and slammed one hand on the ground. Wood-style 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms technique. Boom boom boom. There were bursts of loud noises of breaking ground across the entire country, followed by small wooden villas rising from the ground. This move was inspired by the famous real estate developer in Konoha, Yamato. The wood style released by Chiga is incomparable to Yamato in terms of quality and quantity. Yamato was exhausted after building a street of houses at one time, while Chiga can build houses for an entire country without any problems. Everyone stared blankly at the rows of small wooden houses that suddenly appeared in front of them, and could not believe what was happening before their eyes. He looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction and asked, "You can live in these houses for now, don't worry, they're very sturdy." Hearing Qianhe's words, the king quickly responded, "Admiral Zelin, thank you again for your help to this country, Okay, no more unnecessary words, how do you want to solve the food problem?" The king took out a den mushi from his clothes and said respectfully, "This is the personal den mushi of the king of a neighboring country. I can ask for some supplies from the neighboring country. Will the supplies be delivered quickly? It will be quick, 2 days at most. During this time we can collect some wild fruits from the forest outside the city, or organize some people to go hunting. Are you so confident that your neighboring country will lend you supplies?" This question stumped the king. A hint of hesitation appeared on his face. He knew that everything in his country had disappeared except the people. If the neighboring countries knew about their current situation, they would probably not help. He understood something when he saw the expression on the king's face, so he directly asked the king to call the king of the neighboring country right away. The king was now obedient to Chiga. After receiving Chiga's signal, he immediately called Den Den Mushi. Advertisement Den Den Mushi imitated the expression of the king of the neighboring country and said, "Guster, what do you want from me?" He glanced at the king beside him and thought to himself that his name was Gust, which sounded quite expensive. Gust didn't know that Chiga was making fun of his name, so he said to Den Den Mushi, "Lares, my country has been destroyed by pirates and now supplies are in short supply. I would like to borrow some supplies from you. I will definitely pay you back double in 3 months." When he heard that he wanted to borrow supplies, Lares on the Den Den Mushi side immediately laughed. "Oh my dear Gust, this is such unfortunate news. I feel sad about it, but you know, our country is not rich and the material issues." Lares' attitude clearly showed that he didn't want to lend the supplies to Gust. Gust's face looked a little ugly, and he secretly cursed Lares as a B***************. Last year, Lares' country was hit by a tsunami. At that time, he very generously donated supplies to Lares for half a year. Now that his country is suffering, this guy immediately changed his face. It's really hateful. He was not surprised at all. He originally thought that there was no real friendship between countries and the only way to gain the friendship of others was through interests and strength. Looking at the somewhat mean expression of Lares that was imitated by Den Den Mushi, Chiga frowned slightly. It would be fine if this guy named Lares didn't help, but this gloating expression was really too much. Kihonhei patted Gust's shoulder to signal him not to speak, and took the Den Den Mushi from his hand. "Your name is Lares, right? Gust's country is indeed in trouble now. Please provide him with supplies for half a year." "Nani? Who are you? How dare you talk to me like that?" "Marine Admiral, Zilin. Purple, Admiral Shuren?" Hearing this name, Den Den Mushi was so shocked that he started dancing with joy, but soon calmed down and asked hesitantly, "How do you prove your identity, just for this?" As she spoke, Chiga glared at the Den Den Mushi's eyes. The Den Den Mushi's expression froze, and then the pattern of the Rinnegan appeared in its 2 big round eyes. Advertisement. The same thing happened to the Den Den Mushi that Lares faced on the other side. Den Den Mushi opened its 2 Rinnegan, and looked at Lares quietly, making him tremble all over while lying on the bed. The concubine beside him patted his back and asked in confusion, "Your Majesty, what's wrong with you?" Without even glancing at the concubine beside him, Lares looked at the pair of deep purple Rinnegan with fear and said tremblingly, "It's Admiral Zelin. It's really him, Zelin. Is that the Zelin who is known as the strongest admiral in the marine?" The concubine covered her mouth in surprise. The name of Admiral Zelin was known to everyone. Even the concubines of Lares often talked about him in the palace. Some of them often put Kihonhei's photos under their pillows. When it was late at night, they would take them out to appreciate them to comfort their lonely hearts. Seeing that Den Den Mushi hadn't made any movement for a long time, Chiga said impatiently, "What? This is not enough. Do you want me to go to your place in person?" Lares was so scared that he jumped up from the bed. He knew that Kihonhei was already unhappy. If he really let Kihonhei come over, he, as the king, would probably be removed from the world government. He had no doubt that even if Kihonhei destroyed him, the world government would not say a word. Compared with this kind of fighting power that could easily destroy a country, what was a king of a small country like him? He quickly shouted into the phone, "Enough, enough. How could I waste Admiral Zelin's precious time? I will expedite the delivery of Gust's supplies. The relationship between our 2 countries is very good, so there is no need to charge interest." These words made the concubine beside Lares look sad, and she felt regretful that she could not see the legendary purple-scale admiral in person. Seeing that this guy had calmed down, Kihonhei didn't continue talking to him and just hung up the Den Den Mushi. Gust on the side expressed his gratitude again, but Kihonhei ignored him. He cared more about the feelings of ordinary civilians. Compared to most of the ungrateful people in Konoha, most of the civilians in the pirates are very simple and honest, and Chiga is also happy to do something for them. Seeing the grateful eyes of the civilians, Kihonhei felt that what he had done was very meaningful. Just thinking about these scattered island countries in the pirates' world, an idea popped up in Kihonhei's mind. After destroying Mariajoy, it would be better to connect these island nations together. Chapter 195. Blackbeard, Resurrected. After finishing his business, Kihonhei prepared to go back. Before leaving, he glanced at Blackbeard who was still lying on the ground. He originally wanted to dispose of Blackbeard's body, but now he thinks it is better to hand this guy's body over to the people of this country. After all, Blackbeard almost killed an entire country, so it might be better to let them vent their anger. After finally admiring his own 3-bedroom, 2-living-room technique, Kihonhei turned into a ball of purple lightning and disappeared. After Kihonhei left, King Gust bowed again and again towards the place where Kihonhei disappeared. He had made up his mind that he would build a statue of Kihonhei and place it in the center of the royal city for all citizens to admire. When he revealed this idea, both the ministers and the people agreed. Chiga had long been a god in their hearts, and building a statue for him would definitely meet everyone's wishes. Some even suggested that Chiga's statue should be made of pure gold, and the Rinnegan should be carved from purple gems. Upon hearing this proposal, Gust's face turned bitter, and he thought to himself, "How dare you say that? There is nothing left in this country except people. Where can we get gold?" However, looking at the awe on the faces of all the citizens, Gust gritted his teeth and decided to build this statue. After discussing the statue, Gust looked at Blackbeard's body again, this time with endless hatred in his eyes. They all heard it in Kianhe's gate space just now. The reason why this guy destroyed their country was just to show the power of devil fruit. Just for this, he devoured the entire country. If it weren't for Kianhe, they would have turned into a pile of rotten meat in the dark space by now. The more he thought about it, the more hateful he became. Gus drew out a guard's sword and slowly walked to Blackbeard's body. He raised his sword and was about to cut Blackbeard into pieces, but for some reason, when he saw Blackbeard's face, he felt an inexplicable fear in his heart. Gus swallowed his saliva and cursed himself for being so useless. This guy was obviously dead, so what was he afraid of? Gus held the sword in the air for a long time, but finally put it down helplessly. He gritted his teeth and said, "Someone, throw this scumbag to the shore and let the sea wash him over until he is washed into the sea and fed to the fish." Yes, on the shore, Blackbeard's body lay quietly on a beach that had been washed over and over again by the sea. Advertisement: thanks to his sturdy weight, he was not carried into the sea by the seawater, otherwise he would have been eaten by the fish by now. But he was already a body that could not move after all, and as time went by, he was getting closer and closer to the sea. Finally, a huge wave came and was about to sweep Blackbeard away. At this moment, something strange happened. Buzz. Blackbeard, who had been deprived of the dark fruit, suddenly felt a ball of darkness surge out from under him again. The darkness rose above him and turned into a round black hole. The tide that swept towards Blackbeard was immediately pulled into the black hole by the gravity. Everything around suddenly fell silent until a strange laugh sounded. Ha 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 ha. Blackbeard's corpse moved, and he slowly stood up from the ground with a strange smile on his face. He stretched out a hand that turned into darkness and said to himself, "You knew that Zelin was also hunting people with special abilities, but you were still running around with dark fruit. That's really stupid, don't you think, Teach?" If someone heard what he said at this time, they would definitely think that Blackbeard had a split personality due to being beaten by Chiga. But is this really the case? Blackbeard looked up at the sea in front of him, opened his arms and took a deep breath, with an intoxicated expression on his face, and exclaimed, "I really miss you. I didn't expect that I could still feel your presence. I really have to thank that guy named Zelin. If it weren't for him, I might have ended up being swallowed by that idiot Teach." Blackbeard stretched out his hand and clenched it tightly, and the darkness on his hand dissipated. Seeing this, Blackbeard's expression became solemn. "I don't have much dark power left. I have to use the remaining dark power to find a replacement." After thinking for a while, the name of a fruit came to Blackbeard's mind. Thinking of the power of the fruit, Blackbeard smiled again and thought, "Advertisement, that's it. This idiot Teach isn't completely useless. His memory contains a lot of information about devil fruit. It can be called a devil fruit illustrated book." After determining the target, Blackbeard was ready to set off immediately. He had to find the ship that brought him here first. Blackbeard did not cause trouble for the citizens on the island again, because he had no interest in such things now, and if he lured Zelin back, it would be a big trouble. Thinking of Zelin, Blackbeard felt extremely apprehensive and cursed inwardly. "Damn it, I never thought there would be such a monster. Even in my prime I might not be his match." As he thought about this, Blackbeard walked towards where his ship was docked. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the distant sky. "Teach, you be asterisk 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 D." This loud shout made Blackbeard tremble all over, thinking that Zelin, the killer, had made a surprise attack. Blackbeard turned his neck stiffly and looked in the direction where the shouting came from, but when he saw who it was, his expression immediately relaxed. A huge bird with blue flames burning all over its body was spreading its wings and flying towards him. The identity of the bird was already obvious. It was the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, the Phoenix Marco. Marco in the air has returned to his half-beast state. His sharp eyes are full of Blackbeard, standing on the shore. Thinking of the dead Thatch, the blue flame on Marco's body burned more vigorously, just like the anger in his heart. Before the people arrived, Marco could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He folded his wings as if gathering strength and roared. Blue Flame Goose. A giant bird formed of blue flames broke away from Marco's body and swooped down towards Blackbeard on the shore. Looking at the giant blue bird that was about to fly over, a strange smile appeared on Blackbeard's face again. He opened his big hands to welcome the giant bird and laughed. "Ha ha ha ha, Marco, you're a step late, Dark Cave Road." Buzz. A large amount of darkness poured out from Blackbeard's open hand, blocking him in front of him. The Chingyun goose plunged directly into the darkness, and without much struggle was pulled into it, leaving only a little blue spark. Chapter 196 Lousy as Rocks. Call. Marco spread his wings and descended from the sky, bringing up a gust of wind. The black coat that Blackbeard was wearing was rustling in the strong wind, and the smile on his face was blown more and more distorted, looking extremely creepy. He seemed not to notice the angry expression on Marco's face, and said in a relaxed tone, "You finally found me, but you're late." Marco snorted coldly and responded, "Are you late? I think the timing is just right." After saying that, Marco stared at the darkness above Blackbeard, in a trance that had not yet dissipated. It was the one that swallowed up the attack he launched. After looking at it for a while, he suddenly turned his head and stared at Blackbeard, and said with gritted teeth, "This is the power you gained by killing Thatch. It's as dark as your heart." "Ha ha ha, Marco, you've got the wrong person. I wasn't the one who killed Thatch." What are you still pretending at this time? Marco questioned angrily, but he was a little confused in his heart, because Teach's tone of voice was quite different from his impression, and it sounded like they were two different people. Especially Teach's laughter. Doesn't he like to laugh loudly? What's going on now? Is this habit also fake? Isn't he too scary? Blackbeard smiled and didn't respond, but stretched out a hand towards Marco and said, I think you won't believe me even if I tell you now, so why not let you calm down for a while, Anshui? Buzz. Marco's body shook violently, and then he was quickly pulled towards Blackbeard by the gravity of darkness. He shouted in panic. What? However, Marco still has rich combat experience. When he was about to fall into Blackbeard's hands, he transformed one of his feet into a golden bird claw and kicked towards Blackbeard's palm. Blackbeard's expression remained unchanged, and he continued to release dark water to pull Marco towards himself. Advertisement. The moment Marco's golden bird claws touched Blackbeard's palm, they returned to their original shape, and the strength on his feet suddenly decreased. With the help of the darkness, Blackbeard easily took Marco's kick and held Marco's ankle tightly. Admiring the horrified expression on Marco's face, Blackbeard said with a smile. It must be unpleasant to lose your abilities. This is the dark fruit that Teach has worked so hard to get. It can make anyone with special abilities lose their abilities. As he said this, Blackbeard added in his mind. Except that Zelin. I see. No wonder you have been lurking for this fruit for so long. You are really patient. Ha ha ha. Teach would probably agree with what you say, but unfortunately I'm not him. Just as he finished speaking, Blackbeard suddenly exerted force on the hand that was holding Marco's ankle, and a crisp sound of bone cracking was heard. Ah! Marco let out a scream of pain and subconsciously hit Blackbeard in the face with his right hand. You said you were rocks, but where was Teach, and why did you become like him? Marco endured the pain and used one foot to create some distance between himself and Blackbeard. Blackbeard looked at Marco with admiration and couldn't help but extend an olive branch to him. He. Because how could someone with this kind of conquerors have been able to hide in the Whitebeard pirates for so many years? The word, light, sounds weird coming from him who has the ability of dark fruit. He. But the dad you're talking about was once my subordinate. Marco's pineapple hair was blown backwards by this momentum. Looking at the doomsday-like scene around rocks, a dull look appeared on Marco's face. However, Marco's physical skills are very strong, so he can continue to fight. Marco lowered his head and struggled to resist rocks, terrifying conquerors. Suddenly, he noticed a few wisps of green flames rising from his feet. Nani, Teach, are you crazy? Blackbeard laughed strangely again, and then he opened his arms and roared to the sky. Advertisement. Humph, I have been in his body the whole time, but this idiot has never discovered it. As for him, this idiot has died at the hands of Marine Admiral Zelin. You can find someone on this island to ask and you will know. Blackbeard did not continue to fight with Marco. He tilted his head to avoid the punch and then let Marco go. Seeing those wisps of green flames, Marco was overjoyed. He could now feel that his connection with the devil fruit was gradually recovering. This was the first time this had happened since he ate the devil fruit. It's not that Marco is cowardly, but he feels that he must tell his father about the news he got today. Compared to rocks, Teach's matter seems not so important. Not only Newgate, but even Linlin and Kaido were once my subordinates. Because Lousy is a rocks. He knew that this aura belonged to Conqueror, and it was quite strong, even stronger than red hairs. Once he can use his ability, he can quickly recover from the injury on his foot, so he won't be so passive in the next battle. If it really doesn't work, he can retreat strategically. Marco said with disdain. Marco frowned and asked. Haha, have you heard about the Battle of God Valley? Therefore, the name Rocks is absolutely a very confidential matter, and it is almost impossible for the former Teach to know this name. And he also knew that Teach didn't have conquerors, and even if it did, it couldn't reach this point. So how did you end up in Teach's body? This is weird no matter how you look at it, right? People like you will never be as good as Dad. How dare you say such things? He tried to activate the Phoenix's recovery ability. Whitebeard once mentioned his former captain to Marco, but he only said his name was Rocks. Whitebeard always kept silent about other things. However, Marco soon discovered that he seemed to have lost contact with the Phoenix fruit. Thinking of this, Marco decided to buy some time. He looked at Rocks and asked. Marco, Newgate is old now and can only stay on the boat and play house games. You might as well follow me from now on. You will have a brighter future. As soon as he finished speaking, a domineering aura burst out from Rocks' body, mixed with pitch-black lightning, and the ground beneath his feet began to crack under this aura. However, Rocks was still careless. After he exploded conquerors, everyone on the island had fainted. Even if Marco wanted to ask, he couldn't find a sober person. Combined with what Rocks just said, Marco actually believed it a little. Chapter 197 Rocks, Amazing Journey. God's Valley. Marco frowned. This term was a little unfamiliar to him. Rocks didn't expect Marco to know this name, so he continued to talk. That year, I led my men to fight a decisive battle with the Marine there, and the result was, hee. There was a look of unwillingness on Rocks' face. Needless to say, Rocks' pirate lost that battle, but he refused to accept it. In that battle, Sengoku, Kong, and Garp, who were at their peak, all participated in it. It can be said that they were the main force in the Marine at that time. But how bad are they, Rock's pirate? Even if Kaido was still immature at the time, what about Big Mom, Whitebeard and Golden Lion? In addition to these top fighters, their Rock's pirate also has several people who are no weaker than the current vice captain, not to mention his captain, Rock's. With the Marines at that time, how could they challenge the Rock's pirates? Thinking of this, Rock's eyes turned red, and he gritted his teeth and said, if it weren't for the help of that D Roger and that unknown force, how could we Rock's pirates lose? This sea should have belonged to us Rock's pirates. Marco listened to Rock's sighing there, but privately he was working hard to recover his strength, and the effect was very good. A strong green flame rose from his crushed ankle, and the broken bones had almost recovered. Rock's didn't seem to notice Marco's abnormality, and continued to chatter crazily. That idiot Roger, what benefit did helping Marine bring him? Didn't he still die at the hands of Marine in the end? How ironic. Ha 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 ha. Rock's really hated Roger to his core, and he had nothing to say about being defeated by Marine, as the two sides were enemies. But you, Roger, are obviously a pirates, but you are playing tricks, saying that for the sake of the world you can't let the Rocks continue to do what they do. When Rocks heard this, he laughed out loud. Why? Advertisement. Mariajoy's bunch of rubbish can rule the world, but Rocks can't. Are kings, princes, generals, and ministers of different species. What was he saying was for the world? Did those celestial dragons bring any benefit to the world? Even he had never heard of what they did. Roger, not only did you not cause trouble for those celestial dragons, but you even helped the celestial dragon's lackey Marine to deal with him. This is simply the biggest joke in the world. If Roger hadn't been dead and his body hadn't been recovered by the Marine, the first thing Rocks would have done after his resurrection would have been to grind Roger, the hypocritical guy, to ashes. What happened surprised Rocks. Teach actually found the dark fruit. It turns out that the gravity of darkness can really attract everything, including the soul. Rocks ignored Marco. After venting his anger, he looked up at Marco in the air and asked with a grin. Rocks, words show that he is the previous user of dark fruit, and he has made an indispensable contribution to the fact that dark fruit is known as the most vicious of devil fruits. In order to find the dark fruit, Teach also joined the Whitebeard pirates. What he didn't know was that Rocks in his body almost dissipated because of this anger. This guy's body is naturally different from that of an ordinary person. He has two hearts and a talent that even Rocks envies, which is that he can withstand the power of multiple devil fruits. In this regard, Rocks couldn't help but laugh at himself, thinking that he had really misjudged Teach. This guy really was born to be a pirate. Until he found a special guy on a small island, that was Teach when he was a child. Even though his soul was much stronger than that of an ordinary person, it gradually collapsed over time. Marco's ability was also completely restored at this time. He immediately activated his ability to transform his arms into wings and flew high into the sky. But Rocks is not the user of the Yomiuri fruit, and his soul becomes increasingly weak after leaving his body without the protection of special powers. When he was about to die, he used the gravity of darkness to suck in his soul that was about to leave his body and forcibly prevented the soul from rushing to the underworld. It's so unpredictable. Have you made up your mind? Do you want to be my first subordinate after my resurrection? Rocks did not elaborate on how he did it, but it was when he was facing death that he realized the deeper capabilities of the dark fruit. Advertisement. Rocks only felt that life was bleak and that revenge was hopeless. This gave Rocks a godsend opportunity. He turned the tables and took over Teach's body to complete his resurrection. Rocks originally had no hope of resurrection and just wanted to take revenge on the world through Teach. But he sadly discovered that since his soul had been exhausted in the long journey, his soul was suppressed by Teach's original soul as soon as it entered the body, and almost became a tonic for Teach's soul. This idiot didn't even think about it. Even if he really found the dark fruit, given your status in the Whitebeard pirates, why would they give it to you? So Rocks had been hinting in Teach's mind, telling him about Teach's physical talent that allowed him to withstand multiple devil fruits and the importance of dark fruit. But the turning point came again. The way Keon killed Teach was to extract his soul and gain the ability of dark fruit from it. He managed to save his soul by the narrow margin, hiding inside Teach's body. Ha 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 ha. That's all thanks to this dark fruit. Moreover, Teach was ruthless enough. He killed people and stole treasures directly, and then defected from the Whitebeard pirates. How did you survive that fight? And why are you inhabiting Teach's body? Rocks, rage has reached its peak. Endless darkness surges from his body, turning the entire space into a dark area. This hint from the soul was silent, and even Teach himself didn't know how he knew the information. He didn't even think about it. He just focused on finding the dark fruit. Marco did not answer Rocks. He had something else in mind that he wanted to confirm. He stared at Rocks below and asked. So Rocks attached his soul to Teach without hesitation. Only at that moment did he realize how powerful the power of darkness was. Rocks thought that Teach was such a loser. Who else could he join? Why did he have to join his former subordinate Newgate? The guy who only knew how to play house. Until Teach wandered around with the dark fruit and finally met Keon. Thinking of this tortuous experience, Rocks couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Would he have a chance to find the dark fruit in the hands of such a person? And Teach's reason is that joining the Whitebeard pirates will give him a better chance of finding the dark fruit. Chapter 198 Marco vs. Rocks. Rocks finished speaking and invited Marco again. Okay, I'll ask you one last time, do you want to be my subordinate? Rox has already visited Marco 3 times. If Marco doesn't agree, it would seem a bit ungrateful. But Marco was destined not to agree. In his heart, Whitebeard was no different from his biological father. How could he betray his relatives? What's more, Rox is now in the form of a teacher, which makes Marco feel uncomfortable no matter how he looks at him. Marco responded with action. He transformed his entire body into a beast, flapped his wings, and fired blue fireballs at the rocks below. Having suffered a loss once, he knew to avoid contact with Rox's body as much as possible, so he used long-range attacks and deliberately expanded the range. Although the phoenix fruit also has the ability to emit flames, its flame is a healing flame and does not have a burning effect. The fireball thrown by Marco only attacks the enemy with its strong impact force. Seeing that Marco rejected him, Rox was not angry. He grinned and said, "It seems that you still like to play house with Newgate. What a pity." As he spoke, Rox waved his hand casually, and the darkness behind him suddenly condensed into black spears, instantly defeating the blue fireball that attacked him. Then, the dark spear suddenly extended and pierced towards Marco. Marco in the air fixed his eyes, spread his wings, and a prototype shield formed by blue flames appeared in front of him. A mortal thistle. Puff puff puff. The dark spear pierced deeply into the flames, causing waves of flames before finally dissipating into the air. A layer of cold sweat appeared on Marco's head. His undead thistle was almost breached. Rox looked at his hands with some dissatisfaction and thought to himself. The power of darkness is getting weaker and weaker. I can't waste it any longer. I have to end this battle quickly. He stretched out his hand again, aimed at Marco, and activated the dark water. Advertisement. Seeing this familiar move, Marco's expression suddenly changed. He had suffered from this move just now. Because of this, after recovering from his injuries, he immediately flew high into the sky, thinking that this would allow him to stay as far away from the attack range of dark water as possible. But the facts told Marco that he underestimated the gravity of darkness. After flapping twice in the air, Marco was controlled by dark water without any resistance and flew towards Rox. Seeing that resistance was ineffective, Marco decisively removed the ability of the Phoenix Fruit and directly wrapped his arm with armament hockey. As the captain of the first division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Marco's attainments in armament hockey are naturally not low, and he can already perform it externally. He punched Rox hard, and an invisible force burst out. Seeing Marco's response, Rox showed an admiring look on his face and said, "Yes, you are worthy of being my pick. Your fighting instincts are really sharp. It's a pity that I can't use them." Although he said this, Rox's actions were not ambiguous at all. He had mastered hockey a long time ago. Rox walked towards Marco step by step with exaggerated steps, and the smile on his face looked extremely evil. Rox didn't wait for Marco's reply and continued. "Even if he is the Phoenix, Conqueror's hockey is different from armament hockey. It is not an innate power that everyone has. It is a kind of spirit." Marco was stunned. He didn't expect that he could survive. "Don't be nervous. I won't kill you, but I want you to help me convey a few words to Newgate. Even the Rox, who are now restricted in every way, are not someone he can deal with." He swore that if he could return alive this time, he would practice hockey hard. If looks could kill, Rox would have been killed 10,000 times. In layman's terms, its source comes from a person's soul. In fact, Marco's hockey attainments were already quite high. The reason why he suffered such a big loss was, firstly, because he did not have Conqueror's hockey, and secondly, because Rox was too strong. Bang. Advertisement. To truly unleash the power of the fruit, we have to look at Chiga's pair of Rinnegan. After saying that, Rox turned around and left, leaving Marco standing there with a dazed look on his face. If he had watched Summit War in the anime, he would know that no matter how powerful the fruit ability is, it would be so powerless in front of the top hockey masters. The Conqueror's sword wrapped in black lightning attached to Rox's arm, and he punched Marco as well. Go tell Newgate that his former captain Rox is back, and tell him to prepare to welcome him. Hey. He walked up to Marco, stretched out his hand and patted Marco's shoulder twice. Rox still has access to Conqueror's hockey, and things like Conqueror's entanglement come naturally to him. With a dull thud, Marco's body fell toward the ground like a kite with a broken string. This time he successfully used his ability, and a violent green flame rose from his body. But after the flames had been burning for a long time, Marco sadly discovered that his injuries were recovering, but the effect was little more than nothing. Marco doesn't have a Rinnegan, so now he can only swallow this bitter pill. At this time, Marco was covered in blood and looked extremely miserable. God is silent. Even though he's still using Teach's body, he can still exert the power to the limit of this body, not to mention he has Conqueror's hockey. He struggled to get up from the ground, trying to use his abilities to recover from his injuries. Marco watched Rox approaching him step by step. He wanted to fight back, but he found that even moving a finger would cause pain all over his body. He could only stand there like a lamb to be slaughtered, waiting for Rox to come and harvest him. Marco's attack seemed so weak under this punch, and he was crushed after a short while. However, Rox did not end Marco's life as he had expected. You have to know that Rox's current strength is already at the 4 Emperors level. If it were him back then, Marco would probably have been killed with just one punch. In the anime, he was knocked to the ground by Garp's punch and was wrapped in bandages. Under normal circumstances, this kind of action would be nothing, but now Marco was seriously injured and these 2 blows almost took his life. A look of pain emerged on Marco's face, but he still gritted his teeth and said nothing, staring at rocks with his dead fish eyes. He ignored Marco's eyes that seemed to want to eat him alive and said with a smile. Chapter 199 Shanks doubts life. After Marco waited for rocks to completely disappear, he immediately took out a Den Den Mushi with a crescent-shaped white beard from his pants and fired. Almost the next second, Den Den Mushi responded, and its expression looked extremely excited. Is that Marco? How are you doing? The person on the Den Den Mushi side was Whitebeard himself. Marco had been away from the pirates for a few days. Because of Thatch's matter, Marco was in an extremely heavy mood, so he didn't contact Whitebeard during this period. Although Whitebeard seemed very ambitious when he asked Marco to hunt down Teach, he regretted it as soon as Marco left. In addition, there was no news at all during the time Marco was away, and his heart gradually sank to the bottom. Whitebeard has many sons, and he cherishes all of them very much, but everyone has preferences. Whitebeard's preference is Marco, and he really doesn't want to lose his favorite son. So he always carried Marco's Den Den Mushi with him, for fear of missing any information. Seeing his father with such an expression, Marco, who had just escaped from Rox's hands, was already in tears. He tried his best to sound calmer and said, "Dad, I'm fine. I was so busy looking for that B********* D Teach that I didn't contact you. I'm sorry to have made you worry." Hulalalal. I'm glad you're okay. Listening to the familiar laughter coming from Den Den Mushi, Marco felt extremely relieved. His father was the person he cared about most in his heart, and he would never betray his father even if he died. Wiping away tears, Marco continued. "Dad, I found Teach, but he's dead." "Dead? Did you do this?" "No, he was killed by Zilin. He was really quick to act." What the red-haired kid said really came true. Redhead. What did he say? After you left, he boasted about the devil fruit that Teach got in the newspaper in order to lure Zilin into taking action. I see. Dad, you have to be careful of this red-haired guy. He is really hard to figure out. Hulalalala. You don't have to worry about that. The red-haired boy is still too young. Advertisement. From Whitebeard's words, it can be heard that he did not take Marco's words to heart. In his eyes, red hair is still the little kid on Roger's ship. Marco did not continue on this topic, as he had another important news to share. Dad, Rox is not dead yet, he is resurrected. What? Rox, name hit Whitebeard on the head like a heavy hammer, and he felt his head buzzing. As a former member of Rox Pirate, he knows very well what the name Rox means. Whitebeard frowned and asked quickly, how did you get this news? And in a sense, Teach and Rox can be considered the same person. He can't be the only one who's worried. Rox, current situation is really unbelievable. Whitebeard is getting more and more confused the more he listens. But one thing is certain, that is, Rox is really resurrected. Shanks used to be a member of Roger's ship. Although he did not personally experience the battle in the Valley of the Gods, he got a lot of information about Rox from Roger. When Big Mom and Kaido found out, their reactions were just as Whitebeard expected. This also explains why Shanks always felt that Teach was not an ordinary person. Old Captain, sorry, there is no ship that can carry you in the new era. However, Rox's resurrection must be treated with caution, and Whitebeard decided to inform the other 3-4 emperors of this matter. Captain Roger, are we really doing the right thing? One of his empty sleeves was blown backwards by the sea breeze, and his back looked extremely lonely. After hearing the news from Whitebeard, Shanks returned to his ship and came to the bow alone, staring at the sea in a daze. Now Whitebeard is living a good life with his sons, so why would he have the time to care about Rox? After they came to their senses, their thoughts were surprisingly consistent, which was to just pretend that Rox didn't exist and continue living their lives. Advertisement. Therefore, they did not have much hatred towards Roger, who stood on the Marine's side, and Whitebeard himself often drank and chatted with Roger. Because Rox Pirate was a group of loose sand at that time. Although each member was strong, they all had ulterior motives. When they fought, each one was more exaggerated than the other. Even the acting monkeys who watched them called them experts. People like Rox seemed to exist just to bring the world to destruction. Shanks looked up at the sky expressionlessly and whispered to himself. He didn't like Rox back then. Even if there was no battle in God Valley, he would have left Rox Pirate sooner or later. In his opinion, as both are members of the D clan, if Luffy's D stands for dream, then Rox, D stands for destroy. Only Rox, the biggest victim of the battle in God Valley, absolutely hated Roger to the core. The mace in Kaido's hand softened, and the cake in the ant's mouth suddenly lost its flavor. Compared to the other 3-4 emperors, Shanks reacted very strongly after hearing the news. Do you want to add another achievement to Zelin's list of achievements? Coupled with the iconic dark fruit, Whitebeard couldn't deny Rox resurrection even if he wanted to. And if he returns to Rox Pirate, will Marine just sit back and watch? Shanks has placed all his hopes on Luffy. Chiga alone is already a problem for him, and now Rox has appeared. Whitebeard is now extremely grateful that Marco is still alive. If his beloved son died at the hands of Rox, he would go crazy. Marco told Whitebeard everything about Rox current situation, including what Rox asked him to bring to Whitebeard. As for Rox asking Whitebeard to welcome his former captain, Whitebeard simply put this matter behind him. Recalling the Great Pirates era, started by Roger in recent years, it seems that nothing has changed except that it has brought countless tragedies to civilians. In addition to rocks, another person who gave Shanks the same feeling was Blackbeard Teach, except that he was dead. The Battle of God Valley had been suppressed by the world government a long time ago. Only rocks could describe the situation in such detail and have such hatred towards Roger. There is a bug here. During the Summit War, Whitebeard did not react when he saw Teach using the Dark Fruit's ability. Just treat it as a setting in this book. This made him, who believed in fate, have doubts for the first time. This guy is a lawless guy, the extreme of the D clan. Chapter 200 Dragon. As the news of Rock's resurrection spread, undercurrents surged in the ocean. Although not many people know Rock's now, there are still many people from the old days who have vivid memories of him. In a tavern in a gray area, a drunk old pirate was standing on the table holding a bottle of wine, yelling about Rock's. He boasted about Rock's, and from his words it was clear that he did know Rock's, but he talked for a long time without being able to explain Rock's personality or what he looked like. In short, Rock's is a very powerful person, even more powerful than the current 4 emperors. At this time, someone asked, how does he compare to Marine Admiral Zelin? Cough cough cough. Now the name, Zelin, has become a taboo for pirates, to the point where they turn pale at the mention of the word, Lin. The old pirates was so frightened that he choked on the wine, and his face turned purple, which made the surrounding pirates laugh. They had long been fed up with this old guy's pretense, so they were naturally happy to see him make a fool of himself. The old pirates, who had recovered from his shock, became angry and humiliated when he heard the people's laughter. He shouted. What are you laughing at? Aren't you afraid of Zelin? Quote. The tavern suddenly fell silent, because no pirate could say that he was not afraid of Zelin. Even the old pirate himself slumped on the table. They were originally the losers among the pirates. Due to the appearance of Chiga, some pirates who survived by looting villages have been walking on thin ice all day long. Their work performance is very poor, which can be seen just from the patches on their clothes. In the corner, a mysterious man in a cloak whose face could not be seen drank the wine in the glass. He slowly stood up, threw some Baileys on the table and prepared to leave. But his dress and movement stood out among the silent pirates, and all the pirates' eyes were focused on him. The mysterious man ignored the pirates' gazes. He walked to the door of the tavern and suddenly stopped, seeming to be talking to himself. If you are so afraid of Zelin, then don't be a pirate. What? Advertisement. The mysterious man's words were like a huge rock thrown into the water, causing splashes of water everywhere. The pirates all stood up, and some even pulled out guns from their pockets and pointed them at the mysterious man who had his back to them. You are such a braggart. Aren't you a pirate? Aren't you afraid of Zelin? Hearing this, the mysterious man slowly turned around and faced the pirates in the tavern. At this moment, a loud thunder streaked across the sky, and the dim room suddenly became bright for a short time. The face of the mysterious man under the hood also appeared in the eyes of the pirates. His face looks a little scary because he has no eyebrows and a string of red tattoos on the left half of his face. Combined with his ferocious expression, he is simply a standard villain template. If Chiga were here, she would recognize this person at a glance. He is Luffy's biological father, Monkey D. Dragon. The pirates in the tavern were so frightened when they saw Long's face clearly that they stood there in a daze. They were not scared by the dragon's face. As pirates, they had seen all kinds of strange people and had long been immune to appearance. The reason why they were so scared was the aura faintly emanating from the dragon, which was the aura of a strong man. Long pulled down the hood on his head, completely revealing his face. Looking at the mob in front of him, he raised a mocking smile and asked. Why should I be afraid of Zelin? I'm not a pirate. The pirates in the tavern all swallowed their saliva. If the people drinking in a place like this weren't pirates, then who would they be? Could they be bounty hunters? Suddenly, the old pirates who had been ignored by the pirates for a long time stretched out a trembling finger, pointed at Long and said in disbelief. You are the leader of the revolutionary army, Long. I have to say that although this guy likes to brag, he does have some knowledge and knows more than these pirates who have just entered the industry. When the pirates learned of Long's identity from the old pirates, they were so frightened that their legs went weak, because this person was defined as the world's most vicious criminal by the world government. Long looked at the old pirate with some surprise, then shook his head, because he felt that the pirates in the tavern were hopeless. He didn't want to waste any more time with these people, so he turned around and left the pub. But when he came to the door, he suddenly stretched out an arm and waved, as if he was saying goodbye. After completing this action, the dragon's figure completely disappeared. The pirates in the tavern immediately collapsed on the ground, thankful that they had saved their lives. Advertisement. But is this really the case? A strong storm suddenly appeared from the street and swept towards the tavern. Boom. The tavern was destroyed in an instant, and the storm carried the remains of the tavern and the pirates' broken limbs into the sky. On a rooftop, wisps of wind gathered together to form a human shape, and then solidified into the shape of a dragon. Long glanced at the ruins of the tavern that had been destroyed by the storm, his expression showing no sign of sadness or joy. He took out a few pieces of cut newspaper from his arms, and the patterns on all the pieces were of Chiga. After looking at it for a while, Long carefully put away the fragments and turned to look in one direction. His eyes seemed to pass through the space and reach the naval headquarters. He murmured, Uchiha Chiga, what kind of man are you? Naval headquarters, Marineford. It was raining here, and the sky was gray. Chiga, wearing a black suit, stood solemnly. In front of him was Zephr, who was silently looking at two tombstones, one large and one small. Today is the anniversary of Zephr's family's death. Zephyr's beloved wife and his 3-year-old son are buried here. The drizzle fell on Zephr and Kion, soaking their clothes. Kion did not use any ability to block the rain because he knew it was better to let Zephr be alone for now. Perhaps for Zephr, the raindrops hitting his body are his deceased family members expressing their longing for him, which can also bring a little comfort to his soul. It was no longer possible to tell whether the water on Zephyr's face was rain or tears. He placed some of the items he had prepared in front of the tombstones, gently wiped the two tombstones, nodded to Kion, and then left in silence. Infected by Zephyr's emotions, Chiga also felt uncomfortable. He thought of his best friend Minato in the Hokage world. He stretched out his hand and placed it on his Rinnegan. At this moment, these eyes that were said to be able to control life and death also shed 2 lines of tears. Kion bowed slightly towards the 2 tombstones and turned to leave. He wanted to find a fruit to make up for the regret in his heart. Chapter 201 Brook. The first half of the Grand Line, the Devil's Triangle. This sea area is shrouded in darkness all year round, with mysterious black shadows flashing by from time to time, and hundreds of ships disappear here every year. From a boat that had been drifting here for who knows how long, a burst of singing came. Yo hoo hoo, yo hoo hoo. The singing sounded okay, but in this place where there was no one around it seemed very strange and creepy. Crack. A ball of purple electric light suddenly appeared in the dim sky, and then Qianhe's figure solidified. Listening to the song coming from her ears, Qianhe smiled and said. It's Binks's wine, found you, Brook. That's right, the purpose of Shinhei's trip is to find Brook and obtain the yellow spring fruit from him. In Shinhei's opinion, the Yomiuri fruit is a top-grade fruit. Among the abilities related to the soul, it is definitely the top one, even above Big Mom's soul fruit. In the anime, it can be clearly seen that the Yomi Nomi fruit has a natural suppressing power on Big Mom's soul fruit, and it is obvious which one is stronger. Apart from these, Kion also saw infinite possibilities in the Yomiuri fruit. That is, people with special abilities can get in touch with the underworld and even borrow the power of the underworld. There really is a netherworld in the pirate's world, as shown in Brook's memories. When he died, his soul did stay in the netherworld for a short time. As long as you reach the underworld, you can get in touch with the deceased souls and even bring the souls out of the underworld. Although Brook in the anime did not show this ability, Kion felt that this theory must be feasible. He has the Rinnegan, the power of the human way and the power of the Yomiuri fruit. He doesn't believe that he can't bring back a few souls. I don't know if there are Shinigami in the underworld of pirates. If there are, he'd better be honest. Otherwise, I'll let him see who is more powerful, the King of Hell or the Shinigami. Having made up his mind, Kion immediately deployed Skynet to search for Brook's trace in the entire Devil's Triangle area. Soon, Brook's position was established in Skynet. Kion looked in one direction, then turned into lightning and disappeared on the spot again. Advertisement. On the dilapidated deck, Brook was sitting in front of a piano, playing gracefully. Suddenly, there was a loud thunder and Brook's performance came to an abrupt end. He raised his head and looked at the sky with his empty eyes, and sighed. Is it going to rain? Looks like today's performance is over. After saying that, Brook stood up and prepared to go to the cabin to take shelter from the rain, but when he turned around, he was stunned. Because he saw a living person. Brook has been in this hellhole for nearly 50 years. Apart from the occasional fish jumping out of the sea, he has never seen any other living creatures, let alone living people. What's even sadder is that he himself can't even be considered a living person. Even when he looks in the mirror, he looks like a skeleton. He has almost forgotten what he looked like when he was alive. So when Brook saw the long-lost living person appear, he couldn't believe it for a moment. He rubbed his eyes subconsciously, but there was already nothing there, so there was no eye. He couldn't help but look into the eyes of the person who came, but those eyes were a little different from what he remembered. They were circling around him like an unfathomable vortex. Brook couldn't help but think, do people's eyes look like this now? However, he must have been overthinking. If he could go out into the world, he would know that there is only one person in this ocean who possesses such eyes. The person who came was Kion. He originally wanted to listen to the famous song, Binks, Wine, from the Pirates anime, but he didn't expect that the thunder caused by his appearance would startle Brook. He looked at Brook, smiled, and said, this is a great song, is it Binks's bar? Brook was stunned, wondering how this person knew the name of his song. Could it be that this song has become popular in the outside world? While Brook was stunned, Kion had already walked in front of him. Looking over Brook's bony body, Chiga's eyes focused on his thick afro. He complained in his heart, it's obvious that there are only bones left, but the hair is still so lush, if this happened on Blue Planet, how many bald people would cry? Thinking of this, Shinhei's expression gradually became strange. Brook didn't know that Chiga in front of him was shamelessly complaining about his hair. After a brief moment of daze, his heart was filled with the joy of seeing a living person. There was a happy expression on his bony face, which made Kion complain in his heart again. Advertisement. Hello sir, nice to meet you, my name is Brook. Brook was very enthusiastic, and Kion immediately ended his complaints and responded. Hello, my name is Uchiha Chiga. Uchiha, that's a last name I've never heard of before. Yo ho ho ho. Brook has a low sense of humor. In addition, he hasn't interacted with people for many years, so a little bit of novelty can make him laugh. Kion also understood his experience, so she was not dissatisfied with his behavior. Instead, she waited patiently for him to calm down. After laughing for a while, Brook realized that his behavior was very impolite and quickly explained. I'm so sorry. I haven't seen a living person in a long time, so. He interrupted him with a wave of his hand and said. It's okay. I understand. Mr. Kion is such a gentle person, but you don't seem to be afraid of my body. Brook was very confused about this. Wouldn't a normal person be scared when seeing a living, talking skeleton? Why does this Mr. Chiga seem to take his body for granted? Kion didn't give any explanation for this. He couldn't tell Brook that he had watched anime and that this is what you should look like, right? He made a few random excuses and skipped the topic, and directly stated the purpose of his trip. Brook, I came here specifically to ask you for something. You want something? A puzzled expression appeared on Brook's skull face. He touched his body everywhere, wondering if he had anything worth Mr. Chiga coming to such a hellish place. But he felt around, and couldn't find anything except hard bones and his crutch. This made Brook feel a little embarrassed, because Kion was an extremely precious guest to him now, and it would definitely be a terrible thing if he disappointed him. He said hesitantly, I'm sorry Mr. Chiga, I don't think I have anything to give you. He shook his head and said seriously. What I want is your yellow spring fruit. Chapter 202. Part-time boss Moria. Mr. Chiga wants my devil fruit. Do you want to kill me? Brook's expression looked a little serious, this kind of thing was no joke. The devil fruit will only reappear when the user of the ability dies. More importantly, Brook's current life is sustained by the devil fruit. It is still a question whether he can continue to exist without the devil fruit. Brook is not afraid of death. He has had enough of living after losing all his companions and becoming half human and half ghost now. What has kept him alive until now is that he has an agreement with the whale Laboon, and he doesn't want to die before the agreement is fulfilled. Kion certainly wouldn't want to take Brook's life. Brook was a very interesting person with good character, but he was a little lustful. But being lustful is not a big problem, as Chiga herself has some lust, as long as it's not to the point of being disgusting like Momosuke. Speaking of Momosuke, Chiga couldn't help but wonder if she would see this kid's soul if she really entered the underworld. If she really saw it, this kid would be in trouble. Thinking of this, an evil smile appeared on Shinhei's face. Brook was frightened when he saw Shinhei's evil smile, and he subconsciously took 2 steps back. Kion also realized that his smile was a little inappropriate. Brook now thought he was going to kill him. He immediately explained, Don't be nervous, I have special means to save your life after taking away your demon. Huh, is there such a method? Mr. Chiga really scared my heart out just now, even though I don't have a heart, yo roo roo roo. Brook has a carefree personality and easily believed what Chiga said. And if his life is not in danger, then it doesn't matter to him whether there is fruit or not. Brook's current level of development of the Yomiuri fruit is very low. He still thinks that the ability of this fruit is only to resurrect him once after death. In the anime, Brook spent 2 years training before gradually learning how to use the yellow springs, cold energy and soul to fight, but in Shinhei's opinion, this level is still a bit of a waste of this top-grade fruit. If the Yomi no Mi is in the hands of him who possesses the Rinnegan, it will definitely be able to exert a stronger power. He felt very close and amused listening to Brook's classic jokes. Advertisement. Apart from the female characters in the Straw Hat Pirates, his favorite character is Brook, so he thought that since he had asked for Brook's fruit, he might as well do something for him. But what should he do to be worth his yellow spring fruit? Kion lowered his head and searched his mind for memories of Brook. His eyes lingered at Brook's feet for a while, and Kion actually thought of an important plot. Sizzle. Qianhe's body suddenly flashed with dazzling purple light, and under the light, he noticed that there was no shadow under Brook's feet. Seeing this situation, Kion nodded secretly. Just as he remembered, Brook now had no shadow. His shadow had been taken away by Moria, the user of the shadow fruit, and stuffed into the zombie Ryuma. This can be regarded as Shinhei's reward for the yellow spring fruit. Mr. Chiga, this fruit is of no use to me. You can take it if you want. Just keep talking to me. Moria sighed silently and looked at the 3 weirdos under his command. In the Devil's Triangle, at Thriller Bark. Thinking of this, Qianhe smiled at Brook and said. Forehead. Hehehehe. Lady Moria, I think this mission is for your own good. You should get out and move around. However, there were still 2 targets missing for this month, which made Moria a little annoyed. He couldn't help but complain to Absalom and others beside him. After saying that, Kion didn't even wait for Brook's response before she turned into a ball of lightning and disappeared in front of him. Am I the only one left again? Seeing that finally one of his subordinates was considerate of him, Mariah felt a warm current in his heart. He looked at Absalom with hope and said. This Zelin is so abominable. I have to go out again in the next few days to complete his evil mission. Suddenly, a voice that frightened him sounded. Moria was lying on the soft sofa, acting like a stay-at-home, concentrating on studying zombies in his own territory. Advertisement. Lord Moria, with your strength, it's easy to deal with a few miscellaneous pirates. Don't worry too much about it. Brook stared blankly at the place where Kion disappeared, and after a while he shouted. But now Blackbeard has died at the hands of Chiga, and Shiryu of Rain was also washed away by Chiga's venom without leaving any trace, so Absalom can be said to have escaped the disaster invisibly. He hung his head somewhat dejectedly and muttered to himself. Moria shook his head helplessly, struggled to get up from the sofa, and prepared to go out and find a few unlucky pirates to vent his anger on. Absalom's expression froze, and he waved his hand quickly. A gothic lowly who likes to mock him, a pervert doctor who likes to fall in love with corpses, and the remaining one who finally has some respect for his boss, but it doesn't play any substantial role. I can't take your devil fruit for nothing. I will give you a satisfactory reward. Absalom's ability is indeed limited, and Moria does not really expect him to help him complete the task. Moria didn't say much after being politely rejected. Although he looked a little creepy, he still cherished his subordinates. Only Absalom was considerate enough to comfort Moria. Apart from the monthly target given to him by Kion, he would never step out of the house. But Qian he had already gone, and all Brook got in response was shadows all around. Hogback said nothing, acting as if it had nothing to do with him. It's really rare for a boss to be as bad as him. He'd better put his hopes on those zombies. Lord Moria, you are joking. My ability is limited. If I am captured by the enemy, I will have to trouble you to save me. It seems that he will have to take action himself in the end. But I'm really too busy, why don't you help me complete this damn task? Seeing Moria's indignant expression, the ghost princess Perona had no intention of helping her captain. Instead, she covered her mouth and laughed mockingly. This was just an excuse he used to shirk responsibility. What he didn't know was that in the original plot, Moria actually went to Blackbeard's territory in person to save him, but he had been killed by Blackbeard and the ability of the transparent fruit had been taken away. Moria, you are quite laid back. Chapter 203 Moria, be a coward to the end. Hearing this nightmare-like sound, Moria's body suddenly began to shake as if she had Parkinson's disease. The three weirdos were also worried when they saw their captain's reaction. They turned their necks stiffly and looked towards the entrance of the hall. There stood a man in a black robe, looking at them with a pair of strange purple eyes, with a playful look in his eyes. Seeing the person's face clearly, Perona covered her mouth with her hands in surprise and screamed. It's the Admiral Zelin that Moria-sama fears the most. Perona, what are you talking about? You are the most revered Admiral Zelin. Moria's face turned red and he yelled at Perona at the top of his voice. After being yelled at by Moria, Perona pouted and sulked. You were still talking about me just now, but now you're scared like this when I show up. How embarrassing. Quote. Absalom and Hogback shut their mouths tactfully. They were not trying to give face to their captain, but they knew their own importance. In front of that man, they were no different from ants. Moria really had no way to deal with Perona, this rebellious little girl, so he could only forcefully stop his still shaking body and looked at Kion with a flattering smile on his face. He. Welcome to Admiral Zelin. I wonder what you want to see me about this time. Kion didn't say anything, but just slowly walked towards Moria and others. Although ignored by Chiga, Moria did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. He maintained a stiff smile on his face and watched Chiga walk towards him step by step. Chiga's footsteps were particularly clear in the spacious hall. Moria and others didn't dare to breathe. Even the usually rebellious Perona shut her mouth obediently and just looked at Chiga who was walking towards them with her big eyes curiously. Moria felt like a long time had passed before Chiga finally walked in front of him. However, Chiga did not stay beside him. Instead, she walked past him and sat on the sofa by herself, as if he was the master here. Gulp. Moria swallowed his saliva. He felt that Kion must have come to him with bad intentions. Maybe she was dissatisfied with his performance this month and came to find him to blame. Advertisement. Thinking of Shinhei's terrifyingness, Moria's face showed fear. He turned around and bowed 90 degrees to Kion. Moria's body shape is so big that the belt can hardly hold him, so this kind of action is really difficult for him. He looked at him strangely. He just wanted to scare him first so that he would be more obedient later. Why did he bow to him? Could it be that he, like Jinbei, had encountered something and wanted to ask for help from me? Moria maintained his bowing posture and did not dare to look up at Chiga. During this time since returning from naval headquarters, Moria really couldn't forget Chiga. It was certainly not because he fell in love with Chiga, but because he was really too afraid of Chiga. Especially when he saw Kaido being defeated by Chiga in the newspaper, he immediately doubted his life. Back then, he was a muscular and passionate young man who once rushed up to Wano Kuni and fought with Kaido. The result was naturally that he returned in defeat, and his companions were almost completely wiped out by Kaido. Moreover, Kaido's famous teacher, Buff, did not work on him, and directly turned him from a passionate young man into a fat otaku. Since then, Moria has been disheartened, thinking that he will never be able to defeat the monster Kaido by his own strength, so he began to concentrate on studying zombies, hoping to seek revenge on Kaido through the power of external objects. But after so many years of research, although there have been some results, he knows that with these mismatched products, they may not even pass the test of Kaido's subordinates. However, even with Kaido, Chiga was able to defeat him head-on alone, and he also disabled the red-haired man who was also one of the four emperors. This kind of strength was beyond Moria's comprehension. He couldn't help but recall the time when he was hit by Chika's Shinra Tensei at the naval headquarters. This incident has almost become a capital for him to brag about. After all, it is such an honor to be able to take a blow from Qianhe and still walk out of the naval headquarters alive and well. However, no matter how much he showed off, when he faced Kion again, he was as cowardly as a frostbitten eggplant. For example, now, he bent over with his butt sticking out, pouring out all the wrong things he thought he had done. Admiral Zelin, I confess that I have verbally disrespected you in private. Among the shadows I collected, there are also marines. I still have 2 to complete for this month's target. Moria became more and more excited as he spoke, even bringing up the time when he deliberately urinated on people's shoes as a child. Advertisement. Kion was stunned when she heard it. Absalom and Hobak's jaws almost dropped to the ground, and Perona's face turned red. She covered her eyes with her hands and didn't want to look at Moria again. This was simply too embarrassing. Qianhe glanced at Moria's crotch and said with a strange look on his face. I didn't expect you to have a hobby of sniping. Flick the sniper. Moria was stunned and didn't understand what Kion meant for a moment. Absalom and Hogbak didn't understand either. Their brains were working rapidly at this moment. Countless data and documents appeared, but after thinking for a long time, they couldn't come up with anything. Finally, it was Perona who screamed. Hate. Ghost dolls appeared next to Perona one after another, and then she floated up and spun around the chandelier on the ceiling madly, as if she was stimulated by something. Kion looked up at Perona in surprise. He didn't expect that this little girl could understand what he meant. It was really amazing. Moria looked at Kion with some uneasiness and said. Admiral Zelin, that's my subordinate Perona. She's a little crazy, please don't be angry. Although Perona often talks back to Moria, he almost raises Perona as his own daughter and cares about her very much, fearing that she will anger Chiga and get killed. Qianhe raised an eyebrow and thought to himself, am I so easily angry? However, seeing Moria's uneasy expression, Kion gave up the idea of punishing him. Although Moria is not a good person, it is undeniable that he is really a good captain. Chiga cannot hate such a person. Chiga's expression softened and he held out his hand, motioning for Moria to sit next to him. Moria immediately felt flattered and repeatedly said that he could just stand and talk, until Chiga glared at him with the Rinnegan. He hurriedly trotted over to Chiga and sat down on the sofa. Moria sat down with a nervous look on his face. He put his hands on his knees and looked like an obedient elementary school student. Chapter 204 Rebellious Girl Perona. Kion patted Moria's arm and said. You know what Brook is. Did you put his shadow on the zombie? Let the zombie come over here. Moria's eyes widened when she heard this, wondering how Chiga knew this. You should know that the zombie with Brook's shadow is a special existence in itself. He is a figure from Wano Kuni hundreds of years ago, Shimotsuki Ryoma, who was revered as the sword god. His strength when he was alive was definitely among the top ones. When Moria escaped from Kaido, he stole his body and became one of his strongest zombies. Moreover, Ryoma is different from other zombies in that he still has memories from his previous life, and if it weren't for the ability of the shadow fruit, it would be impossible for such a strong man to obey Moria's orders. Moria had a feeling that zombie Ryoma would be scrapped today. Naturally, he was reluctant to part with this extremely powerful zombie, but since it was Qianhe who wanted it, he didn't dare to say anything. He used his ability to summon Longma directly, then nodded to Kion and said. Admiral Zelin, the dragon horse is on the way and will be here soon. Yeah, that's good. I'll take Brook's shadow away from him later. Do you have any objection? Of course not. I just want to ask, what is the relationship between Admiral Zelin and that Brook? I owe him a favor. Quote. Moria looked at Chiga in disbelief. In his mind, Chiga's strength was already infinitely close to that of a god. How could he possibly still owe favors to others? What's more, Brook, who can't even beat zombies. Kion had no intention of explaining. His Skynet had already covered the entire terrifying three-masted ship and sensed that there was an object moving towards him in the magnetic field. At this moment, a strange sound was heard. Hey. Kion glanced sideways and saw a ghost doll with a smiling expression on its face trying to rub against her with bad intentions. Next to the chandelier on the ceiling, Perona looked at Chiga below with anticipation. This problematic girl was much less afraid of Chiga than those men. Her curiosity about Chiga was greater than her fear. Perona had long wanted to see with his own eyes what kind of person Zelin, who was known as the strongest admiral in the marine, was. Advertisement. The result did not disappoint her. The suffocating and powerful feeling of oppression really hit her soul hard and left an indelible impression in her heart. But the more this happened, the more Perona wanted to see what an interesting sight it would be if a strong man like Zelin was hit by her negative ghost. Just thinking about it made Perona squinted his eyes and snickered. However, just as the ghost doll was about to touch Chiga's body, Chiga's Rinnegan faced it. Chiga's expression looked calm, and there was no fluctuation in her Rinnegan, but the ghost doll just stood there in the air. An expression of fear appeared on its face that even Perona had never seen before, and it didn't dare to move forward at all. Perona was also stunned because she found that she had lost control of the ghost doll. However, there was something even more shocking to Perona. Chiga slowly stretched out a hand and placed it on the ghost doll's head. The ghost doll has no substance. Under normal circumstances, ordinary people who want to touch the ghost's body can only pass through it. But Kion actually grabbed the ghost doll's head and brought it in front of him. Perona finally lost her composure. She quickly descended from above and moved her face closer, almost touching Chiga's face. Perona's expression froze, and she quickly stopped laughing and nodded repeatedly. She was completely impressed by Chihei. Why can you catch my ghost? The reason why he was able to catch the ghost doll was because the human ability of the Rinnegan had a natural restraint on energy related to the soul. Admiral Zelin, you must not bother with her, she. There was already a figure standing there, wearing a white kimono and holding a samurai sword. Moriya's words stopped abruptly because he noticed that Chiga had fixed her eyes on him, staring at him so hard that he got goosebumps all over his body. Coupled with the pressure of the Rinnegan, the ghost doll was no different from a naughty child in front of him. This deep purple energy blade was named Susanoo. After saying that, Kion directed Perona's ghost doll to pass through Moriya's body before Moriya could react. Moriya, who was standing by, jumped out to smooth things over and said. Compared to this, you should think about the consequences of attacking me, right? Of course I won't argue with her, but as her captain, you have to be punished, right? Advertisement. I'm just a fat, ugly pervert. Hehehehe. Kion got up from the sofa, walked to Perona, squatted down, and said. Perona didn't care so much. She was sitting on the ground crying just now, but now she was holding her stomach and laughing so hard that tears came out. Absalom and Hogback covered their mouths tightly, and judging from their purple faces, they were having a hard time holding back their laughter. Now Perona's expression is the same as that of the ghost doll, both are full of disbelief, which made Chiga couldn't help laughing. Kion smiled, and a deep purple energy blade appeared in his hand. His use of Susanoo has reached the pinnacle, and he can summon the weapon of the complete form of Susanoo even in normal conditions. Moriya knelt down, a dark cloud seemed to cover his body, and he looked extremely depressed. Before Kion could say anything else, she hugged herself and burst into tears. Kion reached out and touched her little head with pink twin ponytails, smiled at her, left Perona stunned, and stood up to look at the entrance of the hall. But they didn't hold it in for long before they followed Moriya's example and fell to their knees. Unknown strong man, I wonder if you can set me free today. It is Chiga's target, Shimotsuki Ryoma in zombie form. What, you're not scared now? Kion looked at Perona speechlessly, he just wanted to scare this funny gothic loli, he didn't intend to really punish her. Quote. If there is an afterlife, I want to be a happy black pig. Kion asked back with a serious expression on his face. Perona was so scared that she took 2 steps back and sat down on the ground. If there is an afterlife, I really want to become a weak woman. Perona didn't know about Chiga's Rinnegan, so she asked anxiously. Shimotsuki Ryoma pointed the black sword Shisui in his hand at Chiga. Since Brook's soul was stuffed into his body, some of his behaviors inevitably carried some of Brook's habits. For example, he often laughed, yo-ha-ho-ho. At this moment, Shimotsuki Ryoma's will seemed to have regained its dominance. He looked solemn and said in a deep voice. But when facing Kion, his corrupt body felt a long-lost feeling, which was the oppressive feeling unique to the strong. Chapter 205 Sword God Ryuma. Seeing Chiga's Susanoo sword, Shimotsuki Ryoma's zombies were not surprised but happy, and said. I didn't expect you to be a swordsman. Kion shook his head. He used the sword only because he thought that Ryoma was a great swordsman who was not inferior to Hawkeye when he was alive, so he gave him some respect. To put it bluntly, it's just out of interest. And since the Susanoo sword has been used, Chiga simply uses the power of the fusion fruit to summon the Susanoo armor as well. Deep purple energy rose from around Shinhei's body, then condensed into the shape of armor, and finally merged closely with Shinhei's body. Kion now looked like a mighty ancient general. Susanoo's unique powerful aura burst out, blowing objects in the hall toppling over. Under this atmosphere, Moriya and others who were infected by the negative ghost also recovered. Their eyes almost popped out when they saw Shinhei's current appearance. Instead, Perona was still lying on the ground in a daze, her mind full of Chiga's smiling face just now. After a while, she suddenly screamed and shouted. Hate it, why are you suddenly so gentle to me? After shouting, Perona found that no one in the hall paid any attention to her. She only saw Moriya and others staring towards the entrance. She followed her gaze and was immediately drawn to it. Looking at Shinhei's back wearing the Susanoo armor, her face flushed and she murmured. This guy is quite handsome. Ryoma also looked at Kion with admiration. He said no more, and directly made a sword-drawing gesture, then disappeared from the spot in an instant. The next second, Ryoma appeared behind Chiga and slowly sheathed his sword. His face was solemn and he said in a deep voice. Nose snort 3 dings, arrow feather slash. Clang. A slashing sound was heard from Chiga's Susanoo armor, and a circle of purple ripples spread from the Susanoo armor. Advertisement. Chiga's expression was indifferent. Ryoma's previous attack was actually just a slash made by using high-speed movement. With the defensive power of the Susanoo armor, he was too lazy to even dodge. Ryoma turned around and saw Chiga was unharmed, and he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Terrible defensive power. Ryoma's praise did not cause any ripples in Chiga's heart. With Ryoma's current zombie body, if he could really break the defense of her Susanoo armor, then she would rather not have the Susanoo armor. Chiga didn't even turn around to look at him. He casually swung the hand holding the Susanoo sword back, and a purple sword light shot towards Ryuma. Longma did not dare to be careless, and hurriedly held Chu Shui with both hands to block his chest, trying to block Shinhei's attack. However, Susanoo's slash was said to have the power to shatter everything in the universe, and Ryoma's behavior was tantamount to trying to stop a chariot with a mantis arm. The purple sword light collided with Chu Shui, and a mournful cry came from Chu Shui's sword. Then Long Ma, along with his sword, was swept away by the purple sword light. Boom. Now that Chu Shui had a gap in his body caused by Kion, this wisp of soul was finally released and returned to Longma's body, making him resurrected. A tiny gap also appeared on Chu Shui's sword, exactly the place where it was attacked by the sword light just now. The reason why he was resurrected was because of the black knife Chu Shui in his hand. A wisp of Ryoma's soul had been injected into Chu Shui during the process of him being refined into a black sword. This is why Ryoma was able to retain his memories of his previous life after being made into a zombie. The soul flame in Longma's eyes suddenly enlarged and burned more fiercely. He curled his lips and thought to himself, whatever you say is what it is. You just need to know that we are rivals now. Obviously, Shinhei's guess was correct. Seeing Ryoma, Moria's face showed an expression of disbelief and he exclaimed. A huge gap appeared on the wall of the hall, and Longma's figure disappeared. But what shocked Moria the most was not these, but the fact that two balls of blue energy suddenly appeared in Ryoma's empty eye sockets. He has no regrets about meeting an opponent like Kion in his last moments. It is time for this soul to play its greatest value. Kion squinted his eyes and looked in the direction where Ryoma disappeared. He could sense that Ryuma's breath did not disappear, but became stronger. Advertisement. How is this possible? When the time comes, this soul will completely dissipate, and the sword god, Ryuma will completely disappear from this world. If the zombies he controls die, their shadows will separate from their bodies. As the user of the shadow fruit, it is impossible for him not to sense it. Ryoma now looks extremely miserable. The white kimono he is wearing is already tattered. A horrible scar extends diagonally from his shoulder to his waist. There is no bloodline on the wound, and only the empty inside of his body can be seen. But Longma's situation is different from Rock's. The soul contained in Chu Shui is just a drop in the bucket compared to his original soul. It can only allow him to revive for a short time. Now Longma can be regarded as a state of last gasp. He has created countless zombies, and this is the first time this has happened. He glanced at the gap on the autumn water sword and said in a completely different tone from before. But this time it was strange. Not only did he lose contact with zombie Ryoma, he couldn't even sense Brook's shadow. Ha 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 ha. That's right. You are an opponent worthy of my respect. Moria frowned. It wasn't because he felt sorry for his house, but because he found that he had lost contact with the zombie Ryoma. And compared to these, the current Ryoma obviously arouses more interest of Chihei. Anyway, the results are almost the same, so there is no point in forcing corrections. Longma's current state is a kind of resurrection, but it is only temporary. Whether it's the flying slash or Susanoo's slash, to be honest, it's just a way of attack. However, Longma didn't care about such things. His heart was already filled with fighting spirit. Sure enough, after a while, the unique sound of wooden clogs came from the direction of the gap. It was Ryoma who came back. Ryoma laughed loudly, and his laughter was no longer Brook's, yohohoho. He was no longer affected by Brook's shadow. Now he was the legendary sword god, Ryoma in Wano Kuni. He looked at the two balls of blue energy in Long Ma's eye sockets and thought to himself. That's the breath of a soul. Could it be that the dragon horse from before has returned? Ryoma ignored Moria, his master. At this moment, his eyes were only on Chiga, who was holding the Susanoo sword opposite him. He held the Susanoo sword and made a sword flower, and said softly. You are indeed a great swordsman with that level of flying slash just now. Chapter 206 Thor Susanoo. Although the soul fire in Ryoma's eyes seemed to be burning more fiercely, Chiga, who possessed the Rinnegan, could still see that he was already at the end of his strength. Burning the soul to stimulate a stronger power. This is more cruel than 8-gate, but I don't know how powerful it is. Ryoma naturally had no idea what the 8-gate that Chiga mentioned was, he just wanted to maximize his strength. Moreover, the improvement of a swordsman's realm is often more idealistic. After facing death twice, Ryoma's swordsmanship seemed to have reached a new level again. He placed Chu Shui on his waist, squatted slightly, and made a gesture of drawing the sword. Kion knew that Ryoma's next attack would definitely not be simple, so he immediately opened up the room space and exchanged himself with Ryoma. Since Chiga's move did not have any malicious intent, Ryoma did not resist and followed Chiga outside. He turned a deaf ear to the changing environment around him and concentrated all his strength on the Chu Shui in his hand. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Qianhe, and said in a deep voice. Dragon slashing 3 styles. Flying dragon. A dragon roared, and a dragon formed by blue energy roared and pounced towards Kion. Wherever it passed, the space seemed to be cut by countless strikes, and cracks appeared. If Hawkeye were here, he would know that this attack has surpassed the scope of flying slashing. It contains the swordsman's sword intent and is a kind of idealistic power. Kion finally became serious at this moment. The Susanoo sword in his hand instantly emerged with destructive weapons. Black lines covered it, exuding an ultimate breath of destruction. The purple light in the Rinnegan grew stronger. He looked at the giant blue dragon rushing towards him and chopped it down with the Susanoo sword in hand. A sword beam that looked like a shark fin met the blue dragon. The two collided violently, bursting out a tornado-shaped sword blade storm, cutting countless huge gullies on the surrounding ground. A large number of zombies were destroyed in the aftermath, and black shadows merged into the ground and returned to their owners. As the storm raged, Chiga and Ryoma, who were facing each other with swords in hand, looked calm. This situation did not last long. Longma had no extra time, so he swung his sword again and launched a second attack. Dragon Slaying 3 Styles. Dragon Servant Ultimate. Advertisement. This time, there were 3 even thicker blue dragons that swooped down towards Kion from the air and the ground. Shinra Tensai. Buzz. A terrifying repulsive force erupted from Shinhei's body, blocking the 3 blue dragons in the air. Even though they let out deafening roars, they still couldn't move forward an inch. Kion looked up at the raging dragon outside the Shinra Tensai with an admiring look on his face. Being able to hold out against the Shinra Tensai that he had just unleashed to this point, Ryoma's swordsmanship had definitely surpassed Hawkeye's. However, it can only go so far. Shinhei's eyes focused, and Shinra Tensai suddenly expanded, completely bouncing the 3 blue dragons out. After the dragons let out mournful cries, they turned into blue light spots all over the sky and scattered in the air. Seeing that his 2 attacks had no effect, Longma was not panicked, but became even more excited. He looked at Kion across from him and exclaimed. Your strength is truly unfathomable. You should be considered the strongest in today's world. Kion smiled but said nothing. Judging from his current combat power, he indeed deserved the title of the strongest. However, he chose to keep a low profile this time because he had discovered that the soul in Longma's body was on the verge of collapse. The next time should be his strongest attack. The result was just as Chiga had expected. Ryuma's soul could no longer withstand the intense consumption of fighting with Chiga. The only reason he could hold on until now was because of his will that belonged to a swordsman. Now he is going to use his strongest move. A solemn expression appeared on his face. This blow would be his farewell song. The blue flames in Longma's eye sockets suddenly began to shrink, but then, an even more vigorous blue flame burned on his body. The flames rose up and formed a huge blue dragon head above him. Longma's body gradually began to melt under the burning flames, but he didn't care about his body that was about to dissipate. If he was afraid of death, he would not be called the Sword God. Now is the last dance of the Sword God in this world. Kion stared at Ryuma opposite him, and at this moment he felt a little respect for this strong man of the old times. He agreed with his belief of fighting even at the cost of giving up his life. Advertisement. Longma did not let Qianhe wait too long. He poured all his strength into the black knife and shouted loudly. Dragon Slaying Style 3. Dragon Song. As soon as he finished speaking, Longma merged with the blue dragon, turning into a terrifying dragon hovering in the sky and swooping down towards Kion below. Kion also laughed at this moment. Ha 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 ha. I, Uchiha Chiga, approve of this swordsmanship. Among all the swordsmen I've met, I would like to call you the strongest. After saying that, Kion suddenly thrust the Susanoo sword into the ground. The Susanoo sword instantly dissipated, turning into circles of deep purple energy that spread flat under Shinhei's feet. Then, Susanoo's figure appeared and enveloped Shinhei's body. This is not the end yet. Shinhei's body turned into a dazzling purple electric light and injected into Susanoo's limbs and bones. The armor on Susanoo's body made a metallic clicking sound, and the armor on her arms and face slowly rose up, revealing arms and face made of purple lightning. A pair of purple electric wings appeared from behind Susanoo, and the Susanoo sword in her hand turned into a thunder sword with purple arcs of electricity. This is Susanoo, the thunder god, who was born when Chiga combined the power of the thunder fruit with Susanoo. This is its first appearance, and it possesses power far beyond that of the complete Susanoo, enough to destroy the world. The thunder god Susanoo looked up at the giant blue dragon swooping down from the sky, holding the Susanoo sword that had turned into thunder in his hands with both hands as if accumulating power. With the blessing of thunder and lightning, Shinhei's voice echoed throughout the terrifying 3-masted ship. Everything in the universe will be reduced to ashes. This is Susanoo's fate. Immediately afterwards, the lightning wings behind the thunder god Susanoo shook violently, carrying the thunder god Susanoo into the air. The blue dragon roared again and pounced forward with an unstoppable momentum. The thunder god Susanoo in the air raised the Susanoo sword high, and just like the first battle between Chiga and Ryuma, he swung the Susanoo sword down at the dragon. Boom! A terrifying energy wave erupted in the sky, and the black clouds that had existed all year round above the terrifying 3-masted ship were completely dispersed at this moment, and rays of sunlight poured out. Until the sky cleared up completely, a broken samurai sword fell from the sky and stabbed straight into the ground. Chapter 207 Ending. Over the horror bark, Ryuma's body was already exhausted, and he was severely injured by the thunder god Susanoo just now. Now he only had his head floating in the air, and blue flames were still burning on his neck. Susanoo's armor also dissipated, revealing a body made of purple lightning underneath. Then, the humanoid lightning shrank and transformed into the appearance of Kion. Kion looked at Ryoma opposite him in silence. The feeling of a hero in his twilight years was really unpleasant. Longma saw what Kion meant, a relieved smile appeared on his face, and he said. Your strength is truly amazing. It is my honor to fight with you in your final moments. Qianhe nodded silently and said. Do you have anything else to say? Longma lowered his head slightly while floating in the air, thought for a while, and then said. If I really want to say it, I would like to see how my juniors are doing and whether they are practicing swordsmanship. Younger generation. Kion was stunned, and the image of Zoro in the anime appeared in his mind. Judging from Ryoma's appearance when he was alive, Zoro is most likely the younger generation that Ryoma mentioned, but we don't know how many generations have passed. Although she was not sure, Kion still wanted to fulfill Ryoma's last wish and said. Your junior has great talent in swordsmanship. Who knows, maybe he will surpass you in the future. Really, your excellency has met my junior. I guess I have. Ha ha ha, then I really have no regrets. I hope my descendants can surpass me. After saying that, Longma's body turned into blue spots of light all over the sky and completely dissipated amid laughter. Chu Shui, who fell below him, seemed to sense the departure of his master and let out a mournful cry. Before Longma's body dissipated, a black spirit broke out from it and flew rapidly in one direction. Kion did not stop it because he knew that it was Brook's shadow and it was going to find Brook. Kion looked at the place where Longma disappeared in silence for a while, then controlled his body and slowly descended to the ground. Back on the ground, Kion noticed the black knife Chu Shui stuck in the ground. He stepped forward to pull out Chu Shui and found that less than 1/5 of the sword body was left. This also means that Zoro will never have this sword. Advertisement. However, Zoro is the second protagonist in Pirates King. If Chu Shui is missing, there will be another famous sword to make up for it. Which one it is depends on his luck. As for the broken black sword Chu Shui, Kion thought it would be better to let it accompany its owner. Thinking of this, he slammed the ground with one hand and said in a deep voice. Earth-style katakana middle dot earth core. Click. A semicircular mound rises from the ground, and in front of it there is a rectangular stone tablet with the words, Tomb of Shimotsuki Ryoma, engraved on it. After doing all this, Kion inserted the black knife Chu Shui into the grave, and then turned into thunder and dissipated. Inside the hall, Moria intertwined her 10 fingers together, looking anxiously in the direction of the gap in the hall. A familiar sound of thunder was heard, and Kion appeared in the hall. Seeing Kion, Moria immediately came forward and hurriedly explained. Admiral Zelin, listen to my explanation. That zombie is quite special. It seems that he has awakened his consciousness from his previous life. It is definitely not me who is controlling him to fight you. During the time that Chiga was fighting with Ryoma, Moria listened to the roar outside and it could be said that every second seemed like an eternity. He was afraid that after Kion dealt with Longma, she would come to settle the score with him, the zombie's master. Absalom and Hogback were quite loyal. Even though they were still shaking, they did not abandon Moria and run away on their own. Perona also stayed here. She didn't care about these twists and turns. She stayed here just to confirm Chiga's situation. Now seeing that Kion was unharmed, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But she immediately held her cheeks and muttered. How annoying. Why should I care about this guy? Chiga certainly didn't come here to settle scores with Moria. He knew more about Ryoma than Moria. He came here just to explain one thing. Moria, Ryoma's body has completely dissipated. I built a grave for him. Tell your zombies not to disturb him. Moria was stunned, thinking that Zilin was really kind-hearted. He even built a grave for the man after killing him. If one day he died in his hands, would he also build a grave for himself? The image of her own grave appeared in her mind. Moria was startled and cursed a few times in her heart. This was too unlucky. Advertisement. Seeing that Moria hadn't made any movement for a long time, he frowned and asked. Why is this difficult? Moria was so frightened when she saw that Kion was obviously unhappy that she immediately shouted. Got it. I'll make sure to take good care of Ryoma's grave. After shouting, Moria showed a bitter smile on his face. This was not a difficult task. He didn't even need to control many zombies. Because most of his zombie army had already dissipated in the sunlight, and the remaining ones were half dead, so how could he dare to destroy another grave? Kion had no intention of continuing the conversation with Moria. His purpose of coming here had been achieved and it was time to leave. Thinking of this, purple arcs of electricity began to appear on Shinhei's body, and he was going to take the Yomiuri fruit. Moria saw that Kion was leaving and was overjoyed, but he didn't dare to show it on his face. He pretended to be embarrassed and said. Are you leaving now, Admiral Zelin? I haven't treated you properly yet. Why don't you stay and have a meal before leaving? Even though he said that, Moria was screaming in his heart. Hurry up, if you keep going like this, Laozi will be scared to death. He was too lazy to pay attention to this guy. How could he not see that Moria was eager for him to leave? Just look at his restless big feet. Just when he was about to completely transform into lightning and leave, a dull voice suddenly sounded. Admiral Zelin, can you wait a moment? I have something I want to discuss with you. Shinhei's elemental transformation stopped and he turned to look in the direction where the sound came from. What? Moria screamed in anger, and turned around suddenly to see which B************** D was talking too much. But when he saw who was coming, his expression suddenly froze. I saw a burly figure appeared in the hall. He was wearing a black coat and holding a thick book in his hand. The most peculiar thing is that he has a pair of slightly trembling bare ears on his head. Seeing the person coming, he narrowed his eyes and said slowly. Bartholomew Kuma, Chapter 208. A car accident. The person who came was none other than the tyrant, Bear, one of the Shichibukai, whose real identity was a cadre of the Revolutionary Army. Although he and Moria are both Shichibukai, their strengths are completely on a different level. Kuma's strength is definitely among the top 3 among the Shichibukai. After all, the ability of the meat glob fruit was so buggy that his account was directly banned later. Of course, these are not enough for Chiga now. No matter how strong the bear is, he can't reach the level of the 4 emperors. In the original work, Kuma came to tell Moria that Crocodile was defeated by Luffy, but from what he said now, it is obvious that he came here specifically to find Chiga. Moria didn't care why Shang came to see Kion. He was really mad at this guy Shang. This is my territory, what are you doing here? In the face of Moria's questioning, Shang turned a deaf ear and walked straight towards Kion with heavy steps. Kion crossed his arms and observed the bear's movements. He found that the bear's walking posture was a little stiff. He wondered if the bear had been transformed by Vegapunk. Shang walked in front of Chiga. He was nearly 7 meters tall, much taller than Chiga, but in the eyes of others, he seemed to be a head shorter than Chiga. The bear forced a smile on his face and said, "Hello again, Admiral Zelin. I have something I want to tell you." Kion stared at the bear for a moment, then nodded in motion for him to speak. After getting Qianhe's permission, Shang immediately leaned down and put his head close to Qianhe's ear and whispered. "Someone wants to see you." Qianhe raised an eyebrow, and for a moment he couldn't guess who the person Shang was talking about was. Is it Vegapunk or is it a dragon? Who wants to see me? The bear shook his head slowly and whispered. I hope you understand that it is not convenient to reveal his identity. After hearing this, Kion had already guessed in his mind that this person was most likely Long. But if it was him, wouldn't he be afraid that he, the Marine Admiral, would be captured and taken back to see Garp? Thinking of this, Qianhe showed a meaningful smile on his face and asked. Advertisement. As this person you are talking about Monkey D. Dragon. Quote exclamation mark question mark quote. Shang's expression changed immediately. His identity was very secretive and not many people knew about it. How did Kion know about it? When Kion saw Shang's expression, she realized that she had guessed correctly this time. If it was Vegapunk, Shang would definitely not be so surprised. After all, Vegapunk is under the control of the world government, so it doesn't matter even if a Marine Admiral like him knows about it. Moria, who was standing nearby, watched the two people whispering and couldn't help but K up his ears to listen to their conversation. But in the end he still didn't hear anything, which made him a little angry. He decided that after Kion left, he would teach the bear a lesson. Seeing that Shang was stunned and silent, Kion smiled and walked past him. If he wants to see me, let him come to the naval headquarters in person, and... Having said this, Qianhe paused for a moment, and then continued. After a while, will you still be you? After saying that, Kion disappeared as a flash of lightning without waiting for Shang to reply. As soon as Kion left, Moria couldn't help it anymore. He yelled at the bear who was still in a daze. When the shadow came to the bear's feet, Moria's face lit up with joy and he shouted. It is undeniable that this is indeed a top-grade Paramecia fruit, but it is no longer necessary for Chiga now. This was a bit of a disaster. Kion was stunned for a moment as he held Brook's soul in his hand. The potential of op fruit is enormous, and the room space means infinite possibilities. Kion is extremely confident about this. This time, Kion accepted Brook's gift calmly, used the human path to extract Brook's soul, and then used Kaido to extract the Yomiuri fruit. Most importantly, he still has an op fruit that has not been fully developed. The bear took off his broken glove and threw it aside, revealing a cute-looking pad on his palm. He teleported in front of Moria, and then in front of Moria's horrified eyes, the Vice Admiral put his hand on his big belly. However, when he wanted to stuff Brook's soul back, an accident happened, because he found that Brook's soul had an extremely strong rejection of the skeleton body, and he had no idea where to start. The bear was now upset and no longer his usual calm demeanor, and he was also a little angry because of the sudden attack by Moria. Advertisement. Compared to the op fruit, the only thing he can do with the flesh ball fruit is to use his paw pads to act cute. This is one of the abilities of the meatball fruit. It uses the flesh pads in the hands to deflect all attacks. This is similar to the Shinra Tensei, but it can deflect a lot of things, including some invisible attacks. Before Perona and the others could react, their captain and the bear disappeared in front of them, and they could only stand there like stupid geese. A black spear rose from the ground and was about to pierce the bear's body when the bear suddenly stretched out a hand to meet it. Brook has realized that his shadow has returned. He was so excited when he first got the news. This means that he can stand in the sun and maybe see the outside world in the future. Shadow Horn Gun. After doing all this, the bear did not stay for long, and then used his ability to leave. Wait, Huang Quan. Puff. Let's go on a trip. After jumping excitedly for a while, Brook walked up to Qianhe, bowed, and said gratefully. However, the bear still ignored him, which made Moria completely intolerable. He controlled the shadow on the ground and crawled towards the bear. The black spear pierced through the bear's glove and suddenly disappeared into thin air. There was also a fifth black magatama in his left eye. The abilities of this fruit are indeed quite comprehensive. If there is a disadvantage, it is that in addition to compressing the air for long-range attacks, the bear must rely on the pads on its hands to touch the target when using its abilities. For example, in the original work, Perona's ghost doll was once bounced away by a bear using its meat pads. Bang! You must know that although his human way can extract souls, it cannot preserve them. If the soul is not processed for a long time, it can only dissipate or return to the underworld. Moria also disappeared into thin air just like the previous attack he launched. Kion didn't know that Moria was sent on a trip by the bear just after he left. At this moment, he was looking at Brook who was dancing in front of him with a smile on his face. Thank you very much. Please take my devil fruit. His current abilities include 8 gate, space, time, recovery, destruction, and defense. It can be said that he has everything. On the other side, UB***********D, you can come to my territory whenever you want. Who is the owner here? Quote. Chapter 209 Dream Master Kion. Wangquan is the resting place of the soul, so it must have a way to preserve the soul's immortality. Thinking of this, Kion immediately activated the ability of the Yomiuri fruit he had just acquired. At this moment, Brook's voice sounded in Shinhei's mind. Mr. Kion, after losing the Yomiuri fruit, my soul seems unable to return to my body. Why don't you just let me leave now? What? Kion frowned. Didn't Brook long for the outside world before? Why did he suddenly change his mind now? Brook said calmly. After leaving that skeleton, I suddenly felt a sense of relief. I have lived enough and want to go there to reunite with my friends. It has been such a long time. After hearing what Brook said, Kion fell silent. He wondered if it was necessary for him to let Brook come back to life. Did he really want to die? Sometimes, a long life is really not a good thing. If there is no one who cares about you to accompany you, it is more like a torture. What's more, Brook lives like a ghost, neither human nor ghost. But if I just let Brook's soul go to the underworld like this, doesn't that mean Brook died at my hands? Then what's the point of everything I did before? Besides, Brook is not without ties in this world. In Upside Down Mountain, there is a whale named Laboon who has been waiting for him for nearly 50 years. So Brook can't die yet, at least he can't die in his hands. Thinking of this, a light blue chill began to emerge from Shinhei's left eye, which was fundamentally different from Aokiji's chill, as it came from the underworld. Brook, you still have an unfulfilled promise. Keep living with this promise. The cold air of Hades rushed towards Shinhei's hand that was grabbing Brook's soul, wrapping up his soul. If one does not have strong hockey skills or special abilities, one will be frozen immediately or even have his soul damaged if he comes into contact with the cold air of the underworld. But Kion obviously would not let this happen. The cold air of Wangquan can hurt the soul, but it can also nourish the soul. After possessing the Yamazu fruit, with the help of the Rinnegan, he can easily switch the Yamazu cold energy between these two states. After Brook's soul was enveloped by this chilly air from the underworld, he couldn't help but let out a few comfortable moans. Advertisement. However, before he could enjoy it for long, he was grabbed by Kion and stuffed back into the skeleton's body. After his soul returned, Brook's brow moved and he said hesitantly. Am I alive again? Well, you're alive again. He helped him confirm it, and then reminded him. I have injected the cold air of the underworld into your soul. You can use its power from now on. But remember, once it is used up, your soul will separate from your body and return to the underworld. Kion gave Brook a choice, letting him decide his own life or death. Brook quickly understood what Kion meant. He felt a little complicated and didn't know what to say for a moment. He saw Brook standing there in a daze, thinking that he was still thinking about life or death, so he said to him. Don't think about it anymore. If you still want to reunite with your friends, you can use up your Wangquan cold energy now. Don't worry, the process won't be painful. But Kion didn't. He went to Moria specifically to get his shadow back and even found a way to save his own life. How does Mr. Chiga know about Laboon? Have you seen it? Where is it now? Is it okay? All things have spirits. Sometimes the feelings between people are not even as sincere as the feelings between a whale. It's still waiting for you where it was before, and it has never left. Do you want to go and see it? Although he had never done such a thing, he was no longer surprised by it. Of course Brook wanted to meet Laboon right away, and he was almost going crazy with the thought. Laboon. It's worthy of being called the pirate's world. Some unspoken rules have been deeply rooted in people's minds. This guard lasted for nearly 50 years. Kion also understood Brook's loss of composure. Whale Laboon was a classic plot in the early period of Pirates King, and it really moved him at that time. Brook nodded, still grateful to Kion in his heart. Brook felt that he owed Kion a favor, which made him feel a little embarrassed. Advertisement. He looked into Brook's empty eyes and said. He knew that with Mr. Shinhei's strength, if someone tried to forcibly take the Yomiuri fruit from him, he would have no way to stop them. Just look at their slogan. Kion now only thinks that it is not a good idea to leave Brook here alone. It would be better to let him go to meet the whale Laboon, so that Laboon will not have to bump into the red line all day and get a bloody head. Although Laboon is a whale, he has long regarded Laboon as his partner, the kind worthy of entrusting his life to. The Rumba Pirates, the group Brook was in before, were the adventurers type, and everything they did was good deeds. Kion didn't know what Brook was thinking. If she knew, she would probably laugh out loud. Brook almost blurted out the word, of course, but he remembered his agreement with Laboon. Let the crying children laugh. He didn't know how many years it had been since he last heard this name. How could he forget Laboon? Brook didn't expect to hear the name Laboon from Mr. Chiga. Brook was thus caught in the tangle of agreements and partners. Do you remember Laboon? But after they left Laboon, they were all unfortunately infected with the plague. In the end, only Brook survived thanks to the power of the Yomiuri fruit, and he stayed alone on this empty pirate's ship. But the agreement has not been completed yet. To Brook, an agreement is a man's promise and it must not be broken. When Kion has fulfilled many dreams in the pirate's world, and this time she will help these two fools realize their dreams again. The power of this yellow spring fruit is very strong, and I feel like I've gotten an advantage. How could I think that Brook owes me something? A series of questions popped out of Brook's mouth, showing how anxious he was at the moment. However, this type of pirate group is a minority after all. Brook has also witnessed the behavior of some of his peers during his journey. They grab whatever they see, which is the way of survival for most pirates. Their agreement was not just to meet, the prerequisite for the meeting was that they, the Rumba pirates, would travel around the world. Brook no longer cared about being polite. He excitedly grabbed Qianhe's shoulders and shouted. Thinking of this, Qianhe had an idea in mind, and he said to Brook. Chapter 210. All things have spirits. Qianhe saw Brook still hesitating and asked. What's wrong? You don't want to see Laboon? Brook immediately shook his head like a rattle. He told Qian about his agreement with Laboon and said that he had not yet completed it. Qianhe nodded after hearing this, and he also remembered the agreement to travel around the world. Thinking of this agreement, Qian smiled. Because traveling around the world is not difficult for him who has the Thunder Fruit. In fact, the Grand Line is equivalent to the equator on the Blue Planet. If you want to travel around the world, you just need to fly along the Grand Line. Moreover, the planet where the pirates' world is located is actually not that big compared to the Blue Star. Its radius is probably only 1/3 or 1/4 of the Blue Star. Although Qianhe's speed cannot reach the speed of light of lightning, it is definitely not slow. At least it is far beyond the speed of sound, so it is not a difficult task for him to fulfill this promise. Thinking of this, Qianhe looked at Brook who was somewhat depressed and said. So that's the kind of thing. Don't worry, I'll help you with it. Huh, Mr. Chiga, no need to say more, just go in and stay for a while. Qian interrupted Brook and opened the door space directly, allowing him to walk in. Brook looked at Qianhe's confident expression and hope ignited in his heart. He felt that this mysterious Mr. Qian might really be able to help him fulfill his promise with Laboon. So he bowed deeply to Qian and walked into the door space. After Brook entered, Qianhe's body instantly turned into a dazzling purple electric light. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth and he said. Saw, let's go. As soon as the words fell, a thunderous sound that resounded through the heaven and earth was heard, and Qianhe's figure disappeared on the spot. The thunder blew away the dark clouds above the ship, and the warm sunlight sprinkled on the hull, giving the old ship a layer of golden glow. A shocking thing happened. The old ship suddenly seemed to come alive. It turned its bow to face the direction where Qian and Brook disappeared, as if it was seeing them off. A small figure in a black cloak appeared at the bow. He slowly came to the piano that Brook often played and sat down, playing Binks's Wine for the last time on this ship. The melodious melody once again echoed throughout the entire Triangle of Terror, until the dark clouds gathered again in the sky and blocked out the sunlight, and the song ended. The song ends and the crowd disperses. He slowly stood up from his chair and looked toward the sea, uttering an ethereal voice. I'm sorry, I'm so useless and left you alone here for so long. I'm really glad that you can be reunited with Laboon again. It's time for me to disappear. You must be happy. Advertisement. After saying this, his body turned into a ball of light and dissipated on the deck. As he disappeared, the old ship began to slowly sink. If Qian saw this scene, he would know that the man in the black cloak was the ship spirit born on this pirate's ship, just like the Mary. This also once again verifies the saying that all things have spirits. At this time, Brook, who was in the door space, seemed to sense something, and tears suddenly appeared in his empty eyes. He shouted in the empty door space. We are the ones who should say sorry. Thank you for taking us on this adventure. Thank you so much for all this time. Hearing Brook's cry, Qian stopped and just let him vent until the crying stopped, then Qian continued. Chiga's mumbling remained in the air. Is this a bond? It's such a strange feeling. Grand Line First Half, Futago Masaki. In a lighthouse, Crocus, who is almost 70 years old this year, is performing his duties as a lighthouse keeper as usual. There were loud crashes and piercing cries outside the lighthouse. Crocus didn't seem to be surprised by the collision. He looked complicated and whispered. Is it starting again? At the bottom of the red line, a whale was madly hitting its head against the hard rocks again and again. Its head was already covered with scars, but it still did not stop. It is the whale Laboon, and it has been doing this for decades. Cloacus just watched Laboon committing suicidal acts and did not step forward to stop him. He knew that even if he stepped forward to dissuade Laboon, he would not listen to him and would even hit him harder. Well, Cloacus sighed helplessly and wanted to turn around and go back to his room. Suddenly, there was a roar of thunder in the sky. Cloacus immediately stopped, frowned and looked up at the sky. He wondered why thunder suddenly sounded in the clear sky. Was it going to rain? He couldn't just sit back and watch Laboon's behavior anymore. The sea could be very dangerous in extreme weather. Laboon is a whale, and whales are mammals that need to come to the surface to breathe. Advertisement. Its behavior is actually a form of physical torture. Once it is knocked unconscious by the waves, it may really encounter an unexpected accident. Thinking of this, Crocus made up his mind that he would stop Laboon today even if he had to use force. However, just as he was about to take action, a voice came from behind him. Crocus, the ship's doctor of the Roger Pirates, I'm astonished that you're willing to be a tower keeper in a place like this. Who is it? Hearing the visitor reveal his identity, Crocus was immediately shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. He turned around abruptly and saw Qianhe in a black robe. After seeing Qianhe's face clearly, Crocus's expression changed drastically and he exclaimed. Marine Admiral Zelin. Chiga is so famous in this ocean, especially her iconic Rinnegan, it's hard for Crocus not to recognize it. After recognizing Shinhei's identity, Crocus's muscles suddenly tensed up and he thought to himself that something was wrong and he was probably finished today. Crocus looked very ugly. It was not that he was afraid of death, but that he was afraid of Laboon. Thinking of Laboon, Crocus was stunned because he found that Laboon's voice seemed to have stopped. Normally Laboon would hit for a long time, why did it stop so quickly today? He couldn't help but look in the direction of Laboon and saw Laboon floating quietly on the sea, as if it was asleep. He knew that he was worried about Laboon, and said calmly. I've put it to sleep temporarily. It's too tired today. Hearing He's words, Crocus said in disbelief. The legendary Admiral Zilin would also care about a whale. Haha, it's just out of interest. So are you here to arrest me, or, to execute me on the spot? He shook his head and said casually. You're lucky. I'm not in the mood to kill anyone today. Considering that you've been a tower keeper here for so many years and that you've taken good care of Laboon, I won't arrest you. Then you are. Waved his hand to interrupt, then opened the door space under Crocus's puzzled gaze, and Brook rushed out immediately. He jumped down from the lighthouse and rushed towards Laboon like crazy. Laboon, I'm back. Chapter 211 Only Rinnegan. Laboon was still in a daze, but when it heard Brook's voice, its eyes immediately widened. It suddenly turned its head to look at Brook who was running towards it. Although Brook's current appearance is very different from before, Laboon still recognized Brook's identity from his iconic afro and familiar voice. As a whale, Laboon does not have the complicated thoughts of humans. It only knows that no matter how much Brook's appearance has changed, he is still the same Brook. Woo! Laboon chirped and then swam quickly towards Brook. And Crocus, standing on the lighthouse, quietly watched the scene of Brook and Laboon running towards each other below. Crocus's face was already full of tears. He didn't cry. He had a smile on his face. His eyes were focused on Brook who was running. He said softly. Room Katakana middle. Deluxe ward. Buzz. A circular room space enveloped Brook and carried him up into the air. Brook turned around in surprise and looked at on the lighthouse. Smiled at him and said. Go ahead. You can enter the sea now. After saying that, urged Room to send Brook into the sea without waiting for Brook to express his gratitude. When Brook was wrapped in the room space and sent to Laboon, for a moment, the man and the whale looked at each other in silence. Brook was silent for a moment, then spread his arms and pressed his whole body against Laboon's face. Laboon rubbed Brook affectionately, and these simple actions contained thousands of words. Brook reached out and stroked the criss-crossing scars on Laboon's head. Although he no longer had a heart, he could still truly feel the heartache. Just now in the door space, he had seen Laboon's behavior of hitting Red Line. Seeing its desperate attitude, he wanted to rush out immediately to stop Laboon. He regretted it very much at that time. He regretted that he should not have insisted on that promise. If he had agreed to directly at that time, Laboon could have ended this pain earlier, even if it was only for a few minutes. Swish. Appeared beside Brook, and he looked into Laboon's big eyes and released Shichangamai. Laboon instinctively felt a fear towards Kamoshiga's pair of Rinnegan, but before it could look away, Ishichobi had already taken effect on it. Advertisement. A cool breath filled Laboon's huge body. Under the nourishment of this breath, Laboon only felt the scar on his head itchy and hummed comfortably twice. Then, something happened that stunned Brook. The hideous scars on Laboon's head were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, until smooth skin was revealed. Brook's jaw almost fell off as he watched this miraculous sight. He just drooped his chin and said. Can something like this be done? After doing all this, immediately left, leaving the place to Brook and Laboon. His main focus is on accomplishing his mission, a man who has hidden his achievements and fame. After left, Brook stroked Laboon's smooth forehead and told Laboon what happened to the Rumba pirates. Although Laboon is a whale, it can understand human language. After hearing that Brook was the only one left in the Rumba pirates, Laboon's big eyes immediately filled with tears that mixed with the surrounding sea water. For a moment, the whole space was filled with Laboon's wails. Brook looked at Laboon silently. He did not choose to comfort him because he knew it was best to let Laboon vent now. Compared to himself, Laboon has had an even more miserable life in recent years. It has been suffering from both mental and physical torture all the time. In fact, he could try to use the Yomiuri fruit to recall the souls of the Rumba Pirates members, but he is not a great saint who saves people from suffering, and he resurrected Brook just to make up for the regret of watching the Pirates King. As a Marine Admiral, why would you be interested in that place? Do you want to get One Piece as well? When they came to their senses, the scene before them made them stand there in shock. Crocus asked tremblingly, what kind of great secret treasure can compare to his pair of Rinnegan? Because Crocus actually followed Roger to the legendary Rafton Road. If he were to use the Yomiuri fruit to transcend the rules of life and death for the sake of people who had nothing to do with him, that would be really unnecessary. This was the limit of what he could do. The endless sea water seemed to be pulled by some force and rushed into the sky. The sea level dropped instantly, and only the area where Laboon and Brook were located was separated. Crocus was shocked all over and thought, could it be that Zelin had changed his mind and was going to attack him? Crocus was a little overwhelmed by Chiga's performance. He couldn't understand how there could be people in the world who would look down on One Piece. Qian He just sneered disdainfully. Advertisement. Qian He turned to look at Crocus, who had a dazed look on his face and a runny nose, and asked. At least for Laboon and Brook now, this is the best ending. He understood that Crocus would be shocked, but why should he be afraid? In his opinion, anyone who was interested in Raftanlu was simply coveting the legendary treasure One Piece. A loud noise on the sea startled Crocus, Brook and Laboon who were in the sea. Everything that happened in the room space came to Chinhei's mind. He looked in the direction of Laboon and sighed. Otherwise, Captain Roger would not have triggered the entire age of discovery with One Piece. Unless there is the fruit of the sacred tree there, One Piece is just a gimmick to him. Boom. One Piece. Just now, Kion took Brook on a tour around the Grand Line, but he did not see the so-called Lofton Road. This made him curious. Where exactly is this Lofton Road? With the Rinnegan, he could easily obtain everything in the world. You were once a member of the Roger Pirates. You must have been to Rafton Road. Tell me where it is. Kion would naturally not go back on his promise. He was just a little curious about the ship's doctor on the Roger Pirates. But Chinhei's reaction was far beyond his expectations. Just when Crocus was doubting his life, Kion stretched out a hand towards the sea, and suddenly closed his 5 fingers. One Piece. How many pairs of Rinnegan does it have? The entire space has turned into a sandwich, sandwiched by seawater, like a dream. Although Brook's fault was not his heart was still filled with guilt. He even felt that he was not qualified to comfort Laboon. Kion retracted his gaze and turned to look at Crocus. The legendary great secret treasure. Upon hearing the name, shock and fear appeared on Crocus's face, which stunned Kion. Rafton Road. He looked at Crocus and asked. Chapter 212 One Piece. After showing Crocus the power of the Rinnegan, Chiga withdrew the release of her ability, and the seawater poured down from the sky. Everything returned to calm again, but Crocus would never forget the sight of the seawater rolling up into the sky. He knew that even the golden lion with the lion fruit could not easily make such a large amount of seawater roll back into the sky. Crocus murmured, "Is this the power of God?" Chiga had no comment on his evaluation. The Rinnegan was originally called the Eye of God, so it was natural for it to have the power of God. And what he had just achieved was only the tip of the iceberg of his strength. Now, if he exerted his full strength, he could even create a moon like the Sage of Six Paths. Of course, this moon cannot be compared with the one in the blue planet. The moon in the Hokage movie looks obviously much smaller. The purpose of shocking Crocus has been achieved. Qian he asked calmly. Do you think that I, who possess this kind of power, would care about the so-called One Piece? Quote. Crocus didn't know what to say anymore and could only nod woodenly. He paused for a moment, and when he looked at Kion again, his eyes were filled with awe. He no longer thought about hiding anything and told what he saw. Rafton Road is not in this world, it is in an independent space. Kion frowned. Does this mean that Rafton Road is in a place similar to Kamui space? If it was really located in that kind of place, how did they get in since all the members of Roger Pirates don't have Devil Fruit abilities, let alone space-related abilities? Crocus's next words immediately explained this. Captain Roger has the ability to listen to the voices of all things. After he learned the location of Rafton Road, he was at a loss. Until one day, a mysterious man found him. Mysterious man. Do you know what he looks like? Crocus shook his head and said. He was wearing a black cape and had a slender figure. His voice seemed to be deliberately concealed, and it was impossible to tell whether he was a man or a woman. Advertisement. Hearing this, Kion was a little disappointed, but still gestured for Crocus to continue. He should be the demon fruit power. With his help, we entered Rafton Road, where we saw the truth of history. Speaking of this, a blush appeared on Crocus's face, as if he had returned to the state when he just entered Rafton Road. It wasn't until Qian He's face showed displeasure that he came to his senses and asked hurriedly. Don't you want to know the truth of history? Not interested. Chiga's answer was very straightforward. He was not one of Ohara's experts. He just wanted to know what One Piece was that ran through the entire Pirates King. Crocus was once again confused by Chinhei's attitude, but he didn't dare to say much. He continued to tell Kion what their Roger Pirates group saw and heard in Rafton Road. Finally, he talked about One Piece. It was a black monster with 10 tails. It also had a strange blood-red eye. The pattern inside was like. After the mysterious man saw the monster, he said, finally found you, and left. Captain Roger used his ability to listen to the voices of all things, but he didn't tell us what he heard. He just took us out through the entrance left by the mysterious man. At this point, Crocus suddenly woke up, and he stared at the 6 Magatama Rinnegan on Chiga's right. The more Kion thought about it, the more excited he became, and the expression on his face became more and more outrageous, which made Crocus tremble with fear, fearing that Kion would eat him alive. The only difference is that the monster's eyes are blood red, while Chiga's Rinnegan is dark purple. Qian he came back to his senses, looked up at Crocus, and regardless of his frightened look, asked. 10 tails is there, but in order for 10 tails to bear fruit, it needs to eat Otsutsuki, and this is where the problem lies. Kion did not show much interest in what Crocus said about Roger, but he caught the mysterious man's words. Chinhei's expression changed from bright to dark, and finally he sighed. If you say this, I won't be sleepy anymore. Otsutsuki Yim. Of course Kion has no interest in the old man's meat. The fruit of the sacred tree is his ultimate goal. He trembled and said, advertisement. He really didn't expect that the legendary One Piece would actually be 10 tails, and according to Crocus's description, that 10 tails was obviously still in the seedling stage. Finally found you. Because from this sentence, the mysterious person should know what 10 tails means, so could this mysterious person be an Otsutsuki? He looked in the direction of Red Line and said in a deep voice. Kion ignored Crocus, who looked extremely excited at the moment. That memory really frightened him, so he usually chose to forget it. Until now when he talked about it again, he realized that the pattern in that eye was exactly the same as Chiga's Rinnegan. After saying that, Crocus looked at Kion with fear, as if Kion was the monster. Where could he find such an Otsutsuki to feed 10 tails? Kion, who was originally drowsy, immediately became alert after hearing 10 tails, and blood-red eyes. But Crocus stopped talking halfway, which made Kion very unhappy. He frowned and asked. Do you want him to go back to the Hokage world and catch him? This means that since it has not yet produced the fruit of the sacred tree, I have the opportunity to eat the fruit of the sacred tree. But when One Piece was mentioned, what appeared on Crocus's face was not joy, but an indelible fear. Never mind. 10 tails was better than nothing. He could find another way to deal with Otsutsuki's problem. Like your eyes. However, Shinhei's excitement did not last long, because he thought of a very embarrassing question. And there are still some things he hasn't figured out. As for who this Otsutsuki is, a name comes to Chiga's mind. So what did Roger do to that monster? And where did you know who go? Because the image of a monster came to his mind, it was 10 tails from Hokage. Like what? Tell me. Crocus swallowed and responded. Chapter 213 Crazy I Am. Mariajoy, among the flowers. I Am on the throne seemed to sense something. He opened his red eyes and looked in one direction, and at the end of the direction was Kion. At this moment, the two pairs of eyes seemed to confront each other in the air, and an invisible wave erupted. The entire Holy Land suddenly shook violently, and a large number of celestial dragons fell to the ground before they could react. The guards beside them were frightened and rushed forward to help their masters up. What these celestial dragons did after they stood up was surprisingly consistent, which was to slap the guards hard in the face, and some even went so far as to execute the guards in a rage. Sha Lulia was sleeping soundly while holding Chiga's doll. The saliva dripping from the corner of her mouth had soaked the doll's head. The sudden shaking made her fall off the bed, waking her up from her sweet dream. After waking up, Sha Lulia did not scream like the other celestial dragons. She rubbed her eyes in a daze and said to herself. What happened? Why do I seem to sense Shinhei's presence? Back among the flowers, Yim slowly stood up from the throne, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said to the empty hall. Did you notice that, Uchiha Chiga? At this moment, a voice sounded from his mind. He must have known something. How about we recover him now? A look of disgust appeared on Yim's face. He was really fed up with the feeling of having another person in his body. What's more, this person knew everything about him, including his despicable deeds. He ignored the voice and just waved his sleeves, and an image of Kion appeared in the air in front of him. I Am stared at Chiga's Rinnegan and the horn on his head with fascination, and murmured. You have finally grown to this point. My thoughts are indeed correct. I have been waiting for too long. However, the voice sounded again. His evolution really exceeded my expectations. I didn't expect that he could really evolve from a human body to such a level. Yimu laughed disdainfully and said sarcastically. Advertisement. How can a loser like you compare with me in vision? When my plan succeeds, you can just wait to completely disappear from my body. Quote. The voice in Yim's mind was silent for a while, then ignored Yim's ridicule and asked. So you're going to reclaim Uchiha Chiga now? Although he's evolving in the direction he should, it seems like he hasn't evolved completely yet. Humph, of course I know, so I will continue to wait patiently. I have endured hundreds of years, so I don't mind waiting for a little longer. You are quite patient. Aren't you afraid that he will surpass you after his evolution? Don't think I'm as useless as you. I have my own ways. Just wait and see. Then I wish you success. After saying this, the voice in Yim's mind fell completely silent. Yim snorted coldly and focused his eyes on a spot in the air. A swirling black hole appeared in the air, and bursts of creepy roars came from it. Through the black hole, you can see a blood-red eye staring at I Am outside. An ordinary person would probably faint immediately from fright if faced with such a horrifying scene, but I Am seemed to enjoy this feeling. He looked at the monster in the black hole with a gaze like admiring a treasure, and said obsessively. As long as you are here, I am invincible. Roar. In response to his roar, Yim ignored it and continued. Don't worry, you will become a part of my body soon. By then, what's Joey boy? What's that bullshit prophecy? I am the only true god in this world. Ha 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 ha. The monster in the black hole became more and more anxious amid Im's wild laughter, but its body was imprisoned by pitch-black lines. No matter how hard it struggled, it could not move a single step. It could only roar to vent its anger. I Am smiled and enjoyed the monster's performance for a while. The monster's roar sounded like moving music to his ears, and he was intoxicated every time he heard it. The monster also knew that it was just a rage without any function now, and it would only make the human look even more disgusting, so it simply lay on the ground without saying a word. Advertisement. I Am no longer had the will to continue, so he looked away and the black hole closed. He looked in Shinhei's direction again, opened his arms and shouted. Uchiha Chiga, I can give you everything you want. Just keep growing. Until. At this point, a sick smile appeared on Yimu's face, and he continued. Until it becomes its food. Ha 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 ha. The laughter was transmitted through the flowers to the Holy Land outside. When the 5 elders who were sitting together in the hall heard it, they immediately stood up and looked in the direction of the flowers. The 5 elders in the black flat hat said hesitantly, I know this 5 elders is called Jekurusia Satan Saint, but others don't know, so I can only describe it with characteristics. This is Lord Yimu's voice. He seems very happy today. The 5 elders with short blonde hair nodded. His expression looked a little bad because he heard the name, Uchiha Chiga. He didn't know why, but he hated this Uchiha brat so much that he wanted to execute this guy who challenged their authority on the spot. But there was no way out. Lord Im seemed to value Uchiha Chiga very much and even punished himself severely because of him. So he could only hide this hatred deep in his heart, which made him feel like he had to swallow his anger. The white kimono 5 elders continued to wipe the samurai sword in his hand. His expression looked very calm. He spoke lightly. Isn't it a good thing for us if it can make Lord Yimu happy? There's no need to make such a fuss. The remaining 5 elders with birthmarks and 5 elders with long beards immediately nodded in agreement. Obviously, there are factions among the 5 elders. These 3 people are obviously from the same faction, and the 5 elders in white kimono is the leader of this faction. After hearing his words, the 5 elders in black flat hats and the 5 elders in blonde short hair showed displeasure on their faces. They had long been annoyed by this pretentious guy. This guy has a closer relationship with Lord Yim than they do, so the 5 elders with birthmarks and the 5 elders with long beards follow his lead, and they will hold each other tightly when something happens. Sometimes, the 2 of them even have to listen to their opinions, which is simply intolerable for them who are in high positions and have great power. Due to Lord Yim, they had no choice but to obey. The blonde short-haired 5 elders was getting angrier and angrier the more he thought about it, but he couldn't vent his anger on the other 3, so he could only curse in a low voice. Damn you Uchiha brat, I'm going to. Chapter 214 Chiga's Justice. Heian withdrew his gaze. He had already got the answer he wanted. Just now during the remote confrontation with Im, he saw a pair of eyes. It was a pair of red Rinnegan, but the ripples in it did not cover the eyes, there were only 2 circles. Of course, Chiga couldn't be sure based on appearance alone, but as someone who possessed the Rinnegan, he could sense a familiar aura from those eyes. That is the breath of the same kind. But this breath was very strange. It appeared and disappeared from time to time, and was very weak when it appeared, as if it had suffered some kind of trauma. He lowered his head and seemed to be thinking about something. It seems that this Yimu is still hiding some secrets. Judging from Im's reaction just now, he is indeed paying attention to me all the time, but what makes him so interested in me? Is it just because of same kind reasons? As far as Chiga knew, the Otsutsuki clan had a very indifferent attitude towards their fellow clan members, but this Im was so caring towards him that it could be said that he had opened the door for his growth. 10 tails, Otsutsuki, care, faint breath. Keywords appeared in He's mind one by one. Suddenly, a guess flashed through his mind like thunder. He wants to wait for me to grow into Otsutsuki and feed it to 10 tails. Once this guess came up, it lingered in Shinhei's mind for a long time. He felt that he had guessed almost everything about Im's thoughts. But there is still a question. Isn't Im afraid that he will not be his opponent after he fully evolves into Otsutsuki? Based on the weak aura he had just displayed, he might not even be able to defeat himself now, so where did he get the confidence that he could be a match for myself after I evolve successfully? After thinking about it, there is only one possibility, that is, Im is not a member of the Otsutsuki clan, he was carved with a wedge by a certain Otsutsuki, just like the relationship between Otsutsuki Ashiki and Jigen. This also explains why I felt that the breath was so weak. And Im's trump card is most likely to use the wedge to temporarily gain Otsutsuki's power and thus defeat himself. If this is the case, it seems that the Otsutsuki who carved a wedge in Im is definitely not weak, and he is confident that he can defeat himself who has just become Otsutsuki. But no matter what the situation is with Im, his purpose should be the same as what Kion thought, which is to feed him to 10 tails so that they can eat the fruit and increase their strength. Advertisement. Perhaps Im is more anxious about Chiga's evolution than he is. If Chiga hadn't been so picky about the devil fruit and couldn't force him to take it by stuffing it in his mouth, Im might have wanted to stuff the devil fruit into his Rinnegan himself. Heian naturally guessed that Imba wanted his evolution to be faster, but he couldn't think of any way to deal with it for a while. Chiga's evolution must continue, because even if he drags on and doesn't evolve, Im will eventually lose his patience and force feed his incomplete Otsutsuki to 10 tails. And since Im is so confident that he can deal with an Otsutsuki, his strength is likely above his own. Instead of fighting Im head-on with your current strength, it would be better to complete the evolution and fight him, this way your chances of winning will be greater. Chiga still doesn't believe that the Rinnegan, which has absorbed so much power from the devil fruit, will not be a match for Im after evolving. Now, he just needs to continue to complete the evolution according to the original goal. Putting his thoughts away, Heian looked at Brook and Laboon below. Both of them had calmed down, and Brook was teasing Laboon, causing Laboon to let out bursts of happy noises. Seeing such a heartwarming picture, a smile broke out on Shinhei's face and his mood improved a lot. Kroka's thought, it seems that he will never have to inject sedatives into Laboon again. But what Chiga did today completely overturned Crocus's view of Chiga. If we talk about the representatives of the two factions, one is the Blackbeard pirates, who are the real pirates. In the past, he knew about Chiga from newspapers. He only knew that Chiga's strength was terrifying and her attitude towards pirates was the same as Akainu's. She would kill them when she met them, without mercy. But Kion still let him go and even helped Brook reunite with Laboon. Therefore, Shinhei's attitude towards these two groups of people is completely different. Thinking of this, Crocus looked at Kion with more and more strange eyes. Just a pile of sea trash. That kind of pirates group is pirates in name only. In essence, they are a group of passionate explorers, which is not the same as pirates. Have you seen enough? What are you thinking about? Look at the Blackbeard pirates. Before it was formed, all its members were killed by Chiga, and Captain Blackbeard also died in his hands. Oh, Roger has a very clear understanding of this world, doesn't he? As one of his crew members, how could you ask this question to a marine like me? Advertisement. Crocus, who was standing by, saw Laboon's happy look and felt happy for her from the bottom of his heart. But sometimes there are a few grains of gold in the garbage. Crocus was startled and waved his hands. What Chiga meant was that among the large number of pirates groups, some had good practices. Forehead. This is a very humane marine admiral. Quote. In Shinhei's eyes, the pirates group is like gold in the garbage dump. The other is the Rumba pirates, the group Brook once belonged to. They are explorers under the banner of pirates. Sometimes they would help civilians solve some troubles and get paid for it. Fortunately, he thought about it and added, these pirate groups will not bully civilians, and most of their income comes from treasures obtained from expeditions. But gold and garbage are two different things after all. So what do you think of the pirates group? Kion felt no emotion at all because this was what he considered justice. He's perception was so sharp that he noticed Crocus's spying on him. He turned around and said. He couldn't help but think, if Marine was like Chiga, then wouldn't Captain Roger's behavior become a joke? Crocus looked a little embarrassed. He changed the question and asked. Both Brook and Crocus are real pirates. Crocus was once a member of Roger Pirates. This alone is enough to sentence him to death. Sorry, I don't mean any harm, I just want to know what you think of the world today. The corners of Crocus's mouth twitched. Shinhei's words were also an insult to him, but he didn't dare to say more about it. All of this made Crocus feel incredible. At the same time, he couldn't help but look at Shinhei's back. Chapter 215 Laboon Island. Kion had no intention of continuing the conversation with Crocus. He flashed and appeared next to Brook the next second. Brook immediately bowed deeply to Kion. He couldn't express his gratitude to Chiga enough. Thanks to Chiga, he was able to get his shadow back and fulfill his promise to meet Laboon again. And he already knows Shinhei's identity, he is actually a marine admiral. This touched Brook even more. A marine admiral would actually help a low-level pirate like him. Who would believe it if he told others about it? Brook just feels that he can give his life for Chiga. Of course, Kion doesn't need Brook to work for him. He just needs to live happily with Laboon. Helping Brook up, Kion said with a smile. How is it? Are you still thinking about returning to the underworld? After hearing Shinhei's words, Laboon stared at Brook strangely with his big eyes. Being stared at like that by Laboon, if Brook's face wasn't just filled with bones, his face would have turned red. With Laboon by his side, he certainly doesn't want to die now. Brook has made up his mind to spend the rest of his life with Laboon, and he doesn't want to go anywhere else. So he twisted his body and said embarrassedly, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you, Mr. Kion. Now I don't want to die anymore. I want to stay with Laboon. Laboon immediately gave a joyful cry and a high stream of seawater spurted out from the nostrils on its back. The most interesting thing was that after the seawater fell, a rainbow appeared there. Kion and Brook were both amused by Laboon's performance. Kion couldn't help but reach out and touch Laboon's big face. Although Laboon is still afraid of Chiga's Rinnegan, it also knows that the human in front of it is its and Brook's benefactor, so it suppresses the fear in its heart, closes its eyes obediently and allows Chiga to caress it. Laboon was several hundred meters long, but was as docile as a puppy in front of Kion. Kion was happy to see such a well-behaved Laboon. He took out a flying thunder god kunai and handed it to Brook. Brook took the kunai, looked at it curiously, and asked. Mr. Kion, what is this? Kion continued to tease Laboon and said casually without turning his head. Advertisement. If you encounter an enemy you can't handle here in the future, just use it to call me, and I will rush here immediately. When Brook heard Shinhei's words, his eyes suddenly widened and the kunai in his hand suddenly became heavy at this moment. It was the mountain-like kindness of Mr. Kion. Tears once again flowed from Brook's eyes, his jaw opened and closed, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. He turned around and patted Brook's shoulder, saying softly. Don't worry too much about it. Laboon is so well behaved. I like it very much. Just think of it as a gift from me to Laboon. Brook held the flying thunder god kunai tightly in his arms and nodded heavily several times. Kion smiled at Brook and asked. What are your plans for the future? I want to be a tower keeper like Mr. Crocus, and live here with Laboon. Hearing Brook's idea, Kion nodded slightly. This should be the best ending for Brook and Laboon. After Kion returned to naval headquarters, she first stayed with Khalifa and Ain for a while, and then came directly to Zephr. Zephr saw the two tombstones in front of him and a trace of sadness flashed in his eyes. He turned his head and looked at Kion in confusion. Thinking of the short time he had spent with Mr. Kion, Brook's heart was filled with gratitude. He looked up and shouted. Laboon also cried out to the sky. The image of Kion was indelibly imprinted in its mind. It would never forget the human with the unique pair of eyes. It had actually been less than 2 days since Chiga left naval headquarters to look for the Yamazu fruit. At this time, Zephr was still immersed in sorrow, and his face did not look very good. Thank you, Mr. Chiga. What's more, Crocus's identity is so special that it is hard to guarantee that some people will not have bad thoughts. Without saying goodbye to Brook, Shinhei's body turned into a ball of purple lightning and disappeared on the spot. But out of trust in Qian he did not get angry. He just walked forward slowly, stretched out his hand and gently brushed the 2 cold coffins, his eyes already filled with an inextricable grief. After watching for an unknown amount of time, Brook suddenly fell to his knees with a thud. He bowed his head heavily and did not raise it for a long time. There was a message engraved on it. Advertisement. Chiga's sudden disappearance left Laboon and Brook stunned. They stared at each other until Brook realized that Mr. Chiga had already left. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Shinhei's face. This matter was considered a success and it was time for him to leave. Because they knew that this was the signal that Admiral Zelin was returning. Kion remained silent. He extended the room space to the underground. With a thought, 2 coffins appeared side by side on the ground. Zephr naturally had no defense against Kion, and simply followed Kion and disappeared on the spot. Laboon Island. Marine Admiral Zilin. There was a sudden roar of thunder in the sky above Marineford, but the Marines below did not feel panicked. Instead, they felt a sense of security. Brook and Laboon subconsciously covered or closed their eyes. When they looked towards the rock wall again, the scene on the rock wall made them open their eyes wide. Because whether it is Brook's skeleton body or Laboon's huge whale, they can be regarded as rare treasures in the eyes of some forces. He knew the significance of Shinhei's actions. The 3 words, Laboon Island, in the first line were specially left by Kion for Laboon who had guarded here for decades. Kion naturally saw that Zephr was obviously forcing a smile. He didn't say much, but just walked forward, grabbed Zephyr's arm, and opened the room space. The second line of signature is to protect him and Laboon. Zephr couldn't remain calm this time, because that was the coffin containing his wife and son. Swish. Naval Headquarters Cemetery. He smiled and said. But when he saw Kion, Zephyr's face still broke into a smile. He didn't want his mood to affect his favorite student. The name of Marine Admiral Zelin is the best amulet. No matter who sees this name, they have to consider whether they can withstand the wrath of Marine Admiral Zelin. It's Kion, what have you been busy with these past 2 days? The room space carried Brook out of the sea. He looked up in silence at the 2 eye-catching lines of characters above. Suddenly, a loud thunder sounded in the sky, and the raging lightning bombarded the rock wall that Laboon had often hit before, splashing up a sky full of sand and dust. Woo! Zephr and Chiga appeared in front of 2 tombstones, one large and one small. Chapter 217 The Awakening of the Yellow Spring Fruit. Looking at Zephr who was in grief, he sighed and spoke slowly. Teacher Zephr, I found a devil fruit these days. Zephr paused while stroking the coffin and asked in a trembling voice. What is the name of this fruit? Yellow Spring Fruit. The name of the Yamazu fruit made Zephr shudder all over. He didn't know what the Yamazu fruit was, but since it had the word Yamazu in it, combined with Shinhei's series of actions. Something that he never dared to think about exploded in his mind. He turned his head stiffly and asked with his dry lips moving. What abilities does it have? He did not respond, but just stretched out a hand, from which a bone-chilling cold air rose. The cold air of the underworld drifted towards Zephr, and as a user of the Zoan mythical beast species, he couldn't help but shiver. He squeezed hard, dispelling the cold air from the underworld. He said in a deep voice. It gave me the power to connect to the underworld, and also made me, the lord of the underworld. Due to its unique properties, the Yomi fruit has only appeared a handful of times throughout the history of the Pirates King, and no one has been able to awaken it. Not sure if Brook is the first person with this ability. And now, this fruit awakens for the first time in this world. The 11 Magatama in Shinhei's eyes suddenly enlarged and began to rapidly rotate around the pattern where they were located. The terrifying pupil power was brewing in them. Zephr looked at Kion in a daze. This was the first time he saw Kion use her eye power to awaken the devil fruit. Just a wisp of this aura made people feel shocked from the bottom of their hearts. The surging cold air of Yellow Springs burst out from Shinhei's body, and a large area was instantly frozen. Zephr also felt a little overwhelmed by the cold. He directly pushed the power of the Bull Demon King fruit to ultimate, entering a half-beast state. This was not enough. He also covered his body with a layer of pitch-black armed color, barely able to resist the invasion of this wave of Yellow Spring cold air. Even so, there were several hard ice spikes hanging on his 2 horns. Advertisement. Hot air continued to spew out of Zephyr's nostrils, and he looked at Kion in front of him in disbelief. It's not like he hasn't seen devil fruit with freezing properties before. Take Aokiji for example. One of his most talented students is a user of the Logia frozen fruit ability. He knew the power of the frozen fruit very well. It was a fruit that could compete with Akainu's top-level fire-type Logia fruit, the lava fruit. There is also a snow fruit in Logia that has the freezing property of devil fruit, but in terms of freezing, it cannot be compared with frozen fruit at all. But judging from the Yomiuri coldness that Kion is showing now, this freezing ability is even stronger than Aokiji's. Because Zephyr had practiced with Aokiji before, the cold air released by Aokiji was definitely not as hot as Shinhei's Wonkwon cold air, at least it would not make him so embarrassed. What Zephyr didn't know was that the Yomiuri chill was merely an additional ability of the Yomiuri fruit, and its true power had yet to be revealed. The spinning Magatama in the Rinnegan stopped, leaving only the Magatama in the left eye still flickering. It was at this moment that the yellow spring fruit completed its awakening. The scattered cold air from the yellow springs gathered into Qianhe's left eye like hundreds of rivers flowing into the sea, and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. The previously frozen area melted instantly, as if nothing had happened. Only Zephyr and Kion knew that what just happened was not a dream. Kion opened his mouth slightly, and a wisp of cold air came out of his mouth, forming ice crystals in the air. Zephyr also released his half-beast transformation. He walked up to Chiga, looked at her Rinnegan, and said. Zephyr just felt that his worldview was challenged once again. The Rinnegan is indeed not a product of this pirate's world, and Teacher Zephyr is indeed right about this. No, I was just awakening the Yomiuri fruit, and now I have succeeded. Zephyr's foundation is already very strong and is very suitable for the Bull Demon King fruit, but until now, he still feels that his awakening is a long way off. Unfortunately he is not, so he is at a loss for words. Teacher Zephyr, open the coffin and let me end this tragedy. But of course Kion would not tell anyone about this kind of thing, as it was his biggest secret. Anyone who can awaken the devil fruit is a gifted person, and they must also be in perfect harmony with the devil fruit, both are indispensable. Speaking of this, Zephyr quickly turned around and ran to the two coffins. He observed them carefully and was relieved after confirming that the coffins were not frozen by the cold air from the underworld. Zephyr once again fell into a state of deep self-doubt. Advertisement. Qianhe looked helplessly at Zephyr who was hanging his head, and said. No matter how many times I see these eyes, I feel like they simply shouldn't exist in this world. Quote. Chiga couldn't help but shake her head and laugh when she heard Zephyr's comments about the Rinnegan. So you already have 11 awakened devil fruits. If Zephyr was a blue star person, he would use a very classic word to summarize Chihei, that is Versailles. If anyone were to tell this to others, all those with special abilities would go crazy with jealousy. Oh my god, you are so G biased. Even Zephyr, the teacher, couldn't help but shout wildly in his heart. Zephyr's expression was complicated. He looked at the 11 Magatama in Chiga's Rinnegan again and asked. Qianhe also came to the two coffins. He bowed to them, then looked at Zephyr and said softly. Qianhe shook his head and explained. No, there are a few that are not used at the moment, so they haven't awakened yet. I heard him say that he absorbed the yellow spring fruit in the past few days, but it awakened today. What? As we all know, the development of devil fruit itself is not an easy task, let alone awakening it. Listen, how many are there? If you can't use them for the time being, they won't be awakened. Zephyr turned his eyes away from Chiga's Rinnegan. The Rinnegan that had just awakened the Yomi Nomi gave him a chill that went straight to his soul. He felt that he was going to suffer if he continued to look at it. Devil fruit awakens, and succeeds. This is also the result of Zephyr having Sengoku as a living reference. Kion, what happened just now? Why do I feel like you can't control your strength? Is this human language? Teacher Zephyr, have you forgotten that the coffins of Master's wife and junior brother are still outside? Thinking of the cold energy that suddenly burst out from Kion just now, that situation looked like a scene of power out of control, Zephyr couldn't help but ask. But what about Kion? Chapter 218 Wonkwon Reincarnation Technique. A dazzling halo burst out from Shinhei's Rinnegan. He waved his hand and the two coffin lids were directly lifted up, revealing two skeletons, one large and one small, inside. Then, he suddenly put his hands together, forming the seal, and said in a deep voice. Outer Path. Yellow Spring Reincarnation Technique. In the underworld, a black vortex appeared in the sky. Two yellow cloud-like souls suddenly seemed to be pulled by something, broke free from the sea of souls, and floated towards the black vortex in the sky. It was not until the two souls entered the black vortex that the black vortex gradually shrank until it disappeared. The real world. As Kion released the Yomiuri reincarnation, the remains of Zephyr's wife and son were wrapped in a ball of green energy. Under the nourishment of this energy, the two skeletons actually began to condense flesh and blood. After a short while, the two skeletons were completely transformed into the appearance of a woman and a little boy. They had rosy complexions and it was impossible to tell that they were dead. They lay quietly in the coffins, as if they were asleep. This sight of the living and the dead making Zephyr stand there in a daze as if he had been struck by lightning. He subconsciously took 2 steps back and for a moment he did not dare to move forward. This is not the end yet. The black vortex appeared again in the sky above the real world, and 2 yellow clouds rushed out from it. These were the souls of Zephyr's wife and son. Instead of rushing back into their bodies, they floated towards the still shocked Zephyr and swirled around his body. Zephyr felt a long-lost sense of intimacy from these 2 souls, especially the smaller one. It was a feeling of blood connection from the souls. Even though they looked like just 2 yellow clouds, Zephyr knew their identities. There were tears streaming down his face. He wanted to reach out and touch it, but his hand went right through it. At this time, Kion stopped making hand seals, he exhaled lightly, and sighed in his heart that this technique was really terrible for the consumption of chakra. The Yomi Tensei technique, as the name suggests, is the same as the Rinne Tensei technique, and its effect is to resurrect the dead. It is a technique that was created by Chiga after she possessed the Yomi Nomi fruit, based on the Rinne Tensei technique. It is well known that people who possess the Rinnegan can perform the Rinne Tensei technique, but they face a great risk of death. In Hokage, Nagato died after using this technique to revive everyone in Konoha. Obito also used this technique to revive Uchiha Madara under the control of Black Zetsu. Advertisement. The reason why Obito didn't die immediately was because he had once been Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, and Madara also said that even though he was taken away from Ten-Tails, he still had the power of the six paths remaining in his body. Thanks to the power of the six paths, and the strong vitality of Hashirama's cells, Obito didn't die immediately, but he was put in a state of near death, and only his death was postponed for a while. Of course, Chiga would not rashly perform such a dangerous technique, so he made a special trip to find the Yomi fruit, and used the power of the Yomi fruit to perfect the Rinne Tensei technique. The biggest difference between the Yomi Tensei technique and the Rinne Tensei technique is that it will not cause the caster to lose his life. It is equivalent to performing only half of the Rinne Tensei technique, which is to reunite the dissipated flesh of the dead. On the soul level, the power of the Yellow Springs fruit is used to directly recall the souls of the dead from the Yellow Springs world, so the King of Hell did not appear in the process of casting the spell just now. This greatly reduces the energy consumption of this technique, thereby avoiding the risk of death of the practitioner. This was the first time that Chiga performed the Yomi Tensei technique. Judging from the effect, it was definitely more buggy than the Rinne Tensei technique. It is said that Orochimaru likes to make Shinigami do business at a loss, but Chiga is even more ruthless. He doesn't do any business with Shinigami at all, but just robs them. There's nothing you can do, because with the power of Rinnegan, you can do whatever you want. He walked slowly to Zephyr's side. He gently patted the bewildered Zephyr and said softly. Teacher Zephyr, don't be impatient. Let their souls return to their bodies first. Zephyr nodded blankly. He was overwhelmed by all this and was in a state of confusion. As soon as the two clouds saw Kion, they came over because they felt a very comfortable aura from Kion. This is because the cold air of the underworld lingering around Shinhei's body has an excellent nourishing effect on the soul under normal circumstances and can be said to be a hotbed for the soul. Kion released 2 wisps of cold air from the underworld to wrap the 2 souls and carried them into the 2 coffins. After the soul entered the body, the 2 people in the coffin suddenly opened their eyes, jumped out of the coffin and rushed towards Zephyr. Anata, Dad. Zephyr stared blankly at the 2 people running towards him. He didn't know how many times he had heard these 2 familiar calls in his dreams. Tears flowed madly from his eyes, and he knelt on the ground with his arms open. Advertisement. Bang. Zephyr's wife and son threw themselves into his arms almost at the same time. He hugged them tightly, feeling the warmth coming from the 2 bodies. Zephyr, an iron-blooded soldier who had upheld justice all his life, actually burst into tears at this moment. Zephyr's wife and son were 2 immovable rocks weighing on his heart, making it hard for him to breathe. So Zephyr cried, crying her heart out. Because of the Bull Demon King fruit, Zephyr's voice was extremely loud, and his cries echoed through heaven and earth. The entire headquarters seemed to be filled with Zephyr's cries. In the headquarters building, Sengoku was also startled by Zephyr's crying, and the teacup in his hand fell directly to the ground, breaking into pieces. He rushed out of the office to see what was going on. But someone is faster than him. Yada mirror. Buzz. A blinding golden light burst out from another office, and a beam of light suddenly shot out from the window. It was Kizaru who happened to be at the headquarters today. This student, who was the most incompatible with Zephyr in the eyes of all the Marines, was the first one to rush out. He burst out with the speed of sparkling fruit ultimate and flew rapidly in the direction where Zephyr's crying came from. What remained in the air was Kizaru's rare anxious voice. Teacher Zephyr. Countless points of light gathered in the sky above the naval headquarters cemetery, and Kizaru's figure appeared. He looked down at the cemetery below and saw Zephyr holding 2 people in his arms. After seeing the faces of the 2 people in Zephyr's arms, Kizaru's brown sunglasses almost fell off his face. He adjusted his glasses and murmured in disbelief. How is that possible? That's... Swish. Kion suddenly appeared beside Kizaru in the air. He gently patted Kizaru's shoulder and shook his head. For now, let's leave this place to Mr. Zephyr and his family. Chapter 219 Reunion. Kizaru turned to look at Chiga and asked hesitantly. Chiga, did you do that? Chiga's identity is already a Marine Admiral, which is on the same level as Kizaru. In addition to Chiga's terrifying strength, Kizaru no longer calls Chiga, brother, when he calls him now. He nodded and was about to say something when suddenly several familiar waves came from Skynet, and someone was rushing here. It was Sengoku and the others. Zephyr's crying was so loud just now that his old acquaintances thought something had happened. Of course, Kion would not let these people disturb Zephyr's reunion with his family. He pulled Kizaru and landed outside the cemetery. Under Kizaru's puzzled gaze, the Vice Admiral put his hand on the ground. With a loud bang, a huge wall made of ice rose from the ground, blocking the entire cemetery inside. Sengoku, Garp and Kane also arrived at this time. Sengoku stared at the ice wall in front of him and looked at Chiga in confusion. Chiga explained. Marshal Sengoku, Zephyr-sensei is still in the cemetery. Let's wait for him. What happened to Zephyr? I thought I heard him crying just now. You'll know when he comes out. Since Chiga said so, Sengoku gave up the idea of going in to see Zephyr. In his opinion, with Chiga around, nothing would happen to Zephr. What puzzled Sengoku was why Kizaru's expression next to Chiga looked so weird. From Sengoku's perspective, Kizaru kept staring at Chiga with a weird look, as if Chiga had done something unspeakable to him. He couldn't help but ask Kizaru, "Borsalino, why are you staring at Chiga?" When asked by Sengoku, Kizaru quickly turned his eyes away from Chiga's face and waved his hand. "Nothing. Nothing. I didn't see anything. I don't know anything." Quote. Advertisement. Sengoku was speechless, thinking to himself, "I didn't ask you anything, why are you playing dumb with Chiga?" After Kizaru finished speaking, he looked down at his toes and remained silent. But his heart was not at peace at all, because he really saw a ghost. A real ghost. Kizaru became Zephyr's student after Zephyr's family was killed, but he had seen photos of Zephyr's family. So when he saw the dead person in the photo appear again, he couldn't believe his eyes, and he is still in a daze until now. As for why he was staring at Kion, it was because he guessed that this must have been done by this magical brother Kion. He felt that he had already developed a certain immunity to Shinhei's endless abilities, and he could accept it calmly even if Kion killed all the 4 emperors. But this time it's too outrageous. Zephyr's family members had been dead for who knows how many years, and their bodies had turned into bones, but Kion was able to make them appear alive again in this world. Isn't this the legendary resurrection of the living, the flesh turning into bones? Kizaru now feels that Chiga is no longer a human being, because only gods can do such a thing. Lisette couldn't help but ask, "Well, you can come back to me again because of him. He is the benefactor of our whole family. You must follow his example and become a Marine Admiral in the future." "Dad, brother Kion is so awesome." Zephyr's tears welled up again at the call of his wife and children. He raised his hand and wiped them vigorously, trying his best to put a smile on his face and said, "Her husband Zephr became a Marine Admiral at the age of 38, which is definitely not old. She thinks Zephr is definitely young and promising. All of this is in the past. Thanks to Kion, you are back by my side again. I just feel extremely happy now." Lisette saw the wrinkles on Zephyr's face and there was a hint of heartache in her eyes. Hearing his child's voice, Zephyr's face lit up with a long-lost fatherly smile. He touched the little boy's head and comforted him. Zephr looked back at the towering ice wall, a faint smile appeared on his lips, and he said to himself, "Qian, he is exactly 18 years old this year. He is the youngest Marine Admiral in the Marine, codenamed Zilin." Lisette didn't know what to say anymore. Advertisement. When Zephr smiled, wrinkles appeared on his face, which were the marks left by the years and also symbolized the pain Zephr had experienced over the years. "Dad, what is that? 18 years old. Justice, that was made by Kion, Dad's most proud student. Don't be afraid." The little boy in his arms was startled by the sudden appearance of the huge wall. He tightened Zephyr's clothes and said in fear. In the cemetery, Lisette did not question the value of the current Marine Admiral, she was simply amazed at Shinhei's enchanting talent. Zephyr's child's name is Justice, which means, justice. Zephr gave him this name because he hoped that he would be able to carry out justice to the end like himself and become an excellent Marine. When Justice learned that Kion was already a Marine Admiral, admiration suddenly appeared in his eyes, and he shouted excitedly. She reached out her hand and gently stroked the wrinkles on Zephyr's face, choking with sobs. Justice raised his head, stared blankly at Zephyr's old face, and murmured. Hearing that Kion was already a Marine Admiral, the woman in Zephyr's arms covered her mouth in surprise. When Zephr heard his son's praise for Kion, he felt even happier than when he was praised himself, and he couldn't help but smile. Kion, is that the big brother from before? His eyes are so strange, I seem to feel his call from another world. My dear, you must have had a hard time these years. Kion, I really don't know what to say to you. It's my honor to have a student like you. She knew that compared to her son and herself who were sleeping in the underworld, Zephr, who was left alone in the world, must be suffering from the pain of losing her family all the time. But this Kion brother actually became a Marine Admiral at the age of 18. This is simply incredible. She has short yellow-brown hair and soft facial features, and at first glance she looks like a good wife and mother. My dear, is this Kion brother already a Marine Admiral? But he looks so young, he looks like a young man. This is a pain that is more terrifying than death. She is Zephyr's wife, her name is Lisette, and she is currently between 40 and 50 years old. Hearing his wife mention Kion, Zephyr's face showed a hint of pride. He turned his head again and looked at the towering ice wall, and said loudly. Chapter 220 Heading to Alabasta. When Zephr and his family appeared in front of Sengoku and others' reactions were even more exaggerated than Kizaru's. Garp stared with his eyes wide open, bent over, and 2 streams of snot, one long and one short, flowing from his nostrils, which made both Justice and Lisette laugh. Especially when they knew that it was Chiga who resurrected Zephyr's family, they were furious. He looked at Kion in amazement, but as the chief advisor, she must have thought of more things than others. She knew in her heart how terrifying Shinhei's ability was, but she also knew that this would attract the covetousness of the world government. She looked at Kion and said, Kion, only a few people here should know about this, right? Kion nodded. He understood what he meant, but he was not afraid of the world government. Because with his current strength, he is confident that he can defeat the entire Mariajoy except I am. And he is a precious material in Im's eyes, and he will never let others interfere with him. However, Kion still thanked he for his kindness and told he not to worry. He looked at Chinhei's confident expression and said no more. She knew Chinhei's strength well. Among the strong men on the sea, no one dared to face Kion alone. At this time, Justice trotted over to Qianhe, clasped his two little hands together excitedly, and said to Qianhe in an extremely childish voice. Brother Kion, Dad said you have become a Marine Admiral. You are really amazing. Kion and he, who were a little serious at first, were amused by the cute child's voice. Kion squatted down and touched Justice's little head, and said with a smile. What is your name? My name is Justice. Ultraman. Brother Kion, what is Ultraman? They are. Never mind that. You think the Marine Admiral is great, but why do you think he's great? They're all very strong. That's what Daddy is like. Advertisement. Justice's words caused Kizaru, who was not far away, to pull his collar involuntarily, and a hint of pride could be seen on his face. I don't know why, but Kizaru doesn't feel anything when others praise his strength, but when it comes from Zephyr's son Justice, his heart is as sweet as honey. Single quote. He even took it upon himself to regard Justice as his eldest nephew. If Zephr knew about this, he would definitely have a man-to-man duel with him because the generations were messed up. Qianhe also smiled knowingly when he heard Justice's words, then he looked into Justice's eyes and said seriously. A Marine Admiral must not only have strength, but also have his own justice. This is a kind of belief. Belief. Justice was still young and didn't quite understand the word, belief. He turned to look at his father Zephr for help. Zephr didn't say anything, he wanted to see what Kion would say. Sengoku and the others watched Zephr start to nag at his son, and tears welled up in the corners of their eyes. Judging from this, the three giants of the older generation in Marine are all Chinhei's men. If it weren't for Im's strict control over the five elders, they would have been unable to resist taking action to discipline them long ago. Chiga looked at Sengoku and asked. However, Lisette insisted on doing so. She didn't understand anything about seniority. She only knew that Kion was the great benefactor of their whole family. At this time, Zephr came over holding Justice. He patted Chinhei's shoulder, and everything was said without words. Marshal Sengoku, where is Admiral Aokiji? I have something to discuss with him. Qianhe helplessly waited for Lisette to stand up and said. Unexpectedly, Kion threw the topic to Zephr again and said. Although the information about Pluton is of little value, Kion still wants to go to Alabasta and take a look at Robin, who is touted as the son of the devil by the world government. Although he looked a little helpless, everyone knew that Zephr was enjoying it. Speaking of this, Sengoku was also a little puzzled. Why was Kuzan, who had always been slacking off, so active this time? Zephr looked at Kion helplessly, then hugged Justice and began his education. They knew that in the past, this kind of scene was definitely something Zephr had often fantasized about, but it was just a fantasy. Advertisement. Although Lizette looked a little young, she was still his master's wife after all, and he felt uncomfortable with her bowing to him. However, the information that Crocodile tried so hard to obtain was worthless to Chiga, because he already knew what this so-called information was, which was nothing more than that Pluton was buried in Wanokuni. Crocodile was greatly provoked by Chiga at the headquarters last time. Just like Doflamingo was eager to become a Shichibukai, he was eager to obtain information about the ancient weapon, Pluton, so he made a big move when the club was first established, which attracted the attention of Marine. Hearing Qianhe calling her master's wife, Lisette blushed and waved her hands hurriedly. Even if Crocodile is a Shichibukai, it's not worthy of you, a Marine Admiral, to investigate it in person, right? This action scared Kion, and he immediately wanted to help her up. When Justice heard this, he immediately ran back to Zephr and pestered Zephr to tell him what faith is. It's no wonder that some people in the five elders disliked Kionga. Lisette watched Zephyr's interaction with her son for a while with a smile on her face, then she walked slowly to Kion and bowed to him. Master's wife, you don't have to be like this. Just call me Lisette. I can't bear the title of Master's wife. Fortunately, Kion made this fantasy come true. They didn't say it, but they were very grateful to Kion in their hearts. After hearing the news, Chiga thought a lot. The organization founded by Crocodile should be Baroque Works, and he is the president, which means that Robin has become the vice president. Otherwise, Aokiji wouldn't have made a special trip to Alabasta. And now he really wants to learn from Aokiji about ice abilities, but it seems that Aokiji is not in the naval headquarters now. Kuzan. He went to Alabasta. There's news that Crocodile recently formed an organization that's a bit dishonest. Kuzan took the initiative to investigate. You should ask your father about this. He is a man who carries his beliefs throughout his life. This is really cool. Qianhe didn't want to go on like this. He still preferred normal relationships and didn't want everyone to look at him as if he were a benefactor. Sengoku and Garp have both received great kindness from Chiga, and they can be said to be Chiga's die-hard supporters in Marine. Because if this continues, Marine will become an armed force belonging to Chiga alone. As for Suru, because of Gion, he loves Chiga even more and considers Chiga's everything. Chapter 221 Cobra and Vivi. Grand Line, Alabasta. There hasn't been a drop of rain here for nearly half a year, and the dry air makes your mouth dry just by taking a breath. People didn't know that this was because Crocodile used dancing powder. Crocodile used the national hero persona he had created during this period to implicitly blame the lack of rain on King Cobra. The uninformed people did not believe it at first, because Cobra was a good king who loved his people like his own children. However, with the increasingly dry weather and crocodile saving the country from the mobs time and time again, people's hearts have gradually begun to change. Some restless forces in the country began to stir. This is sad. There is a good saying from Blue Star. A good person who has done good things all his life, but then does one bad thing, is considered to have committed a heinous crime, and all his previous good deeds are negated. But a bad guy does bad things all his life, and in the end he only does one good thing and is praised by everyone. All the bad things he did before also become a foil to his personal charm. It is perfect for Cobra and Crocodile. Crocodile's identity is Shichibukai, which means pirates in plain words. When he first came to Alabasta, the people were afraid and disgusted with him. But when he killed the thug group for the first time, he became a hero in the eyes of many people. However, Cobra, who loved his people like his own children, was instead called a tyrant by many people. On this day, in the palace, Cobra stood alone on the balcony, looking at the clear sky above and sighed heavily. 12-year-old Vivi arrived at this time. She heard her father sigh and asked, "Dad, you look so bad. Are you worried about the weather again?" When Cobra heard his daughter's voice, he quickly put away his sad face, put on a smile, turned to look at Vivi, and said, "Dad is fine, why are you here?" As a princess, Vivi was naturally much more mature than her peers. She could see that her father was putting on a forced smile, but she did not expose him. She put her hands behind her back obediently and tilted her head and said, "I just went to play with Kosa. Kosha, he's a nice guy." Advertisement. Cobra knew the kid Kosa. Although he was only 12 years old, the same age as Vivi, he had already formed his own organization called Shasha Group, and served as its leader. This shows that he has strong leadership talents. Although he is a commoner, Cobra does not object to Vivi contacting him. Just when Kosa was mentioned, Vivi's expression turned a little unhappy. Cobra raised his eyebrows when he saw this, thinking, could it be that this kid Kosa bullied his daughter? Vivi's mother died early, and Cobra loved his daughter very much. If he knew that someone dared to bully his precious daughter, he would definitely let that person taste the king's wrath. He asked sharply, "What's with that expression on your face? Did Kosa bully you? ****. This kid is so bold." Seeing that her father was angry, Vivi quickly explained. No, it's just that he's been acting weird lately. I think the way he looks at me has a hint of disgust." At this point, Vivi kept silent. Before Cobra could speak, applause broke out from the palace on the balcony. But Vivi was surprisingly stubborn today. She rarely contradicted Cobra. But ordinary people don't care so much, they only see Crocodile's feat of dealing with the thugs. In a bar, he heard people talking around him and understood Alabasta's current situation. Cobra was really scared. Although Vivi was a little precocious, it was still too early for her to deal with those pirates. The person who came was Qian He. Crocodile's reputation is now at its peak, and his strength is terrifyingly strong. Even if Cobra wants to investigate, he is powerless. He knew that all this must have been done by Crocodile, just a few years earlier. Vivi no longer concealed her thoughts and spoke them out directly. At some point, a figure in a white coat appeared on the throne in the hall. Pa. But Kosa still had relevant photos, which made Vivi speechless for a while. Advertisement. Dad, let me go. I can go undercover in his organization to get information. In fact, it was done by Crocodile's subordinate, Mr. Von Clay, who has the ability of clone fruit. Vivi, who is not undercover in Baroque works, of course does not know about this. It was because he scared Crocodile so much at the naval headquarters that he felt a strong sense of crisis and thus urged him to advance his plan. Of course, what Chiga didn't know was that the reason why Crocodile's plan was advanced by several years was because of him. What? No way. How old are you? Who is it? When he arrived in Alabasta, he did not go to look for Crocodile first, but instead strolled around the streets of the kingdom. He crossed his legs and looked at Cobra and Vivi, father and daughter, with a smile in his pair of strange deep purple eyes. The sudden applause startled both Cobra and Vivi. Cobra quickly turned around and looked inside the hall. In fact, she had more or less guessed why Kosa had become like this. He was really afraid that Vivi would be eaten till not even a bone was left as soon as she entered. Thinking of these difficulties, Cobra fell silent. Cobra was stunned after hearing this, but he soon understood the reason. The reason why Kosa distanced himself from Vivi was probably because of him. All I can say is that the blame has been put on him again. During this period, public opinion against her father has become increasingly intense, especially when someone recently claimed to have seen the king's army looting the people. This made Kosa begin to be hostile to her father, and also began to distance herself from her as a princess. Cobra was shocked by his daughter's words. In fact, he thought so too. Dad, let me go. I'm a princess and I have to be responsible for my own kingdom. Thinking about what happened in the kingdom during this period, Cobra couldn't help but sigh again. Dad, I know you didn't do those things, and the weather has nothing to do with you. I always feel that all of this is related to that crocodile. Of course Vivi would not believe that her father would do such a thing. She believed in her father's character. Ever since Crocodile came here, these problems have come one after another. Cobra would never believe that they have nothing to do with him. Vivi said something surprising. Chapter 222 Warning from Zelin Admiral. After seeing Chiga's face clearly, Cobra and Vivi widened their eyes. Vivi covered her mouth in surprise and exclaimed. Those eyes belong to Admiral Zelin. Cobra nodded subconsciously, and then a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. He didn't care at all that Chiga was sitting on the throne, because he knew that the king of a country was nothing compared to the Marine Admiral. One Shichibukai can put his entire country into crisis, let alone the Marine Admiral whose strength far exceeds that of Shichibukai. Of course, what made him happiest was that the Marine Admiral who came was Zilin. He was recognized as the strongest among all the admirals, and his reputation was the best. He knew that this purple-scaled admiral would never tolerate the pirates who did evil. Moreover, not long ago he rescued a kingdom from Blackbeard. It is said that he even used his ability to help the people there build houses. He is simply the most perfect Marine Admiral in people's hearts. Vivi looked at Kion with fanatical admiration. She is the deputy leader of the Sand group. Their entire group admires this Admiral Zelin very much. They even worshipped in front of Chiga's photo when they were founded. Kosa is a die-hard fan of Admiral Zelin. If he were here, he would probably kneel down to Kion. Kion was already accustomed to the reactions of the two. He held his face with one hand and looked at Vivi below with admiration in his eyes. Among the many princesses in the Pirates King's family, the one he admires the most is Vivi. She has a sense of responsibility and has known since childhood that she should consider the overall situation. She is also willing to go undercover in the crisis-ridden Baroque works for the sake of the country. Compared to Kazuki Hiyori, who was successful as a geisha, relied on others, and stood up to reap the fruits of victory in the end, Vivi is definitely a very charming princess of the kingdom. Kion slowly stood up from the throne, walked down the steps step by step, and walked towards the father and daughter. Cobra and Vivi looked at Chiga who was walking towards them and felt a sense of oppression coming towards them. They swallowed involuntarily. Kion came to the father and daughter, first greeted Cobra, the king, and then smiled at Vivi and said. What you just said was very good. I approve of you as a princess. Vivi was a little overwhelmed for a moment when she received Shinhei's praise. She didn't expect that she would receive praise from this important person. Two lovely blushes appeared on her face, and she didn't dare to look at Shinhei's handsome and tragic face. Advertisement. When Cobra saw that his daughter was recognized by Admiral Zelin, he was happy for her, but a little jealous. He was not jealous of his daughter's reaction to Kion, but simply because a middle-aged man like him also wanted Shinhei's approval. Fortunately, Chiga did not forget Cobra. Having watched the anime, he certainly knew that Cobra was definitely a good and competent king. He patted Cobra's shoulder and said seriously. You are also a competent king. I understand what happened in Alabasta during this period. It is not your fault. I will put an end to it. Admiral Zelin. Cobra stared at Kion in a daze. This grown man who had been a king for decades suddenly felt a sense of satisfaction of being recognized by his elders. Before he could express his feelings, Chiga passed by the father and daughter and came to the balcony where they were before. Cobra and Vivi looked at each other and hurried to catch up. Kion looked up at the sky and already had an idea in mind. He put his hands together and made the way seal, and said softly. Yuhu's technique. As the spell was initiated, dark clouds suddenly appeared in the clear sky above Alabasta. The dark clouds gathered together, and a moist smell filled the entire kingdom. Cobra and Vivi were stunned by the scene in the sky. What did they see? Zelin Admiral could actually call the wind and rain. The people in the kingdom were extremely excited. They ran to the streets and looked up at the sky with hope, praying that a heavy rain would fall to nourish this dry kingdom. Somewhere in the desert, Crocodile was also looking at the dark clouds in the sky, and his face did not look very good. Next to him was a beautiful woman with a cowboy hat and a striking figure. Her skin was a little tanned, probably because she had stayed in the desert for too long, but it added a touch of healthy beauty to her whole person. She is Robin, and now she is 24 years old. She was also wondering how such weather could occur under the influence of dancing powder. Back to the palace. Kion did not activate the Yuhu-free technique immediately. His eyes turned into two dazzling purple electric lights, and the dark clouds above him also transformed into thunderclouds wrapped with purple arcs of electricity. A deafening roar of thunder came from the thunderclouds above. Everyone below felt their hearts tighten and were so frightened by this doomsday-like scene that they stood there motionless. Vivi couldn't help but move closer to Kion and asked stiffly. Advertisement. Admiral Zelin, what's wrong with the weather? I'm a little scared. He smiled down at Vivi and said. Don't worry, I need to give some people a warning first. After saying that, lightning flashed in Shinhei's eyes, and the thunder accumulated in the sky suddenly fell down. Boom boom boom. The entire Alabasta was instantly shrouded in a purple lightning. The sound of thunder and screams lasted only a moment before stopping. Cobra and Vivi were completely stunned. They had no idea what this purple-scaled admiral had just done. He said casually without any hurry. I just cleaned up some so-called thugs, and now they are behaving themselves. Quote. It was the first time that the father and daughter witnessed the horror of the Marine Admiral, and they didn't know what to say. Vivi stared at Shinhei's calm face and thought to herself. Is this the power of a Marine Admiral? Can he suppress everything with just a thought? However, Shinhei's warning was not over yet. He spread out the skynet to cover the entire Alabasta. An indifferent voice sounded from everyone's heart, including Crocodile and others far away in the desert. The events in Labunstan have nothing to do with Cobra. First, Marine Admiral Zelin will take over this place now. Damn it. Why is he here? Crocodile was the first to react. There was nothing he could do, he simply could not forget Chiga's voice, especially that feeling of looking down on everything. He knew that it was not arrogance, but the confidence that came from absolute strength. It was the first time Robin heard Shinhei's voice. She stared blankly in the direction of the palace and murmured. Zelin. I wonder who's scarier, him or Aokiji. In the desert, a tall and thin man who was riding a bicycle stopped and looked up at the sky covered with dark clouds. He exclaimed. Ah la la, is he here too? Things are getting a little difficult. Chapter 223, Stand Still. Welcome Admiral Zelin. While everyone was still feeling terrified by the thunder that had just struck, the weather changed again. This time it was no longer the purple thunder that destroyed all living things, but the heavy rain that nourished all things. The whole of Alabasta can be said to have finally received a blessing after a long drought, and everyone is cheering for this long-awaited rain. Instead of taking any measures to avoid the rain, they ran to the streets, tilted their heads back and bathed in the downpour. Inside the palace, Cobra looked at the scene outside the window, his heart was so excited that it could not be described. If Vivi had not been beside him, he, the king, would almost kneel down to Chiga. Vivi didn't have so many concerns. She rushed to the balcony, stretched out her hand and caught a palm full of rain. She carefully put the rain water to her mouth and took a sip. The taste of rain water is not very good, it is astringent at the beginning, but in Vivi's heart, the taste is as refreshing as sweet spring water. She couldn't help but turn her head to look at Chiga, the creator of all this. In the gloomy weather, Chiga's Rinnegan still emitted a captivating purple light, which made Vivi stare in a trance. A cool breeze blew, and Shinhei's coat of justice rustled, and the word, justice, stood out particularly. He smiled at Vivi who was staring at him and said. Okay, the problem has been temporarily alleviated. Now I have to solve the source of the problem. After saying that, without waiting for Vivi's response, Kion turned into a ball of purple lightning and disappeared. Cobra slowly came to the place where Kion had just stood. He reached out and patted Vivi's shoulder, and said with emotion. This is the strongest Admiral Zelin in the history of Marine. Vivi nodded gently. Although Kion did not stay here for too long, he left an indelible image in the heart of young Vivi. Those mysterious eyes, the fluttering coat of justice, and Chiga's melancholy face from the Uchiha clan will all become a light in Vivi's heart for a long time to come. In Baroque workshop, Crocodile was pacing back and forth, looking very anxious. Robin sat on the table, leaning his head on his back, seeming to be thinking about something. Advertisement. Crocodile walked back and forth in circles until Mr. One Daz Bonus and other executives of the Baroque works came in. Seeing that all his subordinates had arrived, Crocodile's anxious expression eased a little, and he immediately ordered. We have to leave Alabasta immediately now. Marine Admiral Zelin is here. When they heard the name, Zelin, fear appeared on the faces of all the cadres, and even Mr. One, who was always known for his calmness, began to panic. There is no way. The shadow of a man is like the name of a tree. The name of Marine Admiral Zelin is too famous. Almost all the pirates of this era are shrouded in his shadow. Once you are targeted by this man, it doesn't matter which four emperors group you join or whose son you become. You will be executed and your bones will be crushed to ashes. Derez was okay, but Mr. 3, who was more timid, was so scared that his nose and tears started flowing. When he heard Zelin coming, he felt as if his legs were filled with wax and were stuck to the ground. Miss. Sarah pointed at him with a serious expression and said. Quote. Question mark quote. Well, we should go now. It will be too late when that man arrives. So all the cadres immediately lined up in 2 rows in the office like soldiers undergoing training, as neatly as possible. Crocodile's eyes widened suddenly. He did not doubt Sarah's words because Sarah's perception was very sharp. She could hear extremely faint sounds and determine the other party's general location. Boss, is Zelin really that scary? Are the descriptions of him in the newspapers a little exaggerated? But this Zelin scared Crocodile so much that he wanted to give up everything in Alabasta and run away. Zelin's strength is really terrifying. Crocodile is a very self-centered person, and it is generally difficult for anyone to catch his eye. But for Qian he really can't muster up the emotion to resist. He just waved his hand and shouted. Crocodile shook his head and said solemnly. In front of that giant, the Logia devil fruit, which was known as a natural disaster, became a joke. Hawkeye was at least able to fight with the giant for a few moves. If it were me, I would probably be beaten into a fool. This is considered a talent. Sarah doesn't have the ability to see and hear yet, but perhaps this perception will become even stronger after she awakens. He wanted his side to put on the best possible posture to maximize the chance of saving lives. Although it sounds a bit embarrassing, it must be said that this is definitely a wise decision. What? Advertisement. Oh no, someone's already here. He's right at the door. This contrast is enough to show how terrifying the Marine Admiral Zelin, whom he has never met, is. Thinking of this, a trace of sadness emerged in Robin's eyes. When will this wandering life come to an end? Now that Crocodile is about to run away and that Marine Admiral Zelin has also come here, she will no longer be able to study the main history of this place. The cadres nodded and prepared to run away. Thinking of what he had witnessed at the naval headquarters, beads of sweat appeared on Crocodile's head. It was also the first time that the executives of Baroque works saw such a fearful expression on their Crocodile's face. You know, even if it was Whitebeard, Crocodile would not be so scared. Instead, he often thought about challenging him again. He knew that the purple giant alone was no match for him. Everyone, stand in 2 rows and get ready to welcome Admiral Zelin. Not to mention that he later defeated the red-haired Shanks and Kaido of the beasts from the 4 emperors. At this critical moment, Crocodile's thoughts raced, and he thought of the most correct solution at the moment. Crocodile was getting impatient. He shouted. But now is not the time to think about these things. Crocodile guessed that the person at the door was probably Zelin. If it was really him, then there was no point in thinking about leaving. Even Robin, after a brief moment of daze, fell down from his desk speechlessly and joined the queue to welcome Kion. Maybe only death can end all this. Robin behind Crocodile had a calm expression. She looked at the panicked Crocodile expressionlessly, but sighed in her heart. It's just a pity for Robin this time, because Alabasta has a historical text, which means a lot to Robin. At this moment, Sarah's face suddenly changed. She called everyone and said. After hearing Crocodile's order, the cadres looked at each other in confusion, but immediately understood what Crocodile meant. It looks like I can't stay here any longer. I have to find a new shelter. It's not an exaggeration at all. I'm even understating it. I witnessed how terrifying that man is at the naval headquarters. Even Hawkeye was defeated by him easily. Chapter 224 Scare Robin. Chiga stood in front of the door of Baroque Works and was about to use teleportation to enter directly when suddenly, the door opened. What came into Chiga's sight was a smiling crocodile and a group of executives behind him. Kion was stunned by the performance of this group of people. Why did it feel like a welcoming ceremony? Crocodile tried his best to make his scarred face look kinder. He came in front of Kion and said. Admiral Zelin, is a small alabasta worth your personal visit? Kion did not respond immediately, but just crossed his arms and stared at Crocodile until he felt uncomfortable, then he spoke. You should know clearly what you did. Do you really need me to point it out? Although Chinhei's tone sounded calm, it was like a death warrant to Crocodile's ears. He understood that Zelin must know that everything that happened in Alabasta during this period was related to him. He obviously came here to call for punishment. But even though he understood it, Crocodile had no intention of taking any action. He knew that once the fighting started, he and his men would immediately disappear from this world. So, Crocodile did something that surprised his subordinates. He lowered his proud head and told them everything they had done during this period. Durez looked at Crocodile in disbelief and said, Boss. Shut up. Don't even think of resisting this man. It must be said that Crocodile is indeed a tyrant, and he understands that confessing is the best option in this situation. Kion also didn't expect that Crocodile, who was so defiant in the Summit War, would lower his posture so much. This was quite different from his expectations. However, Kion had no intention of letting Crocodile go. He slowly walked to the chair at the end of the room, sat on it and crossed his legs. He put his hand on the table and found that there was a warmth where his hand was placed. Robin, who was very close to the table, blushed slightly because that was exactly where she had just sat. Advertisement. Kion glanced at Robin. The current Robin was a little younger than in the original anime, but it did not affect her unique temperament. Unlike Nami, the hot chili pepper in the Straw Hat Pirates, Robin can be said to be similar to the mother role in the Straw Hat Pirates. She is a typical intellectual beauty. She is brave, strong, considerate and gives people a very reliable feeling. Robin also noticed that Kion was looking at him, and his heart suddenly tightened. She knew that she also had the identity of son of the devil. Once Zelin knew this identity, she would be afraid that she would not be able to leave today. 2 lines of tears rolled down from Robin's eyes. She was not afraid of death. She just regretted that she could not fulfill her mother's wish and see the true history. Is this what they can listen to? Does Zelin mean to silence them by saying this? Chiga's eyes swept around the room, and everyone he saw lowered their heads subconsciously, not daring to look at Chiga's Rinnegan. Fortunately, Kion did not continue to look at her. He quickly shifted his gaze to Crocodile's face and said casually. Robin lay motionless, allowing Chinhei's fingers to gently brush across her face, looking at Kion with a puzzled look. She couldn't believe that Kion would leave her, the devil's child, alone. She was very clear about her own importance. Anyone who captured her would be considered a great achievement, let alone Kion, the Marine Admiral. He just wanted to imitate Aokiji and scare Robin, but he didn't expect that he would break Robin's defense directly. This statement once again confused everyone present. What on earth did they hear? Thinking of this, Crocodile's heart sank, and wisps of sand suddenly appeared out of thin air on the ground beneath his feet, as if they were about to take action. She didn't believe that Zelin would be as tolerant of her, the son of the devil, as Aokiji was. So are you sure you've told me everything? At this time, Robin's clothes were soaked with cold sweat. She looked at Chihei in front of her, and a sense of despair surged in her heart. Okay, stop crying. I have no interest in catching you. Just as He was thinking about how to deal with this group of people, a lazy voice sounded at the door. Quote. Question mark quote. Advertisement. Seeing that Crocodile didn't say anything, Kion didn't say much. He stood up and slowly walked to Robin. In Robin's horrified eyes, he stretched out his finger and hooked her chin. Ah, Chiga, you're really fast. Crocodile swallowed, feeling nervous, a little unsure whether Chiga knew something. Chiga seemed not to notice Crocodile's actions. He looked at Robin with a smile, wanting to see how she would react. I didn't expect that the devil's son wanted by the world government, would become the vice president of Baroque Works. How do you explain this? Looks like I'm going to stop here. However, despite being depressed, Kane reached out his hand again to wipe away the tears on Robin's face, and said helplessly. As a Marine Admiral, Zelin actually disdains the world government so much that he even insults it directly and without disguising his words. This made Chiga a little depressed. Did his face look so scary? Could Aokiji scare him? Kane admired Robin's delicate face and said softly. He knew very well that once Robin's identity was revealed, his so-called Shichibukai would be doomed. What Crocodile said just now was indeed comprehensive, but as for the purpose, he only said that he wanted to replace the king, and he did not mention a word about Pluton. When Crocodile was looked at by Chiga's Rinnegan, even if it was just a peripheral vision, he immediately gave up the idea of fighting and just behaved himself. So Kane still wants to use this to criticize him. Chiga's words exploded like thunder in everyone's mind, and Crocodile felt his hands and feet go cold. He didn't expect that Chiga knew Robin's identity so well. When Kane saw that Robin was actually crying, she quickly moved her fingers away. Robin's eyes widened even more. She now doubted whether the young man in front of her was the rumored Marine Admiral Zelin. Chiga ignored Robin and just glanced at Crocodile calmly. I just don't want to make those idiots in the world government happy, believe it or not. Facing Robin's suspicious gaze, he spread his hands and said indifferently. Chapter 225. Two admirals arrive. Everyone at Baroque Workshop turned their heads stiffly and looked towards the entrance. I saw a tall man in a white suit standing at the door, looking at everyone lazily. He had one hand in his trouser pocket and a green eye patch on his forehead, looking like an unreliable middle-aged man. But it was this man who made everyone in Baroque Works feel that their little hearts could not bear it, especially Robin. Because she was very familiar with the image of this man, he was Marine Admiral Aokiji. Crocodile was even more numb, he just felt that today was the darkest day of his life. He actually met a Marine Admiral while doing something bad, and he met two of them in a row. And one of them is Zelin, who is known as the strongest admiral. What's going on? When did the Marine Admiral become so idle? Is he, a Shichibukai, worthy of these two people personally dealing with him? Is there any justice in this? Crocodile dropped his hands resignedly. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. I'm tired. Let's destroy it. When Chiga saw Aokiji, a smile appeared on his face. He teased. Kuzan, I heard from Marshal Sengoku that you left a long time ago, why are you here only now? Aokiji was a little embarrassed. He was a complete procrastinator. Besides, the main purpose of this trip was to observe Robin, so he did not take the warship. He rode his favorite bicycle for most of the journey. But he swore that if he had known that Kane was coming, he would not have delayed any further, because Robin, who was like a little pigtail, was here. Just now, he vaguely heard the conversation between Kane and Robin at the door, so he already knew that Kane recognized Robin's identity, which made him feel extremely difficult. So he quickly showed up, trying to divert Shinhei's attention. Robin's eyes moved between Chiga and Aokiji. Although the two seemed to be joking, an invisible aura still enveloped them. That was the oppressive feeling coming from the Marine Admiral. She knew that the two men in front of her had the power to easily destroy the entire Alabasta. Aokiji glanced at Robin, and heaved a sigh of relief, thinking. Fortunately, this little girl hasn't been harmed by Kane. Advertisement. If Chiga knew what Aokiji was thinking, she would definitely cry out that she was wronged. He just imitated Aokiji to scare Robin. Although he scared her and made her cry, he didn't do anything. Chiga stretched and looked at Aokiji with a meaningful smile, which gave Aokiji goosebumps all over his body. He felt that Chiga was going to pick a fight with him about Robin, which was what Aokiji feared the most. Of course, he was not afraid that Kane would treat him as a criminal. He knew Shinhei's character and he was always tolerant towards his own people. What he was afraid of was that Robin would be taken back by Chiga and handed over to the world government. Aokiji has always been brooding over the Ohara incident. Robin is a redemption and a spiritual comfort for him. What's more, he personally froze his good friend Saul for this. He didn't die. Although he often scares Robin, that is just a unique way for him, a straight man, to express his concern. Aokiji glanced at Robin, then turned around and left with Chiga without saying anything. They came to a conclusion from Chiga and Aokiji's performance just now, that is, the reason why the two admirals arrived at the same time might have a lot to do with Robin. Crocodile now really wants Robin to leave his territory as soon as possible. He doesn't want Pluton anymore. With the existence of those two, if he still thinks about Pluton, he will only end up making things easier for Marine. As a top-level Logia frozen fruit ability user, he could naturally see the extraordinary nature of Huang Quan's cold energy at a glance. I see, let's go outside now. This is perfect. There's only dessert outside, and we don't have to worry about it affecting other people. After all, Robin is a criminal, and he has a good relationship with Chiga. He can't fight with Chiga because of this, not to mention that he knows that he is hardly Chiga's opponent. However, just when Aokiji was in a dilemma, Kane suddenly flashed in front of him. Shuren, who is also a Marine Admiral, is actually going to fight Aokiji. What is going on? Robin also knew that she couldn't stay here any longer. Under the gaze of everyone, she walked out of the room with a calm expression. She wanted to go to the edge of the scene where the two were fighting. Aokiji nodded. To him, as long as Chiga didn't pay attention to Robin, he could do anything. Quote exclamation mark question mark quote. Except for Chiga and Aokiji, everyone else shuddered suddenly. Advertisement. Kion also understood Aokiji's thoughts. He smiled and said, "This is the power of the Yamazu fruit. It has the same ice attribute as your frozen fruit, so I want to test this ability with you to see how far it can go." After hearing this, both Aokiji and everyone in Baroque Works were stunned. After Chiga dissipated the cold air from the underworld, he said to Aokiji. Shinhei's attitude towards the world government just now made her extremely interested in Kion. She wanted to witness with her own eyes the strength of this person who was known as the strongest marine admiral. Chiga's action made Robin feel warm in her heart. For a woman like her who had been helpless for more than 10 years, compared to Aokiji who scared her from time to time, Chiga's invisible consideration was what she desired most. Just now he noticed that Robin behind him was so cold that she hugged her shoulders to keep warm. She was already wearing cool clothes, and if the cold air continued to invade her, she would probably catch a cold. Of course, if it was a Kainu who came, Aokiji wouldn't be so embarrassed. At worst, he could just fight. He suddenly stretched out a hand, and wisps of cold air rose from his palm, and the temperature in the entire room dropped suddenly. Aokiji frowned. He didn't quite understand what Chiga meant. "I have almost dealt with the things here. Now that you are here, let's have a fight." After saying that, Kion turned into lightning and disappeared in the room. Aokiji's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at the yellow spring chill in Shinhei's hand. Kion did not answer Aokiji's question immediately. He glanced at Robin behind him, then clasped his 5 fingers together, and the cold air in the underworld dissipated. He couldn't help asking, especially Aokiji, he didn't even look at anyone except Chiga and Robin. After the two left, everyone in the room looked at each other, and then they all focused their attention on Robin. So he agreed without even thinking about it. If Kion insisted on taking Robin back, he really didn't know what to do. He patted Aokiji on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Is this another new fruit ability? What fruit is it?" Even he was amazed at the low temperature.